Stranded on a desolate island, Chu Yi and the cold, beautiful goddess Lin Luochu face unimaginable horrors. Vicious beasts roam the dense jungle, and terrifying primitive tribes lurk in the shadows. The struggle for survival begins, testing their limits against the harsh, unforgiving forces of wild nature. This disaster is no accident. Chu Yi remembers the sinister whispers on the cruise ship. A mysterious man with a strange snake tattoo had plotted to bring everyone to this exact island. They are trapped in a deadly conspiracy manipulated by unseen enemies waiting in the dark. As a former Special Forces soldier, Chu Yi possesses extraordinary survival skills. Without any magical system, he relies purely on his combat instincts and wilderness knowledge. He builds shelters, hunts for food, and protects the icy goddess, slowly melting her heart while fighting off constant deadly threats. But the true danger isn't just the wild beasts or the savage tribes. It is the greed, selfishness, and darkness of human nature among the survivors. Can Chu Yi uncover the terrifying truth behind the shipwreck and lead his people to salvation in this deadly green hell? A violent storm ravages the deserted Pacific island. Massive waves crash against the rocky shore relentlessly. A man wearing a white t-shirt and jeans lies motionless on the wet sand. The freezing ocean water continuously washes over his battered body, leaving his fate completely unknown to the world. Heavy rain pours down on his handsome pale face, mixing with the coarse sand. Suddenly, a sharp gasp escapes his lips. A brutal wave smashes directly into his nose and mouth, forcing him to cough violently, spitting out salty seawater as his consciousness slowly begins to return. He pushes his hands against the wet ground, desperately trying to lift his heavy head. Prolonged exposure to the freezing ocean has drained every ounce of his strength. After several agonizing attempts, his arms give out entirely, and he collapses helplessly back onto the cold, unforgiving beach. Resting for several minutes, he feels a tiny sliver of energy return to his exhausted muscles. His fingers dig deeply into the wet sand, gripping the rough pebbles. With a loud, agonizing roar, he forces his upper body off the ground, straining against the immense physical exhaustion. With one final burst of desperate momentum, he throws his weight sideways, flipping his battered body over. He now lies flat on his back, staring up at the dark, stormy sky. Every muscle screams in agony, completely depleted of strength, leaving him paralyzed on the desolate shore. The relentless rain washes the thick grime and sand from his exhausted face. He forces his mouth wide open, greedily swallowing the fresh raindrops falling from the sky. At the same time, he takes deep, ragged breaths, trying to fill his burning lungs with much-needed oxygen. Half an hour passes before he regains enough strength to sit up. The freezing tide still laps at his soaked jeans. He peers into the pitch-black surroundings, seeing absolutely nothing but the terrifying darkness. The storm intensifies, warning him that staying on the exposed beach means certain death. Driven by pure survival instinct, he begins crawling blindly away from the roaring ocean. After 5 minutes of agonizing effort, his trembling hands brush against a rough, cylindrical object. It feels like a coconut tree trunk. Nearby, he touches a smooth, round, fallen coconut resting on the ground. The slender tree offers absolutely no protection from the raging storm. Gritting his teeth, he continues his miserable crawl through the mud and debris. Finally, his bleeding hands touch the cold, solid surface of a massive boulder, its angled overhang, creating a tiny, dry sanctuary beneath it. He drags his battered body into the narrow space, leaning his exhausted back against the hard stone wall. The grueling crawl from the shoreline has completely consumed his remaining willpower. Unable to keep his heavy eyelids open any longer, he instantly falls into a deep, dreamless sleep. The man is Chu Yi, a retired elite soldier, now working as a project manager for a biological pharmaceutical company. Months ago, his company made a massive breakthrough in curing major diseases, leading to a highly successful public listing and massive financial rewards for all key employees. To celebrate their immense success, the wealthy company organized a luxurious global cruise for over 100 essential staff members. They boarded the magnificent NES Music, a massive vessel measuring 300 meters long, capable of carrying thousands of passengers across the vast, beautiful Pacific Ocean. Morning sunlight finally pierces through the dense canopy, warming Chu Yi's pale face. His eyelids twitch slightly before slowly opening. He props himself up against the damp rock, his mind completely blank and heavy. He slaps his forehead, desperately trying to recall the horrific events of yesterday. Memories flood back. Yesterday afternoon, he drank with colleagues before taking a nap. Waking up alone, he wandered the massive cruise ship. He reached the deserted rear deck, leaning against the cold metal railing. The boundless blue ocean and clear sky stretched out peacefully before his eyes. Lighting a cigarette, he enjoyed the breathtaking view for over an hour. As he finally turned to leave, he passed behind a large electrical control box. Suddenly, hushed, secretive voices caught his attention. 2 men were hiding behind the metal structure, discussing something highly suspicious and alarming. A deep, sinister voice whispered, "The ship will reach the island in 3 days. Your men must ensure everyone is brought ashore. Our people will be waiting there." Stepping out from the shadows, Chu Yi suddenly appeared before them, causing both men to freeze in absolute shock. The two men stared at him with intense hostility. One wore a standard crew uniform, while the other was a towering, muscular man in a black shirt. The giant wore sunglasses and combat boots, exuding the undeniable, dangerous aura of a highly trained, ruthless military veteran. Chu Yi's sharp military eyes instantly locked onto a peculiar tattoo on the giant's left hand. Between the thumb and index finger sat a strange circle, enclosing a four-pointed star with a sinister snake coiled inside. In mere seconds, Chu Yi memorized every single crucial detail. Sensing their extreme paranoia, Chu Yi decided not to linger. He walked past them calmly, pretending he hadn't heard a single word. Once he was far enough away, the two men nervously scanned the area before resuming their dark, whispered conspiracy in the shadows of the deck. Returning to his quiet cabin, Chu Yi picked up a book, dismissing the strange encounter as normal crew business. But barely 30 minutes later, the massive cruise ship suddenly lurched violently. The intense, unexpected shaking threw off his balance, instantly raising a severe alarm in his mind. He grabbed the doorframe, steadying himself before rushing out to investigate. Reaching the outdoor promenade, he was shocked. The previously sunny sky was now swallowed by dark, menacing clouds. Torrential rain lashed down and monstrous ocean waves violently tossed the massive vessel like a fragile toy. Ferocious winds battered his body, making it nearly impossible to stand. Clinging tightly to the metal railing, Chu Yi realized they had sailed directly into a terrifying super typhoon. Despite the fear, he reasoned that a billion-dollar luxury liner could easily withstand such extreme weather conditions. He slowly navigated back to his cabin, clutching the fixed desk to brace against the violent swaying. Few people roamed the corridors. Most passengers hid in their rooms, desperately holding onto secured furniture, praying for the terrifying storm to pass quickly without causing any severe damage. Half an hour passed in agonizing suspense. Suddenly, a deafening explosion ripped through the vessel's lower levels. The massive ship immediately began to tilt dangerously to one side. Horrifying screams and panicked cries erupted from every direction, plunging the entire luxury cruise into absolute terrifying chaos. Stepping into the crowded hallway, Chu Yi saw his terrified colleagues. "What happened?" he asked Gua Hao. "I have no idea." Gua Hao trembled. "Did we hit something? Did you hear that explosion?" Jiang Fan asked, his face pale with overwhelming fear and deep confusion. "That didn't sound like a collision," Chu Yi replied, his sharp military instincts warning him of a catastrophic failure. "Are we going to sink?" "I don't want to die," cried Lu Xiling, a female colleague. Chu Yi quickly stepped forward, projecting a calm, authoritative presence to soothe them. "Don't panic. A ship this large has perfect safety measures. We will be fine." Chu Yi lied smoothly, hiding his own deep concerns. He knew the mysterious explosion was unnatural, but keeping everyone calm was the absolute priority right now to prevent a deadly, uncontrollable stampede. His tall, muscular build and calm demeanor instantly reassured the panicked group. Trusting his leadership, the colleagues returned to their cabins to hold onto fixed furniture. Once they were safely inside, Chu Yi walked down the shifting corridor, determined to uncover the truth behind the terrifying blast. The elevators were completely dead stuck on the top floor. Opening the heavy fire escape door, Chu Yi gripped the railing tightly and began descending the dark stairwell. Before reaching the first floor, a terrified waiter sprinted upwards, his face twisted in absolute pure horror. "The lower decks are flooding. It's completely submerged." The waiter screamed hysterically. Chu Yi grabbed his arm. "What happened?" The man sobbed violently. "The kitchen exploded. Seawater is rushing in everywhere. So many people are trapped down there. Run. The water is rising fast." Chu Yi's mind raced. The explosion had torn a massive hole in the hull. The situation was catastrophic. Knowing his colleagues were still waiting blindly in their rooms, he abandoned the descent and desperately sprinted back upstairs, determined to save as many lives as possible. He frantically gathered about a dozen colleagues, whose room numbers he knew, bringing them to his cabin. "The ship is sinking," he announced bluntly, offering no false hope. Gasps of horror filled the room, but the sheer gravity of his voice quickly silenced their rising panic. "You're joking, right? A billion-dollar ship sinking from a storm," scoffed Chen Ji from HR. Chu Yi glared at him. "You heard the explosion. The lower decks are already flooded. People are dead. We don't know how fast the water is rising, and there's no rescue signal yet. Are we going to die here?" Lu Xiaoling burst into uncontrollable tears. The others stared at Chu Yi with pale, hopeless faces. "We won't die if we act now. We need to warn the others and prepare for evacuation," Chu Yi commanded with absolute, unwavering authority. Spurred by his courage, the colleagues scattered to alert the rest of the company. "I'll find the chairman. I'll check the 7th floor. I'll warn Manager Lin," shouted Zhang Xiaowai. As they left, Chu Yi quickly sealed his phone and ID inside a waterproof plastic bag. He knew survival was slim. Trapped in the eye of a super typhoon, rescue ships could never arrive in time. Rushing to the 8th floor banquet hall, he found dozens of clueless passengers clinging to tables, completely unaware of the deadly flood rising silently beneath their feet. Suddenly, a frantic mob burst through the banquet doors. The ship is sinking. Run! They screamed wildly. The water is already at the 4th floor. God save us. Panic instantly infected the room. People shoved and trampled each other, desperately rushing toward the narrow exit doors. 4th floor already. It's too fast, Chu Yi thought, sprinting toward the stairwell. At that moment, the ship's PA system crackled to life. This is Captain Robert. A kitchen explosion has torn a massive hole in our port side. We cannot stop the incoming water. The captain's voice trembled slightly. We have sent a distress signal, but rescue is 5 hours away. The ship will sink in 2 hours. A heavy silence fell over the ship before the captain continued. Lifeboats are being deployed. Women and children first. May God help us all. I will remain with the ship. I am so sorry. Please survive, the captain finished. The broadcast cut off, unleashing absolute madness. Deafening shrieks and desperate roars echoed everywhere as thousands of terrified passengers violently fought their way toward the upper decks to reach the lifeboats. Chu Yi sprinted through the 8th and 9th floors, searching frantically, but saw none of his colleagues. They had either escaped or were lost in the crushing stampede. Seeing the brutal violence around the lifeboats, he realized fighting the hysterical mob for a seat was suicide. He climbed to the very top deck. Below him, the bottom 6 floors were already swallowed by the dark, raging ocean. The massive vessel groaned horribly, tilting at a terrifying angle. Screams of agony and despair blended with the deafening roar of the relentless, violent storm. Staring at the chaotic, doomed crowd, Chu Yi sighed heavily. Looks like I'm doing this the hard way. Suddenly, a deafening screech of tearing metal erupted. The gigantic cruise ship began snapping violently in half under the immense pressure of the rising ocean water. Without a single moment of hesitation, Chu Yi leaped from the towering deck, plunging straight into the freezing, turbulent ocean. The impact knocked the breath from his lungs. He kicked, desperately fighting the powerful suction of the sinking behemoth as he broke the water's surface. Spotting a stray basketball floating nearby, likely washed off the sports deck, he swam aggressively toward it. Grabbing the ball for buoyancy, he kicked hard, putting as much distance as possible between himself and the doomed vessel before the massive whirlpool could drag him under. The dark ocean surface was littered with overcrowded lifeboats and screaming people thrashing in the freezing waves. Through the heavy rain, Chu Yi spotted a nearby lifeboat. Inside, he saw Jiang Xiaowai and the cold, beautiful manager Lin shivering as men frantically rowed them away. He glanced back one last time. Hundreds of desperate souls were still leaping from the fractured, sinking ship. The relentless storm drowned out their final cries. It was a horrifying scene of absolute death and destruction, a brutal massacre orchestrated by the unforgiving wrath of nature. Knowing he could not save anyone else, Chu Yi turned his face against the freezing rain and swam away into the pitch-black darkness. His mind was focused entirely on survival, completely unaware of the savage island and the terrifying trials that awaited him in the shadows. The freezing waves batter him, relentlessly testing the absolute limits of his extreme physical endurance. Every muscle burns with agonizing fatigue, yet his iron willpower pushes him forward. He clutches the basketball tightly, his only lifeline in this vast, terrifying expanse of the deadly, churning ocean. Hours bleed into an endless nightmare of darkness and freezing water. His consciousness begins to slip, fading in and out as hypothermia sets in. Just as his grip on the basketball starts to loosen, a massive, brutal wave crashes over him, dragging him deep underwater. He thrashes blindly in the suffocating darkness, his lungs burning for air. His knee suddenly scrapes against something hard and rough. Sand. The ocean current violently hurls his battered, exhausted body forward, slamming him aggressively onto the cold, solid surface of an unknown, desolate shoreline. Coughing violently, he drags himself inches out of the crashing tide before collapsing completely. The storm continues to rage above him. As his vision finally fades to black, the mysterious, terrifying island silently welcomes its newest prey, hiding deadly secrets within its impenetrable dark jungle. He flexed his limbs to test them. After a night of rest, his body felt largely restored, though the absence of sustenance since the wreck left him languid and weak. A stand of coconut trees rose ahead, each laden with a dozen or more fruits, yet the trunks soared too high for him to climb. Fortunately, a few coconuts had fallen and lay within reach. He selected one, labored to crack it open with a stone, and drank the cooling liquid before tasting the flesh. Resupplied, he walked to the shoreline. The storm had passed, the sea darkened and heaved in intermittent waves that lapped at the sand. He paced the beach to the left, scanning for signs of life or debris, but the basketball he had clung to was long gone, likely reclaimed by the open water. After 2 hours and more, he grew weary and rested beneath a low tree. He smashed another coconut and drank greedily. This island might be extensive. There must have been many swept away when the ocean rose. He could not imagine he was the sole survivor to be cast ashore. Anticipating rescue from the search teams deployed after the Nesu House catastrophe, Chu Yi prepared visible and combustible signals. He gathered broad banana leaves from wild musa stands, arranged them upon the sand to spell a giant SOS, and anchored the display with stones. He collected dry grass twigs and driftwood and assembled a pyre to be kindled should night fall without rescue vessels in sight. He then harvested a dozen coconuts and retreated to a shaded nook beneath the palms to rest. While retracing his steps, a rabbit bolted from the brush and vanished into the tangle he pursued, but lost it amid the verdure. Discouraged, he continued for another stretch, and then noticed several small white spherical objects nestled in the grass. They were wildfowl eggs smaller than a domestic hen's, yet rich in protein. He cradled 8 precious shells in his arms, wrapped them in foliage, and hurried back to his shelter. He roasted 4 beside the embers and stashed the rest in insulating grass for the morrow. The eggs, humble though they were, filled him with a tangible sense of relief. Lin Luochu clung to Chu Yi and wept for several minutes before gradually releasing him, her cheeks damp and ashamed as she glanced up. She apologized softly, embarrassed to see the dampened shirt and aware of how her emotions had spilled upon him. Chu Yi smiled with the easy warmth of someone who had seen harsher tides and reassured her gently that it was all right to have cried. His sunlight smile steadied the fragile quiet between them. She explained that she and Jiang Ziwei had stayed together initially, but the waves tore them apart. Wearing a life jacket, Lin Luochu drifted for days until she awoke on the shore 3 days earlier, frightened and alone. Chu Yi noticed a life jacket discarded on the sand behind her and felt a tightening of sympathy. He imagined the terror she must have endured and the dire consequences had she lacked that single buoyant garment. He offered his companionship as a balm, promising that she need not be alone on the island. Lin Luochu, trembling, admitted the nights had been the worst. Day offered distraction, but darkness invited imagined beasts and sleepless dread. Chu Yi, forged by military discipline, found the environment manageable by habit, but he recognized that Lin Luochu, accustomed to city comforts, lacked wilderness experience and therefore suffered more acutely. An accidental movement revealed a flash of pale skin beneath Lin Luochu's athletic attire, and both of them flushed. An awkward, fleeting intimacy passed between them. Each registered the embarrassment in the other, then a shy composure settled as she smoothed her hair and arranged the life jacket nearby for modesty. Hunger interrupted the moment with an audible rumble. Lin Luochu admitted she had been unable to open the coconuts without tools. By the time she pried one free, the water had leaked away and only the meat remained. Chu Yi smiled and offered to fashion a solution. With quick and efficient movements, he used 2 stones to crack open a rock, then fashioned a sharp edge to pierce a coconut, producing a clean hole. He handed it to her and watched as she drank greedily, the excess juice tracing down her neck and into her clothes, an image that stirred more than pity in him. He turned his gaze to the sea to quell his own rising sensations. Lin Luochu, now steadied by the refreshment, wiped her throat and asked what they should do next, no longer the aloof office figure, but a frightened woman grateful for company. She confessed that in the company she had felt a discreet fondness for Chu Yi. His tall frame, disciplined posture, and practical integrity stood in stark contrast to those who prospered by privilege. On the island, with social artifice stripped away, those suppressed inclinations surfaced more plainly. Chu Yi proposed heading west to a makeshift shelter he had erected, a place to wait for rescue and to stage foraging. He had detected tracks of rabbits and the signs of wild pigs and planned to set simple snares for smaller game rather than risk confronting a boar without weapons. They set out together, Lin Luochu leaning on him when fatigue demanded it. They walked intermittently, pausing to rest until the shelter appeared after several hours, a modest lean-to that Chu Yi had built with practicality in mind rather than comfort. Inside the shelter, he gathered dry tinder and coaxed a fire from friction, a testament to the mundane prowess that comforted Lin Luochu. She watched him with admiring awe, calling him remarkable as he roasted several wild bird eggs he had found earlier in the forest. When the eggs were ready, Chu Yi offered them to Lin Luochu, first insisting she replenish her strength. She demurred at first, but then yielded, and he accepted her insistence that she keep 2 while he took the remainder, both aware that their survival hinged on such small acts of reciprocity. After eating, they considered sleeping arrangements. The lean-to had been sized for one. The sudden thunder and an approaching squall made the prospect of separating absurd. Lin Luochu insisted they share the cramped refuge, but with a blush and a laugh placed the life jacket between them as a barrier and a promise of propriety. They lay side by side as the storm broke beyond the trees. Lin Luochu soon fell into a fragile, exhausted sleep, and Chu Yi lingered a while longer, thinking through plans for the morrow, simple snares for rabbits and jungle fowl, precautions to avoid wild boar, and ways to gather more coconuts. At last, Chu Yi drifted into sleep under the thin shelter, the fire's glow flickering against the canvas of branches while rain began to patter on the leaves. In the fragile calm, both found a measure of safety in one another's presence. After a night of torrential rain, Chu Yi remained suspended in a pleasant dream when a piercing scream shattered the morning silence and jolted him awake. He sprang to his feet and found Lin Luochu absent from her usual place beside him. Fear tightened his chest as he scanned the shoreline. The cry led him toward a jutting jiashi. He ran, without hesitation, dread urging him forward. Concerned about their meager food supply, Chu Yi resolved to forage the Kunglan for protein. The previous day, he had noticed fresh spoor, suggesting both wild boar and rabbits. He planned to set several snares for rabbits, then press deeper into the forest to see what sustenance he might procure. Lin Luochu's face hardened with resolve. She insisted on accompanying him. Chu Yi refused outright, citing the unknown perils of the forest and the risk that her presence would more likely hamper than help. Offended, Lin Luochu's pride flared. She had been used to authority and deference back in her life, ashore, but rebuked by the logic behind his concern, she softened. Chu Yi could not resist a teasing glance at her light attire, sports vest and shorts that left much of her limbs exposed before returning to earnestness. He warned that such clothing invited bites and stings. The island offered no medicine for infected wounds. She yielded at last, and he pressed the bonnered bishao into her hand for protection and practical tasks such as opening yizi. She begged him to hurry and be safe. With the Nibor Jungdeo at his hip and a bundle of sharpened wooden stakes slung over his shoulder, Chu Yi turned and melted into the shadowed green of the Kinglan, leaving Lin Luochu in the fragile refuge of their bivouac as the tide sighed on the Jiashi. Chu Yi returned to the place where he had seen the rabbit the day before and sought out a habitual path used by hares. With his machete, he excavated a crude pit, half a meter deep and roughly 30 centimeters across in both directions. He sharpened a stake from wood and fixed it upright in the hollow, layered a thin mat of dried grass over it, and laid a few tender shoots atop as bait. Finally, he planted a slender branch beside the pit as a marker. Though simple, the contrivance had taken him over half an hour to complete, and he knew its efficacy would be limited. A pit trap could wound or slow a rabbit, but often failed to secure one forever. Chu Yi longed to fashion a snare of wire far more reliable and unforgiving to escape, but he possessed no metal wire. Resigned, he made 3 more identical pits nearby. By the time he finished, the sun had climbed to its zenith. He had scarcely reached the vicinity of his traps when a soft whimper broke the afternoon stillness. Following the sound, Chu Yi found one of his pits disturbed. A gray rabbit had emerged from the trap, but had not fled. When he approached it, the animal could only drag itself forward. He drew his machete and hurried over, but the creature offered little resistance. Its foreleg was wounded, likely pierced by a stake, when it had fallen into the pit, while its hind legs remained strong enough to leap out. Gently, Chu Yi seized the rabbit and carried it back to the shelter, pleased at the unexpected success. At the makeshift refuge, he did not find Lin Luochu immediately, and his gaze wandered until he located her at the reef, sifting among rock pools. She looked up as he approached and flashed him a radiant smile, holding a shell cupped in her hands. Inside lay a clam. Beside her, a scattering of shells glimmered on the stone like modest prizes. "Look, I found so many," she said, gesturing toward the cluster. Chu Yi set the fruits down and produced the captured rabbit. Lin Luochu's face brightened. She had not eaten meat for days. In the city, she could forego animal protein for the sake of form, but stranded here, her appetite had grown desperate. Even coconuts had begun to seem insipid. The sight of the rabbit brought genuine delight. They set about preparing the meal with efficient, practiced motions. Chu Yi skinned and jointed the rabbit with a small knife, then kindled a fire. He skewered the meat upon green branches and roasted it slowly over the embers. Lin Luochu arranged the clams on the heated stones, letting the shells open and release their briny perfume. When Chu Yi offered her one of the pale yellow forest fruits, she tasted it and was immediately captivated. The fruit was sweet, carrying a subtle floral note that enlivened the palate. The sight, smell, and taste of the food settled over them like warm light, restoring appetite and spirits. At dawn, Chu Yi awoke to the peculiar sensation of weight pressing upon him. When he opened his eyes, Lin Luochu's face was scarcely an inch from his own, her hand resting upon his chest, and one leg draped across his body. For an instant, his thoughts scattered like startled birds. He dared not stir, fearful that any awkward movement might disturb Lin Luochu and render the moment unbearably embarrassing. So near was she that the gentle scent of youth and the soft cadence of her breath filled his senses, the warmth against his arm lingering in his memory. Lin Luochu's eyelashes fluttered. She opened her eyes reluctantly and froze as she saw Chu Yi's face so close. A startled cry escaped her before she could compose herself. In a flurry, she scrambled away. Her indignation masked a blush as she accused him of impropriety, calling him a laichair. Chu Yi adopted an expression of wounded innocence and protested that she had been the one to lean onto him. He reminded her that the previous morning she had slept atop him as well. Then, as if embarrassed on her own behalf, Lin Luochu's cheeks flamed and she averted her gaze. Caught staring with a mischievous smile, Chu Yi watched her cover her chest and turn away. Lin Luochu's mortified reticence made her words halting and weak. He understood the turmoil she felt, and with a playful, self-effacing tone, he promised to be more careful. When she insisted there must not be a next time, he feigned bewilderment, thinking to himself that his reaction was beyond mere will. To ease the tension, he rose and announced he would fetch something to eat and urged her to sleep a little longer. Not wanting to prolong the awkwardness, he slipped away from the shelter. Returning to the camp, Chu Yi found Lin Luochu deftly prying open a coconut with a short blade. He placed his morning's haul before her 12 rabbits, the pheasant, and the eggs, announcing that they were to enjoy a feast. She regarded the abundance with astonishment and a hint of amusement. When he quipped that Providence had favored him because he had a beauty to care for, she scolded him for flattering nonsense, calling him a scoundrel. Their banter was light, intimate, the sort that dissolves unease into companionship. They set about preparing the meal together. Chu Yi kindled a small fire and began to dress the birds and rabbits by the seashore, while Lin Luochu opened the eggs and arranged them for roasting. They decided to consume the pheasant and eggs at midday and reserve the rabbit for the evening. After the immediate tasks were done, Chu Yi told Lin Luochu about the stand of huangma he had discovered and proposed returning to harvest fibers to make ropes. She insisted on accompanying him, offering to help carry the stalks and to be of service. In the huangma field, Chu Yi swung his machete with steady rhythm, severing stalk after stalk. Lin Luochu cleared away leaves, peeled the outer sheaths, and separated the fibrous inner strands. Working in tandem, they bundled the stalks and gathered more than 200. Chu Yi shouldered his load, while Lin Luochu followed behind with practiced diligence. The shared labor bound them in a companionable routine that felt both pragmatic and oddly tender. Back at camp, Chu Yi taught Lin Luochu the finer points of rope making. He showed her how to strip the huangma, tease out the fibers, then twist and roll them between the palms until a sturdy cord took shape. Lin Luochu set to work with focused calm, producing rope after rope. Seeing the skill with which she learned, Chu Yi felt a surge of gratitude. Their combined efforts would make the shelter more secure. After handing his collected timber to Lin Luochu to be processed, he plunged once more into the jungle to find straight, serviceable beams for the new construction. Throughout the morning, he scoured the undergrowth, selecting trunks and branches of varying girth and length. Each time he accumulated enough material, he hauled it back to the camp, repeating the circuit until he had gathered all the wood necessary. Lin Luochu, meanwhile, completed the ropes and prepared other materials. At midday, they took a brief meal of roasted eggs and wild fruit before commencing the construction with renewed determination. With the labor done, Chu Yi fashioned a simple table from spare planks and spread a banana leaf upon it. Lin Luochu roasted a rabbit, browned 4 eggs, and laid out fruit and coconut. For 2 castaways, the meal was rich and comforting. They ate slowly, savoring both the food and the quiet company. When dusk descended, they settled side by side within their new shelter. Between them stood a life jacket, acting as a modest divider. 2 meters of shared space felt unexpectedly spacious under the canopy of stars. Night wrapped the island in an almost sacred stillness. Chu Yi watched the constellations overhead and stole a glance at Lin Luochu, who lay awake, her eyes fixed on the sky. She turned to him and asked softly whether they would ever return to their former lives. He answered with steady conviction that as long as they persevered, someone would come for them. She confessed that for all the fear this stripped-down existence offered a strange reprieve from the exhausting facade she bore at the company, from menial compromises and insufferable clients. For a moment, silence held them both, each contemplating the tenuous boundary between escape and obligation. Lin Luochu murmured that reality would call them back, then, with that thought settled, drifted into sleep. Chu Yi watched her for a time, uncertain of the depth of her meaning, then lay down and let the night close over them. Dawn broke with a startled cry. Chu Yi awoke to find Lin Luochu curled against him, her breath warm and steady on his shoulder. For a few bewildered moments, he simply watched her, amused and bemused by the intimacy of her sleeping posture. He offered a teasing glance to remind her that she had once more rolled over and ended up on his side of the shelter. Lin Luochu, still half asleep, met his eyes with a mixture of indignation and quiet reproach. When she rose, she swatted at him with the discarded life vest and fled toward the shoreline, cheeks flushed with a scold that was mostly play. Alone at the water's edge, Lin Luochu washed her face and chastised herself softly for being careless even in sleep. She scolded Chu Yi in faint mutters more for the way he laughed at her than for any real grievance, and, despite herself, felt the corners of her mouth lift as memory of his teasing gaze warmed her. Women's hearts, as the island had taught her, were at once inscrutable and quick to betray softness. She sat a while longer, listening to the tireless surf before returning to the makeshift camp to gather what she needed for the day. After checking the traps near Camponi yielded a single rabbit, Chu Yi slung the crossbow across his back and ventured into the forest's deeper shades. The island's size remained a mystery. The jungle thickened and swallowed familiar paths until he could no longer be certain which way would lead him home. He kept moving, marking his passes where he could, driven by the need to secure more provisions for both of them. He came upon traces of wild boar where he had seen them before, but the tracks had gone cold. Deeper still, in a small clearing rimmed with ferns, a lone young boar lowered its snout to a muddy pool. Chu Yi crouched and stalked, the muscles of his thighs coiled with careful patience. At 7 or 8 meters, he drew the crossbow, released. The first bolt struck the creature's neck, sending it into a panic. A second shot found its eye, and the boar collapsed after a desperate few thrashes. It was young, perhaps 5 or 6 months, sufficient to sustain 2 people for days, a bounty that eased his mind about the coming nights. Ahead loomed a great tree, its lowest branch within a desperate reach. Chu Yi launched himself, hands clasping rough bark, and hauled his weight upward. The tiger screeched in frustration below, pacing, testing the trunk with enormous paws, and attempting futile heavy climbs. From his perch, he taunted the animal, part bravado to hide his fatigue, part strategy to make clear he would not surrender the height. Night approached, the forest folded into bruised shadow. He found a narrow fork of branches and braced himself against the trunk, every nerve taut, but impotent save for the sleepy hope that the predator would eventually lose interest. Hunger gnawed at him as dusk deepened into night. He had eaten little since that morning's scant breakfast, and the hours on the tree had done nothing to ease his appetite. Yet sleep overpowered him in spite of the tiger below. He permitted himself a wary doze, telling himself he would not descend until dawn. The tiger, patient as an ancient sentinel, waited at the base of the tree, as if bargaining time for the meat that still scented the air. The island's darkness made every small noise an accusation. Lin Luochu replayed their shared moments at the camp, laugh that escaped him when Shed dozed on his shoulder, the practical tenderness with which he prepared their tool sand, each memory both soothed and intensified her dread. She remained awake, hands clinging to the thin hope that his footsteps would soon return along the familiar trail. The sea kept its rhythm, a slow, persistent measure against the hush of the trees. Chu Yi awoke to a chorus of birds. Dawn had already crept across the sky. He realized with a soreness that ran through his limbs that sleeping propped against a tree had been an ordeal. Glancing down, he found the tiger gone. He did not descend hastily. Tigers are cunning, one never knew if the beast lay hidden, waiting for the moment a weary man slipped from the branches. Only after patient observation convinced him the predator had truly departed did Chu Yi ease himself to the ground. Disoriented by the previous night's flight, Chu Yi could not say with certainty where he stood. He only remembered running and the terror that had propelled him without thought for direction. To avoid a recurrence of encounter, he chose to walk left, reasoning that he had fled right the night before. Along his path, he found a wild fruit tree bearing only a few exhausted fruits, likely stripped by other animals. He pried 2 down and ate them greedily, the simple sweetness a small consolation. The scale of the island surprised him. The ground he had explored these past days was but a fragment of its whole. Tigers prowled the forest's fringe, deeper within likely lurked far grimmer beasts. Having appraised the land as best he could, Chu Yi descended and set off toward the shelter. He feared Lin Luochu would be anxious for his absence and resolved to return before nightfall. He reached the shelter in the afternoon to find Lin Luochu curled in a corner, her sobs stilled into a fragile silence. Gently he touched her shoulder, her lovely face lifted, eyes rimmed with tears. The sight unloosed her restraint, and she threw herself into his arms, weeping aloud and scolding him for abandoning her. Chu Yi soothed her, offering soft assurances that he had returned and would no longer leave her alone. She clung to him, confessing the fear that had kept her sleepless and prone to worry. He held her closed fingers, tracing gentle circles on her back until the tension in her shoulders eased. The scent of her hair, delicate and faint, consoled him. In a tender, impulsive moment, he raised her chin and kissed her. Lin Luochu surrendered to the warmth of the gesture, but shy and inexperienced halted him before their embrace deepened, asking that they stop. Chu Yi relented, at once murmuring his compliance into her ear and drawing her once more into his protective embrace. A hollow sound from Lin Luochu's belly broke the hush. She had not eaten since midday the day before, having meant to wait for him. Worry had robbed her of appetite. He rose to prepare food, lighting a fire and roasting the lone rabbit they possessed. The memory of the tiger stealing his boar filled him with incandescent anger, and the need to replenish their provisions took on new urgency. When the rabbit was done, he offered it whole to her. She accepted gratefully, yet unable to finish it alone, tearing a half for him. They ate together in companionable silence until the meal was gone. He urged her to rest and promised to check the traps. Lin Luochu pleaded that he not wander far. He kissed her forehead, promised speed, and slipped into the trees. He inspected 3 traps to no avail. The 4th had been sprung, but held nothing. Gonly smears of blood on a wooden peg, evidence that a rabbit had been trapped, wounded yet escaped. Chu Yi searched the nearby undergrowth for a wounded animal and found none, his hope ebbing at the fruitlessness. Returning to the shelter, he found Lin Luochu asleep, breathing even and untroubled. He did not disturb her. Instead, he made arrow shafts from gathered sticks, and thinking back to where she had once dug clams, ventured to the rocky shore. The tide had retreated, exposing reefs and shallow pools. There he found a small fish trapped in a tide pool and threaded it on cord, mindful that the daily rhythm of tides offered a bounty to those who watched. He recalled the idea of a fish trap fashioned from remaining rushes. With 1 fish caught and the promise of future foraging, he turned back toward camp, plans forming in his mind for securing more reliable food sources before their provisions ran dangerously low. Lin Luochu slept until the fall of night before stirring. She glanced about the shelter, and finding Chu Yi absent felt a brief spike of anxiety. The fire before their refuge still burned, however, and when she was about to call his name, his silhouette emerged from behind the blaze like someone summoned by the light itself. Lin Luochu's ears twitched at the whisper, yet she pretended not to have heard, though his expression betrayed his levity. Nothing, he recovered quickly. Are you hungry? They'll go prepare something. She could not help the faint, indulgent smile that touched her lips in her own mind. She called him a fool, though her tone was fond. Chu Yi returned with a fish speared upon a stick, drying and sizzling at the fire's edge. He explained that he had caught it upon the reef earlier that afternoon and had set the new trap in the sea. Lin Luochu regarded him with a mixture of astonishment and admiration. You are remarkable. How do you manage to know so much? He puffed up with frivolous pride. Of course I do. I am a genius who can do anything. She scolded him with a soft snort. The fish roasted quickly, its skin blistered and oil glistened. Appetite stirred in Lin Luochu, and what began as a modest meal became a small celebration, 12 hungry souls consuming a generous 3-pound fish between them with a swift intimacy that erased the day's hardships. They lay side by side beneath their makeshift shelter, their shoulders closed, though separated by no official intimacy beyond the shared warmth. The life jacket they had salvaged lay between them, repurposed as a pillow for 2 heads. The small domesticity of Itwo people sharing a single resting place made Lin Luochu's heart flutter and made her uneasy in equal measure. She remembered with a blush the afternoon's closeness and the improvised intimacy that had followed. Sleep, she murmured. We must continue searching for food in the morning. Chu Yi, never bashful where whimsy offered itself, suggested with boyish audacity a good-night kiss. She called him a rogue and turned her back. He closed his eyes and let the island's small peace carry him into sleep. Dawn found Lin Luochu curled upon him, her body warm and soft against his. Chu Yi remained still, savoring the quiet softness of the moment. When she stirred, slowly opening eyes that reflected the pale dawn, she found his face close at hand. Good morning, Lin Luochu, he whispered with a smile. The two dedicated the day to tasks of endurance. Chu Yi fashioned long lengths of hemp rope from harvested huangma, understanding that the survival of 2 people on a barren island required redundant tools and reserves. He wound rope after rope while Lin Luochu attended to domestic chores and small foraging expeditions. There was a stern practicality to their companionship, a rhythm of necessity that allowed tenderness to emerge between duties. At midday, while Lin Luochu stepped toward the reef for privacy, she returned hurriedly, breathless and flush with alarm. Chu Yi, look, there are people over there. She pointed eastward with trembling fingers. Squinting in the direction she indicated, he saw 4 figures advancing along the sand, their silhouettes sharp against the sun-drenched surf. He slipped his machete into his belt, posture tightening with the unfamiliarness of unexpected company. Zhang Chong ate with a contented simplicity, cheeks glistening with oil and praise. Manager Chu, you have skill, he said between bites, sincere admiration in his tone. Yin Zixin took her portion and observed Lin Luochu with a small measured glance before eating, while Zhang Hao finished his fish quickly and with a confidence that bordered on entitlement asked if more remained. Chu Yi noted the man's corpulence and felt a prickle of irritation, but he quelled it, mindful of the solidarity required in such misfortune. There is only 1 rabbit and a fowl left with some foraged berries, Chu Yi answered evenly. They were meant to sustain Lin Luochu and me for 2 days. If you are still hungry, I will roast another rabbit. His tone carried the calm firmness of someone who would not be pressured into relinquishing all that he and Lin Luochu had secured. At the mention of Lin Luochu, Zhang Hao's expression flickered with something less congenial. A shadow crossed his face before he smoothed it into a courteous smile and offered to content himself with berries. Lin Luochu remained silent for the duration, an island goddess, once more retaking the mantle of the composed, distant manager she had been in the office. The intimacy of the shore and the day's shared labors had softened her edges, but in the presence of others, she reassembled her polished reserve. The atmosphere held an uneasy balance between reunion and the reminders of ordinary hierarchies. They were for a moment survivors together on a strip of sand beneath the surface, the social currents that had defined their world before the island remained at work. Yet tonight, as fires burned and new alliances formed in the light, the island closed around them, like a second skin, practical, relentless, and occasionally generous, teaching that survival would be not only a matter of food and water, but of temper, restraint, and the quiet discipline of deciding whom to trust. When Chu Yi asked if anyone had seen passing ships or aircraft, the answer was a unanimous negative. The absence of rescue convinced them that they must depend entirely on themselves. Chu Yi assumed a steadying role, refusing to extinguish the fragile hope that kept them from despair. He urged unity and cooperation, insisting that together they could weather this trial until aid arrived. Privately, however, Chu Yi felt a prickle of resentment. He had only recently cultivated a tender closeness with Lin Luochu, and the sudden appearance of these additional survivors stirred an unwelcome jealousy. Practical questions followed. To the south, the island rose into high, forbidding mountains, and someone mentioned dense jungle that had not yet been explored. Chu Yi warned that the trek south would consume days, and that the jungle harbored wild beasts. He spoke casually of past encounters with tiger and wild boar, claims that elicited shock and admiration from some, and uneasy laughter from others. Zheng Hao lavished flattering compliments, a behavior that silently irritated Chu Yi. In his view, Zheng Hao's smooth politeness masked an opportunism that had long soured workplace relations back home. That evening, Chu Yi smoked and roasted what remained of their provisions and apportioned modest portions to all. He fashioned additional bows and arrows, giving each of the men one shaft, and training them on the sand until their shots were less wayward. Only one shelter existed, so the three women were allotted its sparse protection, while the men made do with banana leaves and grass laid outside. Chu Yi resented being displaced from the more intimate shelter that had belonged to himself and Lin Luochu, but he concealed that vexation beneath the necessity of leadership. When sleep finally came, it was uneasy and thin, haunted by responsibilities and private irritations. In the hush of the night, a sudden urge roused Chu Yi. Upon stepping outside, he discovered that Zheng Hao and Yin Zixin were missing from the shelter. An uneasy silence sent him searching, and he soon caught a muffled exchange behind a large tree not far from their camp. He overheard Yin Zixin's startled protest and Zheng Hao's crude entreaties. The scene was awkward and charged with impropriety. Chu Yi, recognizing the breach of trust and resisting the base temptation to spy, withdrew to the shelter and did not intrude further. He let the night absorb the incident, knowing that the fragile fabric of their makeshift society had just been frayed and would require careful tending at dawn. Chu Yi woke to an empty baiwozuo and found only sleeping companions around him. Scanning the shoreline, he discovered Lin Luochu in the Jiashik, rising with the dawn to gather clams for breakfast. He approached with a gentle smile and teased Lin Luochu up so early. She returned his jest with a sharp eye roll and a mellifluous retort that the sun had long since warmed the sand. Lin Luochu had come to the rocks to fill their morning with modest provisions. Piles of clams lay at her feet. Chu Yi inferred she must have risen before dawn. When she offered the bounty, she murmured with a hint of bashfulness that she feared his appetite might outstrip their haul. His heart quickened at her coyness, for the cool, austere facade she presented to others dissolved completely in his presence. After she finished gathering, Lin Luochu climbed up onto the rocks. Before she could protest, Chu Yi swept her into his arms and claimed in mock hunger, "You said he eats a lot, so I shall feast on you first." He pressed a kiss to her mouth. She resisted with playful shame, whispering no. Chu Yi, yet her resistance softened, and she yielded to his audacity. When his hands grew bolder, she pushed him away, warning not here someone might see. Her cheeks flushed, and her gaze clouded with desire, an effect that made Chu Yi ache to protect and adore her. She straightened her clothes and splashed seawater across her face to compose herself, chiding him in a half-scold, half-tender voice that he was to blame for their conspicuousness. He merely grinned and brushed her hair back, soothing her with gentleness. Together they returned to the baiwozuo with their morning spoils. At the shelter, Lin Xiaoling was already awake and quick to notice the pair's intimate aura. She teased them mercilessly, speculating that the famously aloof Lin Luochu had succumbed to Chu Yi's charms. Lin Luochu shot Chu Yi an aggrieved look, unable to conceal the mix of embarrassment and possessive irritation. Zhang Chong meanwhile busied himself collecting coconuts, while others, Zheng Hao and Yin Zixin, still slept, victims of a late, ill-advised liaison the previous night that had left them restless. After a brisk breakfast, Chu Yi apportioned the day's tasks and led a small party into the jungle, opting to explore westward along a route he had not yet trodden. Lin Luochu followed, occasionally flinching as branches and vines lashed at her legs. Though he could have insisted she remain at baiwozuo, Chu Yi's private wish to keep her close prevailed. He kept clearing a path ahead of her, attentive to every scratch she might suffer. They approached the fallen boar, and Chu Yi's arrow had pierced its skull cleanly, while Zhang Chong's found the abdomen. Ever vigilant, Chu Yi kept watch for predators as they dispatched and quartered the carcass. They divided the meat into 4 portions, lashed them to poles with hemp rope, and prepared to shoulder their burdens for the trek home. The discovery meant sustenance for days, yet the absence of fresh water to the west suggested a logistical rethink. Perhaps the baiwozuo itself would have to be relocated. While they shouldered their share, Zhang Chong could not help but voice his astonishment at Chu Yi's lethal marksmanship. He guessed, and Chu Yi confirmed with quiet reserve, that he had spent years in the army before leaving the service. Zhang Chong's admiration was plain, a flash of respect for the man who had lately seemed nothing more than a fortunate leader. As they trudged toward baiwozuo with heavy loads, Lin Luochu lagged behind, every step a strain. Observing her difficulty, Chu Yi set down his burden and disappeared into the foliage. In less than 10 minutes, he returned with broad, fresh banana leaves. With methodical fingers, he trimmed and fashioned them into coverings, wrapping Lin Luochu's thighs, calves, and forearms with soft protective layers secured by hemp twine. The improvised armor left only her head and neck exposed, and spared her tender skin from further tearing. Lin Luochu moved tentatively, then with relief testing the comfort of his handiwork. Warmth and gratitude glowed in her voice as she thanked him. He stroked her hair and whispered close to her ear a possessive assurance that her safety mattered to him because she belonged to him. She scolded him with a light, blushing rebuke, calling him a rogue eye, and beneath her words lay the flush of being claimed and an intimacy that neither of them could deny. Returning to the camp, Chu Yi hoisted the wild boar upon a branch and handed a freshly opened coconut to Lin Lu. He noticed Zheng Hao sprawled beneath the shade asleep. With a nudge he roused him. Bewildered, Zheng Hao blinked and demanded why he had been awakened. Chu Yi, brow furrowed, scowled and asked where the two women had gone. Zheng Hao sat up, glanced about with equal confusion, and admitted he had no idea. Irritated by the indifference, Chu Yi directed Zhang Chong to kindle the fire and set about dressing the boar himself, instructing Lin Luochu to rest within the shelter. They divided the roasted boar into 6 allocations and began to eat. The meat's fragrance pleased them, though they lamented the lack of condiments that might have rendered it perfect. Amid the meal, Zhang Chong roused Zheng Hao, who stumbled to his feet and devoured a portion with greasy relish, praising Chu Yi's prowess and casting leering glances toward Lin Luochu. She turned away, stifling her distaste, while Chu Yi said nothing. Night fell with a hush. Stars pricked the sky, and the moon silvered the placid sea. A breeze lifted the thin surf in rhythmic sighs that stroked the shore. Wearied by the day's exertions, the group succumbed to sleep. The embers of the fire guttered and went out, leaving the camp cloaked in soft darkness. A piercing cry ruptured the tranquility of the night. Chu Yi was jolted awake. He seized his bow and felt for the military saber at his hip, then traced the sound through the darkness. Others in the shelter roused as well. Lin Luochu hurried to his side and asked in a hushed voice what had occurred. Chu Yi cast a quick, cautious glance around the refuge, and then toward Zhang Chong, whispering that Zheng Hao and Yin Zixin were missing. The cry sounded again. From the blackness, 2 figures hurtled toward the shelter, Zheng Hao and Yin Zixin, chased by something unseen. Only 2 phosphorescent green eyes betrayed the predator's presence. Wolves, Chu Yi uttered and loosed several arrows at the lurid lights. The shots staggered the nearest pursuers, but did not halt them. He shouted to Zhang Chong to make a fire. Zhang fumbled with friction tools and grew increasingly desperate as more pairs of green lights winked into being. The murmuring dread of a wolf pack closing in intensified. Remembering a lighter he had found at the shoreline, Chu Yi produced it and flung it to Zhang. With a stubborn flick, the flames sprang to life, and they fed the blaze until it roared. Make more torches, enlarge the fires, Chu Yi commanded. Obedient Zhang gathered abundant dry wood and kindling, arranging 3 bonfires in a triangular guard around the shelter. Chu Yi seized a stout branch from the flames and ran outward, Lin Luochu's voice trailing behind him in anxious warning. He positioned himself between the shelter and the 2 exhausted companions, brandishing the blazing torch and taunting the wolves. The animals halted, wary of the fire, arrayed in a fan's-haped line. Chu Yi ordered everyone to hold a torch and to pile on more fuel. Arrows were loosed toward the advancing eyes. Even Lu Xiling, whose draw could not match the distance, managed the occasional shot. The wolves surged. The first leapt upon them, and Chu Yi struck the ground to send up a spray of embers, plunging his torch into the beast's face and blinding it. Another lunge for Chu Yi. Zhang Chong met it with a heavy club and felled it. A third was shattered by a forceful blow that sent it sprawling. As one wolf turned toward Zheng Hao, trembling and frozen with terror, Zhang battered it away with his torch and stemmed the assault. In the melee, Chu Yi hammered at another wolf's leg with his club, then drew his saber and flung it with desperate precision. The blade struck true, wounding a wolf's eye. The injured animal bled and fled into the thicket. A distant wolf lifted its head, howled twice to the night, and vanished after its companions. Chu Yi returned to the shelter, retrieved the saber stuck in the earth, and surveyed the group. "Are you all unharmed?" he asked. Lin Luochu regarded him with a tender, assured smile and replied that she had known he would protect them. Yin Zixin, still pale from fear, glanced between Lin Luochu and Chu Yi with a spark of curiosity. Chu Yi instructed them to rest. He and Zhang Chong would keep watch through the night, wary of the cunning pack that might return, then stepped back outside to assume vigil. At dawn, Chu Yi roused the camp and found Zhang Chong still by the fire. He sent him back to sleep and went to inspect the site where the wolves had attacked. There lay a wolf, an arrow lodged in its eye. It must have been the first to charge and the first to fall. A careful search revealed no other wounded wolves nearby. The rest had fled. Chu Yi carried the carcass back to the shelter and set a slab of boar meat on the coals to roast. As the meat sizzled, an uneasy realization struck him. The wolf pack had not arrived by chance. The blood of the boar they had hunted had likely led them here, tracking the scent until they reached the camp. Had the wolves launched a stealthy assault in the dark, the cost might have been far greater. He felt the chill of that thought and was grateful for their narrow escape. Before noon, Chu Yi retrieved the fish traps from the rocks and found 3 mullet, each weighing about 2 jin. He cleaned and cooked them on the beach and brought the catch back to the camp to share. One by one the others stirred into wakefulness, their exhaustion from the previous night's battle evident. They needed rest this day, a chance to mend and to plan. Gathered around the fire and sharing Chu Yi's food, the group replayed the night's terror. Lu Shaoling asked why the wolves had attacked, and Chu Yi explained tersely that the beasts were following the boar's blood. He reminded them that wolves are social animals with strong organization. The contingent that struck them had not been large. Had even a few more wolves joined, the outcome might have been disastrous. He glanced at Zheng Hao, who sat with a guilty expression. Chu Yi warned that wolves held grudges, and that those wounded would likely test the camp again once they recovered. The notion sent a fresh wave of unease through the circle. Lin Luochu asked if they might face another assault that very night. Chu Yi judged otherwise. The pack had suffered heavy losses and would need time to recuperate. Still, the island's danger remained undeniable and immediate. Lu Shaoling admitted her growing despair at the lack of rescue. Half a month had passed without a sign. Chu Yi answered with pragmatic counsel. Regardless of when help might come, they must first secure their own survival. He ordered the women to begin archery lessons at once, while he Zhang Chong and Zheng Hao would fashion more weapons. Fortune had favored them this time, he said, but luck could not be relied upon. The group responded with determined nods, their trust in Chu Yi evident. A moment of embarrassment followed when Lu Shaoling pressed Chu Yi about the previous night's peculiar circumstance near the trees involving Zheng Hao and Yin Zixin. Caught under everyone's gaze, Zheng Hao stammered an explanation. Yin Zixin, cheeks flushed, confirmed that she had suffered a sudden stomachache during the night, and not wishing to disturb others had asked Zheng Hao to accompany her to a spot farther from the camp. The story satisfied some and irritated others. Lin Luochu's contempt for Zheng Hao's cowardice deepened as she recalled his panicked behavior against the wolves. That afternoon, the women practiced archery on the beach while Chu Yi and the men whittled spear shafts and crafted 2 more bows and several arrows. They also set a second fish cage in the sea to bolster their provisions. Though the archers' power was modest at first, Chu Yi believed that steady practice would sharpen their skill and their confidence. He busied himself with practical tasks and kept a watchful eye on their dwindling supplies of coconuts and the absence of fresh water. Reliance on such scant resources could not endure. Recalling how he had once fled a tiger through the jungle and climbed a small mountain where other peaks rose nearby, Chu Yi proposed they explore those hills the following day. Perhaps they would find springs or safer ground. The group consented without hesitation. Chu Yi's leadership had become indispensable to survive on this forsaken isle. They would have to follow his judgment. That night they resumed the rotation of watches. Chu Yi kept the first watch, followed by Zheng Hao, and lastly Zhang Chong. The hours passed without incident, granting them a fragile reprieve and time to prepare for the uncertain days ahead. Dawn found Chu Yi and Lin Luochu already fed and equipped, bows slung over their shoulders and blades at their hips. They set off into the thicket. They followed the shoreline toward the east, trusting Chu Yi's memory that the small hill he had reached before lay only a couple of hours ahead. Conversation was sparse, the sun was muted, and the jungle felt damp and dim, the air heavy with the scent of foliage. Occasionally a bird's clear call pierced the hush, startling and brief. After they had marched for more than an hour, they came upon a wild fruit tree. Chu Yi proposed a rest beneath its canopy. Chu Yi climbed and plucked a few fruits. As he prepared to descend, a stinging blow landed on his back, as if something had been flung at him. He scanned the branches, but saw nothing. No sooner had he resumed reaching for fruit than another twig smacked his head. This time he looked up and saw perched on a nearby branch a small monkey baring its teeth at him. Anger flared in Chu Yi. He clambered down, knocked an arrow, and ready to teach the creature a lesson. Lin Luochu stopped him gently, her voice soft with calm reason. She explained that the fruit tree must be the monkey's feeding ground and that they had trespassed into its territory. Seeing Lin Luochu's compassionate expression, Chu Yi's ire subsided. He addressed the monkey in a teasing, conciliatory tone, promising to spare it in exchange for a few fruit. The little absurdity of the exchange made Lin Luochu smile, despite herself. They bantered about human origins and intelligence, light jests about monkey and ape ancestry, each proud and playfully obstinate. The moment of levity dissolved the tension, and they shared the fruit beneath the cooling lattice of leaves. Zheng Hao placed the lobster and crab over the fire, their shells blackening and scenting the air. After the meal he stretched out in the shade, yet his gaze kept returning to Lu Shaoling. She stooped nearby, gathering something from the ground. In the careless angle of her posture, Zheng Hao's imagination seized upon base indulgence. A coarse smile crossed his face as he indulged a lascivious fantasy. He rose and, adopting the pretext of leading the coconut-gathering party, summoned the others. Farther inland, Chu Yi and Lin Luochu reached the foothills of the small mountain Chu Yi had remembered. Their path led them over ridges and into a quiet expanse of sparse wildlife. Beyond the solitary monkey, there had been little sign of animals. They scaled the first rise and walked several kilometers, then found themselves before a larger chain of hillstone standing 200 meters high, with others clinging to its flank. They followed the contour at the base, and the trail steepened the mountain walls, closing in to form an abrupt cliff. The jungle thinned at the precipice, and they pressed on along its bottom. Beyond a final screen of undergrowth, the terrain opened into a broad clearing strewn with stones of various sizes. A narrow stream wound through the rocks and disappeared toward the cliff's edge, vanishing as if to feed some secret conduit inside the mountain. Lin Luochu's face lit up at the sight of running water. She darted to the bank and cupped the crystalline current, tasting it with childlike delight. The water was cool and faintly sweet, the unmistakable clarity of spring-born mountain water. She beckoned to Chu Yi, marveling at the freshness. He agreed, swallowing the slick, pure flow with relief. For two weary travelers, the discovery felt like deliverance. Chu Yi circled once and returned to Lin Luochu's side, finding her rinsing herself in the shallow stream. She glanced at him with a shy expression and murmured that the creek was too shallow for a proper bath. If it were deeper, she would have relished washing thoroughly. Since arriving on the island, she had not truly bathed, only rinsed in seawater, which left a clammy residue on the skin. The clear, cool creek water promised a rare comfort. A sudden peal of thunder rolled across the sky, and a torrent followed, instantly dimming the daylight. Chu Yi seized Lin Luochu's hand and hurried toward the cliff, hoping to find shelter from the deluge. The precipice offered no sanctuary from the rain, only steep rock faces draped with dense vine-like vegetation. Pressing his back to the cliff and grasping at the hanging vines, he guided them along the narrow ledge. Halfway along the traverse, Chu Yi felt the ground give beneath him. He stumbled backwards, saved only by his grip on the dangling vines. Steadying himself, he pushed aside the curtain of foliage and discovered a small cave nestled into the cliff face. Light filtered through a modest aperture in the roof, and rainwater trickled into the hollow before spilling down along the left wall and out past the second step of the cave's terraced floor. After ensuring no beasts inhabited the recess, Chu Yi escorted Lin Luochu inside. She had followed closely behind him and only realized the cave's existence when he pulled her within. The cavern was compact, perhaps 10 meters deep and 5 or 6 meters wide, with a terraced floor of 3 levels. The highest tier, occupying a small portion of the interior, would be snug, but serviceable for shelter. There were no traces of animal habitation, only scattered branches, leaves, and dried grass upon the earth. Seeing that Lin Luochu was soaked, water still beating upon her hair, Chu Yi gathered the dry fuel strewn about and sparked a fire with his lighter. He urged her to warm herself beside the flames, and she reciprocated the gesture by urging him to dry as well. Without hesitation, he stripped off his shirt and propped it on a stick by the blaze. The fire's glow warmed their damp bodies and lent a soft intimacy to the scene. Lin Luochu felt a flush rise to her cheeks at the sight of Chu Yi's bare torso, the light tracing the contours of his chest and abdomen. Embarrassed, she turned her gaze back to the flames. The storm persisted beyond 2 hours, but by evening their clothes had mostly dried. With night fully fallen, they ate a modest repast of wild fruit and prepared a makeshift bed of straw upon the highest terrace of the cave. The rain continued to drum against the cliff outside. There was no chance of returning to their coastal camp that night, so they resolved to stay until morning and fetch the others when the weather relented. When they emerged from the cave, the sky had cleared, and the air felt exquisitely fresh after the storm. Chu Yi knelt at the stream and drank deeply of the crystalline water, then glanced back at the vine-covered cliff face that had so carefully concealed the cave. Had they not brushed aside the dense vines, the refuge would have remained hidden. While Lin Luochu bathed and finished off the remaining wild fruit, Chu Yi took up his bow and ventured into the nearby woodland to seek sustenance. The forest here was taller and more fecund than the sapling thickets near the shore. Decayed leaves and broken branches lent the earth a rich humus scent. He scoured the understory, but found nothing until a gray hair burst from the grass. Chu Yi pursued it and loosed an arrow from short range, felling the creature by pinning one hind limb to the soil. He dispatched it humanely and returned to the stream with his prize. Lin Luochu greeted his return with delight. She applauded his skill at bringing food so swiftly. Ever the jester, Chu Yi ascribed the hunt to fortune's favor and teased that the heavens must be smiling upon Lin Luochu. When she queried whether the heavens had gifted him anything else, he leaned forward conspiratorially, whispering words that sent a sudden blush across her face. She swatted at him in mock outrage and accused him of impropriety, while he darted away, laughing, to prepare the hare downstream. By the time they returned to the shelter, it was nearly noon. Zhang Chong and the others were turning strips of wild boar over the coals. When Chu Yi and his companions appeared, Zhang Chong took another slab of meat from a tree branch and set it on the fire to join the others. Lu Shaoling remained as vivacious as ever. She sprang to her feet and exclaimed with relief and theatrical worry, "Manager Chu Luo, Chu Yu finally came back. I was so worried last night." Lin Luochu inclined her head in acknowledgement, a small, composed response that dispelled some of the tension. Chu Yi glanced at each person around the fire before speaking to her. The rain was so heavy yesterday, we had to find shelter for the night, he said. Lu Xiaoling's face clouded with concern. Did you encounter any danger? She asked. Chu Yi smiled faintly and refused to prolong suspense. No immediate danger, but we did find something that should greatly improve our chances. Curiosity spread like wildfire. What surprise? Tell us, Manager Chu. Lu Xiaoling's eyes shone. The others wore expressions that balanced seriousness with hope. They all understood that whatever Chu Yi had discovered could mean a decisive difference for their survival. Chu Yi described their discovery with steady calm. Luochu and I found a small stream in the jungle, and beside it is a cave. The place is very suitable for us to live in. The news was met with jubilant relief. Really? That's wonderful. Does that mean I can finally take a proper wash? I haven't bathed in days, Lu Xiaoling blurted, half joking, half ecstatic. Earlier, while tasting the wild boar Chu, he had noticed the meat was starting to spoil. He decided the meat would serve better as bait than as supper. That afternoon, he and Zhang Chong fashioned 2 fish cages and loaded them with the boar meat. Chu Yi dispersed the traps to maximize their chances. They walked 2 kilometers along the reef to a rarely visited stretch and set the cages among the stones, anchoring them with hemp rope. As they prepared to leave, Chu Yi's eye caught a dark shape wedged among the rocks 10 meters away. He clambered over the jagged outcrops and discovered a black travel bag trapped in a crevice. The bag was soaked through. Curious, he opened it. Inside were women's garments and many packets of snacks, large bags of crisps, and similar items. Without inspecting everything in detail, Chu Yi carried the sodden bag back to the beach. At the camp, Zhang Chong asked what the bag contained. Women's clothes and snacks, Chu Yi answered coolly. He handed the bag to Lin Luochu. The instant she opened it, her face lit up. For months, she had worn little more than a vest and shorts unsuitable for the jungle and offering no protection from the sun. The clothing in the bag, dresses, jeans, t-shirts, a tracksuit, and even labeled underwear, were treasures. There were also bottles of shampoo and body wash, a thermos, and a manicure set. For 3 women who had not bathed or washed their hair for half a month, these items were almost miraculous. They examined the snacks with delight. The high-calorie food could sustain them in critical moments. Chu Yi observed that the bag must have floated because of the air inside the oversized bags of chips. The women agreed the garments had to be washed before being worn, and Lin Luochu advised restraint. Seawater would not cleanse properly and would leave an uncomfortable residue. They chose to wait until the new shelter to launder everything properly. For now, they shared a packet of chips and reveled in the small luxury. Later, Chu Yi sat alone beside the faded SOS sign he had arranged when he first arrived on the island. The banana leaves around it had desiccated over the weeks. He watched the horizon, where the sea lay as still and reflective as a mirror. The setting sun painted the water with gold and crimson, a spectacle both tranquil and overwhelming. Lin Luochu came to sit beside him without a word. She asked softly what he was thinking. He replied that he was only admiring the grand view. She saw there was more behind his calm and simply stayed with him. After a while, Chu Yi spoke in a voice that broke the peaceful silence. What if we can't go back? He asked. Lin Luochu turned to him. The sunset traced a gentle line across his profile and softened the depth in his gaze. She spoke with earnest conviction, telling him that whether they returned or not, he had already done well. Because of him, everyone had suffered less. He had worked to give them a better chance at living. She believed he would continue to protect them, and if they could never return to their former lives, she would remain by his side. Chu Yi met her eyes and said nothing more. He wrapped his arms around her and murmured that he would protect her always. She returned his embrace and answered simply that she trusted him. They sat there together in companionable silence while the rest of the camp respected their privacy. Only Zheng Hao watched them with a faint, inscrutable expression. Lu Xiaoling rested her chin on her hands and sighed dreamily, likening the pair to a legendary couple from a wuxia tale. At the edge of the encampment, Yin Zixin looked on, a complex emotion crossing her face as she observed the two embraced. As evening settled, the survivors roasted the last of the wild boar, leaving only the fish caught in the past 2 days hanging in the trees. The camp's supply of coconuts dwindled to a dozen. They reserved a few for the morrow and opened the rest. In the hush after the meal, the group shared a quiet satisfaction at their modest yet hard-won provisions. Packing was brisk. Chu Yi shouldered the roll from the previous day. Zhang Chong bound the morning's catch with hemp cord, skewering the fish and crustaceans on 2 poles, so he and Zheng Hao could shoulder them between them. The 3 women bore life jackets, bows, spare shafts, and the wooden spears they had fashioned. There was little else to carry, so they decided to leave the old shelter behind and set forth into the jungle. They set about the work at once. Chu Yi felled trees in the forest to fashion simple tools and the framing for the wash pits. Zhang Chong, Zheng Hao, and Yin Zixin began excavating the first basin, while Lin Luochu and Lu Xiaoling entered the cave to tidy it. Inside the cave offered a cool respite. Their delighted murmurs filled the cavern as they discovered a faint, pleasant chill and natural shelter. They assembled a pile of leafy branches and dry grass in a corner and set it alight to drive out insects, then swept the interior with broad leafy boughs until the cave felt airy and clean. Chu Yi returned with 4 uniform trunks, each about 2 meters long and as thick as a bowl. He carved parallel channels into opposing faces of each log designed to receive slender poles. Around the first basin, he had dug a circular pit approximately 2 meters across and some 60 centimeters deep. He dug 4 post holes spaced about 3 meters apart. He set the grooved logs into these holes and began packing narrow sticks into the grooves from above, locking them into place until each face formed a sturdy wall. They repeated the process to erect 3 sides of the enclosure, leaving an opening for a door which Chu Yi would fashion last. He instructed them to line the pit with smooth river stones and to scatter smaller pebbles across the bottom. This would scour the water and keep it clear once the stream flowed in. At dawn, a solitary leaf drifted through the small aperture in the cave ceiling and settled upon Chu Yi's face. He opened his eyes, plucked the leaf away, and glanced up at the round shaft of light. Sunbeams slanted through it to form an oval on the ground. He tossed the leaf aside, rose, and stepped out of the cave into the cool rainforest morning. The air was crisp and invigorating. The faint tang of decaying foliage mingled with the sweet perfume of blossoms. Chu Yi inhaled deeply, savoring the clarity of the woods. At the creek, he drank and washed his face, then set about kindling a fire. Looking toward the smooth cliff face beneath the precipice, he envisioned a simple hearth to make cooking more convenient. Others emerged soon after. Lin Luochu saw he was preparing breakfast and came to help. She asked why he had risen so early. Chu Yi answered lightly that a soldier's instincts did not easily sleep away. Years in the service had taught him to awaken at the slightest stir. Lin Luochu, anxious for his well-being now that they had a stable shelter, urged him not to overwork himself. He reassured her with a smile. After the meal, the group resumed their labors. The second pit had been completed. Chu Yi processed timber and entrusted other tasks to Zhang Chong before heading into the forest to set traps near the spot where he had once felled a rabbit. The forest here was dense and ancient, trunks so broad that 3 men would be needed to encircle some canopies towering beyond sight. While returning toward camp, Chu Yi noticed a sudden quiver in the undergrowth. He raised his bow. A pheasant burst forth, and he released an arrow that felled it instantly. Pushing aside the grass, he discovered a nest with more than 20 eggs. For a moment, compassion stirred. He admired how even a wild bird protected its young, yet he gathered the eggs and the bird without hesitation. Survival in this place brooked no sentimental excess. Back at camp, he handed the game to Lin Luochu for processing. Zhang Chong and others had finished assembling the second wash pit and diverting water. A third, more rudimentary basin would be sited further away. Its purpose was utilitarian for cleaning carcasses so as not to foul the main water supply. He retreated to the creek to douse his face until the heat within him cooled. When the 3 emerged 2 hours later, hair damp and expressions refreshed, they displayed their garments upon the rack. Their clothing was scant and delicate lacy pieces and minimal undergarments. The sight stirred Chu Yi's blood and his cheeks flamed. The women laughed at his awkwardness. Lin Luochu scolded him teasingly for peering. Embarrassed and flustered, he fled toward the men's wash pit, plunging his head beneath the creek until he felt steadier. Zhang Hao lay sleeping in the cave. Zhang Chong had gone to fetch timber for a table. Unaware of the earlier scene, they returned to the rhythms of the camp. The women, fresh from their wash, sat together chatting as they dried their hair. When Chu Yi re-emerged shirtless, their faces flushed with a different kind of warmth. Lu Shaoling stole a bashful glance and found herself tempted by his well-conditioned form, though an inner admonition reminded her of Chu Yi's loyalty to Lin Luochu. Yin Zixin laughed openly and complimented his physique, while Lin Luochu regarded him with mock irritation. In less than an hour, they reached the eastern beach. The sand and surf resembled the northern shore, though, with far fewer coconut palms. Chu Yi turned to Zhang Chong and asked if he had ever been here. Zhang Chong admitted with candid honesty that they had landed nearer the northern shore and had only marched in one direction. This stretch was new to him. Chu Yi nodded, assigned Zhang Chong to fell wood and construct fish traps, and said he and Lin Luochu would inspect the shoreline. There was no need to revisit the north where Zhang Chong had already searched. They tended the fire carefully. Chu Yi stirred the brine with a stick to prevent scorching, watching for crystalline formation. Once substantial crystals formed, he skimmed and collected them upon an iron lid, then crushed the salt into coarse grains to be rinsed later with fresh water, an essential step to remove impurities. While Zhang Chong watched the blaze, Chu Yi and Lin Luochu returned to the reef to forage. The tide had retreated to its lowest, revealing broad swaths of rock. In a shallow pool, Chu Yi seized a crab and some small fish. Lin Luochu gathered a quantity of shellfish and small mollusks. They ate a modest meal and then resumed their tasks. Chu Yi muttered under his breath, convinced the creature thought itself safe beneath the stone. He examined the rock. It was not large, perhaps 70 or 80 jin, and only shallowly embedded in the sand. Beneath it, there seemed to be a hollow, otherwise how could such a large, high man have concealed itself? He rose, gripped the edges of the stone, and with a heavy heave overturned it. Having gathered the coastal provisions and their prize, the three of them left the reef. Zhang Chang continued boiling salt. Chu Yi glanced at the iron lid and estimated 3 to 4 gin of salt, enough to sustain them for a season. Once this kettle finishes, let's head back. This salt will last us a while, Chu Yi told Zhang Chang. Zhang nodded with his simple, earnest face. When he saw the eel, Chu Yi carried astonishment lit his features. What is that? It looks like a giant huangshan, but so large, he asked. Zhang Chang had never been to the sea nor tasted much seafood and could not identify an eel. Chu Yi explained patiently, it is a high man, the flesh is excellent. When the last pot of salt was ready, Chu Yi cut banana leaves from the jungle, wrapped the salt within, and bound the parcel with hemp cord. They placed the gathered seafood into the iron bucket. Zhang Chang volunteered to shoulder the pollion, and bearing the eel, the other the bucketan, slung it across his shoulders. As they entered the forest, Chu Yi led the way with his machete, slicing a passage. Now and then a pheasant burst from cover or a rabbit bounded out. When he missed a shot, he did not pursue. They were not starving, only what he could successfully bring down would be taken home. Even so, along the path, he brought down a pheasant and 2 rabbits. Further on, he discovered a wild fruit tree identical to the one they had seen upon arrival on the island. Its branches sagged with fruit, many ripening to a mellow yellow and some to a golden hue. Run! Chu Yi shouted. Lin Luochu and Zhang Chang had already shouldered their packs and fled for the camp. Chu Yi evaded the hurled projectiles, seized his bow, loosed an arrow at the oncoming line, then turned and sprinted toward their shelter. The monkeys pursued, hurling their arsenal now and then. A nut or a pebble found its mark. Irritated, Chu Yi muttered that they had overstepped bounds. He found a clear opening and let loose another arrow, this one striking an ape's forelimb and bringing it tumbling from a branch. The troop pressed on, relentless. He could not permit them to follow all the way into camp, so he resolved to draw them away. He'll lure them off. You two run to the camp, he called to Lin Luochu and Zhang Chang. Lin Luochu glanced back with worry, but understood his intent and fled with Zhang Chang. Chu Yi veered to the right, and the monkeys, almost as if fixated upon him alone, kept pace in hot pursuit, pelting him incessantly. After a dozen strikes, his patience snapped. He stopped, turned, and drew the bow with a grim determination he had not felt before. This shot was lethal and precise. The arrow flew and found the brow of a monkey, which fell from its perch. The troop hesitated, then redoubled its fury, pelting him with a fresh storm of branches and stones. As fatigue and frustration mounted, Chu Yi considered how to shake this pursuit. Then a cavernous roar, deep and sonorous, rolled through the shadowed woods. He stopped dead. The cacophony silenced the forest. When he turned, the troop had vanished. He crouched in concealment, heart pounding, searching for movement. There was none. After a time, he peered at the sun through the canopy and checked his watch to confirm bearings. Satisfied, he rose and hurried away from that dark, oppressive strip of forest, muttering to himself that whatever creature had boomed, he would not wait to learn its name. Night had already fallen when Chu Yi emerged from the forest and returned to the camp. He immediately noticed Lin Luochu seated by the stream, staring blankly at the flowing water, her face burdened with anxious contemplation. Zhang Chang, carrying an iron pail, called out cheerfully at the sight of Chu Yi. Lin Luochu, startled by the voice, turned toward him with a mixture of grievance and relief. Without regard for the watching group, she sprang to her feet and flung herself into Chu Yi's embrace, her voice trembling with both reproach and attachment as she exclaimed how worried she had been. Chu Yi, taken aback, responded with gentle hands upon her hair and a soft whisper of reassurance. Lin Luochu pressed closer, half indignant and half fathering, threatening in a playful, possessive tone that she would not tolerate being made to worry again. He teased her lightly about being watched, which sent a momentary blush across her face as she suddenly remembered the eyes upon them. Around them, the camp fell silent, astonished by this unexpected intimacy from the woman they had always regarded as cool and distant. None dared disturb the pair. Instead, they observed with quiet curiosity. Lin Luochu, regaining composure, murmured defensively that there was nothing scandalous in what had occurred, while still clinging to Chu Yi. He both marveled and reveled in her confession, scarcely comprehending the swiftness of his own good fortune. When he dared to ask if she was confessing her feelings, she shyly yet proudly affirmed it, then smiled and walked back toward the camp, leaving him in a delightful daze. As Lin Luochu rejoined the others, she suggested they prepare a meal. The group reacted with surprise. Lu Xiaoling in particular exclaimed that this could not be the same aloof woman from the office. Yan Zixin displayed a more complicated expression, struggling to reconcile this tender Lin with the image she had known. Zheng Hao, standing by the cave mouth, watched with a predatory leer, his envy and malice barely concealed. Internally, he seethed with resentment, vowing that the proud woman who had once rebuffed him in the corporate corridors would one day be brought low before him. Chu Yi asked if there was anything to eat, and Zhang Chang confessed that they had lost their appetite until Chu Yi returned. He had already stoked the fire and in a large pail he simmered a wild fowl with sea snails, while on the grate lay an eel lobster and a wild rabbit. The aroma of the stew elicited eager appetites from the group, accustomed as they were to monotonous grilled fare. Lu Shaoling lamented the lack of proper bowls and longed for a sip of the fragrant broth. Chu Yi, remembering a small bamboo grove he had seen at the mountain's base the previous evening, proposed a solution. He and Zhang Chong set off, and within a short while returned with a length of bamboo. Beneath the campfire's glow, Chu Yi set to work with a steady, practiced hand, splitting and fashioning the bamboo into 6 small bowls, a simple spoon, and 3 pairs of chopsticks. Zhang Chong smoothed the rims to prevent splinters. The transformation of raw bamboo into serviceable tableware impressed the others, eliciting exclamations of admiration and playful adoration from Lu Shaoling. To everyone's surprise, Yin Zixin announced that she knew how to build a bamboo bed. She recounted childhood memories of a grandfather who was a carpenter and the countless hours she had spent watching him craft bamboo furnishings. Her knowledge of the principles and structures of bamboo work reassured the group, and Chu Yi invited the men to fell bamboo the next day while she instructed them. By the time the soup was seasoned, Zhang Chong arranged the roasted meats and fruit on a makeshift table and ladled steaming portions into the newly made bowls. The camp filled with the sounds of contentment as they ate. Lu Shaoling relished the meal and joked that it felt more like a holiday than a survival ordeal. Lin Luochu's expression softened with a fulfilled serenity, secretly grateful to the man at her side for securing their safety and comfort. Lu Shaoling mused that a little wine would make the evening perfect, a suggestion Chu Yi sternly rebuffed with good-humored severity. The remark, however, only served to amuse the others, who laughed and appreciated Chu Yi's constant ingenuity and care. As night deepened, the camp settled around embers and conversation. The small community, sustained by Chu Yi's resourcefulness and buoyed by Lin Luochu's unexpected warmth, found in that moment a fragile, hopeful domesticity amid the wilderness. When Lin Luochu and Lu Shaoling emerged, Zhang Chong greeted them with a shy, wide smile and told them he had already started the meal, so no one would wait. Lu Shaoling praised his industriousness and drifted off into the forest with Lin Luochu while the others roused themselves slowly. Chu Yi, relieved by the camp's improving provisions, allowed himself a longer sleep than usual. Closer to the undergrowth by the path, Lin Luochu discovered a cluster of pale purple wildflowers, each blossom no larger than a thumb, and knelt to dig one free. She did not notice a viper sliding silently from the grass beside her. Chu Yi, scanning the area, caught sight of the snake, just as Lin Luochu crouched with her small wooden stick. He froze, knowing a sudden sound might provoke the serpent, and that his heavy blade, the army knife, lay back at camp. Fearful of what isolation might mean, Chu Yi sat Lin Luochu down, placed her leg across his knee, and set himself to suck the wound, spitting out the blood with each desperate mouthful. He practiced the crude but immediate field remedy, carefully repeating the process until he could no longer draw any more venom-laden blood. After a long, tense pause, he urged her to stand and walk. She obeyed, circling twice and declaring she felt no ill effects. Only then did he allow himself a small measure of relief, aware that on this island there could be no hospital should complications arise. At the communal meal, a ripple of alarm cut through the chatter. "What? Luochu, you were bitten by a venomous snake?" Lu Shaoling cried, her concern plain as she stared at Lin Luochu. Chu Yi had warned them earlier about the perils of the forest and casually mentioned that Lin Luochu had been bitten that afternoon. Lin Luochu's cheeks were faintly flushed as she replied with a calmness that belied the danger, assuring them that Chu Yi had already sucked the venom from the wound and that she was well. Lu Xiaoling, who had always been terrified of snakes, pressed for details. When Chu Yi fixed his gaze on her and said matter-of-factly, "The very snake you are holding," a look of baffled horror crossed her face. She glanced at the meat in her hand and instantly dropped it with a shriek. Earlier she had been praising its flavor, now she realized she had been eating the roasted serpent that Chu Yi had retrieved, treated, and threaded on a skewer over the fire without announcing its origin. The camp erupted in a mixture of amusement and embarrassment. Lin Luochu protested innocently that she had assumed Lu Shaoling had eaten snake before, since she had been savoring it so readily. Embarrassment turned to curiosity, and Lu Xiaoling, after a moment of flustered mortification, admitted she had not known it was snake meat, but nevertheless conceded it was delicious. Their laughter dissolved the tension, and even Yin Zixin and the men who had long since accepted such fare ate with relish. As night fell and darkness swallowed the forest, the mood grew reflective. They had spent the day fashioning furniture-owned table and 2 bamboo bedstand. At this pace, Chu Yi hoped they could have several more beds by tomorrow, easing the discomfort of sleeping on the hard ground. He worried, however, over the silence from the outside world. Rescue seemed an abstraction, no sign of help had appeared. The thought of being stranded in the vast mid-Pacific gnawed at him. Each person sustained themselves upon the fragile belief that they might yet return to civilization. If that hope withered, their cohesion and will to survive would be imperiled. Shortly after they settled in the cave, a sharp cry fractured the night. Chu Yi sprang up to see Lin Luochu and Yin Zixin at his side. They followed the sound to the washing area, where Zheng Hao came running visibly flustered, and Zhang Chong stood by the basin rinsing the dishes. Lu Xiaoling stumbled out, eyes rimmed with tears, her voice trembling as she accused someone of peering at her while she bathed. She collapsed into weeping, proclaiming she had been invaded in her privacy. The scene was chaotic and raw. The sanctuary of their small camp had been breached. Accusations rippled through the group. Chu Yi, matching Zheng Hao's anxious expression with a grave stare, compelled him to provide an explanation. Zheng Hao responded with anger and denial, attempting to redirect blame toward Zhang Chong by reminding them that others had been near the basin. Zhang Chong, honest, if awkward by nature, protested fiercely, insisting he had not done such a thing, yet his flustered reaction and rustic demeanor made him an easy target. An escalating exchange turned ugly as Zheng Hao castigated Zhang Chong with coarse insults and threats to have him arrested, pressing the weaker man into the role of scapegoat. Before anyone could gather firm evidence, Zhang Chong, distraught and bewildered, bolted into the forest. The camp watched helplessly as his silhouette disappeared among the trees, leaving behind a tension that settled over them like a cold shadow. Lin Luochu watched the spot where Zhang Chong vanished and urged Chu Yi with palpable anxiety, beseeching him to retrieve the man before the night-swallowed forest could claim him. The darkness of the trees, she warned, was treacherous and anything might occur. From behind them came the jeering voice of Zheng Hao, taunting as he accused the fleeing figure and insinuated guilt. Lin Luochu confronted Zheng Hao without hesitation, demanding proof that the crime was not his. Zheng Hao faltered. His bravado depended on the absence of evidence. In his calculation, silence and doubt could be weaponized to shift blame, and as long as no one produced proof, he believed he was safe. They returned to the cave where the others sheltered. Lin Luochu supported Lu Xiaoling to a seat and quietly pressed for details. Yan Zixin shot a resentful glance at Zheng Hao. Contempt simmered beneath her eyes for his habitual leering and unscrupulous behavior. Lu Xiaoling, shaken but resolute, denied having seen the perpetrator clearly, yet insisted with certainty that it had been Zheng Hao. When Lin demanded corroboration, Xiaoling hesitated. She grasped the cruel reality that conviction without evidence could wrongly condemn an innocent, but she remained convinced of her accusation. The camp collectively knew Zheng Hao's predatory tendencies. His reputation had already eroded any presumption of goodwill. Chu Yi spoke with measured conviction about courage and stature. On the island, past hierarchies dissolved. Survival would be dictated by competence rather than office titles. Zheng Hao had weaponized Zhang's timidity, knowing he would not risk confrontation. The only antidote was to demonstrate strength through action. If Zhang could show capability, the contempt aimed at him would falter. The weak were prey, the capable commanded respect. His words found purchase in Zhang's heart. Though still aggrieved, Zhang felt a flicker of determination and gratitude for Chu Yi's faith in him. Relief softened Lin's features when the two men rejoined them. She admonished Zhang for his recklessness, though her rebuke was tempered by care. Zhang apologized, remorseful yet grateful for her concern and for Chu Yi's intervention. When urged to sleep by Chu Yi, Lin confessed she could not, and instead asked him to share the night by the stream and watch the moon. They walked to the water and sat Lin's head, finding the familiarity of his shoulder. The stream licked her feet with an icy, crystalline chill as moonlight painted her face in serene, melancholic beauty. Their conversation drifted from practical fears to quieter imaginings. Lin asked if they would ever return. She voiced the uncertainty without seeking an answer, merely testing the warmth of companionship in the void. Chu Yi inhaled the faint perfume of her hair and promised with gentle resolve that regardless of rescue or return, they would persist and live well. He spoke of resilience and the small affirmations of life that would salvage dignity even in exile. The moon, high and luminous, lent a solemn grace to the scene while the stream murmured its ceaseless cool lament. Playfulness soon dispelled some of the night's gravity. In a tender exchange, they teased about the absurdities of island life, children diapers, the scarcity of milk powder, and Chu Yi's roguish imagination painted impossible domesticities with a conspiratorial grin. Lin responded with mock indignation, a light rebuking pinch that betrayed her fondness. As their laughter mingled, the mood shifted when Lin rose to return to the cave. She offered him a coquettish smile and declared it was late. At that moment, a cloud slid across the face of the moon, casting the pair into shadow, and the island settled once more into its hush. The group persisted in weaving bamboo beds, and no one spoke again of the incident from the previous day. Lu Xiaoling worked close to Zhang Chong, laughing and teasing as she repaired the bamboo. Her easy intimacy flushed Zhang Chong's face. Nearby, Zheng Hao assisted Yan Zixin with joining strips of bamboo. He was acutely aware of the frosty reception he received from the others and of Lu Xiaoling's cautious distance, and his eyes darkened with resentment as he watched her banter with Zhang Chong. Yan Zixin smiled sweetly as she watched him, and in her own thoughts she cursed him for his past. Out loud she admonished, insisting Zheng Hao hand her a longer bamboo slat. Flustered, Zheng Hao hurriedly obliged. Then Yan Zixin called to Chu Yi, presenting him with a woven basket she had made that morning. Chu Yi inspected it with delight. The basket would spare him from carrying game on a pole and made their foraging far more convenient. Chu Yi gave a casual okay and set off with Lin Luochu. They did not immediately check the traps. Instead, they walked along the eastern coast toward the south, scanning the beach for anything of value. Driftwood and broken branches were the chief finds for several kilometers until they noticed a large SOS etched into the sand with sticks. Nearby, set against the trees, stood a makeshift rain shelter. Scattered beneath it were desiccated coconut husks and remnants of shellfish, suggesting someone had been there days before. Chu Yi judged by the dried coconuts that no one had visited the spot for at least 5 or 6 days. Lin Luochu wondered whether they should seek out the survivors, but Chu Yi urged caution. On an uninhabited island, the absence of law could reveal the worst in people. Even fellow castaways could be dangerous or untrustworthy. Lin Luochu, still hopeful, imagined rescue might yet arrive, but Chu Yi soberly reminded her that after 20 days without assistance, the likelihood was slim. They must prepare to endure indefinitely and remain vigilant. Back at the cliffside encampment, 2 more bamboo beds had been set up, bringing the number to 4, and with a 5th nearing completion. Chu Yi carried the finished frames into the cave and arranged them on the upper ledges so that when the last beds were woven, everyone would have somewhere to sleep. The quiet was broken suddenly by a fierce, resonant roar. Chu Yi seized his bow and stepped outside. The sound had been close, urgent, and the entire group fell silent, their attention fixed on the treeline. A wild boar burst from the forest and tore through the camp in panic, followed by a predatory tiger that had been pursuing it. The tiger, surprised to find human figures, paused to appraise them, and then directed its attention toward Chu Yi, recalling the man who had fled up a tree the night before. Chu Yi nocked an arrow and ordered everyone to shoot. Most of their shafts missed in haste. His own arrow merely grazed the tiger, leaving a shallow wound by its eye and momentarily halting its charge. Seizing the pause, Chu Yi commanded 3 of the group to retreat to the cave and used the bamboo beds to barricade the entrance. When Lin Luochu returned to the cave, she found that Zheng Hao had already slipped back in at some point and was cowering in the farthest corner of the upper ledge. Yan Zixin accused him sharply, recounting how he had abandoned his bow and fled when manager Chu had called for the tiger to be shot. Lu Shaoling strode over, furious. "Are you even a man? We stayed. Puthao, could you run first?" Zheng Hao snapped back with equal heat. "It was a tiger. I feared for my life. If you are braver, go face it yourself." Lin Luochu called Lu Shaoling to help prop the bamboo bed against the cave mouth, and the 3 women held it fast while she peered through the gap anxiously to assess the scene outside. Outside, the tiger bellowed in a long, ferocious cry. Blood welled at the edge of its eye and trickled down its neck to the earth. It had never been wounded in this forest before, and its fury was palpable as it prowled, searching for an opening. Chu Yi kept his bow fully drawn. He would not hesitate to shoot the tiger's head should it surge forward. He bellowed for Zheng Hao to fetch the long spear, but silence answered him. Chu Yi could not spare a glance. His gaze remained locked on the animal. Zhang Chong glanced back and whispered, "Zheng Hao fled. There is no one behind us." Chu Yi swore under his breath. "I will get out, watch out." Zhang Chong leapt up, sprinted to the cliff where they kept their makeshift spears, and seized one. The tiger, sensing its chance, crouched low and launched its body at Chu Yi as Zhang Chong turned to run. Chu Yi loosed an arrow, but the tiger twisted midair and evaded the shot, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Realizing arrows were futile at such proximity, Chu Yi discarded his bow, drew his cavalry saber, and readied a defensive stance. At roughly 3 meters, the tiger sprang, with violent force, toward Chu Yi. From the cave, Lin Luochu gasped aloud. Zhang Chong, tossing his spear like a javelin, aimed to intercept the weapon, sailed beneath the tiger as it vaulted, failing to strike. Chu Yi sidestepped the midair assault and slashed horizontally with his blade. The tiger hit the ground with a furious roar. Chu Yi's blow had not struck the skull, but had ripped a portion of the creature's left ear clean away. It pawed at its bleeding face and fixed Chu Yi with a look of indignant rage. Humiliated by injury, it yearned to rend the human who had wounded it. Zhang Chong rejoined Chu Yi with another spear. The 2 men planted themselves, bracing for the next onslaught. The tiger lunged again. Chu Yi thrust for the head, while Zhang Chong's strike skimmed the animal's flank and plunged into the earth. The tiger, deflecting Chu Yi's attempt, retaliated with a swipe that clipped Zhang Chong's calf and sent him crashing down. 3 ragged tears split his trouser leg, and the flesh beneath bloomed with bright blood. The tiger moved in to finish him. Within the cave, the 3 women stifled squeals and urged flight, but Chu Yi acted without hesitation. He surged forward with all his strength, driving the spear into the tiger's eye. The weapon found its mark, and the great cat was flung backwards. Chu Yi hauled Zhang Chong upright and shielded him as the tiger staggered to its paws, one eye now streaming blood and utterly blind on that side. For a long minute, the 2 adversaries fixed one another, then the beast, wounded and wary, turned and fled back into the thicket until it vanished from sight. Chu Yi supported Zhang Chong and called to the cave, "Come out quickly." Lin Luochu and the others lowered the bamboo bed and hurried forward. Tend to him, I will scout the perimeter. Be vigilant against another sneak attack, Chu Yi instructed before strapping bow and spear to his shoulder and slipping into the forest. Lu Xiling, still trembling, hovered at Zhang Chang's side. He smiled through the pain and denied that it hurt. Lin Luochu peeled back his trousers to reveal 3 clear lacerations across the calf. They carried Zhang Chang to the brook. Lu Xiling fetched a cotton t-shirt which they wetted and used to wash the wounds, each touch causing him to flinch. Chu Yi returned with a fistful of unfamiliar herbs. He handed them to Yin Zixin, who pounded them into a poultice. This is Fengguiahu, Chu Yi explained as he bound the crushed fronds to the wounds. It staunches bleeding and counters toxin. He cut a strip from the cotton shirt and used it to secure the herbal dressing. Zhang Chang, gritting his teeth, asked weakly whether the tiger had gone. Chu Yi, though tense, reassured them that the animal would not return soon and advised rest and daily dressing changes. Lin Luochu and the others urged him to convalesce, while Zhang Chang, touched by their concern, vowed he would soon be back at work catching fish for them. Chu Yi helped him to a bamboo bed in the cave and admonished firmly that on this desolate island proper recovery was indispensable if he wished to avoid long-term harm. At the camp, Lu Xiaoling and Lin Luochu tended the pot, while Yin Zixin fastened the last bamboo bed. The 3 women had not yet regained their composure after the tiger's attack. Each felt the prickle of being observed by something unseen within the forest. Zheng Hao emerged from the cave, drawn by the aroma of the meal. He approached Lin Luochu and asked in a tentative voice what they were preparing. Lin Luochu deliberately ignored him. Lu Xiaoling returned him an unmistakable glare. Perceptive enough, Zheng Hao retreated from their conversation and stepped toward Yin Zixin, offering to help. Yin's face was cold and unwelcoming. To her, a man who abandoned his companions in fear deserved no kindness. She declined his offer and suggested he rest instead. Embarrassed, Zheng Hao accepted the rebuke with a guilty human fear still plain on his face. Dinner that evening was a modest feast of lobsters, crabs, and a fragrant fish broth that Chu Yi and his party had brought back. Zhang Chang insisted on joining the others, but Lu Xiaoling refused and carried his plate into the cave, leaving him to eat on his bamboo bed. At the communal table, the atmosphere was taut. Chu Yi looked across at Zheng Hao, whose mouth still bore the oily traces of the seafood, and asked with quiet severity for an explanation of his earlier cowardice. Zheng halted mid-bite and offered an embarrassed self-defensive smile. He pleaded that fear had simply overcome him and promised he would not flee again. Chu Yi's temper snapped with a heavy palm. He struck the table, demanding whether Zheng imagined there would be a next time after nearly losing Zhang Chang's life. Zheng's protestations faltered. He tried to justify himself as only human, cowed by an instinct to survive, but the camp's patience had been exhausted. The members of the group felt nothing for his performance. The confrontation stripped Zheng Hao of the managerly veneer he wore in the city. He became in their eyes a craven man who could not be relied upon. Kneeling now at Chu Yi's feet, face streaked with tears and snot, he begged to remain. To him, survival on the island meant clinging to any thin hope. Yet most of the group had lost respect for him and saw his plea as a final demonstration of weakness. Yin Zixin had considered speaking on his behalf, but Chu Yi's earlier glance had silenced her. Lu Xiaoling inwardly rejoiced at his humiliation, while others weighed the practical dangers of keeping such a liability among them. Chu Yi's response was stern and pragmatic. He reminded them that this was no longer a corporate environment where hierarchy guaranteed protection. Here, life depended on one's own competence and courage. Desertion could prompt graver perils. The tiger that had menaced them and the wolf pack from a past encounter might return embittered. As a man forged by military discipline, Chu Yi harbored an instinctive contempt for those who abandoned comrades. Lin Luochu, mindful of the future in the civilized world and the politics that awaited them at the company, interceded on Zheng Hao's behalf. She feared that expelling him now might create enmity later, and she hoped to avoid burning a bridge that would be troublesome upon their return. An ambush unfolded with savage abruptness. When Guozaijun saw 2 of his comrades fall to gunfire, his face contorted in terror, and he turned and fled into the trees. Under the cover of another teammate, I dragged the would-be rescuer back to safety. He had been struck through the arm and shoulder. The wounds were serious, but not immediately fatal. As I braced to run back for Xiao Tao, 3 grenades arced toward us from the enemy line. I flung myself to the ground. One of the grenades detonated perilously close to Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao was only 23. Newly married, his wife 8 months pregnant, their child due in 2 months. He remained on the field, young life stilled forever by a single merciless blast. Afterwards, I reported Guozaijun's abandonment to regimental command. Nothing came of it. No formal reprimand, not even a stern word. Only later did I learn he had been here to polish a resume, and that powerful patron sheltered him. Ever since that day, I had cultivated a private loathing. I despised those who abandoned their comrades, who insulated themselves with connections while others bled. Betrayal by cowardice and by privilege seared through me like an open wound. The memory of Xiao Tao's unfinished life haunted each anxious hour. Silence settled over our small campsite for a long while. Chu Yi murmured at last, his words barely audible, that if only Gua had held his ground for a moment longer, Xiao Tao might have lived. Lin Luochu recognized that platitudes would not lift the crushing guilt. She stood beside him like a cool, steadying presence, knowing that companionship was sometimes the only balm. She took his hand gently and spoke with measured warmth, reminding him of what he had already done. If not for him, none of them might have endured on the island as long as they had, nor carved out the fragile shelter that sustained them. She lauded his efforts and urged him to dissolve the intolerable burden he carried. Her voice was playful in places, earnest in others. She coaxed him into permission to keep living rather than be crushed by responsibility. Moonlight poured over the island, the stream murmured its endless chorus, and the forest lay like a sleeping beast, while danger prowled awake beneath its breath. Farther off, 3 kilometers away, beneath the uplifted root of an ancient tree, another small drama of survival was unfolding. A man midlife and utterly exhausted cradled a little girl named Nanan in the hollow where branches and leaves made a crude shelter. He soothed her with a weary tenderness, promising to find food come morning. They had managed 2 days with dwindling rations. At first the island had offered coconuts and clams, but those supplies had run dry. The man had led Nanan into the interior to find a spring. They had sometimes taken wild rabbits, foraged berries, and found birds' eggs. 2 days earlier wolves had found them. He had fought one to the brink of death, sustaining savage bites himself, and had staggered away with his daughter to this shallow refuge. At dawn Nanan woke in his arms and nudged his chin with the soft certainty of the very young. He rose, scanning the understory with caution. He sent the child to wait under the root, then walked the vicinity seeking game. Not a hare nor brushing came into view, but he discovered a small wild fruit tree bearing ripe offerings. He climbed and gathered a clutch of sweet berries and returned to Nanan, watching her bright eyes dispel some of the fatigue in his chest. As they ate, the man kept a rough, sharpened staff by his side, its tip whittled to a crude point and hardened against the stone. That same staff had driven back the wolves earlier. He had barely finished feeding Nanan when he heard a low, ominous breathing from the grass ahead. He shoved the child into the root hollow and camouflaged her with branches and leaves, planting himself between his daughter and whatever approacher awaited. A thunderous roar split the morning air as a tiger exploded from the undergrowth. The man thrust his staff into the beast's open mouth. The animal closed its jaws around the wood, shook once with brutal force, and wrenched the staff free. The tiger then launched itself, pinning the man and sinking its teeth into his shoulder. He cried out in pain. Nanan, terrified, scrambled from the hole and called for him, her small voice a brittle thread against the violent scene. Meanwhile, at camp, dawn chores were underway. Chu Yi had gone into the woods and gathered medicinal herbs for Zhang Chong, who was being tended by Lu Shaoling. They crushed the herbs and dressed the wounds as best they could. Breakfast was a sparse but grateful repast of yesterday's fish broth and some lobster that had not been eaten the night before. Afterwards, compelled to seek better provisions and aware that the boar chased by the tiger the previous day had fled south, Chu Yi and Lin Luochu took up their weapons and headed in that direction. They walked 2 or 3 kilometers searching for spoor. Beneath a fruit tree, they found recent signs of feeding chewed fruit, whose flesh still glistened. It suggested a boar had been through here within the day, perhaps the same animal that had earlier fled the tiger. They decided to circle the area. Not long after, Chu Yi froze and cocked his head. There was a faint plaintive cry carried on the stillness of the forest. The wounded animal roared, lifted its head, stared at Chu Yi with one furious blinded eye, then glanced back at the ruined figure on the ground and sprinted toward the thicket. It bore the fresh wound the day before had inflicted. Now it fled, bleeding and enraged. Chu Yi gave pursuit, briefly determined to finish what had been begun, but prudence held him back. He did not dare to chase the beast too deep into the forest for fear of falling into an ambush. Chu Yi returned to the clearing, scanning the undergrowth for the tiger's shadow. He knew the animal was wounded and dangerous, killing it would be a measure of safety for the island, yet he also knew that reckless pursuit could cost him the lives of those he had sworn to protect. He abandoned the chase and ran back to where Lin Luochu tended the dying man, and where Nanan, trembling, clung to the remnants of her father's warmth. The island's hush resumed, but beneath it lay a new fragile tension, the knowledge that their survival would demand courage, prudence, and the endurance to bear fresh grief. Chu Yi reached Lin Luochu's side and found her cradling a little girl who lay motionless, either deep asleep or fainted. Before he could inquire, the man sprawled on the ground, abruptly opened his eyes and fixed a desperate gaze upon Chu Yi. With ragged breaths, he managed, Chu Yi, take care of Nanan, she must live." His voice dwindled into silence. Lin Luochu checked his neck and announced quietly that he was dead. Chu Yi stared, bewildered. The man had called his name as if he knew him. Lin Luochu explained that the stranger had spoken scarcely any words before pleading with them to care for his daughter and bring her home. He had told them her name was Jiang Ziyashan, nicknamed Nanan, 6 years old, born on November 1st. A melancholy settled over Lin Luochu's face as she glanced at the child in her arms. Though neither of them recognized the pair, the man's familiarity with Chu Yi compelled respect. Chu Yi dug a grave more than a meter deep and buried him, then carved a simple wooden marker to read in effect Jiang Shaoshan's father's grave. They prepared to return to camp, burdened by unanswered questions. Lin Luochu probed the girl's forehead and found fever. The trembling body suggested shock rather than injury. Chu Yi handed a handful of Pu Gong Ing to Lu Xiaoling and instructed her to boil 2 bowls of the herb down to 1 to be sipped by the child. Lin Luochu wetted a cotton shirt at the creek and laid it cool upon Nanan's brow. Without medicine or a healer, the group watched the fragile child with growing concern, yet Chu Yi believed the fever was born of fright and would abate. He ordered the others to leave, but to keep one person behind to watch the girl and to clear vegetation from the cave mouth for ventilation. Then he set off to inspect the rabbit traps and to search for game. The traps were empty nonetheless. Further into the brush, a wild fowl burst from cover. Chu Yi loosed an arrow and struck it true. In the undergrowth, he also found eggs and picked a handful of wild fruits before the failing light urged him back to camp. At the cave, Lin Luochu tended a modest supper, while Yin Zixin continued weaving bamboo, and Lu Xiaoling kept vigil beside Nanan, changing the dampened shirt on her forehead at intervals. Dinner was eaten in turns so that someone could always be near the child. Afterward, Chu Yi bathed in the cool stream, letting the water pry awake his senses, then returned to the hushed camp, where only the murmur of the creek kept time. He paused by Lin Luochu's bed. The child lay curled in her arms, occasionally trembling in sleep. Lin Luochu confessed her worry, and Chu Yi, with a soft hand upon her head, urged her to rest. The little one's hunger soon declared itself. She drank chicken broth with grateful sips, and the taste coaxed a fragile smile. Lin Luochu promised a large drumstick to follow when she was steadier. As Nanan ate, Chu Yi readied his pack. Fish traps along the shore needed tending, and fresh fish would make a more substantial meal. Before leaving, he nudged the slumbering Zheng Hao awake and issued a stern command to keep the camp secure, warning of consequences should disorder arise in his absence. Further inspection revealed a waterproof flashlight with spare batteries and bulbs, a first aid kit stocked with disinfectant gauzes, bandages, tape, analgesic, seasickness pills, antibiotic ointment, and scissors. There were parcels of potable water and high-calorie preserved rations designed to resist spoilage, plus a compact toolkit. The sky darkened. Further drizzle was imminent. Chu Yi stowed the essentials in his basket and resolved to retrieve the remainder later. He returned to the camp, where 2 fish traps had yielded more than a dozen fish, lobster, and crab. Rain arrived in earnest before he was back. Thunder lanced the gloomy sky, and those at camp hastened into the cavern to shelter from the torrent. Zhang Chong sat propped on his bamboo bed, his injured leg slightly swollen. His face brightened at Chu Yi's return. Chu Yi asked about his condition, and Zhang Chong assured him with an ingratiating grin that the pain subsided and that with rest he would soon be mobile. Chu Yi urged prudence. In the cavern, Lu Xiaoling nursed the little girl Nanan with a packet of chips salvaged from a black travel bag. Nanan, cheeks round and trusting, offered a chip to Chu Yi and declared herself obedient as she clutched an enormous bag nearly as big as her torso. Chu Yi teased her gently, then proposed to prepare fish soup for lunch. Nanan celebrated the promise. Lin Luochu joined Chu Yi to sort the newly acquired provisions. She inspected the first aid kit and axes with pragmatic relief, then paused over a bundle of rod-like objects. As rain hammered the roof and seeped through the cave's fissures, Chu Yi set about cooking. He cleaned the fish and placed them in an iron pot over a makeshift stove at the cave mouth. He boiled lobster and crab, as well, mindful that the growing child needed protein. The meal drew the group around the table. Nanan emerged from beneath the bench to be presented a lobster that sent her into delighted squeals. After the meal, Chu Yi labored in the downpour to bring in a load of bamboo, his garments sodden when he finished. He planned to fashion a trap for wild boar, intending not merely to hunt, but to capture and pen animals for long-term sustenance. He woke Zheng Hao and set him to cutting and shaping bamboo, demonstrating the required dimensions and handing him an axe. A sudden storm had swept through and departed as swiftly as it had arrived. The sky cleared, the post-rain sunset gilded the sea with an indescribable beauty. Lin Luochu walked alone beside a narrow stream, each step measured and contemplative. Chu Yi joined her, noting the sorrow etched on her face, and tenderly stroked her hair. He took her hand without ceremony. Her palm was cool, damp from the creek. He tightened his grip reassuringly and guided her upward along a trail toward the hilltop. Chu Yi led the way while Lin Luochu followed, the pressure of his hold firm but comfortable. At the summit, the world felt washed anew. Everything exhaled a clean, fragrant breath after the downpour. Chu Yi found a protruding stone and motioned for her to sit. They faced westward together. The sun, descending toward the horizon, melted into the sea like molten gold, streaming lavishly across the water. The surface of the ocean lay serene after the storm. No tumultuous waves disturbed the expanse. The gilded water and the crimson sky merged into one. The air purified by rain and the earthy perfume rising from the soil made Lin Lu feel sublimely refreshed, as if cradled in a sacred hush. She lost awareness of herself for a while, surrendered wholly to the vista that seemed to absorb every worry and doubt. Turning her face, she glanced at Chu Yi beside her, equally captivated by the spectacle. His expression was composed, his gaze profound. He asked what she might wish for. Calm and unadorned, she responded by asking what he could give her there on that hill. With a touch of boyish earnestness and unwavering conviction, he declared that he would fetch for her whatever she desired: stars from the sky, sharks from the sea, beasts from the forest, anything a Linda girl might want he would bring. A brief, bright laugh escaped her before she returned to a quieter mood. She confessed that though mid-autumn had always been a time for family, this year it seemed impossible to be with her parents. Tears gathered at the corners of her eyes and trickled down her cheek. Chu Yi drew her close and held her, murmuring that her parents would surely sense her longing. Curiosity rose in Lin Luochu, and she asked why he had requested discharge. Her question tugged at an old wound. He lowered his face to rest against her head, intoxicated by the scent of her hair, and began to recount a chapter of his past. In university, Chu Yi had been devoted to a girlfriend. They were the campus golden couple. After graduation, he enlisted, believing a man must serve, a conviction rooted in the old saying that one regrets not serving a lifetime. His girlfriend stayed behind to intern at a company. At first, their devotion was punctilious, phone calls timed and frequent, but as months passed, the calls dwindled and grievances accumulated. Distance bred tension. She occasionally visited him at the base, but prolonged separation eroded the relationship. Chu Yi noticed the expensive clothes and bags she wore on their meeting, signs of a shifting heart. Quarrels ensued. When Chu Yi resolved to remain in the army beyond his term, their arguments flared into rupture. On a surprise leave intent on presenting flowers and a joyful reunion, he witnessed her departing her office arm in arm with another man, smiling intimately as she climbed into his car. The man was older, perhaps nearing 40, married and established. Fury and humiliation led Chu Yi to throw down the flowers and drown himself in drink until he saw them enter a hotel together. In the aftermath, he demanded a breakup. She wept and professed loneliness, but he pushed her away and called her unclean. Standing by the park lake, their parting was absolute. Chu Yi returned to his regiment, but could not soothe the ache within. He chose to leave the service to begin anew. With academic credentials from a prestigious university and his sharp mind, he re-entered civilian life and carved a successful path through his own merit. Time later brought word that the woman had been dismissed from her company when the married man's wife discovered their indiscretion and caused a scene. The company sacrificed her to preserve him. She sought Chu Yi thereafter, but realizing his resolve was irrevocable, she gradually vanished from his life. He believed in swift closure where matters of the heart were concerned. If love had ceased, there was no reason to linger. In the aftermath, his career flourished through his diligence and talents. As they sat together on the hill, the memory of pain softened into something that had only shaped him, not defined him. Lin Luochu listened to Chu Yi with a dawning consternation. She had known him as decisive, quick-witted, and unfailingly gentle, yet she had not expected him to have endured such a sorrowful chapter of the heart. The revelation deepened her regard for him. In her mind, he was no longer merely tender. He had become a figure whose very presence conferred sanctuary. As she traced the planes of his face with a tender hand, she murmured, "Your worth is not diminished by anyone's departure. If anything, it becomes a brighter facet of your light. To some, you remain dazzling and irreplaceable." The kiss was ardent and immediate, and Lin Luochu felt every breath suspended, as if the world had narrowed to the rhythm of two hearts. When they parted at last, their cheeks still resting together, she found herself weak with a delicious lethargy. She could not stand, only nestle closer into the shelter of his arms. Down on the mountain, the late afternoon unfolded around them like a slow exhale of green and gold. They returned to camp to the aroma of a dinner already prepared by Lu Shaoling. Seeing Lin Luochu's flushed face, Lu Shaoling teased finally back. "If you dawdled longer, we would have started without Yao Heres, no one to coax us into patience." Lin Luochu shot her a mock glare, and Lu Shaoling only grinned, mischievous and unapologetic. Nanan, perched at the table, cocked her head and demanded in childish earnestness why Lin Luochu's face was so red. The teasing made Lin Luochu mortified, and yet secretly pleased. Nearby, Zheng Hao observed Lin Luochu with narrowed eyes, his thoughts turbulent. He dared not stir any more trouble. Now he feared Chu Yi's displeasure more than ever, knowing that a harsh word could expel him from their fragile shelter and leave him in a far worse position. His plans with Yin Zixin had been repeatedly rebuffed these past days, and he felt the life he once knew slipping further away. All he could hope for now was that rescue would come soon. After dinner, Chu Yi attended to Zhang Chang's wound, dressing it with calm competence. The injury healed quicker than he had imagined. Within a few days, Zhang Chang should be able to walk again. They inspected the tools they would need for the morrow, and when the camp settled, Chu Yi lay down upon his bamboo cot with thoughts already turning to the next day's hunt. They ventured toward the island's western woodlands where the canopy thickened and shadow pooled like ink. Chu Yi hesitated at the distance from camp and considered turning back, but Lin Luochu's gaze had already fixed upon something to their right. She pointed, and from the gloom, he discerned the silhouette of something bovine and immobile. Approaching cautiously, they discovered it was not an animal at all, but a pillar of stones crowned by a cattle skull, encrusted with moss and vines. Weathered carvings traced the stone's circumference, their meaning nearly lost to time. Winding a careful path around the monolith, Chu Yi surmised that they had stumbled upon a relic of a primitive tribe. He spoke softly to Lin Luochu of totems and territorial markers, suggesting the skull and carvings likely signified that this place belonged to a people who once venerated the ox. Lin Luochu recoiled inward with a visceral fear. Her childhood impressions of primitive tribes fed by films and documentaries had always rendered them monstrous, and repellent. The thought of cannibalistic clans made her blood run cold. She urged a quick retreat, terrified of being discovered. Chu Yi sought to steady her with reason. The pillar had stood for centuries, he argued. Perhaps the tribe had long since perished. Yet in his own mind a shadow of worry took root. A living tribe would mean danger of a different order, intelligent adversaries armed with weapons and motive far more perilous than any beast. He resolved to conceal his anxiety and meet each day as it came. They left the forest hastily, and once within sight of camp, Lin Luochu's tension abated. At midday, they returned famished. Lin Luochu fetched a fish for their meal, while Lu Shaoling and Nanan amused themselves at the brook. Yin Zixin and Zheng Hao rested upon their bamboo cots. At the water's edge, Nanan's bright voice called for Chu Yi to play with her. He lifted her with affectionate levity and teased her about eating well, and she puffed up with childish pride, assuring him that she had eaten every mouthful of Lu Shaoling's cooking. The exchange was warm and domestic, a fragile island of normalcy. Lu Shaoling hovered near Chu Yi with an expression of hesitant confidence, as though she wished to speak, but lacked the words. Chu Yi noticed her reticence and listened with guarded patience. Around them, the camp breathed a chorus of small movements, quiet conversations, the cleaning of wounds, the mending of nets, each gesture a testament to their tenuous community. The day moved on, balanced between small comforts and the gnawing unknown that lay beyond the trees. Chu Yi rose when he saw Lu Shaoling's troubled expression and asked what had happened. She glanced toward the cavern entrance, brows drawn together, and revealed that Yin Zixin and Zheng Hao had gone out earlier. When they returned, Yin Zixin bore a red mark on her face as if she had been struck, and the two had been arguing, though she could not hear the words from a distance. Lu Shaoling added that Yin Zixin had quietly wept after lying down on her own bed, and recalled the previous incident of being spied upon, suspecting Zheng Hao. Chu Yi's brow tightened, but he remained guarded. He knew something lay between Yin Zixin and Zheng Hao, and without Yin Zixin's confession, he could not intervene. He vowed calmly that if Zheng Hao truly crossed a line, he would deal with him, yet he restrained himself from forcing the matter. Lu Xiling, disappointed, returned to the stream to play with Nanan, while Chu Yi wrestled with the helplessness of being unable to intrude upon another's private sorrow. Food supplies at the camp were dwindling. 6 people consumed a great deal each day. If they failed to catch a wild boar within 2 days, they would face real hunger. Early in the morning, Chu Yi roused Zheng Hao and appointed him and Lin Luochu to accompany him to the northern shore to check the fish traps. He reminded them they would need to move swiftly to return before nightfall, and briefly instructed Lu Shaoling and Zhang Chong on camp matters before setting off. The slimmer man urged haste, eager for the water Zhao had promised. When they reached a clearing, they saw a rivulet, and 2 of them plunged forward to drink. Zhao paused. His instincts translated the traces of habitation into caution. He observed signs that someone here had made a camp and decided to proceed with circumspection, unwilling to act rashly until he knew the full situation. They filled their woven baskets with the sea harvest, reset the empty trap, and gathered wild fruits for the return. The day's provisions would ease the camp's shortage for a while, and their spirits lifted as they shouldered the bulging packs and set off southward. Unaware that strangers had also drawn close to the campsite, they made their way back along the familiar path toward the shelter that still stood where Chu Yi and Lin Luochu had first learned to survive. At the stream by the camp, Lu Shaoling heard unfamiliar voices and hurried out of the cave. She found 2 strangers bent over the water, drinking. Both wore the hungry, lecherous expressions of men who had not seen a woman for weeks. She challenged them from a distance with guarded words. The 2 were startled and lifted their heads to find a young woman standing on the bank, and another figure not far above, equally watchful. The man, who called himself Zhao, stepped forward and explained that they were survivors from a sunken cruise and had been washed ashore. He kept his tone steady while the other 2 tried to cloak rudeness in civility. Lu Shaoling's instinct was to be wary, but compassion moved her to offer food. She turned back into the cave to fetch provisions, intending to help those who claimed to be fellow castaways, when Zhang Chang's sudden voice rang out demanding to know who they were. Lu Xiaoling turned and found 3 men had followed her into the cave. An immediate chill of foreboding crept over her. She wore displeasure plainly and said they could have waited outside. The man surnamed Zhao surveyed the interior with a calculating gaze. A wounded man lay on one of the bamboo cots, his leg bound in bandages. On another cot rested a woman and a little girl. The woman's features were blurred by shadow, but it was apparent she possessed striking beauty. There were 6 bamboo cots in all, implying the presence of at least 6 people. Counting the child, 2 must be absent from the camp, and their return was uncertain. The thin man, emboldened by the apparently solitary wounded man, grew brazen. He put on a lecherous smile, and with coarse familiarity reached for Lu Xiaoling's face. Zhang Chang, his hand already clasping a bow, leveled the weapon at the intruder and warned him to stay still. The thin man hesitated at the sight of the bow, so close any misstep would cripple him. Yin Zixin clutched Nanan in her arms and shrank to the corner, too fearful to intervene, though she longed to seize the bow. The thin man's confidence returned when a companion at his back moved with sudden precision and kicked Zhang Chang's bow from his hand. Zhang stared aghast. The force of the kick left his arm numb. The thin man sneered as if mocking the younger man's presumption. Zhao, maintaining a stern composure, ordered them to fetch food. Lu Xiaoling glared and refused, insisting the provisions were theirs. The thin man hauled her hair and threatened to strip her. She trembled and cried out that he would be committing a crime. Laughter rolled from the 3 men as they mocked the possibility of rescue in such a place. Zhang Chang threatened to fight, but Zhao answered with a brutal punch that sent Zhang sprawling and reduced him to a crumpled, wounded figure. The thin man seized the moment to grope Lu Xiaoling. Nanan, the little girl, piped up, bravely pleading for the men to desist. The fat man reached toward the child, and Yin Zixin lunged forward to gather her protectively. Under coercion, Lu Xiaoling was forced to go to the outdoor hearth and prepare food. She baked 3 fish and watched as the starving men devoured them with animal appetite. The fat man demanded more, a hunger that simple portions could not sate. Lu cooked again, each sizzling fish a bargaining chip she hoped would buy them safety. While they ate, Zhao questioned whether there were 2 additional companions. Lu answered that a man and a woman had gone out for food, their return time unknown. Zhao calculated coldly that if only one other man remained, the dynamics of the camp would be in his favor. His eyes darkened with predatory design, and he reached to probe under her clothing. As Zhao began to undress, claiming he would wash first, Lu Xiaoling perceived an opening. When his attention turned away, she bolted for the cave. The thin man and the fat man leapt from the stream, neglecting to dress, and gave chase. Inside, Lu screamed for Zhang Chang and Yin Zixin to seal the entrance. Despite his pain, Zhang struggled to his feet, and together with Lu they shoved a bamboo cot against the mouth of the cave. Yin Zixin dragged another cot to reinforce the barrier. Zhao reached the threshold and found the opening barricaded. He kicked and stamped, but the improvised blockade held fast. He bellowed threats to force the beds aside, his face contorted with fury. Night deepened while the 3 trapped occupants barricaded themselves behind the bamboo. Zhong's words of authority curdled into derision as he proclaimed that no rescue would come to the island, that only he could guide them to survival. Lu Xiaoling replied with desperate defiance, vowing to report him if they ever returned to the mainland. Zhao rasped with contempt and drove his army knife into the edge of the bamboo, but the blade only tore the frame without wounding those behind the second cot. As dusk thickened into shadow, Chu Yi and his companions returned to the camp and sensed immediately that something was wrong. They halted, pulled back into the undergrowth, and watched 3 unclothed men battering at the cave mouth. One of the men carried a knife identical to Chu Yi's, and his boots and trousers marked him as professional, perhaps a mercenary. Lin Luochu, anxious, asked what they should do. Chu Yi's expression grew grave. They had not come in peace. Chu Yi observed with a careful eye. The mercenary and his 2 companions did not possess the uncanny movements of trained predators. Their figures and gestures were at first glance ordinary. Yet Zhao Jun persisted in stabbing at the bamboo bed with his military knife, rotating the blade each time until the slats in the center began to loosen. Realizing the tunnel would sooner or later be breached if he remained passive, Chu Yi hastily nocked an arrow and aimed for the man's leg. Just as the shaft flew true, the gaunt fellow opposite him lurched back and interposed himself, taking the blow. A cry of agony tore from the thin man as he collapsed. Zhao Jun scrambled down and shoved a larger stone before him, peering from the corner to gauge the forest. From his vantage, he discerned a man and a woman returning, concealed in shadow and armed with bows. For a moment, he dared not move. The wounded man's shrieks filled the air while the stout companion lay prone and motionless, paralyzed by fear. Inside the cave, the others, sensing a lull outside, peered cautiously through a fissure. Through that slit, the 3 assailants appeared, sprawled on the ground, the wounded man moaning harrowing sounds that betrayed the arrow in his leg. Believing the enemies had fled after hearing the shouts, Lu Shaoling eased a corner of the bamboo bed aside to peer out. The prone man, alert to the opportunity, seized it. He sprang up and struck the bed with a swift kick. The three outside, having relaxed their guard, were toppled. As Zhao Jun lunged for the cave entrance, an arrow whistled through the air and grazed his arm. Off balance, he twisted awkwardly, and the shaft shaved past his hand, leaving a ragged wound. He did not pause to help his comrades. Using the momentum of his evasion, he bolted into the trees, calling to the fat man to run. The fat man followed. The gaunt man was left behind, writhing and wailing on the ground. The gaunt man, whose name was Wang Bin, grew pale when Chu Yi crouched by his side. Seeing the eagerness in Chu Yi's gaze, he cried out that he did not wish to die and that Zhao Jun had compelled him. Pressed and threatened by Chu Yi's silent insistence, Wang Bin told the truth. He and Wang Chao had once labored as stevedores on a cruise liner. When disaster struck, they clung to a single life preserver and were cast ashore. They had met Zhao Jun on the beach the following day. Zhao Jun, a mercenary of formidable prowess, had already proven his mettle. He had slain a wolf alone, and the two laborers had chosen to follow him. Their early days were sustained by coconuts, but as those dwindled, Zhao Jun persuaded them to seek water inland. They found a small pond beset by prowling big cats and dared not settle there. When Zhao Jun spied mountains to the north, he urged them onward. That trek culminated in the violent encounter of today. Wang Bin strained to remember each word. A labor. I do not know much, Zhao Jun told us. He said the island is isolated, unreachable by plane or ship. He said we cannot leave, that violent storms surround this place for months on end, and that there is a great magnetic mountain here that renders electronics useless. The confession sank into Chu Yi. If Zhao Jun's account was true, those men had knowledge beyond their faces, and the notion of leaving this place might be forever lost to them. Chu Yi pressed further. Did he say how many people were on the cruise? Wang Bin shook his head, then recollected with difficulty. He said their operation aboard the ship targeted a biotech firm. He did not elaborate. The word biotech struck everyone like an unexpected chill. Could there have been a second company on the cruise? Or had the mercenaries been dispatched specifically for that firm? The pieces offered no clear picture. Whatever plan had been underway was severed by the ship's sinking. Chu Yi gathered the group into the cave, leaving Wang Bin to nurse his wounds. Faces were heavy with dread. The revelation had unsettled them to their core. Zhang Chong rose and pledged allegiance without hesitation. Whatever you decide, Brother Chu, I will follow you. We must survive on this island. Chu Yi clapped him on the shoulder, recognizing the simplicity of Zhang Chong's freedom as an orphan. He also remembered that others like Lu Xiling still had family awaiting them in the civilized world, and that obligation complicated any choice to linger. When Chu Yi freed Wang Bin and urged him to leave, the man's fear was visceral. He pleaded in a pitiful voice not to be abandoned. His gait was a painful limp, each step a gamble. Chu Yi's face hardened. He could not harbor those who had betrayed them, yet neither did he wish to become an executioner. Letting Wang Bin go felt like consigning him to an inevitable fate in the forest, but for the survivors, mercy could no longer be granted without cost. He set about lighting a fire and preparing a meal. The three garments by the brook were gathered and packed. The day's catch demanded attention. Lin Luochu moved to assist him as the others emerged from the cave to help. They boiled lobsters and crabs that could not be preserved, roasted the fish, and turned the wild hare over the embers. The feast that night was generous in provision, though appetites were muted by worry. Even the injured Zhang Chong was helped to the table. The company absorbed his admonition and for the moment made their peace with the new order of things. They were no longer flowers in a greenhouse. The island required they learn new rules, adopt new strengths, and face an uncertain future together. Tonight they would rest and replenish their bodies. Tomorrow they would begin the greater task of forging a community that could endure where laws held no sway. Chu Yi's words struck the group like a wooden awl, piercing the complacency they had clung to. Whether they accepted it or not, he insisted that only by acknowledging reality and confronting it with courage could the camp hope to survive. The blunt truth steadied them. Resignation melted into resolve. Lu Shaoling shed her sorrow and offered a serene, accepting smile. Chu Dage is right. We must live on. I trust Chu Dage. I believe we can endure. Zhang Chong, who had long made his peace with hardship, betrayed little emotion. An orphan, by fate, any place, felt the same to him. Yin Zixin slowly smoothed away her worry. Evasion was futile. Confrontation was the only practical choice. Only Zheng Hao wore a darker expression, but the situation left no room for personal reluctance. The camp's survival now rested on Chu Yi, and regardless of whether they could return home, staying alive was paramount. Chu Yi raised his bamboo cup, filled with stream water, and holding Lin Luochu's hand in his left, urged the others to cheer and celebrate their small victory. The mood lightened as everyone clinked cups. Nanan, clueless about adult conversation, toddled forward with a bamboo cup and declared in a high childish voice, "I want a toast too." Her clumsy earnestness elicited a ripple of laughter. Chu Yi tapped his cup against hers, and she promptly downed the water in a single delighted gulp. Laughter and appetites returned. The meal tasted sweeter, with hope renewed. Practical arrangements followed. With Zhang Chong still limping, he would rest tomorrow. It would fall to him to accompany Lin Luochu and Lu Shaoling to the sea, while Zheng Hao remained to assist Yin Zixin at the camp. Chu Yi emphasized the need for nightly sentries. If Xiao Jun, who was injured but not incapacitated, returned unexpectedly, they could be taken by surprise with dire consequences. He scheduled Zheng Hao for the first watch, himself for the second, and Zhang Chong for the third. After the meal they lay awake, each mind replaying the day's revelations. The disparity of their previous illusions and current peril kept sleep at bay. Back at camp, Lu Shaoling had already produced about 5 gin of salt neatly wrapped in banana leaves. She waved excitedly upon spotting Chu Yi and the others return. While Chu Yi moved toward the reefs to seek further provisions, Lin Luochu sat to help Lu Shaoling finish processing the salt. Lu Shaoling's earlier melancholy had vanished. The prospect of participating in forays lifted her spirits. He had been restless staying behind, while Chu Yi and others left each day. Chu Yi approached and observed Lin Luochu's flushed face. Concern quickly displaced his curiosity. "Are you unwell? Your face is very red," he asked with earnest solicitude. She pretended it was only the proximity to the fire that reddened her skin, though her eyes darted away for a moment, betraying a hint of embarrassment. Chu Yi set the day's Kecheswex clams and a few small fish on the fire to roast. As the aroma rose, the camp gathered, drawing warmth and reassurance from the shared meal and the careful plans that would determine their days ahead. After their modest repast, Chu Yi shouldered his bow and wandered toward the nearby swaths of grass, hoping to snaffle a wild fowl or a rabbit to supplement their rations. A faint clucking arrested him. He slowed, lowered his frame, and crept forward with the patience of a hunter. The sound betrayed a hen that had evidently just laid. Such birds often call softly among the reeds after nesting. He parted the grass and found a wary wild hen beside a small nest of eggs. Rather than loosing an arrow, Chu Yi chose a gentler method. Fresh-laying hens are sluggish and easily subdued, so he set his bow aside, moved with utter silence, and closed the distance on hands and knees. When the moment arrived, he sprang, pinning the bird beneath his weight. The hen, startled and scrambling for cover, was rendered immobile in an instant. Chu Yi rose, clutching his prize with a triumphant smile, and gathered the eggs into his pouch. He led the captive hen toward the shore where Lin Luochu and Lu Shaoling awaited. Their faces lit with astonished delight to discover the bird was alive. Lu Shaoling's admiration was effusive. She beamed at Chu Yi and praised his skill, while Lin Luochu's reaction was quieter, tinged with a softer, more private pleasure. Chu Yi explained his intention to keep the hen alive to tend it in their camp, so that eggs might be a steady provision. He bound the bird's legs loosely with hemp, secured one into a bamboo stake to prevent escape, and set about preparing a rudimentary pen. Lu Shaoling chattered and admired the plan, imagining the daily blessing of eggs. Lin Luochu, less inclined to gaiety by nature, watched them with a small, complicated ache, as if something elusive had slipped through her fingers. Chu Yi, sensitive to the change in her expression, moved to her side and inquired softly whether she felt unwell, and his concern warmed her briefly. With the tide receded, they waded to the exposed reefs to gather sea bounty. Between them, they secured conch, shrimp, and an assortment of crabs. Every time Lin Luochu spotted a crab, she called out to Chu Yi to fetch it, preferring not to face the pinching claws herself. Returning from the rocks in the late afternoon, their woven basket was mostly full. Sea salt they had been producing likewise filled nearly 5 bags, promising a useful supply for many meals to come. Chu Yi retrieved the fish traps from the shallows. The haul was meagre, a few fish and some crabs, evidence that bait had been sparse. He resolved inwardly to bring better bait next time to improve their catch. With their provisions collected, the three made for the camp, pausing to pluck wild fruit from a low tree, unmolested by monkeys this time. Near the cave mouth, about 10 meters from the entrance beside the cliff, Chu Yi cleared a patch of ground and fashioned a simple enclosure. He removed stones until the bare earth showed, then felled bamboo to uniform lengths and erected a circle of stakes. He lined the pen with cut brush and placed the hen within, tying 1 foot to the bamboo to discourage flight. The small compound was modest, yet practical, promising regular eggs and a measure of self-sufficiency. Encouraged by the gate's success, Yin Zixin asked Chu Yi and Zheng how to harvest more bamboo the following day. She intended to fashion a storage cabinet and several chairs, weary of the discomfort of sitting on cold stone during their meals. Her casual, coquettish glance as she left to fetch garments caused a flush to rise on Chu Yi's face. He felt embarrassment and a warm stir even as he called to Zheng Hao and sprinted after them toward the bamboo grove. Lu Shaoling watched their hurried retreat with puzzled curiosity, while Yin Zixin, watching them go, let slip a quiet, bittersweet sigh. Chu Yi moved through the bamboo grove with practiced efficiency, felling stalk after stalk. Uncertain how many Yin Zixin would require, he and Zheng Hao pressed on until they had felled more than 30 poles. Once they had stripped the branches, the two men began the laborious task of hauling the pile back toward the camp, working until dusk before every bamboo was finally stacked beside the shelter. At the camp, Lin Luochu tended the evening meal. She had prepared the seafood they had found on the shore that day and set 2 rabbits to roast over coals. The sounds of conversation and laughter drifted from the wash basin where Yin Zixin and Lu Xiaoling were bathing. Chu Yi, still damp with sweat from the day's exertions, excused himself to the stream to bathe before dinner. When everyone had returned to the cave that night, Chu Yi propped the bamboo door upright and secured it with a wooden stave. With the makeshift barrier in place, there was no longer need to keep a constant sentry. The group settled for rest. At dawn, Chu Yi checked the rabbit snares and collected 2 hairs before setting out alone to inspect the boar trap. After a moment's calculation, he resolved to end the matter swiftly. He crept to a tree 6 or 7 meters from the trap and watched until the boar exposed its flank. When the animal presented itself, he loosed an arrow aimed for the eye. The first arrow struck true. He followed immediately with a second. The boar thrashed violently within its bounds, and only after a third arrow did it slump. Chu Yi waited high in the tree for some time to ensure there was no stir in the surrounding undergrowth before descending. The carcass was not massive, and he declined to butcher it on the spot. Bearing the weight with ease, he slung the slain boar over his shoulder and trudged back to camp. The sight of the animal elicited a burst of celebration. Since arriving at the site, the group had subsisted largely on seafood. Rabbit and fowl wild boar was a rare and welcome addition. Earlier attempts at preserving meat had failed for lack of salt, but now they possessed seasoning, and the cave's cool interior would permit storage. There followed a moment of intimate levity. He drew near Lin Luochu, and with a conspiratorial softness in his voice admitted that he simply wished to hear her commendation. Heat flushed her cheeks. She smiled, but strove to compose herself in the presence of the others. Lowering her voice, she praised him. "You are remarkable, adept in so many ways." And then, with a flirtatious blink and a coy tilt of the head, she challenged him to prove it. She rose and joined the others to discuss the finest way to handle the boar. Alone, Chu Yi felt his pulse quicken and an ungoverned warmth stir within him. He watched Lin Luochu among the group, every curve and motion setting his thoughts aflame. Determined to master his temperament, he stepped to the stream, drank deeply, and splashed cold water upon his face. The simple ritual did not still the agitation, so he told the others he would take a turn upon the mountain and left with an awkward smile. He did not intend to climb high. Instead, he skirted along the bamboo belt to the far side of the ridge, following a narrow gorge between 2 lower peaks. The place was new to him. After a brief walk of 200 meters, he emerged upon a small meadow no larger than a football pitch, not a true plain so much as a treeless slope, inclined at roughly 30 degrees, carpeted in lush grass that rose waist-high in places. When he shouted once, startled pheasants erupted from the grass and flew away. Lacking his bow, he could do nothing but watch them vanish. After wandering the expanse and finding nothing more to occupy his mind, he turned back toward the camp. The hour he had spent on the ridge had cooled the inner tumult. By the time he reached the shelter, the rest of the party had completed the boar's initial processing. He returned to the company feeling steadier, ready once more for the tasks of living in the mountain and the delicate commerce of human affection. Returning from the direction of the grassland, Chu Yi walked between trees of varying stature and beneath precipitous peaks, his heart surprisingly untroubled. He had been on the island for nearly a month. Provisions and freshwater had not posed insurmountable problems, yet the intermittent threat of wild beasts kept him vigilant. More disquieting still was the presence of mercenaries. Human peril often eclipsed that of animals. He did not yet know how many mercenaries prowled this island. If Zhao Jun stood alone, Chu Yi conjectured he could contend, but the uncertain number of strangers made every encounter fraught. Humanity, unbounded by law here, often resembled the wilderness itself. He reached the encampment where others were busied with the wild boar. Beside the shallow pool lay the boar's innards, neatly separated, a half bucket reclaimed from the shore, served as a convenient receptacle. One bucket held congealed salted blood. Nanan stood close by, watching the butchery with an untroubled, almost delighted curiosity. Chu Yi crouched, lifted her into his arms, and teased, asking whether she no longer desired a large drumstick. She considered gravely, then in a child's earnestness declared that she would save the drumstick for tomorrow, a decision that betrayed both her simplicity and sincerity. Her little face registered a hint of regret at foregoing the ribs, a small, endearing conflict between 2 childish appetites. Chu Yi followed with a grateful look, set Nanan down to play, and took the iron bucket from Lin Luochu. He drew half a bucket of clear mountain water, set it upon the stove, and coaxed a flame to life. When he teased her about her earlier bravado, she shot him a furious, shy glare, part indignation, part flustered affection. In a moment of impulsive intimacy, Chu Yi slipped an arm about her slender waist and pulled her close. Lin Luochu protested, alarmed by the impropriety of such a display with others present, and pushed him away in embarrassment. He softened murmured that provocations demanded recompense, called her his Lin goddess, then released her when he sensed her genuine unease. He proposed gently, and with an undertone of promise that they ascend the mountain to admire the moon together another evening. She accused him of ulterior motives, but could not suppress a delighted smile. They traded playful barbs until the mood lightened into something tender and companionable. By evening they sat to eat. The camp's menu shifted from the monotonous fish of recent days to hearty rib stew and a soup made from pig offal. The richer, less briny flavor of pork was a revelation after 2 mini salt-scented catches from the sea. Everyone ate, with appetite ladling seconds and warming themselves with the communal comfort of shared food. Nanan grasped a drumstick in one hand and a rib in the other, proclaiming with muffled joy that both were delicious. Her stuffed little mouth and the amused laughter around her made the scene homely. Lin Luochu wiped the grease from Nanan's chin and admonished her to pace herself. Chu Yi watched the convivial tableau briefly, swept by a wistful knowledge that were it not for the island's lurking uncertainties, this simple existence might be all the contentment a man could wish for. At the dinner table, Chu Yi recounted his discovery of honey in the mountains. His companions listened with delighted faces. The 3 women in particular glowed with anticipation. Wild honey, they mused, was a treasure rich in nutrients, abundant in antioxidants and antibacterial compounds, and rumored to preserve beauty and vitality when taken sparingly each day. They all directed eager looks at Chu Yi as if urging him to set out at once. Lu Shaoling could not contain her excitement and asked when they might collect the honey. Chu Yi's smile faltered. He admitted hesitantly that harvesting it would likely be impossible. The trio's faces fell immediately. If Chu Yi deemed it unfeasible, it must be perilous indeed. When Lu Shaoling pressed him for an explanation, Chu Yi took a swallow of water and clarified. The nest was over 3 meters long and teeming with bees. Without suitable protective equipment, a reckless attempt would invite thousands of stings. The picture of danger silenced their fantasies of effortless sweetness. The notion that a honeycomb equals a bee colony unsettled them. They had only considered the honey itself. After the meal, the 3 retreated to their cavern dispirited. Chu Yi stayed behind to tend the camp. Their food stores, supplemented by yesterday's boar, would last for several days, so he planned to remain. He inspected the pinned wild chickens and the modest bamboo shelter their companions had fashioned. The hens had a bowl of water and a simple nest, of rural domesticity that comforted him, though he wondered if captivity would not deter the birds from laying. Chu Yi's amusement turned to triumph. The hollow of the bucket could shield the head layered with banana leaves. It might protect the neck and cover exposed skin. He explained that honey could be harvested simply by detaching the comb, so that his hands need only be protected rather than requiring complicated tools. If his body were wrapped, the bees would have no opportunity to sting him. The women listened with mingled skepticism and hope. Lin Luochu voiced concern about the danger, but Chu Yi, confident and almost playful, assured them he would encase himself thoroughly. They set to work. He cut a second bucket so that its upper portion remained as a removable lid, convenient for carrying and securing. They gathered banana leaves and began to bind them around his limbs and torso, checking relentlessly for any patch of uncovered skin. To be cautious, Lin Luochu wrapped 3 layers of leaves around his neck. When she reached for a 4th, Chu Yi feigned distress to halt her hand. Her worry was immediate. She loosened the wrapping at once and hovered anxiously. They inspected every seam with meticulous care. Lu Shaoling even touched the junction of his waist and thigh to ensure the leaves were snug, and the accidental familiarity sent a rosy flush to her cheeks. Embarrassment broke the tension, but the women's vigilance did not abate. With the improvised armor complete, Chu Yi donned the bucket helmet and walked in slow circles to test its fit. Satisfied, he shouldered the other half and made for the cliff where the nest clung to the rock face. The air thrummed with countless bees, and the long comb hung like a dark ribbon. The 3 watched from a safe distance, anxiety and hope braided together as Chu Yi advanced, his makeshift protection gleaming faintly in the mountain light. A beehive clung to the cliff face some 10 meters above the ground. Fortunately, the rock was not sheer. Jutting ledges and saplings offered handholds. Chu Yi began his ascent, planting his feet on protruding stones and gripping small trees to steady himself. Before long, he had climbed to a height of 6 or 7 meters, paused to reconnoiter the upper ledge, found his footing, and resumed his climb with deliberate care. He rested a wooden bucket on a wide outcrop and inched upward until he stood beneath the hive. With the bucket lid removed and his posture adjusted, he rose slowly to reach the comb. At once the hive erupted. The bees perceived an intruder and surged toward him in a humming storm. The 3 girls watching below held their breath, faces drawn with apprehension, unable to speak for fear and worry. Chu Yi felt his scalp prickle as the drone of thousands of wings swelled around him. He lifted his hands and waved gently to part the mass of bees and clear a sight line to the honeycombs. The combs hung like fans from the rock, dozens of plates clustered together, each brimming with golden cells. Having collected the first portion, Chu Yi rose and moved to the next comb with increasing speed. The mass of bees intensified their buzzing and impact their ceaseless collisions, and the close press of bodies made his chest feel tight. He knew he could not linger. After securing 3 combs, he capped the bucket and prepared to descend. Once the 3 had put distance between themselves and the cliff, Chu Yi continued his descent. The bees still clung to him. He tried to shoo them away, knowing their instinct was to follow. Fire would drive them off, but he had no convenient means to kindle a flame. His hands were bound with banana leaves, and his supplies were meager. He redoubled his efforts to swat them loose, but the swarm seemed to have fixed upon him. Then Lin Luochu returned. She halted at a safe distance, gathered dry twigs and leaves, and with a lighter she had fetched from the camp, she coaxed a small blaze to life. Seeing her resolve, Chu Yi hurried over with the honey-laden bucket. He fed a few more kindling sticks to the fire until the flames strengthened. The bees, sensing danger and smoke, began to disperse. Some brushed too close to the flames and fell, their bodies ablaze or lifeless on the ground. When the last of the immediate swarm had flown away, Chu Yi removed the bucket from his head and inhaled deeply as relief washed over him. Around the smoldering fire, dead bees lay scattered. He wrapped handfuls of their bodies in banana leaves with careful hands. Such a collection would serve as food to fatten wildfowl at the camp. After gathering several hundred, he stamped out the embers, extinguished the fire completely, and set off toward the bamboo grove with his prize. Near the camp, he found Lin Luochu and Lu Xiaoling waiting. They ran to him as soon as they saw the empty head bucket and the absence of a buzzing cloud. Lu Xiaoling peered into the bucket. The honey was slowly liquefying, and a few lingering bees hovered inside. Chu Yi handed her a second wrapped vessel. When she peeled back the banana leaf, she saw the compact parcels of dead bees and asked whether they were edible. He smiled and explained that he intended them as feed for the wild chickens in their present state. Such provisions were welcome and practical. Chu Yi turned to Lin Luochu with gratitude warming his features. He reached out to touch her hair in a gentle, appreciative gesture, and with an inviting smile announced they should return to the camp to savor the honey. The 3 made their way back together. At the camp, Zheng Hao was helping Yin Zixin carry bamboo, and Zhang Chong sat playing with Nanan. Chu Yi set down the honey, shed the outer banana leaves with Lin Luochu's assistance, and checked on Zhang Chong's leg. Zhang Chong assured him he could walk normally now. With a cheerful lift, Chu Yi scooped up Nanan and promised a treat. The child's delighted voice rang out as she agreed. Luochu, with so much honey, how shall we store it? Lin Luochu and Lu Xiaoling stood transfixed before the barrel, bewildered by the sheer abundance. Chu Yi had returned with more than half a tub brimful of honyezli, tin gin, and there was neither refrigerator nor preservation vessel on the island. The dilemma of surplus food with no adequate storage weighed on them like a vexing headache. Chu Yi, cradling Nanan, crouched beside them and used a thin bamboo skewer to lift a spoonful of honey to the child's lips. The little head bobbed with delight. Delicious, so sweet, she chimed between eager bites. After several servings, Lin Luochu gently restrained his hand. They all knew a child ought not indulge in honey excessively. Provisions were scarce on the island, and Chu Yi had only wanted to ensure Nanan ate well. Perceiving their distress, Chu Yi scanned the camp and noticed Yin Zixin still at her weaving. Inspiration struck. He gathered thick segments of bamboo, cleaved them into uniform lengths, bored small openings at one end, and fashioned a dozen slender cylinders. He rinsed them in the stream, and with rustic ingenuity carved small wooden stoppers to seal each tube. Pour the honey into these, he instructed them. One by one, the barrels were transformed into many compact vessels, portable, practical, and easily dispensed as needed. Lu Xiaoling could not contain her admiration, praising him with a radiant smile. Nearby, Yin Zixin had already assembled a 3D-aired storage cabinet with doors roughly 1.5 meters tall and 2 meters long, perfectly sized for their cave. Together with Chu Yi and Zheng Hao, she hauled it to the brook, rinsed it, and left it to dry beneath the sun. When Yin Zixin announced she would construct another cabinet and a wardrobe, Chu Yi watched her nimble hands rod by small bamboo cuts with a complicated curiosity. Since learning of Yin Zixin's involvement with Zheng Hao, he had viewed her through a different lens and felt a subtle, uneasy shift in his thoughts. Food supplies had improved markedly. There remained tins of gene of wild boar and 2 or 3 dozen fish, enough for a week. They resolved to rest in the camp for 2 days before venturing out again. At midday, Lu Xiaoling diluted honey in the cool stream water, and the simple refreshment was shared with a grateful murmur. Everyone acknowledged that much of their newfound comfort stemmed from Chu Yi's resourcefulness. Without him, their existence on the island would have been far harsher. After 2 days, Yin Zixin had exhausted the bamboo, having fashioned 2 storage cabinets, a wardrobe, and 8 chairs. The encampment now bore all the hallmarks of a home. That afternoon, Chu Yi resolved to inspect the shoreline. He took Zhang Chong and Lin Luochu with him to check the fish traps that had lain undisturbed for days. They also used these excursions to practice archery. Both Lin Luochu and Lu Shaoling had grown reasonably proficient at a 10-meter range, training daily in the hope that they might one day defend themselves. The tide was ebbing when they arrived at the coast. Wind and surf were restless. After an hour among the rocks, they gathered a modest haul of shells and small whelks. The crabs were plentiful, but too diminutive to justify pursuit. The 2 fish traps yielded only 3 undersized blackfish and a couple of small lobsters. They replenished the bait, reset the cages, and returned with a few wild fruits plucked along the way. There had been no sign of the macaques since the previous skirmish. Perhaps they had migrated elsewhere. Back at the cave, Lu Shaoling tended to Nanan, while Zheng Hao and Yin Zixin were absent. Lin Luochu's brow furrowed with concern when she discovered their companions did not return at midday. She refrained from pressing questions, mindful she only grasped part of the story. As dusk approached, and they still had not come back, unease settled over the group. Lin Luochu pleaded they search for them, and Chu Yi, bow in hand, set off toward the forest. No sooner had he stepped beyond the entrance than Yin Zixin came running from the direction of the bamboo grove. Her garments were torn, mud stained her clothes, her face marked by fresh abrasions, and a smear of blood lingered at the corner of her mouth. She launched herself into Lin Luochu's arms and sobbed stormily. Not long after, Zheng Hao emerged, as well disheveled and bearing similar wounds, as if from claws or rough handling. Yin Zixin continued to weep in Lin Luochu's embrace, while the others surrounded them, the camp suddenly still with worry and the unexplained violence of whatever had befallen their companions hanging heavy in the air. At that moment, Zheng Hao arrived before the others. Chu Yi stepped forward, restraining him with a terse hand and a look of undisguised displeasure. "Zheng Hao, what is the meaning of this?" he demanded. Zheng Hao sought an excuse, convinced that Yin Zixin would not dare speak the truth. Yet Yin Zixin, clinging to Lin Luochu and weeping louder, cried out, "He bullied me." The accusation froze Zheng Hao's astonishment, gave way to a flash of rage. Under muffled sobs, Yin Zixin recounted the afternoon. Shortly after, Chu Yi and the others had left, Lu Shaoling had taken Nanan back to the Shandong to rest. In the lull that followed, Zheng Hao's unsettling sense of entitlement resurfaced. He had sought her several times and been refused, understanding that no one could return to the outside world. Yin Zixin had resolutely declined to continue any sordid liaison with him. Spurred by spite, Zheng Hao contrived a pretext to draw her toward the Zulin, intending to teach her a brutal lesson. Once he revealed his intent, Yin Zixin struggled with every ounce of her strength. Her slender body could not match his heavier frame, and although she resisted fiercely, he overpowered her. When she continued to refuse, he struck her face with several slaps. Enraged, Yin Zixin fought back and clawed at his cheeks. That enraged Zheng Hao anew. He shoved her down, mounted her, and rained blows upon her. After that violation, he paused only briefly before resuming his violent assault, disregarding her protests entirely. Lying sullenly on the ground, Zheng Hao lifted his head, defiant and venomous. "What of it if I used her? I'd used her so many times," he spat. Yin Zixin opened her mouth to refute him, but confronted by the collective ire on every face, she fell silent. Lin Luochu fixed him with a severe stare and pronounced him expelled. "From now on, go. This Yingdi has no place for you." Zheng Hao, furious and resigned to wreckage, hurled curses and threats. Chu Yi advanced again, prepared to beat him further, but Lin Luochu checked him. Chu Yi then warned him in a cold voice never to show himself in their sight again. The words left Yin Zixin dizzy, breathless with shame and rage. "Zheng Hao, you framed me, you forced me," she protested, voice barely steady. He replied with coarse contempt, denying any culpability and defiling her with slander. Chu Yi, unable to bear the insult, struck him across the face and ordered him away. Terrified at the hostility, Zheng Hao retreated into the forest, shouting that he would survive without them, though none believed he would be welcome again. When his figure vanished among the trees, the group slowly made their way back to the Shandong. Lin Luochu supported Yin Zixin all the way to her bedding and murmured reassurances with a voice tempered by both severity and tenderness. "It is past, forget such filth and live on," she urged. Yin Zixin, ashamed and complexly relieved, could only lower her head. "Chu, I am sorry. I have disappointed you," she whispered. The diminutive name seared through Lin Luochu. It had been years since anyone there had used it. Lu Xiaoling, who had been tending Nanan, had only just grasped the outline of events from the other's words. She soothed Yin Zixin, gently promising that the accused miscreant would never trouble them again. Yet the memory of the assault and the threat of exposure lingered like a bitter aftertaste. Alone with her thoughts, fingers digging into her palm, Yin Zixin whispered to the retreating form of Lin Lu, "Chu, can we ever go back?" Zheng Hao, unwilling to risk the forest at night, had left the camp at dusk and walked straight to the shore. He flattened himself beneath a tree and tried with clumsy persistence to imitate Chu Yi's fire-making technique. Lacking such experience, his futile rubbing lasted half an hour before frustration threw the stick from his hands. He swore at the dark, promising revenge in a voice that trembled with anger, then broke open a coconut and drank greedily, the sea breeze carrying his temper away into the night. He confided his scheme to Lu Xiling, pulling her aside and whispering the plan. She covered her astonishment with a delighted hand over her mouth and promised with mock solemnity to keep the secret and help arrange a surprise for Luochu. When dusk approached, Lu seized her opportunity to lead Lin Luochu away, feigning a stomachache and pleading for company to the bamboo grove. Lin Luochu, trusting, followed. The ruse bought the camp time. Lu dawdled among the shoots, pretending to search for bamboo shoots despite knowing the season could not possibly yield any. While Lu delayed outside, Chu Yi tended his oven. He roasted the lobsters and crabs, simmered 3 fish into a warming broth, and spit-roasted a wild chicken, brushing its skin with honey so it caramelized and glowed. He placed his crude cake into the embers. The heat had been a little fierce and the crust cracked, but the scent that rose was honest and sweet. When he judged it ready, he wrapped it carefully and returned to the camp with the pot of stew, the roasted bird, and the modest cake. To seal the moment, Lu Xiling proposed a toast in honor of Zhangkaojia. They raised their bamboo cups to the luminous sky and cried together, "Happy birthday" and "Happy Zhangkaojia," their voices echoing softly across the camp. For a fleeting evening beneath the same moon that marked both festival and birth, the small group found comfort, kinship, and the quiet happiness of shared celebration. The moon hung overhead, luminous and perfectly round, its light tinged with a cool austerity. The murmuring brook filled the encampment with a continuous, soothing susurration. After their meal, no one dispersed. They remained gathered, savoring the tranquil interlude. They had been on the island for nearly a month, a span punctuated by peril and laughter, vexation and calm. Tonight there were no visible shadows of sorrow. It seemed as though everyone had reconciled with their circumstances and begun to devote themselves to this nascent existence. Chu Dage, will we remain so contented forever? Lu Xiling propped her elbows on the table, chin in her hands, her expression composed as she addressed Chu Yi. Chu Yi gazed at the firmament, the moonlight catching in his pupils and giving them an uncommon clarity. Complacency breeds inattention. This island harbors myriad unknown perils that we must never disregard. Lin Luochu drank calmly, set down her cup, and spoke with measured equanimity. For those who have already departed, we must be grateful. We have shelter and food, and above all, this camp has come to resemble a home, a warmth that sustains us all. Chu Yi regarded Lin Luochu with quiet affection. Though she often wore a cool reserve on the island, she invariably provided care and consolation. As long as we strive, life here will steadily improve. It may lack the luxuries of civilization, but if we treat one another as family, we will find contentment. He raised a bamboo cup. To family and to a life that grows better with each day. The others lifted their cups too, their hearts buoyed by a shared hope for the future. The next morning, Chu Yi awoke to the patter of a heavy rain. Through a hairline gap, water trickled inward, mixed with leaves and silt. He opened the bamboo door and saw the tempest lashing the camp. The weather on the island turned with bewildering swiftness. Only the night before, the moon had been full and serene. Seeing there was little to be done but wait, he closed the door and lay back upon his bamboo mattress, embracing the rare leisure. He slept until near midday, then rose and found the cave strangely deserted. Stepping outside, he encountered Lin Luochu at the hearth, an iron pail in hand and a soft, knowing smile upon her face. She teased him gently for allowing sleep to overtake him. He replied, with playful familiarity, touching her cheek and feigning scandal. Her face warmed into an embarrassed laugh, and the tender exchange dissolved into easy companionship. Though the brook that fed the camp bore the brown of recent rains, the flow emerging from the rock was crystalline. It seemed the stream was fed by an underground current from the southern highlands. The pool was shallow but vigorous. Its clear outflow had fashioned the brook that sustained their encampment. Around the pool grew a profusion of flora. At first the plants seemed inconsequential, but then Chu Yi recognized a familiar leaf form. Kneeling, he uprooted one specimen and found to his astonishment clusters of small rounded tubers attached to the roots. They looked like potatoes, tender, diminutive, the size of eggs and marbles. The patch stretched across roughly an acre. Joy flooded him after so many days of meat and scant variety. Here was fresh produce, a revelation that promised immediate relief to their monotonous fare. He began to harvest with enthusiasm, pulling up dozens, wrapping them in his shirt, the warmth of the discovery quickening his steps back to camp. At the hearth, he declared the find to Lin Luochu and presented the bounty. Her surprise transformed into elation. For someone who had little taste for meat, the prospect of vegetables was a genuine delight. They set to work rinsing and preparing the tubers, some to be boiled for the midday meal, the remainder reserved for evening. When they sat down, the simple dishes on the table, the familiar stew, now complemented by the newly discovered potatoes, elicited astonished, joyful stares. Lu Xiling could scarcely conceal her excitement, praising Chu Yi's uncanny resourcefulness. Even the children took to the small tubers with unabashed pleasure, popping one into Nanan's mouth and watching as she pronounced them delicious with childlike sincerity. Laughter broke forth around the table, warm and unforced. For a fleeting but precious interval worry reseated the camp was alive with the comforts of shared food and communal mirth, the island's hardships softened by a harvest pulled from the earth itself. At the reef, Zheng Hao crouched and groped along the stones with both hands plunged into the cold water, feeling for anything edible. After a painstaking search, he withdrew his palms, clutching a small bivalve reminiscent of an oyster, but considerably smaller. He pried it open, dug out the flesh with his fingers, and shoved it into his mouth. The morsel was so insubstantial that it barely registered, so he plunged his hands back into the sea and continued his fruitless search. Frustrated at finding nothing more, he trudged toward the makeshift shelter he had erected the previous day. The shelter had been assembled in haste. Several crude poles topped with banana leaf sand had offered little protection from the morning deluge. Zheng Hao collapsed within it breathless, snatched a coconut, and split it open with a hard blow. He drank greedily, then lay back and brooded over his misfortunes and the disparity between his hardships and the relative ease with which others in the camp seemed to fare. His anger swelled. He struck one of the shelter's weak supports so hard that the structure surrendered. Bamboo poles and leaves tumbled down, burying him beneath a tangle of wood. Cursing, Zheng Hao felt a darker edge of resentment. His eyes sharpened with a hint of malice as he contemplated his lot. Meanwhile, at the camp, Chu Yi had been pondering their previous fortune in discovering a potato patch. He realized they had never undertaken a thorough search for edible wild plants and resolved to spend the afternoon scouring the hills for greens and roots that might sustain them. Accompanied by Lin Luochu, bow and quiver slung across their backs, Chu Yi retraced the ridge to the place where the potatoes had been found. Lin Luochu admired the expansive patch. Its promise buoyed her spirits. Chu Yi explained with modest confidence born of his military experience how potatoes could be propagated from cut tubers buried in the soil and how such a resource would ease the camp's burden if they could cultivate it. Their pace slowed as they moved deeper into the undergrowth, intent on spotting anything edible among the profusion of island flora. They spent the better part of 2 hours combing the foothills. Apart from a single wild rooster that Chu Yi brought down with an arrow, the expedition yielded little. The noon sun grew fierce. Seeing Lin Luochu's forehead run with sweat, Chu Yi led her to the shade of a large tree where the ground was clear save for a few exposed stones. They rested there. She offered him water from her thermos. Its coolness revitalized him, and together they scanned the surrounding plant life for unfamiliar but promising specimens. Shortly thereafter, Lin Luochu pointed to a stand of green, relatively low-growing plants with thin stalks and broad leaves crowned by clusters of small fruits. Chu Yi recognized them at once and called it a boon. He uprooted a specimen and displayed its rhizome. Lin Luochu cried out with delight, while Ginger relieved at the discovery. The prospect thrilled them both. Ginger would temper the overpowering fishiness that had plagued their soups, transforming their simple stews with a welcome warmth of flavor. They dug up a clutch of rootstocks, taking only those without seed-bearing fruits so as to leave the reproductive specimens to scatter seed for future growth. At supper, Lu Shaoling sat with a length of snake meat in each hand, gnawing at it with evident relish. Chu Yi watched her with amusement. "Weren't you afraid of snakes? How can you eat so heartily?" he teased. Lu Shaoling shot him a look and ignored him, then turned to Lin Luochu. "Luochu, jia, have a piece. It is truly delicious, better than ribs." Lin Luochu glanced at the snake meat on the table and involuntarily shivered as the memory of the creature's former shape passed through her mind. Nausea rose within her. She shook her head firmly and said, "You enjoy it, I will not compete with you." Finding the refusal dispiriting, Lu Shaoling reached for another piece of meat and continued to feast. Not long after they departed, someone in the forest fixed their gaze on the direction of the camp. The trio first reached the hemp field and set about cutting down ample stalks while Lin Luochu stripped the leaves and bound the stems into bundles. Chu Yi intended that he and Zhang Chong would each shoulder a bundle, while Lin Luochu carried a basket to hold any fish recovered from the trap. Once satisfied, they left the bundles where they were and went to retrieve the fish trap, planning to return for the hemp afterward. There was only one trap, so the task was swift. The catch was meager, perhaps 7 or 8 fish, and there were no lobsters or crabs, likely because the trap had lain in a shallow pool. With the trap secured, they paused beneath a wild fruit tree on the return route and picked their fill. The macaques did not appear this time. By afternoon, they arrived back at camp. Emerging from the timber, they immediately noticed Lu Shaoling seated by the stream, her face etched with anxiety. Upon seeing them, she sprang to her feet and ran toward them, sobbing as she cried out, "You're finally back." Zixin Jia has been taken by Zheng Hao. Chu Yi felt the color drain from his face and demanded what happened. Lu Xiaoling, still trembling, gathered herself and recounted the events that had unfolded after they left. Zheng Hao had come to the encampment the previous day, but had concealed himself while Chu Yi and the others remained. He waited until Chu Yi and Zhang Chong departed, spotting an opportunity. At that moment, Lu Xiaoling and Nanan were playing in the cave, and Yin Zixin was alone at the stream, washing garments. Zheng Hao approached Yin Zixin with a leering grin. "Yin beauty, long time no see. I've missed you," he said with a repulsive leer. Yin Zixin, alarmed, protested, "What do you think you're doing? Chu Yi and the others are in the cave. Do not make trouble." Her voice trembled in an attempt to intimidate him, but Zheng Hao merely smirked. "Oh, I saw them leave with Zhang Chong. Why else would I come?" He seized her hair and hauled her up, his hand reaching towards her chest. Yin Zixin cried out in despair. Hearing the commotion, Lu Shaoling rushed from the cave and found Zheng Hao molesting Yin Zixin. She screamed, "What are you doing?" Turning toward the cave entrance, Zheng Hao released Yin Zixin and swaggered over to her, his expression fouled with lechery. "Today I will not only have her, I'll make you pay too," he snarled. Lu Shaoling's eyes fell on the kitchen knife on the stove. She darted to it, clasped it in trembling hands, and warned him, "Do not come closer, or I will not hold back." For a moment Zheng Hao hesitated. He knew the blade's sharpness. Yet his lust had muddled his reason, and he lunged toward her. He seized one of her hands as she flailed. In panic, Lu Shaoling brandished the knife and swung wildly. Zheng Hao twisted aside, and reaching for the other hand was met by a sharp cut as the blade grazed his arm. Blood welled immediately, and his grip slackened. Enraged, he spat, "You bitch, I'll kill you." The wound unnerved him. He did not dare to press forward at once, glancing instead at Yin Zixin, who had seized a wooden spear. "You'd better leave now, or we will not be merciful," Yin Zixin warned, pointing the makeshift weapon at him. Anger overcame caution. Zheng Hao spun, wrenched the spear from her grasp with a violent tug, and used it to force her body forward. He seized her by the hair and pressed the blunt end against the hollow of her throat. "Come with me, or I'll gut you," he snarled. Lu Shaoling implored him to release her, pleading that if Chu Yi returned, he would deal with him. Zheng Hao answered with a brutal shove of the spear that nicked Yin Zixin's neck, producing a thin thread of blood. Stricken with fear at the sight, Lu Shaoling watched in helpless horror as Zheng Hao dragged Yin Zixin into the forest, his threats ringing behind him. Chu Yi regarded Lu Shaoling's tears with a heavy chest. The presence of Zheng Hao had become an unmistakable menace that demanded immediate attention. Wiping her face with trembling fingers, Lu Shaoling pointed toward the southeastern copse and stammered that the men had departed into the forest. She explained through sobs that Chu Yi and the others had left for roughly an hour before Zheng Hao arrived, and that by now the captors had likely been gone for about 3 hours. Fear threaded her voice as she implored, "Chu Dage, you must rescue Yin Zixin." Chu Yi's brow knit in thought. He slung off his woven satchel and turned to Zhang Chong with deliberate resolve. "Remain at the camp, Lin Luochu, and I will pursue them." Zhang Chong's affirmation was immediate and earnest. He vowed to protect Shaoling Jie with his life, and Chu Yi, sensing the gravity of the island's new rules, instructed him to keep his blade close and to respond without hesitation to any threat to the camp. Zhang Chong absorbed the command with solemn gravity. Survival here superseded the niceties of the civilized law they once knew. With weapons in hand, Chu Yi and Lin Luochu entered the forest. Lin Luochu carried only a bow and a scant supply of arrows. Chu Yi bore a bow, a wooden spear, and a saber at his hip. They advanced slowly, scrutinizing the ground beneath them. The forest floor was a tapestry of trampled grass and displaced undergrowth, a living ledger of recent passage. Chu Yi explained that anywhere a person trod in such wild land, traces would remain, and where Zheng Hao escorted Yin Zixin, the imprint would be more conspicuous still. Lin Luochu's face, a mixture of anxiety and resolve, brightened at his assurance. "Then let us hurry," she urged. They made a small encampment beneath the shelter of a great tree. Lin Luochu sat close to their fire pit and watched the dark fringe of the forest as if danger might emerge from the black at any moment. Although Chu Yi assured her that Zheng Hao had no intention of killing Yin Zixin, she confessed that what she feared most was the prospect of further humiliation and harm inflicted upon her friend. The worry gnawed at her. The night amplified every conceivable threat and painted the trees as looming sentinels. Chu Yi set about conjuring flame. He gathered dry twigs, brittle leaves, and a quantity of deadwood, but the forest retained a dampness that made ignition difficult. He attempted to fashion fire by friction, working tirelessly with a spindle and hearth until smoke began to rise, but no flame took hold. Lin Luochu, unwilling to remain idle, took his tools and continued the labor while he scoured the surrounding gloom for better tinder. A short distance away, Chu Yi discovered a fallen, desiccated pine, its bark peeling, its core long since softened by rot. He stripped a fragment of its bark and scraped resinous shavings with his saber. The wood fell into a dry, fibrous flake ideal for a fire's tinder. Returning to the pit, he sprinkled the shavings over the embers and resumed the spindle's motion. After a few tense minutes, smoke swelled, and then a tentative glow coalesced. He fed the nascent spark with dry leaves until it blossomed into a reliable flame. With a stout branch prepared as a torch, he entrusted Lin Luochu to tend the blaze and set off to forage. Night swallowed the forest beyond the circle of light. Chu Yi moved cautiously, torch held aloft to reveal only immediate surroundings. Prey and edible roots proved elusive in the thick dark. The forest yielded little to searchers at this hour. He returned to the camp empty-handed as the flames sputtered and hissed. Lin Luochu greeted him with concerned eyes and a soft question. "It is too dark to find anything of substance tonight," he admitted, a mild ruefulness in his tone. "We will try again at first light." They settled beside the warming fire. Chu Yi, scanning the perimeter once more, found an abandoned pine cone on the forest floor. With deft fingers he pried it apart and released a scattering of plump pine nuts. He toasted them slowly by the embers and offered a portion to Lin Luochu. The simple ritual of roasting songzi brought a small, fragile comfort. Their taste was modest, yet sustaining. Lin Luochu tended the fire dutifully, adding fallen twigs to keep the glow constant, while Chu Yi prepared to press further for provisions when dawn came. As embers muttered under a bed of dry leaves, the two remained vigilant. The night amplified every creak and sigh of the woods, but within the circle of light, they found a brief sanctuary from the urgency that waited beyond. Dawn would bring renewed pursuit. Until then, they conserved their strength, nurtured the fire, and clung to the quiet conviction that patience joined to prudence and skill would guide them back to Yanzixin. Chu Yi returned carrying 5 or 6 pine cones, and Lin Luochu, seated by the hearth, regarded him with genuine surprise. He explained that a tall pine nearby had shed its cones, and on finding one he had kept searching until he gathered a small handful. They sat together and pried open the cones, scattering a modest pile of pale pine nuts on the ground. Chu Yi arranged them around the embers to draw out their moisture and coax their flavor. When the first batch was ready, Lin Luochu offered him one with an earnest smile. He asked, bewildered, whether she had not eaten before, and she demurred insistently, saving her morsel until he returned. Their playful exchange dissolved into a warm shared indulgence as she placed a tender nut at his lips, and he responded with an equally impulsive gesture, taking both nut and fingertip into his mouth. The simple intimacy made them both flush and laugh with gentle embarrassment. A hint of mischief shadowed Chu Yi's features. Lin Luochu's cheeks burned with a coquettish shyness that only heightened her allure beneath the firelight. She reproached him half in jest for indulging in unwholesome thoughts, and he protested with mock solemnity that he had merely been savoring the taste. Their banter was a flirtatious dance full of soft retorts and affectionate provocations. When Chu Yi leaned closer and asked audaciously for another morsel fed by her hand, she feigned indignation before surrendering to a tender, enchanting smile. The hearth's glow painted their faces the color of dusk as he took the liberty of slipping an arm about her waist and resting his chin upon her shoulder, murmuring that few men could remain unmoved in the presence of such beauty. The world narrowed to the warmth between them, and neither resisted when the moment deepened into a gentle embrace. They slept in one another's arms, safety found in companionship. Chu Yi tended the fire before bedding down, arranging larger logs for a longer burn and laying a bed of grasses to cushion them. In the cool hush of dawn, sunlight sifted through the trees and kissed Lin Luochu's face. She awoke first, refreshed, and felt an unexpected firmness beneath her. Mortified, she shifted to discover the cause, and flushed with embarrassment. The small commotion stirred Chu Yi from his sleep, and he blushed in turn. After a shy exchange and a quiet smile, they rose and readied themselves to resume the pursuit, mindful of the urgency that lay beyond their private reverie. They followed the trail, weaving deeper into the forest and moving southward. Chu Yi's thoughts flickered to danger. Southern woods had a fearsome reputation, but the thought of Yanzixin spurred him onward. He pressed on with resolute purpose. Rescuing Yanzixin remained their priority. Not long after, beneath a boulder taller than a man, they discovered the remnants of a recent fire. Chu Yi felt the remaining warmth at the hearth with his hand and knew the camp could not have been abandoned long ago. He urged Lin Luochu to quicken their pace, convinced they were close enough to catch up with those they pursued. They tracked the signs for another long stretch, following prints and snapped branches until the trail turned toward the east coast. The land rose before them into a low mountain of roughly 200 meters, and the traces of their quarry continued upward across its slopes. By mid-morning, the trees gave way to a vivid meadow at the summit, the grasses waist-high and vibrant under the sea breeze. From this vantage, the world opened wide. Chu Yi scanned the plateau and at once spied 2 figures moving some 500 to 600 meters away, unshielded now by any trees. He pointed them out to Lin Luochu, and together they broke into a fast run, the tall grass tugging at their legs, but unable to deter them. After a night of pursuit, the sight of Zheng Hao and Yanzixin ahead made every laborious step worthwhile. Unaware that they had been followed so closely, Zheng Hao had led Yanzixin south with the conviction that distance and the perilous forests would keep pursuers at bay. He believed that by steering them far from familiar tracks and then turning east, he would elude any searchers. He had not expected Chu Yi to be relentless enough to find them. Now, as the two moved across the open summit, Chu Yi and Lin Luochu closed the gap with determined strides, intent on bringing the chase to its next decisive moment. They halted at a distance of scarcely 100 meters. Zheng Hao and the others suddenly came to a stop. The two of them advanced with trepidation. When Zheng Hao gazed at the scene before them, astonishment stole over his face. Only then did he notice an abrupt, towering precipice. He leaned forward to peer over the brink. The cliff plunged sheer and uncompromising below. Broken boulders clustered like the scattered remnants of some ruined cathedral. The sea drove its waves ceaselessly against those stones, each collision sounding like a great drumbeat reverberating against the void. Bewildered, he sank down to face the ocean. Beside him, Yin Zixin rounded up a protruding rock to sit upon, her body exhausted, and her expression a fierce mask of hatred aimed squarely at Zheng Hao, the man who had consigned her to repeated hells. Seated at the cliff's edge, Yin Zixin's thoughts swirled with a sudden violent impulse. A flash of desperate yearning to push Zheng Hao into the abyss coursed through her. If he fell, perhaps she could finally be free of that monstrous presence. She entertained the thought for only a moment before Zheng Hao turned his head. The glance he cast at her sent a wave of panic through her, and she watched him with taut apprehension. Chu Yi and Lin Luochu paid his threat no heed. They moved with renewed urgency. As they closed to within 10 meters, Zheng Hao escalated the menace. He snarled a promise to stab Yin Zixin should Chu Yi take another step forward. The wooden spear had already pierced her flesh. Pain contorted her face, and she cried out. Chu Yi restrained Lin Luochu's attempt to surge forward, cautioning that they should not be provoked. Lin Luochu halted, apprehension clouding her face as her fingers tightened instinctively around her bow and the arrow she held. Zheng Hao's features folded into a grotesque grin, equal parts mockery and malice. He admitted he had underestimated them. He had never imagined they would find him so easily. He demanded that they leave the island and permit Yin Zixin to remain with him, insisting that they would each lead separate lives thereafter. His proposition revealed a base calculation. Stranded here with no prospects of returning, he reasoned what harm in compelling a woman to share his company and intermittently satisfy his desires. His earlier scheme had been to ensnare Lin Luochu, to possess her so completely that even death would be without regret. The fact that Chu Yi always brought Lin Luochu when he ventured forth had forced him to alter those plans. The previous day, had Lu Shaoling not been armed, Zheng Hao would have assaulted her as well. Any opportunity for another conquest only fed his appetite and diluted his sense of shame. Chu Yi voiced a firm refusal and proposed to ask Yin Zixin whether she would go along of her own accord. Zheng Hao's expression darkened. He spat that there was no need to consult her. In his twisted estimation, she belonged to him already. He bristled with obscene self-justification and tightened his grip, wrenching at her hair until she cried out in agony. Lin Luochu reacted with a fierce outcry, imploring him not to harm Yin Zixin. Zheng Hao answered with vitriol, accusing Lin Luochu of coquettishness, of having rebuffed and eluded him at the office and flirted with Chu Yi on the island. He boasted that he had long desired her and regretted only that he had not obtained her sooner. The tirade was a final release of fury from a man who had abandoned hope and any pretense of restraint. Yin Zixin's voice rose in a tortured, searing denunciation. She called him not a man but a beast and detailed the long chain of abuses she had endured. She had been coerced, plied with drinks until she was helpless, raped, and then threatened with footage that could ruin her. He forced her into company with investors under the pretense of securing resources, using her as a commodity to be traded for his gain. The revelation stunned both Lin Luochu and Chu Yi. Neither had imagined the depth of her suffering nor the manner in which Zheng Hao had turned her into an instrument of his ambitions. Tears streamed down Yin Zixin's cheeks as she recounted the years of degradation, and yet there was also the faintest hint of release, as if naming the truth had carved a small space of freedom within her. In spite of the bleakness, Yin Zixin attempted a moment of tenderness. She urged Lin Luochu to survive, to believe that they could yet reclaim a future if they endured. She smiled through her sorrow and asked Lin Luochu to live on, reaffirming her faith that Chu Yi would be a good companion and that happiness remained possible. Chu Yi watched her words and noted a new steel in her eyes. He felt an urgent need to act. He broke into a sprint toward them, only to find that fate had already decided the moment. Yin Zixin threw her head back and struck Zheng Hao's nose with the crown of her skull. The blow was brutal and immediate. Pain made him loosen his hold. In a single desperate motion, she leveraged his weakened grasp to push him, and together they tumbled forward and plunged over the cliff. Chu Yi reached the precipice too late. The two figures had already vanished beneath the lip of the cliff, swallowed by the vertical fall and the roaring sea below. Lin Luochu raced to the edge and turned, and distraught beyond reason, screamed Yin Zixin's name into the wind. Her cry was raw, bereft, and small against the eternal roar of waves and stone. The sea continued its unending assault on the rocks, heedless of the human tragedies that had unfolded above it. The three survivors stood at the edge of the world, bound by grief, shock, and a fragile thread of hope that somehow the future might yet be reclaimed. Lin Luochu collapsed at the cliff's rim, her face a portrait of despair, as she wept, repeating a single futile plea. Chu Yi stood helpless a few meters back. The calamity had unfolded too swiftly to be interrupted. From his vantage, the precipice dropped nearly 200 meters below the sea's ceaseless battering against jagged rock, swallowed any further detail from sight. Gently, he drew Lin into his arms, his hand soothing her trembling back, and proposed with restrained urgency that they descend to ascertain the truth. Lin lifted her tear-streaked face, her eyes searching his for a thread of hope as she whispered the name Yin Zixin. Chu Yi wore a mask of resignation, yet urged that they must venture down, though prospects seemed bleak. Only a thorough search could grant them peace. They traversed the shoreline for over an hour, trudging along the base of the cliff until they reached a sector roughly 100 meters from where the jump had occurred. Dark rocks jutted from the surf. The spray stung Chu Yi as waves intermittently lashed the stones. He warned Lin of the peril, but she insisted, her grief shaping courage, and so he advanced along the slick ledges, each step measured against the ocean's relentless assault. There was no trace of Zheng Hao. The tide seemed to have taken him out to sea. Chu Yi harbored no illusions about survival from such a height. With great effort, he shouldered Yin Zixin and wrestled back toward the sand, each surge of water threatening to unbalance him. As they emerged onto the beach, Lin rushed forward, clinging to the slender hope of a miracle. Chu Yi, with a voice weighted by inevitability, told her that Yin Zixin had departed. The announcement struck Lin like a blunt instrument. She froze, then crumpled into ashen grief, covering her mouth before surrendering to a convulsion of sobs. The sight of Yin Zixin's pale face and bent limbs shattered whatever composure remained. Chu Yi placed the lifeless form upon the sand and enfolded Lin, murmuring that she should let the sorrow pour out until it was spent. For half an hour he simply held her while her tears fell unremittingly. Together they lowered Yin Zixin into the earth. Lin scattered wild blooms around the shallow cairn they raised upon the grave and planted more flowers at its base. Chu Yi returned with a slab of wood from the forest and with a knife etched a simple dedication. He placed the makeshift plinth into a small deep socket he had dug, anchoring it with pebbles and soil so the marker would withstand wind. The inscription read in Pinyin the name Yin Zixin and the years that bracketed her life. They sat side by the new marker, its crude letters stark against the wood. Lin's gaze drifted empty across the name and dates as scenes from their shared past unfurled within her. She spoke softly of their university days when they were inseparable, of the fierce loyalty that had characterized their friendship, of an incident when Yin Zixin had defended her with savage impulsiveness, a glass bottle raised in fierce protection, leaving a mark on the younger woman's file, but sealing an unbreakable bond between them. They had once vowed to buy neighboring flats, to wed on the same day, to live entwined for life. Chu Yi sat silently beside Lin Luochu, offering no interruption. From the moment Yin Zixin leapt from the cliff and spoke, Chu Yi had already gleaned much of their shared history, yet earlier when they first arrived on the island their relationship had seemed curiously distant, and that disconnect had puzzled him. He watched Lin Luochu's drawn features and found himself at a loss for the right words. Perhaps what she needed most was not counsel but a patient ear. Anger and betrayal warred in Lin Luochu. Though she yearned to confront Yin on the spot, she restrained herself for the sake of the company. She took a taxi to Yin's home and waited an hour before the intoxicated woman returned. When Yin reached for her in greeting, Lin pushed her away and demanded an explanation, accusing her of degrading herself. The scolding seemed to sober Yin for a moment. Bewilderment and sorrow clouded her face. Lin spoke plainly about the gossip and the hotel sighting, dragging the matter into the open. Yin fell silent until, with tears streaming, she finally freed herself from Lin's grip and cried out. Standing before Yin Zixin's tomb, Lin Luochu toyed with a wildflower and confessed to Chu Yi that only today had she understood the depth of Yin's victimization. The cruel truth was that Yin had endured coercion and abuse. The harmed person had always been Yin, and she had never confided this to Lin. Regret softened Lin's voice. She had been blind to Yin's suffering and to the inequities inflicted upon her within the company. Chu Yi reached out and smoothed Lin's back with quiet compassion. He reminded her that lives' paths and choices vary for each person and that none of them had the right to judge another's decisions. Adults must accept the consequences of their choices. At least, he said gently, perhaps this end brings Yin a kind of release. In any case, she remains within their memories. Lin Luochu rested her head on Chu Yi's shoulder. He wrapped an arm around her in a protective, steadying gesture. For a long time, they sat in shared silence as a cool sea breeze moved through the pines and stirred the grass. The wind tousled the hair Chu Yi had just smoothed for her, leaving it slightly disarrayed. Evening advanced, the sky dimmed, and they realized they would not reach camp before nightfall. They were hungry. Since the previous day, they had eaten little save for the high-calorie pine nuts from the night before. Chu Yi gently brushed Lin's hair back and suggested they find shelter. They descended to the shoreline. The place where they stood lay on the eastern coast. Their fish traps were likely to the north, the beach to the south blocked by a rugged promontory. Unsure whether the sand continued beyond that rise, Chu Yi circled the base of the hill and judged there would be no safe place to spend the night nearby. Before darkness fell, he felled saplings and gathered broad banana leaves to weave a temporary refuge. Lin Luochu scavenged among the rocky reef for food, returning with a modest bounty. As twilight deepened, Chu Yi finished the shelter, lining the ground with dry grass and a layer of banana leaves while the air cooled and the surf hissed against the rocks. Chu Yi kindled a fire with the brittle coastal brush. The sunless humidity that clung to the forest was absent here, and the tinder caught quickly. He arranged the fresh oysters and clams he found along the embers, their shells hissing and then opening as they steamed. Lin Luochu climbed from the water with one more oyster in hand. They ate in the firelight, sharing the simple meal with an unspoken companionship that needed no ceremony. Afterwards, fatigue took them. Chu Yi advised rest, and Lin Luochu, after a long look, stepped into the shelter and lay upon the banana leaves. He settled beside her, and with the rhythm of the sea in their ears, they let the day's turmoil dissolve into sleep. Dawn arrived with relentless waves scouring the shoreline, each surge hammering the rocks and filling the air with a thunderous cadence. When Lin Luochu stirred, Chu Yi was absent from their shelter. Pushing herself upright, she found him among the reef, bent over and feeling along the stones. She smoothed her hair and walked to the water's edge. Chu Yi rose as she approached, returning with a small cache of oysters he had wrapped in banana leaves. He greeted her lightly, asking if she had slept well. Her face showed traces of last night's sorrow, eyes slightly swollen from weeping, but she managed a soft affirmation. She pointed to the oysters he cradled and asked if they would be their breakfast. Chu Yi produced a handful of wild eggs, explaining that he had searched the forest at dawn and left them in the shelter. Lin Luochu admitted she had not noticed, having woken already by the sea. They set a fire, and once the flames took place, the oysters to roast while Chu Yi handled the eggs. As he worked, Lin Luochu watched quietly and asked if he had risen early. He replied that he had been up only half an hour before she awoke. After their modest meal, Lin Luochu inquired about returning to their camp. Chu Yi surveyed the beach and decided the easiest route was along the sand to the place where they had set the fish traps, then looping back to the encampment. But as he glanced at the mountain before them, a new thought occurred to him. It was still early, they should climb and reconnoiter the land to the south. Lin Luochu questioned the wisdom of climbing, noting the south seemed to be more forest. Chu Yi narrowed his eyes and explained with quiet resolve that prolonged survival here required a fuller understanding of the island. Knowledge was their greatest safeguard. She acquiesced obediently, and they set off together. Rested and fed, their pace felt easier as they made for the summit. At the top, they found a ribbon of verdant grass. Proceeding to the southern rim, Chu Yi observed that beyond this knoll the beach stretched interminably to the south, hemmed by a denser forest whose trees rose higher than those they had previously seen. The mountain itself jutted like a great boulder, cleaving the shoreline and creating two separate swaths of sand. From this vantage, he realized how little of the island they had explored. Vast, uncharted expanses remained. As Chu Yi scanned the horizon, Lin Luochu, crouched at the cliff's edge, suddenly beckoned him with urgency. She pointed below to an SOS sign affixed to the cliff face. Peering down, Chu Yi could not immediately discern any people or shelters on the sand, but a thin plume of smoke betrayed a small fire. Someone had been burning a signal or keeping a hearth. He told Lin Luochu that there were people below. Anxious, Lin Luochu asked whether they might be the hostile men who had wronged them before. Chu Yi's expression darkened. He judged it unlikely they were mercenaries. He argued that those who knew the island to be inescapable would not bother erecting a plea for rescue. Still, uncertainty lingered. They resolved to investigate. Chu Yi instructed Lin Luochu to wait concealed in the forest near their northern fish traps. If danger appeared, she was to flee north and rendezvous with him at the cages. Alone, Chu Yi descended along the cliff's base with bow and arrow at the ready. After moving cautiously, he discovered a trickle of fresh water seeping from a fissure, small spring. A few paces further, he came upon a smoldering fire beside a makeshift drying rack hung with women's garments. Beside it lay a narrow cave scarcely 2 meters deep and little more than a meter wide. Inside, 2 women lay supine, clad only in undergarments. The sight stunned him into mute disbelief. Intent on approaching with stealth, Chu Yi inadvertently crushed a twig beneath his foot. In the stillness, the brittle crack sounded loud as a bell. Both women startled upright, and seeing the silhouette at the cave mouth, screamed with a sharp, frightened cry. One of the women, clad in a once elegant dress now clinging to her frame, presented a striking silhouette that made Chu Yi avert his gaze even as a flicker of recognition tugged at him. Both looked exhausted and weathered by time at sea. Their hair was disordered, and their faces bore the pallor of privation, yet the contours of their features remained undeniably beautiful. Their expressions, however, were taut with distrust, the instinctive caution of strangers stranded together in a hostile world. Chu Yi introduced himself and explained how he had spotted the smoke and distress signals from the heights. The shorter of the two, with a doll-like visage and a honeyed smile, questioned him directly, asking if he too had been aboard the ill-fated cruise. At her probing, Chu Yi admitted he had arrived on the island after the ship sank. The women's suspicion did not abate. They returned the question, searching his face for signs of deception. When he remained silent, they edged back as if to create a measure of safety between them and the unknown. Lin Luochu paused deliberately, allowing her words to settle into the stunned silence that followed. She then recounted calmly how they had first lingered by the shore in hopeful expectation of rescue, and only later, in search of fresh water, had ventured into the forest. There they had encountered a group of men, mercenaries to be precise. At the mention of mercenaries, Bai Muyan's composure faltered. A globe-trotting actress accustomed to headlines and gossip, she nonetheless felt a cold prickle of apprehension. Mercenaries took payment for their deeds and seldom acted as soldiers of principle. Many were ruthless and blood-soaked, driven by profit and appetite rather than duty. Having spoken, Lin Luochu watched the two women with quiet resolve. She understood that Bai Muyan and Chu Yi would struggle to accept such a grim reality at once. Still, she believed it was imperative they hear the truth now to steel themselves for the long road of survival that lay ahead. A heavy stillness settled over them. Lin Luochu and Chu Yi exchanged no more than a guarded look. They knew the others needed time to absorb the truth. Chu Yi, glancing at the waning light, rose and said it was time to return to camp. Lin Luochu, puzzled, asked whether they should bring the two women with them. Chu Yi's reply was blunt and pragmatic. To Bai Muyan and Chu Yi, they remained strangers in such an unforgiving place. Trust could not be summoned on demand. He reminded Lin Luochu that their camp subsisted on finite resources, foraged and rationed under constant strain, and could not afford to harbor those who could not contribute. He observed without malice, but with clear calculation, that the two women appeared pampered and inexperienced in the harsh arts of survival. Lin Luochu felt a pang of discomfort at the hardness in his words, yet she could not deny their logic. Memories of Zhao Jun's intrusion and the peril it had brought reinforced the necessity of prudence. The camp relied largely on Chu Yi's efforts to procure food. Another pair of mouths would unquestionably increase the burden. Still, Lin Luochu's compassion tugged at her. Beneath her composed exterior, she was at heart tender toward those in need. The two women, still reeling from the revelation, listened with a mixture of bewilderment and dawning resolve. Chu Yi bent to whisper something in Bai Muyan's ear. Bai's brow tightened, as if making a decision. When Lin Luochu and Chu Yi took up their gear and moved into the trees, hurried footsteps sounded behind them. Bai Muyan's voice, thin with urgency, called out a plea. She asked whether they might accompany them. Once accustomed to adulation and shelter, she now found herself humbled, pleading for protection and the chance to contribute. Chu Yi watched Chu Yi with hopeful eyes, convinced that his assent held the key to their safety. The prospect of joining others, battered though they might be, seemed far preferable to facing the beach alone. Chu Yi responded with characteristic frankness. He dismissed titles and celebrity on the island. Status meant nothing in the face of hunger and thirst. Everyone's worth would be measured by their ability to work to bring food and water and to learn to defend themselves. He began to stride back toward the forest, the two women trailing anxiously behind, unaccustomed to such brusque treatment. Bai Muyan, visibly shaken, rooted herself in place for a moment before chasing after them. Breath-hitching, she implored them not to abandon her and Chu Yi. She offered what she could, cooking labor, small pledges that carried enormous humility for a woman once accustomed to command and applause. Lin Luochu moved, tugged at Chu Yi's sleeve, and urged him to accept them. Two women left alone on the shore, which she feared be borne into peril in time. By the time the three women reached him, Bai Muyan was perspiring heavily across her brow. Chu Yi's impression of the starlets shifted. He had assumed they were delicate and ill-suited to hardship, yet Bai Muyan persisted with quiet tenacity. He told her simply to remove her shoes. Surprised, she complied and stood barefoot. Chu Yi bent, retrieved her heels, and with the blunt side of his machete, smashed the heels off both shoes until they became flat soles. He tossed them aside and instructed her to try them on again. When she did, relief softened her face. What had been high heels were now flattened more like simple flats. Bai Muyan offered heartfelt thanks, but Chu Yi gave no reply and resumed, leading the way north. Soon they reached the broad beach where the sun burned fiercely. During their forest crossing earlier, Lin Luochu had cut several banana leaves. Now the three women used them as makeshift parasols, holding them above their heads. Chu Yi estimated the fish traps lay at least 10 kilometers ahead. Their previous pursuit of Zheng Hao through tangled jungle had cost them time. On sand, a 3-hour march at a normal pace would bridge the distance. After an hour beneath the unrelenting sun, Chu Yi and Bai Muyan showed signs of fatigue. Such exertion was unfamiliar to them, while Lin Luochu, accustomed to long treks with Chu Yi, remained composed. Seeing their weariness and noting they were not pressed for time, Chu Yi suggested a rest. They sought shade beneath a tree. Chu Yi collected a few coconuts, opened them, and handed one to each woman. A half-hour later, refreshed, they resumed and walked another hour before arriving at the fish trap site as afternoon waned. The traps had not been checked for 3 or 4 days and promised a good haul. When Chu Yi lifted one, it yielded 7 or 8 fish of 3 or 4 gin apiece, plus several lobsters and crabs. He took 4 fish for a meal and returned the trap to the sea, planning to retrieve the remainder after their midday repast. Meanwhile, the others gathered dry wood and prepared a fire beneath the trees. Chu Yi skewered the fish on sticks and set them to roast. Cheng Jiejia and Bai Muyan gathered a few more coconuts to keep beside the embers. After minutes of careful observation, smoke rose from 4 separate holes. Chu Yi blocked 3 with stones and intensified the burn at the remaining opening, forcing smoke deep into the burrow. Soon a gray wild rabbit bolted forth, and he seized it. Another darted out, but escaped into the brush before he could react. He fashioned a crude cord from grass to bind the rabbit's limbs and continued to pump smoke into the earth. 2 more emerged, though one eluded him. He managed to secure 2 solid specimens. Exhausted and tear-eyed from the smoke, he judged the burrow contained no more rabbits, and carrying his prize returned to the camp. After their hunger had been sated, the small party rested in the shade for a while. Chu Yi rose and gathered wild grass, deftly rubbing and twisting the fibers until he produced a simple but sturdy hemp rope. They had not brought a woven basket on this outing. The fish and shellfish collected from the traps would have to be strung together in the old-fashioned way and carried home on a wooden pole. At the water's edge, Chu Yi reached into a triangular wooden contraption and hauled it up. Bai Muyan watched with puzzled curiosity until he plunged his hand back into the trap and withdrew a 3 or 4 pound fish. Only then did she realize what the device was. Lin Luochu took the fish from Chu Yi and began methodically stringing the catch with the hemp cord. He explained that Chu Yi had built the traps and left them in place, checking them roughly every other day. When Chu Yi confirmed the trap was empty, he instructed the 2 bewildered women to help string the catch. They fumbled awkwardly, having never done this work. Their movements were clumsy. The crabs with their great pincers unnerved them, and they hesitated to handle them. Chu Yi, swift and practiced, finished the second trap himself, and soon had 7 or 8 fish plus half a dozen lobsters and crabs secured on the cord. He slung the bundles over a wooden yoke and hefted onto his shoulder, then set off in the direction of the camp. Bai Muyan and Cheng Jiejia each carried a wild rabbit and followed behind, still half convinced they were dreaming. Until now, the sum of what they had eaten on the island could not compare to this bounty. They walked for about an hour before reaching the camp. Lu Shaoling was playing by the stream with Nanan, and Zhang Chong was shaping arrow shafts with a knife. Lu Shaoling called out with relief when she saw Chu Yi and Lin Luochu return. For a moment, she thought the figure behind them might be Yin Zixin. When she realized it was not, a chill of worry tightened her chest. Zhang Chong felt the same uneasy premonition. Chu Yi set down the bundles, scooped up the still playful Nanan, and stroked her cheek. He asked if she had been well behaved in his absence. Nanan, her eyes clear and bright, nodded and smiled, then answered that she had been very good. When Chu Yi promised to cook a large lobster for her that evening, the child's face lit up, and she kissed his cheek with ingenuous affection. Meanwhile, Bai Muyan and Cheng Jiejia explored the camp and were astonished by its amenities. There were places to wash and a proper cooking hearth. The cavern was outfitted with beds, storage chests, and wardrobes. Shelves of stored provisions and jars of honey suggested a meticulous order to their survival. Bai Muyan could hardly believe the island could be so well arranged. It felt less like a deserted place and more like a simple home. Lin Luochu offered them clothes and suggested a bath and a change of garments, knowing the formal dress Bai Muyan had been wearing must be uncomfortable. The prospect of clean clothes and a warm wash brought a visible change to her features, a relief that finally replaced the awkward stiffness of her gown. Lin Luochu led Bai Muyan and Cheng Jiejia to the wardrobe by the cave entrance and pointed to the garments within. She explained that several sets of underclothes remained unworn and still bore their labels, inviting them to choose 2 sets each. The 2 women brightened at the sight. Their delight multiplied when they discovered a bottle of body wash and a bottle of shampoo set neatly beside the clothes. The simple comforts of the camp seemed suddenly extravagant to them. Relief washed across Bai Muyan's features. Lin Luochu gathered a fresh set of clothing for herself, as well. After 2 days outdoors, she too longed for a bath. She escorted the 2 women to the washhouse and indicated that the bamboo structure across the stream belonged to the men, while their side was reserved for women. Bai Muyan admired the thoughtfulness of the separation, noting how even the sinks were divided. Chu Yi had placed 2 wild hares into the enclosure meant for captive fowl. Nanan, clutching a handful of tender grass, approached with the earnest simplicity of a child offering friendship. She coaxed the rabbit to nibble. The animal shied away until after a few attempts Nanan pouted and announced to Lu Shaoling that the hare refused her offering. Lu Shaoling scooped her up and gently explained that the hares were still uneasy in a strange new place and would need time to trust them. Nanan brightened and solemn promised to return in a few days to play. With the day's provisions organized and the fish processed, Chu Yi instructed Lu Shaoling on preparing the evening meal, and then brought Nanan to play by the stream. He sat on a stone while the child collected pebbles nearby. As he observed the camp, concern settled over him like a shadow. Food scarcity was a pressing worry, but the more urgent fear lay with security. 4 girls alone could not repel significant threats. He resolved quietly to prioritize supplies so they might weather the trials ahead. Chu Yi invited them to eat, yet before anyone touched the food, he raised his bamboo cup and proposed a toast. They celebrated Bai Muyan and Cheng Jijia's arrival, but then the atmosphere turned solemn. Chu Yi lifted his cup again with a voice threaded with sorrow, and said they would drink to the memory of Yin Zixin, who would no longer return. Tears glistened in Lu Xiaoling's eyes. Lin Luochu sobbed quietly. The newcomers watched bewildered and uncomfortable, confronted by grief that was not yet theirs, yet somehow demanded their witness. The meal unfolded with laughter and conversation, the earlier sorrow giving way to practical camaraderie. Chu Yi fed a piece of lobster to Nanan, who delighted in tearing it apart with childish gusto. Bai Muyan sampled a rib with delicate poise, while Cheng Jiajia, overwhelmed by the spread, selected a lobster of her own. Stories of the previous days were exchanged around the table. Chu Yi recounted the incidents leading up to their arrival, and Lu Xiaoling's anger at Zheng Hao's betrayal surfaced in fierce words. As Bai Muyan listened, a pang of fear tightened her chest. She had not anticipated how lawlessness had come to define life on the island. Yet as she glanced at Chu Yi, gratitude warmed her. She felt a quiet assurance that for now her choice had not been in vain. After supper, Lin Luochu escorted Bai Muyan and the others back to the cave. 6 bamboo cots awaited them, enough for each adult to claim one. Little Nanan, still too small, would sleep with either Lu Xiaoling or Lin Luochu. The cavern felt both sheltering and spare its stillness, a fragile comfort after the day's upheavals. Inside, Lu Xiaoling and Bai Muyan chatted with easy warmth. The sorrow that had shadowed Lu Xiaoling earlier had dissipated. Laughter softened her expression. When Lu Xiaoling asked whether Bai Muyan had been on the cruise for a film shoot, Bai Muyan explained that a production had recently wrapped and she had intended to take a respite, receiving 2 complimentary tickets from a sponsor. Rumors about an entanglement with a certain co-star surfaced. Bai Muyan dismissed them as manufactured publicity, a producer's stratagem to boost ratings. The revelation prompted Lu Xiaoling to sigh with vindication and gossip, yet an undercurrent of uncertainty persisted, as Bai Muyan admitted she no longer knew whether she would ever act again. Zhang Chang cleared the dishes with methodical care. Edible remnants were stored in an iron pail for future meals, while inedible scraps and bones were set aside to serve as bait when they checked the fish traps. Even mundane chores bore a sober utilitarian purpose, now each small task threaded with the necessity of survival. Chu Yi sat by the stream, tracing the sequence of calamities that had unfolded since they reached the island. He had seen 3 people die before his eyes: Nanan's father Yin Zixin and Zheng Hoan. He remembered other corpses found along the shore. In a civilized world, these lives might still be whole. Here, their ending felt arbitrary and inexorable. Above him, the moon hung as a slender crescent, a pale vessel drifting through the night, and its fragile light mirrored the isolation that weighed on him. Lin Luochu, having arranged the cave, stepped out to find him. Guided by the moon, she approached and slipped her arms around his waist from behind, whispering into his ear to draw him from his reverie. Startled at first, Chu Yi softened and returned her embrace. Their exchange was tender-laced with unspoken concern for the makeshift campfood security and the tenuous future they all face it, but it was also intimate, charged with the quiet urgency that follows shared danger. He suggested they climb to the ridge to admire the moon. She hesitated with playful restraint before consenting. Together they walked to the same stone where they had watched the moon before, sitting side by side as the silver light pooled over the dark sea. Lin Luochu rested her head on his shoulder and asked whether, if they were to spend their lives on the island, anyone would remember them in 10 years. Chu Yi replied that those who remembered would keep them alive in memory, and then soft and resolute promised to protect her no matter what the future demanded. Moved, Lin Luochu drew him closer, and with a voice that trembled between certainty and longing asked him to kiss her. Their closeness deepened into an intimate exchange beneath the moon's patient gaze. When they returned to the grass, the world narrowed to the rhythm of one another's breath, and the hush of the shore. Afterward, Lin Luochu lay exhausted and luminous on his chest, both surprised by the tenderness they had discovered in each other. They lingered there for half an hour, recuperating in the warmth of shared refuge. Clothing gathered, they dressed with a blush and a shy, teasing repartee. Lin Luochu chided him for promising only to look at the moon. He feigned innocence and blamed her for beginning their surrender. She asked in a coy challenge whether he had enjoyed what had transpired. Before he could answer, she slipped away down the slope, leaving him amused and bemused. Back in the cave, the others were asleep. Chu Yi secured the bamboo door, climbed to his cot, and stole one more glance at Lin Luochu. She returned his look with a mischievous wink that left him with a disquieting, exhilarating sense, like a secret shared in the dark that lingered as they each tried to sleep. After Chu Yi awoke, he turned and found Lin Luochu sleeping beside him, her body curled gently toward his. The 2 beds were scarcely a span apart, perhaps 30 centimeters. With little effort, he could have brushed her cheek. Her breathing was steady and untroubled in slumber. The memory of the previous night lingered like a delicate dream, and as he gazed at the sleeping woman before him, a tender sense of contentment washed over him. He rose quietly, and surveyed the rest of the cave. Bai Muyan still lay asleep. Cheng Jijia was absent, and so was Lu Xiaoling. Only Nanan sprawled on her bed in a star-like pose, lost in peaceful sleep. Moving with care so as not to wake anyone, Chu Yi stepped outside and saw Zhang Chang already awake. Beyond the mouth of the cave, Lu Xiaoling and Cheng Jijia were busy over the morning fire preparing breakfast. Cheng Jijia's youthful face brightened when she noticed Chu Yi. They exchanged a few light words about why everyone had risen so early. Cheng Jijia explained that they had turned in early the night before and simply woke refreshed. Lu Xiaoling, hands deft and practiced, was cutting the wild pheasants Zhang Chang had shot days before and adding slices of wild ginger to the pot as it began to simmer. When Chu Yi asked what they were making, Lu Xiaoling answered that it would be wild pheasant soup. She had set the 2 birds aside without preserving them, and now it seemed natural to put them straight into the pot. He remembered the potatoes he had planted and realized they must have been eaten already. In his absence, Zhang Chang would not have tended to them. He offered to fetch more potatoes to enrich the soup. The suggestion pleased Lu Xiaoling, who urged him to gather a generous haul. Just then Lin Luochu emerged from the cave, still rubbing her eyes. Hearing Chu Yi's plan, she proposed to accompany him. Cheng Jijia, eager to belong, volunteered as well. The potato patch lay only a brief walk from the camp. With a woven basket slung over his back and a machete in hand, Chu Yi set to work. Lin Luochu and Cheng Jijia followed, and their combined efforts turned the task efficient and almost convivial. Chu Yi dug. Lin Luochu placed the tubers into the basket. Cheng Jijia plucked the smaller potatoes clinging to the stolons. Within half an hour, the basket was half full. The 3 of them paused to assess their yield and decided it was sufficient for the present. They walked back together, carrying the spoils through dappled sunlight and the warmth of shared labor. Meanwhile, Bai Muyan had awakened to find herself alone in the cave and felt a momentary embarrassment at being the last to rise. She stepped out and found Lu Xiaoling tending the stew. Lu Muyan offered to help in whatever way she could. Lu Xiaoling directed her to the waterhole to wash the potatoes. Bai Muyan's movements were surprisingly unpretentious. She plunged her hands into the chill water and began scrubbing with a practiced rhythm. Chu Yi, having rinsed much of the soil from the tubers at the edge of the pit, glanced up and found himself quietly amused by the actress' plain, capable manner. The sight altered his impression of her, revealing a sturdiness at odds with the fragile image he had once imagined. By the time the last potatoes were ladled into the pot, Lu Xiaoling had the wild pheasant broth ready and fragrant. She served each person a bowl of the soup dotted with tender chunks of pheasant and the small aromatic potatoes they had unearthed that morning. Bai Muyan hesitated for a heartbeat before tasting, unaccustomed to such simple fare, but the first bite dissolved that reserve. The potatoes' delicate sweetness and the soup's savory depth astonished her. Cheng Jijia, who had already finished her bowl, urged for more with unabashed appetite. Nanan Cheeks Full chimed in for a second helping as the camp settled into the easy warmth of a shared morning meal. After breakfast, Chu Yi took stock of the provisions left in the cave. Apart from the fish retrieved the previous day, there remained a dozen or so jin of wild boar meat. The hares and pheasants had already been depleted. He felt an inexplicable unease. Although there were potatoes to supplement their diet, the mouths to feed were many and daily consumption relentless. Ever vigilant and unwilling to surrender his fate to chance, Chu Yi summoned everyone to the clearing outside the cave. Seated at the clean table, the group looked to him with puzzled expressions as he outlined the camp's precarious situation. The encampment's population had swelled, but food supplies were far from secure. Seafood remained their primary sustenance, and the last boar yields were dwindling. There were 6 bows at the camp. During Chu Yi's absence, Zhang Chang had fashioned numerous shafts and cordage, so Chu Yi handed out the weapons and set up makeshift straw targets on wooden stakes across the stream. The practice distance was modest. He understood that proficiency required patient acclimation rather than haste. Lin Luochu and Lu Xiaoling had prior experience and showed some competence, while Cheng Jijia fumbled awkwardly until Chu Yi adjusted her stance and offered technical guidance. Bai Muyan, however, surprised them all. Her posture was textbook, and her first shot pierced the straw and continued beyond the arrows, landing many meters behind the target. Chu Yi watched intrigued. When asked about her skill, Bai Muyan admitted she had spent spare hours at shooting ranges while filming, gradually developing a fondness and facility for archery. She could do far more with a compound bow, she said modestly, yet even with their crude field bows her accuracy was striking. Chu Yi, curious to gauge her limit, moved her target further back. Time and again Bai Muyan released arrows that flew with unerring straightness, repeatedly finding the same plane of impact. At roughly 30 meters her precision was consistent. At 20 meters she was effortless. The others gathered, astonished and admiring. Lu Xiaoling delighted in having a celebrated performer as their mentor, while Cheng Jijia puffed with pride, recounting Bai Muyan's determined practice until her hands were calloused. Acknowledging Bai Muyan's competence, Chu Yi entrusted her with coaching the others in archery. She accepted without hesitation, a quiet resolve shining in her eyes. Then, with a glint of challenge in her voice, she asked to witness Chu Yi's own skill, prompting a small smile of approval from him as the group prepared to continue their drills. Chu Yi regarded Bai Muyan with a puzzled expression, uncertain whether she was challenging him. Lu Shaoling immediately erupted into delighted cheers, urging, "Yes, Chu Gid, show us what you can do." Even Lin Luochu and the others watched with eager anticipation, their faces alight with curiosity. Sensing their expectation, Chu Yi acquiesced with a modest smile. He took the simple bow from Bai Muyan, steadied himself, and loosed an arrow at a straw target some 30 meters away. The shaft struck the bullseye, pierced through the target, and continued onward, as if propelled by an invisible force. Without hesitation, Chu Yi knocked another arrow and retreated 10 paces before releasing it. Once again, the projectile threaded the very center of the target and flew onward. The onlookers fell silent, stunned into admiration. Bai Muyan, studying the target in astonishment, realized that even this crude weapon yielded extraordinary accuracy in Chu Yi's hands. She imagined how far more formidable he would be with professional gear. In her recollection, the trained archers she had observed reached only around 40 meters. Chu Yi's precision suggested a reliably lethal marksmanship within 50 meters. Returning to the group, Chu Yi deflected their praise with quiet humility. "Not as impressive as you make it sound," he replied, though he allowed the demonstration to satisfy their curiosity. He advised them to persist in practice and strive to reliably strike targets within 20 meters. Archery, he reminded them, was the product of patient accumulation rather than sudden genius. Bai Muyan adopted the role of instructor, coaxing corrections in posture and cadence of breath, while the others tried to emulate her guidance. The morning's exertions left the group exhausted. Lu Shaoling slumped into a chair, hands listless at her sides, lamenting that she could barely summon the strength to lift them. Cheng Jijia echoed her fatigue, astonished that Bai Muyan had once endured such rigorous training. Bai Muyan smiled and admitted she had practiced with a professional bow, which made prior drills less arduous. While others rested, Lin Luochu busied herself at the stove preparing a simple midday meal. Chu Yi brushed aside her attempt to soldier on alone and insisted on taking over his concern, warming her with a flush of gratitude. A playful exchange followed, a teasing whisper that made Lin Luochu's cheeks bloom scarlet and prompted a chastened retort before she fled to fetch fish and potatoes from a nearby cave. Near the ruined trees, they discovered a patch of stony ground. Beneath a thin spread of rocks, Chu Yi suspected a shallow cavity. Lifting the stones would save them the toil of excavation. He directed Lin Luochu and Cheng Jijia to help clear the smaller stones while he levered out a particularly embedded rock with a length of bamboo. Once the debris was removed, a depression remained less than half a meter deep. Together, they hewed at the earth, enlarging the pit to roughly 1.5 meters in depth and 2 meters across. Exhausted, they paused twice to drink and nibble boiled potatoes, then resumed, until as dusk approached, the trap's interior was planted with sharpened bamboo stakes. They camouflaged the pit with branches, banana leaves, and a scattering of grasses, then baited the surface with banana cores to tempt unwary boars. Satisfied after meticulous inspection, Chu Yi signaled they should withdraw before nightfall. The forest darkened into a hush. Their footsteps on the fallen leaves sounded loud in the silence. Cheng Jijia felt the pressure of the stillness like a physical weight, the encroaching gloom breeding a quiet unease. Then abruptly Chu Yi halted and raised his hand, finger extended in a silent command to stop. The three fell mute, hearts quickening as they waited for whatever subtle warning had frozen their leader mid-stride. The forest lay in a death-like hush. Even the trio could hear one another's breaths with unnerving clarity. Chu Yi scanned their surroundings, his senses still ringing from a faint, distant tiger cry he had heard moments before. He did not believe his ears had deceived him. The sound had merely originated some distance away and not yet approached them. After a brief pause, he whispered, "Stay close and do not make a sound." The two behind him nodded with taut faces and followed on tiptoe, each step measured to muffle the rustle of leaves beneath them. "Luochu, help her," Chu Yi urged from below. Lin steadied herself, seized Cheng's arm, and Chu Yi supported her legs, hauling her upward inch by inch. At last Cheng reached the sanctuary of the branches. Chu Yi called up to them to continue climbing as he prepared to follow and seize the trunk. In that instant, a wild boar burst past behind them, and in its wake a one-eyed tiger leapt forward with brutal intent. Chu Yi understood that time had vanished. He darted behind the tree, snatched up a bow and arrow from the ground, and sprinted to the left. The tiger, which had already marked Chu Yi's presence when it lunged, abandoned the boar and turned its full fury toward him. With a flash of anger, he cursed inwardly at the cruel coincidence of encountering that beast repeatedly in such a vast wood. As the tiger closed, he drew and loosed an arrow. The creature evaded the first bolt with ease. Angered, Chu Yi fired again and immediately notched a third, releasing the pair in quick succession toward the beast's flanks. The second arrow drew its dodge, but the third struck true in the tiger's thigh. The wounded animal emitted a thunderous roar, its one remaining eye fixed on him, an arrow shaft lodged in its flesh. They stood now a scant 5 or 6 meters apart. Pain and fury propelled the tiger into another charging leap. Chu Yi discarded his bow and darted left, producing a military saber as he ran. The tiger missed him, whirled, and lunged anew. Chu Yi parried and brought his blade down upon the beast's back with a metallic thud as the edge met bone. The blow rebounded, and both men and beast took measure of one another. Blood flowed from the tiger's leg and from a wound along its flank. The two circled in a cold, silent standoff, 3 meters between them, each ace of breath waiting for the other to falter. For more than a minute they remained locked in that lethal equilibrium until, unable to restrain itself, the tiger sprang once more. As the animal vaulted toward him, Chu Yi produced from his waist the short barbed blade named Chi Shao. He leaned back at the moment of impact, allowing the tiger to pass over, and thrust upward with both hands. The weapon's tip pierced the tiger's throat, and driven by momentum and the man's force, carved along its belly. Chu Yi rolled aside out from beneath the falling carcass and watched as the wounded beast thudded to the ground. It attempted to rise, propped upon trembling limbs, but collapsed heavily and lay still. Chu Yi waited, chest heaving, until he was certain it was dead. Only then did he slump down, the adrenaline in his veins finally ebbing. Chu Yi emerged from the wash basin to find that Lu Shaoling had finished preparing the evening meal. At the table, he devoured roasted wild boar with hearty bites while the others ate and watched him with keen attention. Pausing in mid-chew, he asked, perplexed, whether there was something on his face. The group shook their heads, but Lu Shaoling ventured cautiously, asking how he had slain the tiger. Chu Yi, having barely satisfied his own hunger after the night's exertions, swallowed, sipped honeyed water, and recounted calmly that the beast was the same tiger that had visited the camp before. He and Luochu had encountered it 3 times in total. Twice it had been wounded and escaped. Because Nanan's father had once wounded it with an arrow, its reflexes were dulled. That evening Chu Yi shot it first, and then, seizing a distracted moment, delivered the fatal stroke. Though he spoke nonchalantly, everyone understood that such a feat required consummate skill, and a sliver of fortune's misstep beneath a tiger's swipe would be catastrophic. Lu Shaoling's admiration spilled into effusive praise. She likened him to a legendary hero, eyes alight with adoration. Chu Yi acknowledged the compliment with a modest smile, but turned his attention to Cheng Jiejia, who sat sullen and contrite. He anticipated that she would blame herself for the near disaster, but refrained from reproach in the crowded dining area. After the others dispersed to wash, Cheng waited until they were alone, and then murmured an apology through stifled sobs, convinced she had nearly cost him his life. Chu Yi soothed her gently, insisting the tiger bore animosity toward them, and that the encounter could not be laid at her feet. The predator's sudden arrival had afforded them scant time to react. After their supper, Chu Yi prepared to preserve the tiger's pelt. With Zhang Chong, he dug anchor holes and erected a stout, drying frame of bamboo, lashed with hemp rope, upon which they draped the hide to cure in the sun. At dawn the next day, the 4 chosen to retrieve the carcass, Chu Yi, Zhang Chong, Luochu, and another, set out, while 2 stayed behind to mind the camp and care for the young Nanan. They found the tiger's entrails already consumed by scavengers. Only a pool of dark blood remained, and the strips of meat still hung intact in the trees. The team ferried the carcass back in shuttled trips across 3 to 4 kilometers, completing the work before midday. As dusk approached, Lin Luochu simmered the remaining scraps with a generous handful of wild ginger to dispel gaminess, producing a simple yet potent supper of tiger meat and potatoes. Lu Xiaoling, who had never tasted such fare, watched with bright curiosity and asked about its flavor. Luochu encouraged her to eat, praising the meat's restorative properties by Muyan composed, and assured noted that tiger flesh was traditionally believed to dispel cold and benefit those of a chilly constitution. Lu Xiaoling, who suffered from cold hands and feet, eagerly obliged and drank a hearty bowl of the broth. Nanan was limited to potatoes for prudence. Chu Yi indicated that the broth distilled from the meat itself offered the truest nourishment, and Zhang Chong, unversed in finer discriminations, followed suit with relish. Night fell, and the camp grew quiet. Chu Yi, already planning ahead, asked how much salt remained in their stores, a practical question that hinted at further preparations. The conversation dwindled as the embers cooled, each person carrying away in their bones the twin impressions of danger narrowly escaped, and the sober necessity of fortifying themselves for whatever the wilderness might yet demand. For some time now, with the pickled fish and the tiger meat, our supply of salt had been nearly exhausted. Chu Yi resolved that they must return to the shore the next day to boil more. Tomorrow Zhang Chong take Shaoling and Muyan to the coast to retrieve the fish traps, he instructed. Bring the iron bucket and make another batch of salt. Lu Shaoling propped one arm on the table and cradled her chin. A pity we have no iron cauldron, she muttered. Everything we eat is either stewed or roasted. Chu Yi shot her an exasperated glance. Have you forgotten where you are? You asked for an iron pot, as if you could pluck the moon from the sky. Shaoling mumbled that she was only joking, and the others looked on, half irritated, half amused. On the island, with food and shelter assured, their discontent showed the human tendency to yearn for more. Xiaoling rose at once, cheeks flushed, heat radiating from every limb, and at times visions of indecorous scenes invaded her mind, bringing waves of shame. Bai Muyan and Cheng Jijia, having eaten nearly as much, followed her to the water, hoping for relief. Zhang Chong, who had been restraining himself, could not help. When he heard the girls' voices from the other wash basin, he hurried and shut the door and plunged into the pool. The mountain stream's coolness carried a brisk nocturnal chill, and the instant the water closed over his limbs he felt a profound ease. In the gloom, Lin Luochu asked why they were all disturbed. Too much tiger meat, Chu Yi replied. Lin Luochu understood instantly. After eating the meat, she too had been haunted by memories of the mountaintop encounter with Chu Yi, which left her embarrassed and restless. That night she had eaten little and gone for the water anyway, yet sleep still eluded her. They turned to see Nanan sleep high-eyed standing behind them. Lin Luochu blushed with sudden responsibility. Nanan's sister will boil you some wild eggs and potatoes, all right. The child clapped with delight, and Lin Luochu rose, giving Chu Yi a quick playful glare that said, "You wait." Watching her walk off, Chu Yi stretched toward the rising sun and proclaimed to himself that it promised to be another fine day. The four in the cave slept until nearly noon. When Bai Muyan emerged, her expression was awkward. The three women still felt the residue of the previous night's embarrassment despite nothing untoward having occurred. Chu Yi tended the pinned wild chickens and the rabbits by the hedge, while Lin Luochu played with Nanan. Cheng Jijia and Lu Xiaoling appeared groggy, as if they had lingered in the water until dawn. Zhang Chong, though late to rise, looked lively except for the dried blood beneath his nose. When Xiaoling exclaimed in alarm, he touched the smear and sheepishly blamed it on a bout of internal heat before hurrying to rinse at the stream. No one mentioned the night's incidents. The silence only made them more awkward. After lunch, Xiaoling insisted upon a nap, and the salt-making expedition was postponed until the morrow. Chu Yi decided to inspect the boar traps instead. If a boar had fallen and been left too long, the meat would spoil. He elected to go with Zhang Chong, instructing the women to secure the cave, close the bamboo door, and let the outer vines down in. The two men set off, each carrying a wrought tin basket and armed. The path was familiar, and before long they reached the trap. From a distance they heard the agonized sounds of a boar. As they approached, they saw that the trap had been sprung. Peering down into the pit, Chu Yi's spirits rose. A boar of more than 100 jin lay impaled upon the bamboo spikes, motionless. Beside it, a piglet of perhaps 10 or so jin was trapped between the stakes and was the source of the cries they had heard. Chu Yi descended, seized the smaller piglet, bound its legs with hemp cord, and handed it up to Zhang Chong. He felt the larger boar, it still held a faint warmth. Death was recent. Lifting the 100 jin carcass alone would be impossible, so Chu Yi proposed binding the boar with vines and using poles as improvised yokes to hoist it from the pit. They quickly gathered sturdy vines and saplings from the surrounding wood. Chu Yi re-entered the pit, wound vines tightly around the boar, and fashioned a large loop through which Zhang Chong threaded a stout pole. Together, each standing on either side, the men shouldered the pole and heaved. The great weight yielded, and the boar was lifted free. Standing at the edge, Chu Yi reflected that perhaps the spikes had been unnecessary. Wild boars once fallen could scarcely scramble back out, and the stakes had ensured the animal's swift death, risking spoilage if no one arrived in time. He ordered Zhang Chong to quarter the carcass. They left the head and some entrails behind, either unpalatable or too heavy to carry. When the tasks were done, Zhang Chong cradled the little boar, and together the men trudged back toward the camp with their provisions. Returning to the camp, Chu Yi called everyone out from the cave, while Zhang Chong secured the young wild boar within the enclosure. When the four emerged and beheld the day's bounty, their faces could not contain their delight. Bai Muyan admired Chu Yi privately, thinking that his ability to catch a wild boar with apparent ease and to fell a tiger marked him as indispensable for anyone who wished to endure and thrive on this island. Lu Xiaoling, as always, betrayed her gourmand nature and puckered her lips at the thought of fresh ribs. Chu Yi shot her a reproving glance and teased that she thought of little else but eating. He quipped about the abundance of tiger meat and whether she wanted that prepared for her as well. At the very mention of tiger meat, the others looked on in alarm. Lu Xiaoling made a theater of horror, waving her hands and insisting she would never touch tiger meat again. The rest smiled at her melodrama, yet secretly agreed tiger meat had been an unpleasant experience. Chu Yi, seeing their unease, explained with calm assurance. He said the previous discomfort stemmed from the sheer volume of tiger meat. They had consumed. Tiger meat is a warming food capable of replenishing yang and dispelling cold. For those constitutionally prone to chill, it can be beneficial, but moderation is essential. He suggested that in future stews they might add a small amount of tiger meat to fortify their dishes without repeating the excess that caused distress. His reasoning satisfied them. No one liked to squander provisions, and overindulgence had been the true culprit. Lu Xiaoling looked skeptical, yet implored him with a plaintive air, confessing she had lain awake all night, having soaked in the pool in an attempt to recover. Chu Yi smiled awkwardly. He had not anticipated the potency of the meat when they first tasted it. Reassured, the group set about processing the boar. Lin Luochu and the others began butchering and preserving the meat, while Chu Yi went to the enclosure to consider better arrangements for the animals. The young boar's temperament was fierce, unsuitable for mingling with wild fowl, so he resolved to construct a more secure pen beside the existing railing. They marked out the new enclosure and together cleared stones and dug post holes. Chu Yi prepared lengths of bamboo to uniform dimensions as the sun waned. By the time the moon rose, the boar was dressed and the pig pen partially built. Night fell before the work was finished, and after a meal of richly flavored ribs, they completed the pen, lined its floor with cut grasses, and transferred the boar into its new quarters. At dawn, Zhang Chang took Lu Xiaoling and Bai Muyan to the shoreline to retrieve fish traps and to boil salt. Salt supplies at the camp were dwindling, and the freshly butchered boar had not yet been cured, so he planned to press the advantage while weather permitted. Chu Yi, with no urgent tasks, strolled about the camp, tending small repairs until midday. Then he shouldered a basket and ventured into the woodlands to hunt for rabbits and jungle fowl and to scout for edible plants. He skirted the potato patch and explored a slope he had not visited before. The terrain was similar on both sides of the foot of the hill. He did not intend to go far, pausing frequently as he moved. When he encountered a stray fowl or a rabbit, he nocked an arrow and took aim. By afternoon, he had secured 2 jungle fowl and 3 rabbits and marveled inwardly at the island's abundance. Content with his haul, he prepared to return when a swath of verdant shrubs at his right caught his eye. The low bushes about a person's height bore clusters of small bead-like fruit. Approaching, he realized with delight that he had found a stand of Yishanju wild mountain peppers. As he gathered 3 to 4 jean of peppers, a thunderous crack sounded from the sky. He looked up to find the sun dimmed by gathering clouds, the heavens drawing a dark veil. He worried for Zhang Chang and his companions at sea, but trusted they would see the change and hurry back. All the same, he quickened his pace, filling his basket and heading toward camp as thunder boomed and the forest darkened. Birds startled and fled at the sound of distant lightning. Chu Yi returned before long. Lin Luochu's anxious countenance eased when he appeared, though she admitted she worried over whether Lu Xiaoling and Bai Muyan had already set out for home. He soothed her, saying the storm would likely pass without a downpour for now, and that the others would have turned back at the first sign of bad weather. He then produced the fruit of his expedition, a banana leaf bundle peeled open to reveal the bright, pungent Yishanjiao. Cheng Jiejia, whose Sichuan Chongqing roots made her immediately appreciative, exclaimed with delight. Lin Luochu, hailing from the Suzhou Shanghai region, showed little interest, but the peppers were a small treasure to those who loved fire and flavor. A persistent thunderclap rolled across the island as the storm clouds descended, heavy and oppressive. Chu Yi and Lin Luochu hurriedly brought the tiger skin and the drying clothes into the cave. After ensuring their shelter was secure, Lin Luochu and Cheng Jiejia stood at the mouth of the cave, eyes fixed on the darkened forest. A sudden shiver ran through Cheng Jiejia. She rubbed her arms and murmured, "Sister Luo, Chu, do you feel how cold it suddenly is?" Lin Luochu felt it too. At first, she blamed an oncoming shower, but this chill was a sharp plunge of more than 10 degrees in an instant. Chu Yi noticed the same change. He stepped outside to survey the low, rumbling clouds. The temperature had earlier been well into the 30s, now it had collapsed to barely the teens. As he prepared to fetch more firewood, something struck the ground beside him. At first, he thought loose scree had been dislodged by the wind, but then a second impact landed at his feet. A white object shattered on the stone. He picked up a fragment that felt icy and immediately began to melt in his palm. Hail! A foreboding settled over him. He seized the wood and sprinted back into the cave as a barrage of ice began to pelt the hill, splintering into a carpet of pale spheres that soon lay scattered across the earth like oversized eggs. Unease coiled in his chest. Inside the shelter, they hurried to kindle a fire. Nanan, curled on the bamboo bed, sneezed softly. The child shivered and curled tighter. Lin Luochu scooped her into her arms, whispering reassurance that Chu Yi was bringing a blaze and warmth would come. The little one nodded obediently, her dark eyes wide and fixed on the orange tongues of flame as they took hold. Cheng Jiejia fetched a few stools and joined them by the fire. Despite the crackling hearth, every gust of wind that slipped into the cave sent another tremor through their bones. Chu Yi stripped and tended the flames, cutting a slice of tiger meat to roast over the embers, the savory aroma giving a fragile anchor of comfort against the raw cold. Not far from the camp, beneath the shelter of an old tree, Lu Xiaoling stifled small, regretful sobs, while Bai Muyan crouched, arms wrapped around herself, trembling. Zhang Chang stood nearby, iron bucket cradled protectively above his head. Earlier, when the weather shifted, Zhang Chang had suggested they abandon the final pot of prepared salt and return immediately to camp. Lu Xiaoling had insisted on finishing the boiling. With only minutes left, she had been determined to see it through. By the time the salt was ready, they barely had time to gather their gear. They fled into the forest, but the hail struck suddenly and mercilessly. They used what they had, baskets, a metal bucket to shield their heads, and searched frantically for refuge. At last they reached the old tree and huddled beneath it, but Zhang Chang's small bucket left his shoulder exposed to a solid egg-sized sphere that struck and stung. Ice continued to cascade around them. The cold deepened, their faces drained of color, and their lips had taken on a faint, alarming purple. Bai Muyan whispered, voice trembling, "Can we die out here?" The question landed like a stone. Zhang Chang forced a grin and a promise that they would survive, though the relentless hail and the thickening sheet of white on the ground compounded their dread. The hail fell ceaselessly for more than 20 minutes before finally tapering off, leaving behind a layered carpet of icy spheres a dozen centimeters deep in places. The storm surrendered only to a steady driving rain. Zhang Chang assessed their situation and urged haste. "The camp is not far. If we run now, we can be back in 10 minutes at best." The two women hesitated, glancing toward their discarded baskets and the ruined salt. Lu Xiaoling's reluctance was palpable. That labor and hope had been swept away by a single unkind change in the weather. Bai Muyan, voice firm despite her shivers, insisted that possessions could be replaced, but survival could not. Convinced, Lu Xiaoling began to move. Together they left their bundles behind, stamping away the cold and fear as they broke into a sprint for the safety of the camp. Chu Yi watched the ruined expanse from the cave as the rain began to fall. The ground was thickly pocked with white, and the forest's edge looked like the mouth of a darker storm. He dashed back into the downpour to retrieve another armful of timber, returning soaked through. Lin Luochu insisted he remove his wet clothing and hold it to the fire to dry. When he did, the heat of the flames illuminated his chest and abdomen, revealing the hard plains of muscle. Lin Luochu felt her cheeks color and quickly turned her gaze away, taking up a skewer of tiger meat to roast. Cheng Jiejia too couldn't help but flush at the sight. She sat close to the warmth, stealing glances at the defined lines of his torso, a childish impulse to reach out and touch rising in her, curbed by embarrassment. The fire's glow wrapped them in fragile consolation as the storm drummed on. With the new wood piled and the cave warmer, Chu Yi kept watch toward the forest, a thread of worry etched on his face. Then, through the roar of rain and the patter of melting ice, he saw movement. Voices and hurried footsteps approached from the trees. Chu Yi's eyes narrowed, and he announced simply, "They're back." Relief and tension mingled in the cave as figures emerged from the gray rain, bringing with them sodden garments and the exhausted, rain-swept faces of those who had fled the hail. The group closed around the fire, grateful for shelter, for heat, and for the fragile promise of safety against a sky that might yet deliver another surprise. Chu Yi rose swiftly and peered out as three figures drenched to the skin stumbled toward the cave. Lin Luochu and Cheng Jiejia leaned forward to help, and without hesitation they moved aside to let the sodden trio into the shelter. Once everyone had entered, Chu Yi placed a bamboo panel to barricade the cave, leaving only a narrow slit to permit air to circulate. Observing their uncontrollable tremors and the purple tinge to their lips, he understood they were severely chilled. He seized an iron pail from Zhang Chang, filled it halfway at the brook, then returned to cut several strips of tiger meat and submerged them in the pot to simmer. He instructed them briskly to change into dry clothing and sit by the embers to warm themselves, asking Cheng Jiejia to assist the women. Zhang Chang, still able-bodied, shed his wet garments and planted himself before the fire, extending his hands to bask in the heat. Bai Muyan and Lu Xiaoling, now clad in dry layers, followed suit and gradually thawed as the warmth restored their color and steadied their fingers. While the stew simmered, Chu Yi handed the first pieces of roasted tiger meat to the newcomers so they might take strength before the soup was ready. When the broth was finally ladled, everyone drank deeply. The hot liquid chased the cold from their bones. Zhang Chang consumed 2 bowls in quick succession, feeling markedly revived only after both had been emptied. Bai Muyan, her cheeks flushing back to life, watched the steam rising from the bowl she cupped in both hands and wondered aloud how a sudden onslaught of hail could plunge the air into winter-like cold in an instant. Chu Yi admitted he did not fully comprehend the phenomenon, but warned of the mortal danger posed by such extreme conditions. He explained how rapid hypothermia could prove fatal in the open and urged immediate retreat to shelter whenever such weather threatened. Outside, rain intensified and wind slipped through the slit in the bamboo door, carrying with it a chill that made Chu Yi's skin prickle. The air felt perilously near freezing. Lin Luochu added more wood to the fire and watched him with concern, fearing their situation might yet worsen. Nanan slept in Lin Luochu's arms, one small arm drooping, until Lin Luochu carefully drew it up and tightened her hold, the sight deepening the unease that had settled over them. A sober conversation ensued about long-term survival should the island succumb to persistent cold. They realized the garments they had boarded the ship in were ill-suited to prolonged low temperatures, and there were no heavy coats or quilts to be found. Chu Yi acknowledged the gravity of the problem and conceded that their immediate task was to endure the present night while they devised a plan for anything more protracted. As rain continued to batter the entrance and the air showed no sign of warming, Chu Yi brought in armfuls of firewood and stacked them by the blaze. He dried sodden timber at the edge of the flames and ordered rest for the night, insisting the fire must not be allowed to die. With their thin clothing and bamboo cots, they would be vulnerable if the warmth were lost, so the camp resolved to keep the embers alive until morning. A violent downpour persisted through the night, and only ceased as dawn approached, yet the chill refused to relent. When Chu Yi awoke, the cave hearth had smoldered to embers, and the interior air felt several degrees colder. He rose at once to coax the fire back to life, gathering more timber from outside to replenish the blaze. Beyond the cave, vast drifts of white hail remained clinging to the ground. The brooding clouds had cleared, and a lone ray of sunlight pierced from the east, illuminating the beach. The temperature difference between the cave and the open air was nearly 20 degrees. After warming himself by the flames for a few moments, Chu Yi retreated to the bamboo bunk and dozed again, surrendering to the exhausted Buddhist need. He was roused later by the clatter of an iron pail. Glancing up, he saw Zhang Chong returning from the creek, setting the bucket upon the fire to heat water. Lin Luochu sat nearby with Nanan, meticulously preparing salted sea fish with a small knife. A faint, gentle smile eased across her delicate features as she noticed Chu Yi was awake. Outside, the thaw had barely begun. Hailballs were gradually dissolving, but the landscape still bore the scars of the storm. For 2 consecutive days, the group remained sheltered within the cave, venturing out only intermittently to collect firewood. When the 3rd day finally arrived, the hail had entirely melted, and the mercury recovered to the low 20s. They no longer needed to cook inside. Life returned to the outdoor hearths. He returned to the patch of dense undergrowth where he had previously noted Yishanjiao. The vegetation there was thick and attractive to rabbits and pheasants alike, but today only a single rabbit revealed itself, likely sequestered by the tempest. Fashioning a makeshift spade from a split log and his axe, Chu Yi set about excavating concealed pits, confident that the famished animals would soon emerge as temperatures rose. He constructed 6 traps in that area, marking each with discrete indicators, lest he stumble into them himself. After finishing the snares, he inspected the Yishanjiao groves. The hail had stripped many of the tiny peppers from their branches. He spent nearly 2 hours collecting the fallen crop until his basket stood half full. When he returned to camp in the late afternoon, Cheng Jiajia hurried over at the sight of his laden basket. Her eyes gleamed at the Yishanjiao, and the lone rabbit nestled among the peppers. She immediately declared her intent to prepare Bao Chao La Tu, a fiery wax-eared rabbit, and spoke enthusiastically of drying a portion of the peppers and preserving another part as a piquant sauce. Chu Yi merely shrugged and handed over the spoils. His role was to seek and gather, not to arbitrate culinary decisions. Cheng Jiajia bounded to the creek to clean the rabbit and set a pot to simmer pork from the wild boar with potatoes, mindful that a single rabbit would never suffice for the whole camp. Lin Luochu only began to steady herself after several draughts of honeyed water, her eyes lingering on Chu Yi with a plaintive reproach that seemed to ask whether he had done it on purpose. Chu Yi, unaware that Lin Luochu could not tolerate any spice, felt a prick of genuine contrition upon seeing her discomfort. His intention had been simple. She had merely wanted her to try the dish. Bai Mu Yin, who had not even reached for the rabbit, watched the exchange with surprise and asked whether Lin Luochu truly could not eat anything spicy. Lin Luochu answered with a couple of coughs and a nod, explaining that she had never been able to eat spice since childhood, for her home region had no taste for heat. Bai Mu Yin recalled an old memory of Cheng Jiajia insisting she try a Sichuan dish, which ended in the same embarrassed spectacle. Cheng Jiajia lowered her head and ate in silence. In a quiet instant, Lin Luochu slipped her hand beneath the table and clasped Chu Yi's, and he returned the squeeze with warmth, then offered her a piece of potato to soothe the burning. She accepted it, chewing slowly, and a mischievous smile brightened her delicate features. The intimacy between them softened the table's earlier awkwardness. Though the 2 women had declined the rabbit, the plate was quickly emptied by the others, who admired the rustic flavor they had discovered. Lu Xiaoling lamented that one portion of the rabbit was insufficient and asked Cheng Jiajia to prepare more next time, only to learn that the meat had been fried in the scarce fat cut from a wild boar's fattiest part. The group realized why the dish had borne that peculiar wild aroma. They cooks had used wild boar fat as their only available oil. Cheng Jiajia complained that there was no proper pot and that frying in an iron drum was horribly troublesome, while Lu Xiaoling sighed at the futility of rendering fat from the lean carcass. At the notion of a journey, little Nanan burst into jubilant cries, and the atmosphere changed from survival to something closer to celebration. The idea of a shared outing pleased everyone, especially Lu Xiaoling, who embraced the chance to be more than mere survivors, to feel like travelers for a day. Chu Yi watched their eagerness and felt a quiet optimism, believing that hope and purpose would strengthen the camp more than fear ever could. The next morning, they fastened the cave's bamboo door and draped foliage across the entrance before setting off, tools in hand. On the sand, Chu Yi and Zhang Chong felled sticks for fish cages, while the women gathered kindling and banana leaves to prepare salt by boiling seawater. Chu Yi erected a simple shade of banana leaves and wild grass beneath, which they arranged layers of foliage for comfort. Nearby, a kettle of sea was set upon stones to simmer into salt. Nanan scampered between them, delighted by trees and wildflowers, her laughter and high-pitched squeals carrying across the shore and tugging smiles from the others. Bai Mu Yin and Cheng Jiajia waited in the pleasantly cool water while the sun, still gentle, warmed the sand. Lin Luochu sat with her knees drawn up, watching the scene. With a serene smile, the ordinary pleasures of that morning seemed to settle in her like balm. Turning her face to the ascending sun, Lin Luochu answered with calm firmness that they would survive and flourish, not because the world had become safer, but because they would cultivate strength within. She declared that courage and contentment would bring flowers wherever they walked, even before the vast and indifferent sea. The warmth behind them would remain, as if spring endured. Her gaze was steady and luminous, the quiet resolve of a soul reconciled to hardship, yet unwilling to be diminished by it. Lu Shaoling wore a faint, bewildered expression, her gaze dulled as she looked at Lin Luochu. With a plaintive, almost theatrical sigh, she pleaded, "Luochu Jia, this is far too abstruse. Spare me, I'll go play by the shore, you can mine the salt in the iron bucket." Without waiting for an answer, she rose and hurried toward the others gathered on the beach. After Lu Shaoling had gone, Chu Yi leaned close to Lin Luochu and murmured softly, "Am I your Chunwan Huikai?" Lin Luochu turned to him with unwavering conviction. "Yes," she answered, "you always have been." A noble clarity brightened Chu Yi's features, a gentle smile curved his lips. "May I remain your spring's warmth and blossom for a lifetime?" he asked. She lifted her chin, her refined countenance resolute and tender. "Yes, an entire lifetime." Chu Yi reached out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear, and as he moved to press a kiss to her lips, the soft clack of a wooden pole being set down behind them interrupted the moment. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Lin Luochu covered her mouth and laughed a delicate, embarrassed sound. Zhang Chang, unaware of the intimate instant he had intruded upon, called out in his earnest manner, "Chu, are these sticks enough?" Chu Yi recovered his composure and answered calmly, "They'll do for now. If they're not sufficient, well, fetch more." When the children grew weary from play, they drifted back to rest beneath the canopy. Bai Muan ladled a bowl of water for Nanan and herself, then noticing everyone occupied with tasks, picked up a bow and announced, "I'll scout the woods for pheasants or hares." Lu Shaoling's eyes sparkled at the prospect, and she exclaimed, "I'm coming too." Grabbing a bough of her own, she and Bai Muan hurried into the forest. By late morning, the two returned triumphant, bearing 2 wild fowl and a rabbit. Lu Shaoling patted her arms with a bundle that clinked faintly, a handful of eggs she had found. Cheng Jijia, surprised, remarked at their prowess. Lu Shaoling laughed and deflected praise to Bai Muan. "I'm no marksman, Mu Yin did the hunting. I only found the eggs." Chu Yi glanced at Bai Muan with approval of her archery, then encouraged Lu Shaoling to practice until she could hunt on her own. Lu Shaoling responded playfully, assured by their presence that hunger was no immediate threat. They prepared the game for roasting and returned to the awning. The afternoon waned as they completed the fish traps, having had ample time to fortify them better than before. Given the island's fickle weather and frequent storms, Chu Yi abandoned hemp in favor of tenacious vine ropes for tethering the traps, binding 2 lines to each cage for added security. When the work was done, a few of them carried the traps to the surf, baited them, and sank them beneath the water. Once everything was secured, Chu Yi suggested taking advantage of the ebbing tide to forage the exposed reefs. Nanan, rubbing sleep from her eyes, blinked up and asked in a haze, "What is beach combing?" Lin Luochu smoothed the child's hair and explained with a smile, "It's going to look for lobsters and crabs." The child's drowsiness evaporated at the promise, and she sprang up, eager to hunt. They spread across the reef flats as the tide fell, turning over stones and peering into tide pools. Laughter and exclamations rose intermittently as discoveries were made. Chu Yi crouched on the sand and probed with his hand into a crevice until he felt the hard shell of a lobster. At Lin Luochu's shout from a nearby rock, he abandoned it to hasten over. She had spotted the head of a sea eel retreating beneath a slab. When Chu Yi pried the creature free, it writhed in a frantic bid for the water. With swift, practiced motions, he immobilized it, and with a single decisive stroke ended its struggle. Meanwhile, under Bai Muan's instruction, Nanan gripped a lobster's antenna and pulled until the crustacean was freed from its hiding place. Suspended in triumph, the child cried out with childish exultation. Watching her innocence and joy, Bai Muan felt a gentle, grounding contentment, an oasis of calm amid their displaced lives. Nearby, Zhang Chang subdued a large green crab with a pole, then scooped it up and offered it to Lu Xiaoling, who shrieked and backed away at the sight of its formidable claws. He tied its pincers securely with cord and placed it in a basket. As the sun descended and the tide began to return, Chu Yi called for everyone to make their way back. They gathered their fine scraps, lobsters, oysters, and the moray eland returned to the awning to rest. Bai Muan regarded the eel with delight, seeing it as a valuable spoil. Chu Yi estimated it would feed them for several meals, and for a moment the small group allowed themselves the simple pleasure of having secured a bountiful recompense from the sea. For the next 2 days, Chu Yi remained largely within the confines of the camp. He checked the wild rabbit snares from time to time and brought back a few hares on occasion. He oversaw archery practice for a handful of men. Once Zhang Chang retrieved the fish trap at the shore and returned laden with a bounty so much so that lobsters and crabs still lay uneaten in the camp. Life had settled into a cautious routine until on the third day, Chu Yi remembered the wild boar pit. The recent hailstorm must have wrecked it. He needed to inspect and if possible reset the trap. Stop, there's no escaping. The shout echoed. Instinct made Chu Yi melt into the shelter of a nearby tree. Through the leaves, he glimpsed a limping man staggering toward his position pursued by 3 others. One of the pursuers carried a crude bow. Chu Yi climbed higher concealed by foliage. No one on the island would have expected anyone else to be hiding there. The wounded man drew within 5 or 6 meters of Chu Yi's tree. The 3 pursuers closed in within 10 meters. The foremost raised his bow and loosed an arrow. The shaft flew through the grass and struck the man in the shoulder. He gurgled and collapsed. The trio rushed forward. One kicked the fallen figure and spat curses. Run, then keep running, pummeling him in anger and contempt while the others watched with indifferent faces as if the man were nothing more than vermin. Lu Gu glanced at the dying man and with a dark chilling calm raised his bow again. This time the arrow found its mark at close range. The fallen man emitted a final muffled sound and went still. The trio regarded the corpse with a detachment born of habit. Leave him here, Lu Gu said, arms folded. He's gone. Well, rest by the pond from last night, then return to camp. When they departed, they spoke of appearances back at camp, of not wanting Muziki to discover Li Mu's body and be unnerved. Camp morale and construction must continue, they argued, as if the lives lost were mere impediments to logistics. Only when they had gone did Chu Yi descend. He approached the body and checked the neck for a pulse. There was none. A cold resolve settled over him. He watched the silhouettes recede and after a moment's hesitation followed, cautious, meticulous, keeping to shadow and undergrowth. For more than an hour he tracked them through the forest, never closing to less than 100 meters, so as to remain unseen. At length he glimpsed them resting by a pond. The man who had been cursing was bent over the water, drinking deeply. Soon Lu Gu rose and instructed the others to gather wood and kindle a fire. He went off into the grass to forage. Fearing a flanking maneuver, Chu Yi sought refuge in a tall tree opposite the pond and found a vantage point from which to watch. Earlier that morning Lin Luochu had filled his thermos and hung it at his waist, and at the pond Chu Yi topped that thermos with water. Lu Gu returned carrying 3 rabbits, and with a small fruit knife skimmed fur and entrails away before skewering them on sticks to roast. The distance was sufficient to muffle their conversations, but not their movements. When they finished eating, they resumed their march west. Chu Yi followed at a discreet interval, drawing his rations and reassessing whether to press on into the failing light. At first light, Chu Yi awoke. He sat up and flexed stiff limbs. The night spent upon a rough tree trunk, leaving his body sore and heavy. The campfire had long since died to embers, and the 3 men he had been watching lay sprawled and breathing in deep sleep. He descended the tree with care, testing each muscle as he moved, and set off to scavenge for food. The nearby flora yielded nothing useful. Only a stand of banana-like trunks rose from a grass patch to his right, but they bore no fruit. With resigned persistence, he drew his machete and felled one of the trunks, cleaving its core and extracting the pith. He bit into it. It was faintly sweet, slightly astringent, and moist. The taste was familiar from military days. After consuming one long section, he wrapped a few more pieces in broad leaves and hung them at his waist, then returned to the big tree where the others still slept. Morning gave way to full day. One by one the men stirred. Lu Gu opened his eyes, rose with an unyielding demeanor, and announced they would break camp and march west. The others followed without hesitation, rubbing sleep from their faces. Chu Yi trailed them cautiously. By noon they paused. Lu Gu went in search of food while his companions kindled a fire. Seizing the respite, Chu Yi slipped backward into the undergrowth to forage. He remembered passing a wild fruit tree on the right earlier, its handful of yellow fruits shining like small coins. Beneath that tree he found the fruit again. Each was slightly larger than an egg, pleasantly sweet, though not cloying, the flesh crisp and evocative of green jujube. He ate greedily, returning with a small bounty to the trail. From a distance he watched as the 3 men roasted a wild chicken and a rabbit over the embers. His stomach tightened with irritation at his meager provisions. They doused the fire and resumed their westward march. Since the previous morning they had traversed nearly 20 kilometers through the forest. Chu Yi guessed their destination lay toward the western shore, perhaps the beach that fringed the island. The island measured some 30 kilometers across from east to west, so at their pace they might reach their camp by late afternoon. Hours of trudging passed. Then the party slowed. The 3 men began to peer around, scanning tree leans and horizon like men testing their bearings. Each time they glanced toward Chu Yi's hiding place, he pressed himself lower against the bark. After a pause and a subtle reorientation, they resumed along a left-forward bearing. Chu Yi shadowed them at a cautious distance, reluctant to close the gap lest they double back. At dusk, the line of trees opened, and the three men emerged into a clearing roughly the size of a football pitch, encircled by forest and bisected by a small winding stream. From the forest's rim, Chu Yi observed their camp in secrecy. A modest wooden hut sat near the far edge of the clearing, a recently extinguished hearth on its porch. Several laborers were at work nearby, trenches and pegged posts marking the beginnings of a larger construction. Piles of freshly felled logs lay staged for processing. He counted 5 men laboring in the open. The 3 who had just arrived retreated into the hut for a long time. The third man, however, provoked a conflicting sense of recognition in Chu Yi. Nearly 1.9 meters tall, crew-cut, clad in a tight camouflage top, cargo trousers, and combat boots with a military blade at his waist identical to Chu Yi's bearing bespoke a professional soldier. Though tattoos could not be seen, Chu Yi knew at once this was a mercenary. Under the dimming sky, he descended the tree with cautious care and slipped away in the opposite direction. Using the fading light to mask his movement, he ran until his breath burned and his legs ached. After nearly 3 kilometers, he halted beside a fallen ancient trunk and made a small refuge for the night. He gathered kindling, lit a modest fire, and prepared to return to the camp at dawn. Back at the encampment, a cloud of anxiety had settled over the survivors. Chu Yi had been absent for 2 days, and a night their imaginations rehearsed every calamity. By the creek, Lu Xiaoling offered Lin Luochu a bowl of fish soup, urging her to eat. Lin Luochu's features remained delicate and pallid with worry. She demurred, concealing a tempest of fear beneath a brittle smile, insisting she had no appetite, but coaxing Lu Xiaoling to tend to daily necessities because a young child Nanan still depended on them. Morning found the camp listless. Under gentle pressure, Lin Luochu managed a few sips of soup, acknowledging the pragmatic truth that they must survive regardless of her private dread. Even so, her thoughts never ceased to plead for Chu Yi's safe return. Night had crowned the forest when Chu Yi returned. Lin Luochu still sat by the stream, slender and fragile beneath the moonlight, while the others drifted in subdued silence. Nanan, playing with small stones, looked up and cried out at the sight of Chu Yi emerging from the trees. At that sound, Lin Luochu sprang to her feet and ran. She fell into his arms, and in that embrace the months of anxiety and the hours of dread dissolved into tears. Chu Yi, sensing the moment slacken, leaned toward Lin Luochu and murmured, "Let's go now, everyone's waiting." Reluctantly, she released his hand and lifted her face, tear streaks still glistening in her eyes. "Do I look ugly now?" she asked with fragile vulnerability. He cupped her cheek and brushed away the remnants of her tears. "Not at all. My goddess is forever beautiful," he said, steadying her with a tenderness that banished her doubt. Nearby, Lu Xiaoling seized the opportunity to tease. "Chu Dage, you're finally back. If you hadn't returned, Luochu would have starved herself into a stone by the creek." Her remark drew laughter from the group. Lin Luochu shot a resentful glare, and Lu Xiaoling, feigning innocence, pretended she had not seen it. Chu Yi ruffled Lin Luochu's hair and admonished gently, "No more of that. No matter what happens, you must eat." While they set about cooking, Chu Yi slipped away for a long overdue wash. Returning, he sank at the table as aromas rose, and soon food was spread before them. He devoured the ribs with the ferocity of one who had been deprived for days. The others gave him space. Even Lin Luochu, sustaining herself on warm fish broth, found her appetite stirring now that he was home. Conversation subsided into the comfortable companionship of shared sustenance. Chu Yi elaborated on his unease. At first, he had assumed Wang Hong's easy camaraderie with the mercenary was mere affability. Wang Hong had seemed adept at smoothing relations. Yet the intimacy felt disproportionate for strangers newly ashore. Moreover, Wang Bin had earlier disclosed the mercenary's covert purpose aboard the vessel, a remark that amplified Chu Yi's suspicions. He suspected concealed motives and possible collusion within that camp. The conversation darkened as Chu Yi warned of Zhao Jun. If Zhao Jun were to link up with the other camp, they would face renewed aggression. The previous raid had made the mercenaries' objective painfully clear. Target the women of the camp, and a reunited force would pose a dire threat. The assembly fell silent, the implications settling like a weight upon them. He addressed the camp with measured firmness, assigning responsibilities. Zhang Chong must preserve order and protect everyone in his absence. No one was to venture into the forest while he was gone. The potato patch and the fish cages by the shore should suffice for their provisions. To the right of the potato field, he had set several snares for wild rabbits. They might check them if needed. The fish cages, once harvested, must be returned from immediately. Loitering beyond the camp was forbidden. At night, the bamboo gate must be kept securely closed. He charged Bai Moyan with intensifying the archery practice, knowing she possessed the composure and patience to instruct the others. With the instructions delivered and reassurances offered, Chu Yi prepared to depart. He took a few lengths of hemp rope and secured his long knife and chi shao to his calves, then lowered his rations into a container that outwardly betrayed nothing of the weapons concealed within. He carried only cooked potatoes for his nourishment and gripped a wooden spear. He avoided bringing a bow in order not to arouse suspicion. Before leaving, he touched Lin Luochu's cheek, promising to return, and urged everyone to guard themselves and maintain composure. Lu Shaoling teased that they might or might not miss him. Cheng Jijia's unease was softened by admiration for Chu Yi's steadfast sense of duty. He traveled without haste, preferring stealth to frantic speed, confident that by nightfall he would reach the other camp. He paused only briefly at a roadside pond to drink and rest for a little while. Chu Yi's ease in the wilderness stemmed from his years in the service. He had often spent a year at a time in the mountains with his unit, and reading the forest like a map was second nature to him. The landscape yielded no surprises to a man schooled in such disciplines. Chu Yi remained in the branches, cataloging movements and routines. He intended to learn their patterns, bide his time, and create an opening for an encounter that would not expose the camp to unnecessary danger. Patient, vigilant, and resolved, he waited for a moment in which his intervention would be most effective and least perilous for those he had left behind. Night had fallen in earnest, and the forest became an impenetrable black. Chu Yi watched as the 7 in the camp, having finished their meal, drifted toward the rivulet. They drank, rinsed themselves, and returned to the cabins, yet none sought refuge within the wooden dwellings. Instead, they lay upon the planks they had fashioned and slept in the open air. Chu Yi found this perplexing. Although the evening was not cold, the latter hours in a forest always carried a chill. His gaze lingered on Chu Yi by the stream. She remained motionless, as if burdened by some private sorrow. The sight recalled Lin Luochu, who, when unsettled, often sat by a brook. Chu Yi murmured to himself, wondering what Chu Yi might be contemplating. Finding nothing more to observe, he reclined to rest, resolving to resume his watch at dawn. An hour passed, and doubt gnawed at him. Perhaps they had left. He considered abandoning the ruse when at last a woman on the rocks glanced inland, and then hurried back toward the others. Moments later, all 3 emerged from the reef and sauntered along the sand in his direction. Chu Yi pressed himself beneath the shadow of a tree and shut his eyes, feigning rest. A voice close by greeted him. He opened his eyes to find the 3 approaching, their silhouettes resolved by the daylight. "Are you one of the survivors from the liner?" the man asked. For a heartbeat, fear spread, then melted into elation. Seeing living faces, Chu Yi feigned rapture. He rose and declared with exaggerated relief that he had been alone on the island for over a month and had believed himself the sole survivor. His performance painted him as a battered, solitary soul relieved to find others. The 2 women regarded him with warm relief. The man stood apart, inscrutable, his expression unreadable. One of the women studied him more closely and asked cautiously if he truly had no companions. Though dirt clung to his skin, Chu Yi's resolute, sharply cut features still showed. The woman's cheeks took on a faint bloom. She felt an inexplicable flutter at the sight of his stern, enduring countenance. He elaborated upon his ordeal with heightened drama, spinning images of isolation that made the reunion seem miraculous. The women's faces softened as they listened. The man remained aloof, his interest tempered by suspicion. As they exchanged questions and responses along the shoreline, Chu Yi maintained the guise of the relieved castaway, every word engineered to gain their trust and to secure his place among them. "You've been here all along." The man spoke, a faint haughtiness flashing in his eyes, though it never reached his manner. Chu Yi glanced at him and adopted an exaggerated air. "I walked this way. Over the past month, I ventured into the forest for food, but the pheasants and hares were too elusive. I kept returning to the beach, scavenging coconuts and gathering shells to survive." His tone was casual, almost rehearsed. The 3 of them showed little suspicion. Numbers emboldened trust. One woman introduced herself. "I am Zhang Lin." "She is Tian Man, and this is Wu Ming. What is your name?" Chu Yi replied, "I am Chu Yi. Do you have anything to eat?" "Since yesterday, I have had only coconut." He indicated an empty husk beside him with a rueful expression. Zhang Lin surveyed the shell and offered, "Come with us. Our camp has many survivors from the cruise. We are even building shelters." Chu Yi feigned ravenous eagerness, drawing a chuckle from the 2 women. Tian Man, catching the cue, laughed lightly. "Of course there is food, wild birds, hares, even boar." Chu Yi's eyes brightened. "Splendid. I have not tasted meat in ages. Is the camp far? Shall we go now?" The women found his enthusiasm amusing. Wu Ming scoffed, as if he deemed such hunger ordinary. Zhang Lin held up a salvaged water bottle and explained they had been collecting supplies and were ready to return. Chu Yi pretended to gather his belongings. When the man bristled at the idea of packing, Chu Yi smiled and said, "Someone should extinguish my fire." They moved toward the camp with Wu Ming ahead and the 2 women flanking Chu Yi. As they walked, Tian Man reached toward Chu Yi's midriff and teased, "You look well built. Do you have a girlfriend?" He dodged her touch with a light parry, inwardly blaming her forwardness and recognizing in her voice the same woman who had been with Lu Ge last night. He replied politely, "I used to work for a firm and kept fit in my spare time." Zhang Lin, ever the flatterer, laughed with looks and physique like that. "You must have a girlfriend." Chu Yi diverted the conversation toward his stomach. "Are we nearly at camp? I am starving." A short, sharp voice from ahead, Wu Ming, urged them to quicken their pace. After 10 more minutes, they reached the encampment. Chu Yi marveled, impressive to find such a place, and even to build houses here. Zhang Lin smiled and said, there are 13 of us with you 14. I will introduce you to our leader. Near where a small wooden structure rose, a handful of people worked. Muziki sat by the stream, others were not in sight. Zhang Lin opened the hut door without ceremony, and Chu Yi peered inside. Inside, the mercenary Yang Heng sat up. Chu Yi noticed splints bound to his calf with vine, but Yang Heng walked without obvious impediment. Wang Hong afforded the newcomer barely a glance before resuming his rest. Yang Heng asked, what is your name? Chu Yi. How did you arrive here? Chu Yi told of the crews sinking the overturned lifeboat and waking on the island. The mercenary's bearing was coolly severe, a sheath hung at his waist, and a certain mercilessness lurked in his eyes. From now on you are one of us, he said, rising to confront him. Help with the construction. Once the houses are complete, all may live within them. Yang Heng led Chu Yi to the nascent dwelling where 6 people were laboring. 3 of them swung axes with steady rhythm, splitting logs and fashioning planks. Muziki sat nearby, a smudge of charcoal between her fingers, drawing precise lines and issuing measured directions. The others shaped the timber according to her marks. At Yang Heng's approach, they paused and chorused, Leda, you are here. He introduced Chu Yi as a new member of the encampment who would help erect the houses. The assembly cast brief, impassive glances at Chu Yi, their faces practiced into the economy of survivors. Muziki wore a shadow on her face, a thin sorrow, and after a cool glance, bent back to her chalked lines. Yang Heng told Chu Yi to join their labors and hurry the construction. Before he could return, Zhang Lin called from the hearth, announcing that the meal was ready. The 6 men drifted toward the fire. Muziki alone remained, head bowed, lost in her markings. Chu Yi did not accost her, but went to the fire. Zhang Lin offered him a roasted wild pheasant with a warm smile and an invitation to eat, while others nibbled at halves of birds or legomorphs. He accepted, gratefully noting with a flicker of appreciation that Zhang Lin had given him a whole bird, whereas others made do with portions. Across the room, Wang Hong nodded a hair. Yang Heng, 2 ate pheasant Tian Man, having finished, rested upon another pallet. After the meal, they lingered idly on the boards outside the hut rather than return immediately to toil. Chu Yi walked to the river, tasted the cold water, and sat upon a stone to think. He wondered about Lin Luochu and whether she remained at large. The camp's provisions and the snares and fish traps suggested their immediate needs were met, and he felt no acute hunger for supplies. While he reflected, he became aware of a figure upon a stone to his right. Muziki sat about 3 or 4 meters away, her chin cupped in her hand, fixed on the river's flow with an unfocused gaze that betrayed private burdens. Breaking the quiet, Chu Yi asked if she was Muziki. She glanced back, offered a faint warm nod, then turned once more to the stream. He teased that he had never before encountered such a renowned person here, smiling as he spoke, but she returned only a polite nod and silence. When he asked whether the rumors that they could never return were true, Muziki answered softly, I don't know. Her voice held neither certainty nor curiosity. Her eyes were hollow with resignation, as if the question had ceased to hold meaning for her. Chu Yi resolved not to reveal the dreadful truth about the man killed in the forest. Discretion, he felt, was necessary. Seeing her sullen spirit, he rose and made his way back toward the hut. At the doorway, he met Wang Hong emerging from within, his face breaking into an affable grin that seemed to be his constant expression. Warmly, he greeted Chu Yi and bade him call him Wang Ji. Their exchange was disarmingly cordial. Wang Hong declared that the new world rendered previous hierarchies meaningless and urged mutual care because they were all gathered for the same simple objective of survival. Chu Yi adopted a humbler posture and thanked him. Wang Hong's smile and easy manner created an atmosphere of genuine welcome. He then strode into the woods, purportedly to inspect rabbit snares. Curious, Chu Yi asked Zhang Lin later about Wang Hong's abilities. She explained that Wang had constructed many of the snares in the surrounding forest, and that much of the small game supply owed to his efforts. When pressed about his past, Zhang Lin frowned in thought and suggested that he had once been a shareholder in a large company, lending him an air of capability and resources. She added that when the camp was first formed, Wang Ji, Leda, and Lu Peng had been among the initial trio. Others had joined piecemeal afterward. Lu Peng was currently out hunting and would return by evening. A stocky man about 1.8 meters tall and slightly portly loomed behind him with a blade in hand. This was Wu Ming, whose morning had been spent felling logs. He jeered at Chu Yi, accusing him of idleness and ordering him to move the raw timber. Chu Yi protested that a single man could not carry those logs alone. Wu Ming's tone turned sharper. He insisted it mattered not how Chu Yi managed it, and threatened to expel anyone he deemed worthless from the camp. The insult ignited a heat in Chu Yi, who prepared to answer in kind. At that moment, a slender shadow materialized by his side, and a small voice, barely audible, yet unmistakable, offered, I will help you carry. Chu Yi turned and measured the young man before him with a calm gaze. He was over 10 centimeters shorter, his skin browned by relentless sun, his features telling of outdoor labor rather than idleness. He looked younger than 20, yet the compact solidity of his frame, the cord muscles of his forearms, and the calluses on his palms bespoke habitual exertion more eloquently than any words could. Chu Yi cast a brief glance at the slightly corpulent companion nearby, then looked back at the boy and said simply, "Let us go." He felt no fear of the other man. Confrontation with such trivialities would distract from the purpose that had brought him here. It was a place with its own rules, and he would not be drawn into needless disputes. When he addressed the boy, his voice remained composed. "What is your name?" The question fell between them. Luochu came the concise reply, the tone sparse, as if words were currency to be spent judiciously. "How old are you?" 19. Luochu answered plainly. Chu Yi offered a faint smile and said, "My name is Chu Yi. Call me Chu Yi from now on." Luochu said nothing, and they set to work selecting and lifting logs together, each taking an end as they carried the timber toward the new shelter. They hauled 10 or so logs before Chu Yi ventured another question. "You and the others cut these from the forest?" "Yes." "Let us," Luochu admitted, his eyes flickering with something like deference. The boy's reticence and humility tugged at a small ember of pity, and Chu Yi's quietness did not equal soullessness, and he judged the boy to be essentially good heart. Later that afternoon, Zhang Lin and Tian Man came running toward the construction area. With laughter, they beckoned Chu Yi to the shore. He studied them with a degree of perplexity. Among so many, did they single him out? He did not reveal his puzzlement, however. Instead, he smiled and said, "Soon after I finish moving this log." On the walk to the coast, Tian Man's fond familiarity expressed itself in banter and light-hearted impertinence, alternating between teasing words and flirtatious touches that made Chu Yi flush with embarrassment. They reached the intertidal rocks as the tide receded and the reef revealed itself in jagged testimony to the sea's ebb. Small tide pools sheltered diminutive crabs and finger-sized fish, and the three sifted the shoals and crevices for shellfish. On the path back, they spoke of Yangheng's leg. When Chu Yi mentioned the splint, Zhang Lin denied any recent worsening, and Tian Man recalled rumors that during a wild boar hunt, Lu Peng had said the man had been struck and the tibia fractured. Chu Yi pondered privately, wishing they had come sooner, when Yangheng's injury might have presented an opportunity to settle certain matters while the man was compromised. At the camp, the women carried the day's haul to the riverside to clean and prepare it, while at the construction site, Wu Ming and a corpulent fellow laughed together. Muziki was absent. Luochu toiled alone with a heavy log, beads of sweat freckling his brow. Chu Yi approached and took over the billet with minimal fanfare. He observed the pair, who had been joking from a distance, and felt a prickle of disquiet. Muziki's temperament would not countenance ordering one person to shoulder such labor without cause. Luochu admitted without accusation that others had helped earlier, Zhang Ji and Li Ga, but they had left when other matters called. There was no plaintive complaint in his voice, rather a resigned acceptance of his lot. After setting the logs in place, Chu Yi handed him an axe, told him to drink and rest by the river, and led him into the forest. He intended to fashion something useful, though his stay here would be temporary. He would subsist until the truth behind the camp's dynamics revealed itself. They felled and trimmed an ample quantity of branches, their labor purposeful. Chu Yi planned to construct 2 fish traps for the Moro devices that would spare Zhang Lin and Tian Man the daily hardship of combing the rocks for spoil. When they returned to camp late, a fire had been lit, and the evening meal was turning over the coals. Wu Ming and the corpulent man resumed their place by the wooden hut, shooting covert glances of provocation toward Chu Yi. He ignored them and approached the fire. Yangheng emerged from the hut with a stern, ill-humored expression and demanded to know why Chu Yi had gone to the forest with an axe. Chu Yi answered plainly that he had been cutting branches. The leader's displeasure was the currency of the camp. Typically, such a question would elicit nervousness. Instead, Chu Yi met him with equanimity and a trace of resolve, a demeanor that visibly unsettled Yangheng. When Chu Yi described his intention to build fish cages to catch larger prey, Yangheng's skepticism softened. With a reluctant nod, he consented, instructing that Chu Yi take Luochu with him the next morning. Chu Yi noticed the wooden splint on Yangheng's leg had been removed, and the man's fracture must have mended sufficiently. Zhang Lin was exuberant at the promise of assistance. Wu Ming and Jiang Wei exchanged bewildered looks. Why had Yangheng not scolded Chu Yi? And the camp gathered to break bread by the fire. Just as the scent of roasting food swelled, and even the mood, Chu Yi's attention snapped to the edge of the tree line. 2 figures were stepping from the forest toward the camp. 2 figures entered the camp bearing the harvest of the forest. One carried 5 or 6 pheasants and 3 or 4 hares. The other, bow in hand, had 2 hares and 3 pheasants slung over his shoulder. The archer was Lu Peng, the very man who had killed in the woods earlier. Zhang Lin stepped forward with a bright smile and began to take the game from him. Lu Peng said nothing, but his gaze sharpened and fixed on Chu Yi as if surprised by the presence of a stranger in the camp. Zhang Lin called out, "Dinner is ready, Lu Ji. We can eat at once." And seeing Lu Peng silent, she continued to smile at him. Lu Peng's face darkened. "A newcomer in the camp?" he asked. "He's Chu Yi," Zhang Lin replied, pointing at him. Chu Yi, adopting an ingratiating grin, clasped his hands in a mock salute and praised Lu Peng's prowess at hunting, extolling the impressive haul. Lu Peng watched him with stern disapproval. He disliked frivolity and flattery. The camp harbored others like Wu Ming and Jiang Wei, who grinned in anticipation, convinced they had witnessed the first misstep of a man who already seemed ill-fitted to survive here. Lu Peng set a single roasted pheasant down by the fire and said tersely, "If you have come to the camp, do your work. No tricks, no shortcuts." Chu Yi accepted a rabbit, split it with Luocheng, and returned Lu Peng's admonition with a conciliatory smile. After the meal, everyone drifted to rest. Chu Yi and Luocheng walked to the stream to wash and drink. As Luocheng prepared to return to the wooden huts, Chu Yi called him back and asked him to sit on a stone by the last embers of the fire. Luocheng hesitated and then sat illuminated by the faint glow. He was awkward and laconic, and he warned, "I don't talk much, Chu Ji, you might find me dull." "You have nothing to fear, think of me as an elder brother," Chu Yi replied, laying a comforting hand on Luocheng's shoulder. Luocheng then confessed with a sincerity that belied his rough exterior that there was something different about Chu Yi. He explained that he had left school after 1 year of high school, had worked at construction sites, and as an auto mechanic, and later at a relative's suggestion taken a job as a stevedore on a cruise ship. Because he seldom spoke, others had neither befriended him nor sought his company unless they wanted a favor or a free meal. Their selfishness had soured him. Even here, the hard and dirty tasks were always assigned to him. He had never felt regarded as a comrade. Luocheng's voice dropped to a conspiratorial hush. He scanned the darkened encampment as if afraid his confession might summon retribution. Chu Yi asked whether anyone else knew. Luocheng swore he had told no one, for nearly all in the camp were selfish and dangerous. "Do not tell a soul," Chu Yi warned solemnly. "If this spreads, you will invite death." Luocheng nodded, and then volunteered that he did not know the cause of the quarrel between Yang Heng and Li Mu, only that it likely concerned Ziki Jia. Both men shared the uncomfortable certainty that something had been concealed from her. Through the interplay of moonlight and embers, Chu Yi saw Mu Ziki sleeping alone upon the planks, a figure who had not smiled since his arrival. It seemed clear to him that Yang Heng and the others had deliberately withheld the truth of Li Mu's fate from her. Night had deepened. Chu Yi urged Luocheng to sleep, reminding him that they must rise early to set fish traps along the shore. They rose and walked back toward the clustered wooden huts. The fire was guttering to ash for lack of fuel. Luocheng claimed a narrow strip of board at the hut's edge and lay down, while Chu Yi gathered 2 scattered planks, laid them side by side, and reclined. He clasped his hands behind his head and turned his face to the cool, luminous moon, feeling an unexpected ache of longing for the woman who dwelt in the camp. The following morning, Chu Yi gathered the cut branches from the previous day and, accompanied by Luocheng and Zhang Lin, made his way to the shoreline. They found refuge beneath a broad tree. Chu Yi began instructing Luocheng in the art of weaving a fish trap, while Zhang Lin scoured the rock-strewn coast for oysters and scavenged some dry kindling. She tended the coals and roasted the oysters for the 2 men. For Chu Yi, the craft of making fish traps had become so familiar that in under an hour he had completed one with practiced ease. Luocheng, slower by nature, benefited from Chu Yi's guidance and produced a sturdy second trap after they labored together for another half hour. Luocheng approached when he saw Chu Yi frown and asked if the pit was unsuitable. "It's too deep. The traps would be at risk of being carried off by waves," Chu Yi replied. They debated reinforcing the rigs. Chu Yi glanced at the advancing surf and relented. "We shall do what we can for now." The 3 of them entered the nearby forest with axes and sought out vines. Chu Yi felled more than a dozen lengths. Back at the pit, he lashed 3 vines to each trap, splicing shorter pieces together until the lengths matched. They baited the traps and sank them into the basin before securing the composite vines to a hefty stone. Only when the final knot held did the arrangement feel complete. Zhang Lin, unfamiliar with sea fishing, questioned whether such contraptions could really yield anything. Chu Yi smiled enigmatically and said, "You will know by morning." She teased him with mock skepticism. He only observed the sun's angle and suggested they wait for the tide to turn. They would not return to camp at once. Instead, they foraged the reef for additional seafood. 2 hours of respite under the tree and 2 or 3 more hours among the rocks produced a modest harvest, much the same as the previous day. Chu Yi mused inwardly on how barren the western shore was when compared to the abundance they remembered from the east coast. At dawn, Chu Yi and Luocheng returned to the reef to inspect the traps. The tide was at its crest, and the stones to which they had moored the vines lay submerged. With care, they hauled 1 trap free until it broke the surface. Chu Yi and Luocheng bore it to the sand and lifted the lid. Inside, several sizable fish writhed against one another, while lobsters and crabs writhed among them. A surge of quiet triumph crossed Chu Yi's face. The sea had its riches concealed beneath deeper water. "We have a good yield," he said. He instructed Luocheng to fetch vines and poles. Using the vines, he peeled away the outer bark and drew out the fibrous core, braiding it into strong cordage. One by one he drew the catch from the trap and threaded them onto the rope as if composing a simple harvest. Luochu watched aghast and delighted at the sight of 4 and 5 pound sea fish and the crustaceans among them. When Chu Yi handed him a strung line to hold, Luochu fumbled and let a bundle slip onto the sand. The braid held fast, he gathered the fallen fish and secured them to one end of a pole. Luochu brimmed with excitement and admiration as he congratulated Chu Yi on the prolific catch. Chu Yi returned a modest smile and recounted how the shorelines of his past had taught him the art of setting traps, though those places never yielded quite as generously. He explained that the absence of long-term fishing in these waters had allowed marine life to flourish, and he conjectured that the deeper reefs favored species like the shibanu. They set the cages back into the surf and shouldered the crates for the trek to the camp. Along the way, Luochu could not contain his elation and even hummed as he walked, his contentment infectious. Chu Yi estimated the total weight of the catch at some 70 to 80 jin, noting the remarkable size of the specimens and resolving that they should set more cages in a deeper spot to the east upon their return. Emerging from the treeline, the pair were met with collective astonishment. Even Chi, usually impervious to most matters, shot them a look of genuine surprise. Zhang Lin sprang to her feet and ran forward, her face alight with a mixture of relief and delight. She clasped Chu Yi by the arm and exclaimed at the abundance he had brought back, praising him exuberantly. They laid the seafood upon a plank outside the wooden shelter, and several laborers abandoned their tasks to inspect the catch. Voices rose in excited debate. Some lamented the lack of proper cooking implements that might have turned the shibanu into a lavish feast, while others praised the lobsters as a rare luxury. Memories of a more opulent past surfaced among the castaways as they compared the present provisions to the fine dining they had once enjoyed aboard cruise liners. Wang Hong, smiling broadly, complimented Chu Yi on his accomplishment and examined the fish with evident relish. Once the crowd dispersed, Zhang Lin and Tian Man set about preparing the day's provisions. They strung the Wu Yu and base to dry and set the crustaceans over embers to be grilled, while Tian Man wrapped one shibanu in banana leaves and placed it tenderly within the wooden hut, leaving the other to rest upon the plank. A boardroom of appetites gathered as one castaway requested the raw shibanu for sashimi. Tian Man, unhurried, explained that the leader and Wang Hong had claimed the other fish. The man accepted this without protest and fetched a small knife. Inside the hut, Wang Hong worked with a blade identical in make to Chu Yi's prized chi shao. With practiced, unhurried strokes, he filleted the fish into 3 distinct segments, separating 2 immaculate fillets from the bone and head with patient expertise. Wang Hong's slicing was meticulous, each sashimi slice emerged uniform and pale as porcelain. He arranged the pieces upon a banana leaf with a craftsman's pride, lamenting that without ice and proper condiments the delicacy could not reach its full potential. He described how real aficionados chilled the flesh immediately and paired it with soy and lemon to elevate its subtleties. He sampled a slice and closed his eyes, manifesting the pleasure that came from well-handled fish. Yang Hong, initially skeptical, tasted a slice and was rapt by the delicate sweetness and the absence of any overt fishiness. He conceded with a newfound appreciation that such fare required a finer palate and said that the affluent indeed understood how to savor it best. Together they consumed nearly an entire shibanu, leaving only the head and bones. Wang Hong considered making broth from the remains, but dismissed the idea for lack of proper cookware. Days passed in the camp, with Chu Yi occasionally checking the fish cages and otherwise roaming to learn more about the island. Despite his inquiries, he found no clear lead. One night, upon rising to attend to nature's call, he paused when a soft, stifled weeping drifted through the darkness, the sound of a woman's sorrow, faint as moonlight. It snagged at his attention and marked the beginning of a different sort of discovery. Chu Yi rose in the night, pressed by a sudden urgency after drinking too much water. He slipped into the shadowed fringe of the forest, and after a brief respite among the grass returned to the wooden platform. Just as he prepared to lie down, a faint, restrained sob reached him through the stillness. The sound was deliberately light, as if someone were suppressing a flood of tears, yet in the profound silence, it was unmistakable. He turned toward the new cabin. The darkness there was absolute, but the direction of the sobbing was clear. Cautious and guided by the faint moonlight, Chu Yi moved closer and found curled in a corner of the cabin a woman, trembling softly. She continued to choke back her sobs until his footsteps betrayed his approach. The instant she heard him nearer, she fell silent, closed her eyes, and feigned sleep. Chu Yi already suspected who it was. Zhang Lin and Tian Man occupied the interior of the cabin. Only Muziki would be sitting outside in that corner. He crouched beside her and spoke in a low voice, asking why she was crying. Muziki knew a pretense could not be maintained. She opened her eyes and faced him. Although the darkness obscured his features, his voice was familiar, the newcomer who had arrived at the camp only days before. She answered coolly, telling him not to trouble himself and to return to his sleep, yet the flatness of her tone betrayed a stranger's reserve that unsettled Chu Yi. The notion that the island's exile had stripped away law and decency settled between them like a chill. Muziki had imagined that castaways would band together, forging safety through mutual trust. Instead, the longer people remained, the more the dark contours of human appetite and selfishness revealed themselves. Chu Yi warned that if Zhao Jun and Yang Heng were to join forces, they would sooner or later return to wreak further harm upon his camp. His intent was preemptive. He sought to blunt that future violence before it could be realized. For a long moment, only the quickened rhythm of Muziki's breath suggested her agitation. She weighed his words, the conviction in his voice, and the peril that clung to the night. Trust was costly, and yet for the sake of truth about Li Mu and the fragile safety of the scattered survivors, she chose to believe him for now. Those words sent Mu Ziqi into deeper contemplation. She did not know whether to trust him. The faces in the camp were strangers, and her knowledge of them was scant. After a long silence, she changed as if someone had set another costume upon her soul. Gone was the flurry of uncertainty, in its stead came a poised, almost austere calm. In the dark, Chu Yi listened and needed little persuasion. Should they move against Yang Heng, Lu Peng would be an obstacle in any case. On this island, any who threatened the camp's future could not be permitted to live. He could not abide the thought of those he vowed to protect falling into the hands of such merciless men. He recalled Lin Luochu's coldly beautiful face and the guileless playfulness she once wore toward him and drew strength from that memory. He gave his assent but tempered it with honesty. He could promise to try but could not guarantee the death of Lu Peng. He was only one man. Undertaking Yang Heng alone was already an arduous prospect. Mu Ziqi's eyes hardened with a promise of her own. Once he had saved her, she said now she would spare nothing to avenge him. The pledge settled between them like a stone in still water. The next morning, Chu Yi washed at the river and found Mu Ziqi already awake, tracing lines into a plank of timber with charcoal. Her face was composed, an inscrutable mask that betrayed neither joy nor anger. Chu Yi admired the woman's hidden competence. No wonder she had once been a Kuoman Wanghong. He roused Luo Cheng, and together they walked toward the shore. With Chu Yi no longer compelled to scavenge for every morsel of seafood, Zhang Lin and Tian Man were spared the daily toil of picking limp oysters and clumsy conchs. At the water's edge, Chu Yi forbade Luo Cheng from hauling in the fish trap. Today, he said they would not retrieve the cages. He had business to attend to and needed Luo Cheng to remain in hiding, unseen and uninformed of his movements. Luo King obeyed, puzzled but trusting, and Chu Yi slipped away into the forest, moving toward the camp's perimeter to observe. He waited among the trees for half an hour. When the door of one of the cabins opened, Lu Peng emerged with a bow and an arrow, and soon after so did Wang Kai. The third man, Guozi Fan, belonged to Yang Heng's original followers. Two of them habitually accompanied Lu Peng on his foraging and hunts. Chu Yi tailed them, mindful of his previous lessons in shadowing others. Lu Peng showed little vigilance. Perhaps he believed the island was too isolated for anyone to follow him. They walked for about an hour until the trees thinned and a stretch of grassland opened beneath a pale sky. Wang Kai tested the field by tossing a rock into the brush. A pheasant burst forth, and in the same breath Lu Peng loosed an arrow that struck true. Chu Yi watched, impressed despite himself. Every shot from Lu Peng seemed to find its mark. His movements were swift and certain. Such prowess deepened Chu Yi's unease. Lu Peng was more than a mere henchman. By noon, Chu Yi had retreated to evaluate his options. He had come to gauge Lu Peng's skill, to measure the caliber of the man he might be forced to confront. He returned to the shore, checked the fish cages, and called for Luo Cheng. Sleeping beneath a tree, Luo Cheng answered groggily, gathered himself, and met Chu Yi's mildly cryptic assurance that some truths were better kept from him for now. Luo King remained baffled but trusted Chu Yi's judgment. The two men rejoined the camp with small deceptions intact. In public, they resumed the pretense of unfamiliarity beneath that thin fabric. Plans and promises had been exchanged. A quiet war of watchfulness and resolve had begun on that would require patience, guile, and sacrifices yet unseen. By the brook within the cavern encampment, Lin Luochu sat with one hand cradling a stray wildflower and the other supporting her chin, gazing into the ribbon of water as if seeking answers in its flow. Her face, finely sculpted, bore a quiet melancholy. Lu Shaoling's voice sounded from behind, tenderly teasing Luochu. Jia, still thinking of Chu Dage. Lin Luochu did not turn. Her reply carried only resigned longing. It has been so many days. How can he still be absent? Across the shore, Chu Yi hauled up a fish cage and motioned for Luo Cheng to thread their catch. As Luo Cheng prepared the next string of seafood, Chu Yi interrupted him, emptying the second cage and liberating its contents back to the sea. Luo Cheng stared, incredulous. Chu Dage, why release them all? Chu Yi returned the empty cage to the tide and met Luo Cheng's bewilderment with calm pragmatism. When we go back, we will say a cage was smashed. We have to provide an excuse, or they will grow suspicious. Initially reluctant Luochu's regret gave way to practical acceptance when Chu Yi reassured him and said they could at least cook what remained. Chu Yi skewered a sizable base and set a single lobster by the embers, offering Luochu the lion's share to assuage his conscience. When they rejoined the camp, Zhang Lin frowned at the meager haul. Chu Dage, why so few fish today? Chu Yi explained evenly that one cage had been smashed, and they had spent the morning repairing nets at the shore. Luochu corroborated, adding that the broken cage had been shattered on rock and yielded nothing. Tian Man, sorting the day's provisions, dismissed concerned food stocks were still adequate. As Chu Yi went to wash at the stream, he saw Muziki perched on a river stone, her expression still shadowed by worry. Before he could greet her, Lu Peng arrived supporting a limp figure. Wang Kai was carried to the planks by the wooden hut, but his strength had already ebbed. His skin had a bluish pallor, and a faint froth stained his lips. The sight struck the camp with a sudden dread. Speculation named the culprit as a Yanjing, she a spectacled cobra, suggested by the nature of the symptoms. The assembled men fell into a stunned, silent acceptance that Wang Kai could not be saved. Preparations began to carry him into the forest for burial. As the bearers lifted the body, a brief, awkward collision at the hut placed Chu Yi in an exchange of glances with Muziki. She blushed and moved toward the water. Yang Heng observed them with a hard, envious glare, a flicker of malice in his eyes. After roughly 2 hours, the survivors drifted back into the camp one by one. Once reunited, each resumed their assigned tasks with an almost mechanical detachment. Near the newly erected wooden cabin, a few of them even laughed and joked as if no one had perished earlier. Chu Yi could not help but murmur to himself that human life here seemed trifling. Everyone's concern centered solely on their own survival, and the fates of others elicited nothing but indifference. Muziki by the river shared his sentiment. Though her countenance appeared outwardly impassive, she observed everything with keen attention. Earlier, she had followed Chu Yi and witnessed Lu Peng's cold disregard for Wang Kai's life, which only reinforced Chu Yi's bleak conclusion in her mind. In the following days, the camp settled into a languid routine. After emptying the fish traps, each morning people wandered the perimeter as though marking the boundary between their old world and this new harsh reality. One afternoon, Chu Yi dozed beneath the cabin. A sudden urge forced him to rise. At the edge of the clearing, he saw Zhang Lin and Tian Man, and on the other flank, Muziki seated quietly by the river. With no choice, he skirted the cabin and went around to relieve himself at the rear. As he returned along the cabin's edge, a voice cut through the stillness and caused his heart to seize. It was Yang Heng speaking. He glanced about and found himself in a blind spot where no one could see him. Carefully pressing his ear to the thin wooden wall, he listened. The hastily built cabin had been constructed for temporary shelter, the planks thin enough to carry conversation. Chu Yi judged the speakers' positions within the small room and realized they were no more than a meter away. Through the timber, he heard two men argue. Wang Hong objected to haste. The camp was not yet secure, and Muziki was not an ordinary woman. If they acted recklessly, things could turn into mutual ruin. Yang Heng, impatient, insisted he could make her submit. Their exchanges revealed more than a quarrel over one woman. Between the barbs spilled the names of companies' research and a man named Qin Hai, who had designs beyond mere profit. Piece by piece, their confessions exposed a darker reality. They had hoped to seize a vessel of thousands for research. The plan had been monstrous: to abduct whole crews and test subjects for genetic experiments. A typhoon had intervened, and the ship had been lost. Frustrations boiled over. Wang Hong muttered bitterly about lives frittered away in the sea and blamed Qin Hai for dragging them into this quagmire. Yang Heng confessed he and others had been promised rewards and that some in their industry lusted for breakthroughs in gene research. The conversation suggested that data once in the custody of Jiang Qiuxin might be the fulcrum of power, and that Qin Hai had planted agents to obtain it. After the men fell silent and the cabin yielded only the occasional scrape of a carving knife, Chu Yi eased 2 meters away and resumed his outward composure. He walked toward the new worksite and found Luochu splitting wood along the lines Muziki had marked. Luochu greeted him with a smile. Chu Yi's gaze flicked back to the river where Yang Heng had already drifted. Muziki sat on a stone staring at the water in a manner that bespoke inner turmoil. Yang Heng approached and lightly tapped her head. Startled, Muziki turned with wide, fearful eyes. He whispered something. She shook her head violently and, visibly disturbed, rose and withdrew from the riverbank. Chu Yi watched her leave and understood that the camp's surface calm concealed a roiling, perilous undercurrent. Beneath a diaphanous veil of moonlight, the island lay enshrouded in an otherworldly hush. The sea, coaxed by a languid breeze, plucked at the shore in rhythmic, silvered waves whose cadence resembled a tender lullaby, coaxing the isle toward sleep. In the encampment, Muziki reclined upon the weathered planks, her limbs heavy with fatigue. Moonlight caught in her open eyes, rendering them luminous and strangely plaintive. Dawn still far away, she remained awake, perhaps unable to sleep, closing her eyes and striving to summon slumber, yet rest eluded her. A soft footfall fractured the stillness. Startled, she opened her eyes and peered toward the cabin, her nerves raw from Yang Heng's earlier words. The memory left her with a residual dread. She fixed her gaze on the approach, and once a silhouette loomed into view, feigned sleep, though her heart thudded with acute unease. "Are you asleep?" came a low, cultivated voice, of velvet-toned and deliberately hushed, which only imbued it with a magnetic quality. Muziki peered up to see Chu Yi, his features rendered sculptural by the moonlight, and the sight steadied her frayed composure. Muziki listened incredulous. Such depravity belonged in her mind to fiction, yet Chu Yi's account, meticulous and grave, left little room for doubt. She asked how he had learned of it. He explained that Wang Hong, a shareholder in their firm, was unwittingly known to him. Chu Yi's inquiries into why mercenaries accompanied Wang Hong uncovered the broader stratagem. Though these machinations belonged to the world they had known before and might not directly implicate Chu Yi anymore, the present danger on the island demanded decisive measures. Yang Heng and Lu Peng had to be eliminated to secure their survival. Wang Hong, cunning and perilous, could not be permitted to remain should circumstances allow his removal as well. They debated their course. An incautious intrusion would play into the mercenaries' hands, yet delay might allow the conspirators to consolidate. As they deliberated, a noise in the undergrowth and a sudden shout, "They're here!" announced the trap. Without hesitation, Chu Yi seized Muziki and fled into the forest, the moon a pale witness to their flight. From the cabin, figures surged forth in pursuit. Those who had pretended to sleep rose and joined the chase. The two ran through the trees, Chu Yi glancing back as the distance between them and their pursuers narrowed to scarcely 60 or 70 meters, anxiety mounting as the night swallowed their footsteps. After more than 10 minutes of continuous running, Muziki's stamina began to wane. She understood that Chu Yi was tempering his speed on her account, for with his abilities, he could have long since shaken off their pursuers. Chu Yi looked back again and saw the number of chasing figures had thinned. A few had lagged and fallen behind. At the forefront, however, Lu Peng still pressed forward, bow and arrows in hand, accompanied only by Wu Ming. The rest had succumbed to exhaustion and halted to rest. They had by now put almost 2 kilometers between themselves and the camp. Muziki's legs grew heavy, and she could no longer keep up without assistance. Chu Yi did not know the precise identities of the two shadows, still closing in, only that danger remained imminent. A short distance further on, Chu Yi burst into a small expanse of grassland. The clearing spanned merely a few dozen square meters, its wild grasses nearly as tall as a person. He seized Muziki and pushed her toward the fringe of the meadow, found a sturdy tree, hoisted her upward, and handed her 2 hatchets. "Climb higher and conceal yourself. Make no sound," he instructed in a low, urgent voice. Having confirmed that Muziki was secure among the branches, he sprinted on a little farther, then slipped into the tall grass and drew the short military blade tied to his leg. Soon rustling came from the edge of the meadow. Where did they go? Could they be in the grass? Lu Peng, bow poised, scanned the waving blades. "Go in and look," he ordered Wu Ming. Wu Ming hesitated. Lu Peng's fierce stare left him little choice. As Wu Ming parted the grass, a pheasant erupted in panic and flew out, sending Wu Ming tumbling to the ground. Instinctively, Lu Peng loosed an arrow at the commotion. Hidden less than 2 meters away, Chu Yi crouched, blade gripped tightly. He watched Wu Ming approach and understood that Wu Ming posed little threat. Lu Peng had sent him forward as a possible decoy should Chu Yi attempt to sally. Chu Yi stilled himself and let the footsteps draw near. When a hand brushed the grass above him, he rose in an instant, seized it, and in a single brutal motion, slit Wu Ming's throat. Simultaneously, he kicked at Lu Peng, who had been taking aim. Lu Peng reacted quickly, sidestepping and firing an arrow as Chu Yi rolled into the opposite clump of grass. The arrow missed. For a fragile interval, the forest held its breath. Lu Peng, cautious and methodical, knocked another arrow and listened for any hint of movement within the swaying greenery. Both men froze, the slightest sound threatening to betray the concealed warrior. Chu Yi recognized that a passive standoff would only favor their enemies. He needed to seize the initiative. He scanned the ground, found a rock, and hurled it toward the left-hand grass to produce a loud distraction. At the very instant the stone struck, he sprang toward the right, emerging near Wu Ming's fallen form and startling Lu Peng with his sudden presence. Lu Peng pivoted to meet him, but Chu Yi anticipated the motion and dropped low, sweeping his leg to strike Lu Peng's calf. The momentum sent Lu Peng sprawling. Seizing the advantage, Chu Yi rushed forward with his blade. On the ground, Lu Peng raised his bow as an improvised shield, his fear reflected in the moonlight gleaming on the blade poised above him. He begged for mercy and pleaded for his life, promising obedience if spared. Chu Yi did not waste words. He pressed the blade down, and the look in his eyes convinced Lu Peng that death was imminent. In a desperate bid, Lu Peng kicked backward, dislodging the bow and dragging the blade aside. The weapon gashed his shoulder, but he managed to roll and scramble. Chu Yi followed, lashing out again and severing flesh at Lu Peng's thigh. The forest rang with a pained scream. Without hesitation, Chu Yi delivered a final merciless cut to Lu Peng's neck. Blood sprayed, and the man convulsed on the loamy ground. Chu Yi rose and ran back toward the tree where Muziki waited. "Hurry, come down," he called, urgency lacing his voice. Lu Peng's cries would surely draw the attention of those still on the hunt. They had scant time they had to depart before reinforcements arrived. Though Lu Peng was no longer a threat, Yang Heng remained at large and promised to be an even more formidable adversary. Chu Yi resolved that they must find a secure refuge where Muziki could hide while he prepared to confront Yang Heng. Ensuring her safety was his foremost concern. Lin Luochu searched her memory, traversing the hazy recollections of the company annual meeting. Suddenly recognition lit her features. She turned to Chu Yi and said that Jiang had mentioned the idea had come from Wang Hong, and that Wang Hong had managed to procure internal team-building tickets through his channels. Yet she shook her head in doubt. If the sole motive had been the company's new research, why would Wang Hong need to take the entire staff aboard a cruise? Silence swelled again. Chu Yi outlined the scheme with a clinical calm. Qinghai had established a research facility on an island somewhere in the Pacific and had placed mercenaries on the cruise at Wang Hong's request. Perhaps a dozen or so of these hired guns had come aboard, but beyond them the ship likely harbored many more operatives loyal to Qinghai. Lu Peng was probably among their number. Muziki remained composed, having already been briefed by Chu Yi, and betrayed no outward reaction. The room erupted with questions and fear. Cheng Jijia could not fathom how anyone would dare abduct an entire cruise ship without drawing the attention of the state. Bai Muyan cradled Nanan, who slept quietly in her arms, a small hand adorned with a delicate bracelet drooping in slumber. Chu Yi answered that the conspirators planned to divert the passengers to the island and then stage an accident to sink the ship, claiming there were no survivors and consigning the matter to oblivion. If the investigation yielded nothing, the conspiracy would quietly dissolve beneath jurisdictional fog and the inertia of bureaucracy. Chu Yi noticed Yang Heng had already sensed the danger and called to Jiang Wei. Seeing that Jiang Wei stood roughly 3 meters from the slumbering brown bear, Chu Yi seized a stone and hurled it at the beast to rouse it. The bear woke with a surge of fury, then sniffed an unfamiliar scent. Rising to its feet, it fixed its gaze on an entity it had never encountered and unleashed a thunderous roar that seemed to say, "You dare disturb my sleep, I will shred you." Paralyzed by terror, Jiang Wei found his legs refusing to obey. He watched the bear drool and bare its teeth and felt a hot, humiliating warmth well up within him. As the bear prepared to lunge, an arrow buried itself in its shoulder, eliciting another roar of agony. After loosing that first arrow, Yang Heng shouted for Jiang Wei to flee. Jiang Wei managed to turn, but a heavy breath behind him froze him in place. He looked back and saw a hulking shadow looming over him. Before he could react, it toppled him to the ground. From a distance, Yang Heng notched a second arrow as the bear pounced. He discharged it again. The shaft skimmed the bear's ear, but could not prevent the assault. A terrible scream tore from Jiang Wei's throat as the bear struck his chest with a crushing blow, snapping ribs. A second palm slammed into his throat, and his voice was silenced forever. Yang Heng loosed yet another arrow which struck the bear's chest as it rose. The animal roared, pivoted towards Yang Heng, and charged. Retreating while firing, Yang Heng let fly a shot that found the bear's eye, bathing it in blood. Wounded and pierced by 3 arrows, the creature staggered and hesitated, pondering whether to pursue the unfamiliar intruder any further. Seizing the moment, Yang Heng slipped behind a tree to assess the scene. After a brief deliberation, the bear turned and fled deeper into the forest, perhaps recognizing the danger of pressing its luck. Chu Yi, perched aloft, watched every motion intently, unaware that Luochu had crept to the base of his tree and now stared up at him with steady eyes. Their gazes met, and Chu Yi froze. Yang Heng waited a few minutes more before stepping out to inspect Jiang Wei. The man on the ground was already lifeless, his throat rent by the bear's claws. Near the tree, Luochu disclosed there were no others in sight, and then joined Yang Heng. Yang Heng considered their dwindling numbers, now 9 in camp, including Muziki, and shaken by the encounter and the forest's predators, decided they should return. He handed Luochu the recovered axe and bow and began marching back. When Yang Heng realized Luochu had not followed, unease crept over him. He drew his sword, called out, and adopting a fighting stance, slowly turned. A sudden rustle announced an attack from behind. Chu Yi sprang forward with a blade identical to Yang Heng's and struck. Steel met steel with a resounding clang. Both men staggered back, eyes locked in lethal appraisal. They traded barbed words. Yang Heng demanded the origin of Chu Yi's blade and accused him of murdering his comrade to seize the weapon. Chu Yi replied with a sardonic calm, claiming the man had been too weak to resist and that he had dispatched him unarmed. The accusation inflamed Yang Heng into a murderous rage. He vowed to tear Chu Yi apart and leave nothing whole. Chu Yi retained a playful insolence, even as he remained acutely vigilant. He knew this opponent was more dangerous than some earlier adversaries and would not underestimate him. The duel poised on a knife edge as Yang Heng lunged with a cry of "Die Chu Yi." Yang Heng lunged forward with his kukri, the blade descending toward Chu Yi's skull. With a casual twist, Chu Yi evaded the strike and countered with a succinct punch to Yang Heng's chest. Startled by the blow aimed back at him, Yang Heng used his free hand to parry, yet Chu Yi's fist met his forearm and forced him 2 steps backward. Recovering his balance, Chu Yi pressed the advantage, thrusting his own kukri at the retreating Yang Heng. The latter met the thrust with a clumsy block, forcing the two to separate briefly. Then, like a storm resuming its assault, Yang Heng surged forward again. Their blades sang and clashed in rapid alternation, each swing met and staved off by the other. Despite the ferocity of Yang Heng's onslaught, Chu Yi repelled every strike with deceptive ease. Unease crept into Yang Heng's eyes. Seizing a moment when his opponent faltered, Chu Yi intercepted a downward slash and delivered a lightning left punch to Yang Heng's abdomen, forcing him back several paces. Yang Heng steadied himself and, begrudgingly admiring Chu Yi's skill, attempted to parley, proposing an alliance to rule the island together. Chu Yi replied with a terse refusal, and without pausing to entertain bargains, rushed in once more. Yang Heng's pride flared. He answered with a brash invocation of ancestral prowess and launched a sweep at Chu Yi's foot. Chu Yi ducked and counterthrust. They exchanged blows for what felt like endless minutes, their footwork and blade work a blur beneath the jungle canopy. All the while, Luochu watched concealed behind a tree, speechless and incredulous at the cinematic ferocity unwinding before him. Yang Heng drew a Bernard dagger from his combat, but smaller, vicious, at close quarters, and taunted Chu Yi from cover, offering surrender as a practical choice. Chu Yi silenced him with action rather than words. In the ensuing grapple, steel met steel. Chu Yi's kukri crashed against the dagger with such force that the blade vibrated loose from Yang Heng's hand. In that instant, with Yang Heng clinging to Chu Yi's wrist to forestall the killing blow, Chu Yi's other hand produced the chi shao from his trouser and plunged it into Yang Heng's abdomen. The chi shao slid home its serrated back, raking flesh as it withdrew, and Yang Heng emitted a raw, harrowing cry. He released his hold, doubled over, and staggered backward, cradling his wound. Through trembling lips, he begged for mercy, promising servitude, but Chu Yi offered no quarter. With a final stroke across the throat, Yang Heng collapsed, hands still clutching blood and disbelief. Exhaustion seized Chu Yi as the adrenaline ebbed. He sank to the ground like a man who had been upright only through force of will, his limbs tremulous and his breath labored. Only after some minutes did Luochu step forth from his concealment and prop himself up beside him. His face betrayed a nausea he barely contained. Never before had he witnessed killing so plainly. After a brief respite, Chu Yi rose slowly and went to Yang Heng's side. He searched him thoroughly, combat boots, work trousers, yet found nothing. Faltering for a moment, he stooped to retrieve the Bernard dagger from the ground and unsheathed the Nepalese kukri from the tree above. Luochu watched him in bewilderment. Chu Yi had not answered his earlier question, and a nervous tightness showed on Luochu's face. Luochu stammered, unable to hide his unease. He feared Chu Yi might leave without him. Although returning to the original encampment would change little, Yang Heng and Lu Peng were dead, he had decided to follow Chu Yi and could not bear the thought of being abandoned. Chu Yi, serene, slotted the kukri at his thigh and hung Yang Heng's blade at his waist, offering Luochu a casual, almost reassuring smile. Delighted as a child, Luochu seized his axe and bow and fell and stepped behind Chu Yi. They moved toward the great tree where Muziki had been perched. Chu Yi called up to her, and soon the leaves whispered as Muziki descended slowly to the ground. She stared at Luochu with puzzled eyes. Chu Yi explained that it had been Luochu who had helped him defeat Yang Heng, a revelation that left Muziki astonished. Yang Heng's formidable physique had always been obvious to them. The notion that Chu Yi could fell him inspired a grudging respect. Muziki watched Chu Yi assemble the weapons and asked where they would go next. Chu Yi surveyed the dark forest, bound the axes together, and handed them to Luochu, then hung the kukri at his waist. He announced they would spend one night on the beach and return to camp the next day. Luochu protested why travel farther when they could rest nearby. But Chu Yi's brow tightened. The scent of blood remained heavy in the woods and would attract predators. At the mention of beasts, Luochu's face blanched. He had witnessed the brown bear's savage strength. Jiang Wei had been struck down with 2 crushing blows. The memory chilled him, and he lacked the courage even to glance back at Jiang Wei's corpse, which lay not far away. Reluctantly, they made their way to the shoreline. There, beneath a solitary tree, Chu Yi and Luochu gathered driftwood and kindled a fire. Chu Yi then went to the water and rinsed his clothes. The dark fabric masked the stains that would otherwise be shocking. With the fire crackling, Chu Yi lay down beside it and rested. Muziki soon reclined beneath the trees and closed her eyes. Luochu kept vigil, watching the flames and casting furtive glances at Chu Yi. He had always felt alienated in Yang Heng's camp, missing any sense of warmth or camaraderie. Chu Yi from their first encounter had seemed different, more like an elder brother. That simple affinity had driven Luochu to follow him despite his fear. Alone with his resolve, Luochu straightened his posture and vowed to survive on the island by Chu Yi's side. Dawn brought a quiet, uneventful night. Chu Yi rose to the reef and harvested oysters, then gathered coconuts. Muziki, already awake, went to the shore to clean what they had found. After rousing Luochu, they ate modestly and prepared to set out for the cave encampment. They were on the western beach. The cave camp lay toward the eastern shore, perhaps 30 to 40 kilometers away. Having fled southward from Yang Heng's camp the previous night, Chu Yi considered their route carefully. Dawn in the forest wore a delicate chill. The air was crisp and carried a faint verdant perfume unique to the woods, an aroma that refreshed both body and spirit. Dew gathered on the blades of grass, each droplet gleaming like a tiny jewel in the sunlight. The three travelers threaded their way through the undergrowth, their garments already sodden from the moisture that clung to every leaf and stalk. Chu Yi walked at the head, bow in hand. Whenever a wild pheasant burst from the grass or a rabbit darted across their path, he would take immediate aim and bring it down. By midday, they had covered nearly 10 kilometers, making slow progress with frequent pauses. When they reached a pond, Chu Yi decided they should rest and eat before moving on. While Luochu and Muziki gathered firewood, Chu Yi prepared 2 pheasants and a rabbit and set them to roast over the embers. The afternoon sun thickened the air, transforming the forest's morning cool into waves of stifling heat. Soon all three were damp again with sweat. A soft question from Muziki behind him broke the watchful quiet. They halted at once and listened. The forest was unusually hushed, broken only by the occasional bird call or the distant crowing of a jungle fowl. Then, faint yet unmistakable, a human sound reached them, a plaintive repeating call that might be rendered as a single-syllabled cry. Chu Yi weighed the direction of the call and reported quietly that it came from the south and could not be far. Luochu's face tightened with apprehension. He asked whether they should investigate. Chu Yi admitted he did not know what they would find, but decided they should take a cautious look provided they could remain unnoticed. He instructed them to move slowly and to withdraw immediately if anything seemed amiss. With nerves taut, the two followed close behind. At the center of their attention lay a wounded brown bear. An arrow shaft protruded from one eye, and another was lodged in its shoulder. It was painfully clear this was the same bear Yang Heng had shot the previous night. The tribe members danced and chanted their single-syllable cry while debating among themselves, gesturing toward the man with the bullhead emblem. Chu Yi deduced from the totems they favored and the markings he observed that their clan venerated a bull-headed symbol and that perhaps bovine creatures existed somewhere on the island as well. The hunters set to work splitting the carcass with their stone knives. Their tools made slow progress through the thick pelt. Perhaps the hide itself was valued as a rare prize. Seeing nothing further to glean, Chu Yi climbed down, signaled his companions to fall back, and the three angled northward, keeping low and moving with exaggerated caution. Every step was measured. They understood the peril of attracting the tribe's notice. After 3 or 4 kilometers of careful travel, Chu Yi allowed them to halt for a brief respite. Luochu collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily and shaking with residual fear. His voice came out hoarse and tremulous as he asked, incredulous, how such primitive people could exist on the island. Muziki sat pale and stunned, her mind reeling from a reality that overturned everything she had previously regarded as fiction. Even Chu Yi felt a measure of unease. The discovery of an unrestrained, lawless tribe complicated their survival and made any encounter potentially more dangerous than an encounter with beasts. He exhorted them to avoid this area from then on and to take care not to draw the tribe's attention. After a brief respite of 10 minutes, the three resumed their march northeastward at a markedly swifter pace. Chu Yi understood with certainty that returning to the camp that day was impossible. The presence of the primitive people had enforced a new caution upon him. He resolved they must put as much distance as possible between themselves and the place where the tribesmen had been sighted, and then find a secure refuge for the night. Buoyed by fear more than stamina, Luochu and Muziki followed without complaint. Dusk bled into night, and they pressed on until the world had darkened completely. Only then did they halt beneath a 5 or 6 meter stone outcrop. Leaning against the rock, Luochu and Muziki collapsed, exhausted. Sweat had soaked their garments, and their breaths came ragged. Chu Yi gathered dry twigs, roasted the 2 partridges he had shot earlier, and walked a perimeter to ensure no immediate dangers lurked nearby before returning to the fire. Luochu felt his limbs betray him, drained by the relentless running through the forest. Weakly he asked whether there was any water. Chu Yi frowned. They had come the entire day without finding a single spring. He urged them to rest and search again at dawn. The roasted birds provided scant comfort. Muziki could eat little. Before sleep took them, Chu Yi told them to doze while he kept the first half of the watch, promising to be relieved later. Both, too fatigued to argue, surrendered to slumber immediately. The night passed without incident, yet when Chu Yi opened his weary eyes at dawn and saw the embers cold and the others still asleep, indignation flared within him. In the forest, exhaustion could be fatal. He roused them sharply and demanded to know who had last kept watch. Luochu admitted sheepishly it had been him. Chu Yi chastised him for having let the fire die and for falling asleep, warning that even a small lapse could doom the group. His tone was stern but tempered. He understood their inexperience, but stressed the imperative of constant vigilance. He reminded them they were not solitary survivors, but a unit whose strength lay in mutual protection. Those words struck Luochu, who vowed contrition and pledged never to be negligent again. Mu Ziki watched Chu Yi silhouetted by the morning light and felt an unspoken assurance in his upright bearing. The admonition complete, Chu Yi told them to rise. They packed and resumed the northeastern course. Shortly thereafter, Chu Yi discovered a tree heavy with wild fruit. He climbed and gathered the ripe bounty. The fruits, succulent and cooling, were a boon after nearly a day and night without water. With their packs slightly lighter and spirits lifted, they continued. Chu Yi estimated that another 10 kilometers in this direction ought to reveal the hills near the camp. If not, they would veer east toward the beach and then circle back inland, though he disliked the prospect of adding many more miles to their journey. After a brief midday halt and a modest repast, they pushed on until they emerged into a sparser stand of trees with an open vista. No mountain loomed ahead in the northeast. Puzzled, Chu Yi climbed a tall, sparsely branched tree to survey the horizon. From that vantage, he spied 3 or 4 peaks to the northwest, some 5 or 6 kilometers away, and he saw the shoreline toward the east, not far off. Their course had drifted eastward, inching them nearer the beach. With the direction confirmed, they descended and set off toward the distant peaks. The knowledge that the camp lay within reach seemed to reinvigorate Luochu and Mu Ziki. As the afternoon sun beat down, they threaded through the undergrowth until the silhouettes of the mountains began to define themselves against the forest. Chu Yi's heart quickened at the thought of reunion. A sudden guttural snort of a wild boar snapped him back to attention. He signaled the others to halt and advanced carefully toward the sound. They found a small grove of banana trees overturned and 3 or 4 boars rooting in the softened earth. 2 were massive, each over 90 kilograms. One was medium, and a diminutive piglet, perhaps only freshly born, limped uncertainly among them. Chu Yi squinted at the little creature and wondered if it had come into the world only days ago. A chorus of gleeful shouts filled the camp as Nanan bounded across a bamboo platform, her laughter bright and untroubled. Lu Xiling, blindfolded with a strip of cloth, groped cautiously along the planks, her hands searching for the playful silhouettes around her while she murmured teasing admonitions. Bai Muyan shielded Nanan behind her, smiling and placing a finger to her lips before guiding the child toward the platform's edge with a patient, protective grace. Nearby, Cheng Jijia darted behind Lu Xiaoling and with impish bravado whispered her location before sprinting away. The exchange was a dance of teasing and near misses, the atmosphere light and affectionate. From a distance, Lin Luochu sat beside the creek, a solitary figure whose delicate features were shaded by worry. She toyed idly with a pebble, that small, repetitive motion underscoring a mind preoccupied and a gaze that wandered toward the forest without settling on any particular point. The platform's conviviality seemed a separate world to her, though children's laughter reached her ears and emptiness lingered within a subtle hollowness that contradicted the camp's outward harmony. Her posture and the way the light softened her silhouette conveyed a fragile, contemplative loneliness tempered by a quiet dignity. In the deeper brush, Chu Yi guided Mu Ziki and Luochu up into the trees, inching closer to the wild boar's range. When they were within 7 or 8 meters, Chu Yi vaulted into a tree, knocked his arrow, and sent the missile slicing through the heated air toward a heavy boar. The shot rang out, a sharp squeal split the forest as 2 larger boars bolted in alarm. One felled by the arrow thrashed briefly before collapse, while the others vanished into the undergrowth. As Chu Yi descended to inspect the fallen animal, a piglet's frantic scurrying behind an overturned banana tree broke his attention. He reached to seize the little creature, but then heard a rustling and a shout from above. Luochu warned him to beware. In a heartbeat, a larger boar lunged forth and charged. Chu Yi, unable to evade, braced a hand against the boar's bristled back, propelled himself in a gymnast's bound, vaulting over the animal and landing agilely before sprinting to the nearest tree and climbing with sharp, practiced motions. The enraged boar slammed its bulk against the trunk beneath Chu Yi, rocking the tree and snorting warnings that seemed directed at the man aloft. He reached for his bow, only to realize that in the leap his weapon had been left on the forest floor. For a time, the mother boar lingered beneath, nudging aside the fallen banana trunk to free her piglet and pacing protective circuits until the small one had scurried to a safer distance. Only then did she turn and vanish toward her offspring, an instinctive, ferocious devotion that moved Chu Yi despite the necessity of the hunt. They prepared the boar for transport with efficient, practical movements. Luochu fetched a stout pole roughly the thickness of an arm. Chu Yi threaded it through the animal's bound legs and lashed the limbs securely with vines preventing the carcass from shifting on the march. Together they shouldered the heavy burden, Chu Yi leading and Muziki following with the recovered bow slung over her shoulder. The trek back to camp would be a winding 2 or 3 kilometers, perhaps an hour's labor at that pace, but they moved with the routine competence of people who knew the cost of food and the value of shared effort. Meanwhile, by the creek, Lin Luochu's mood shifted with sudden, inexplicable intensity. The small stone she had been making circles with had slipped from her fingers and fallen away, and a new sensation stirred inside, hair in anxious anticipation, braided with hope. Attuned to a subtle impulse, she lifted her head and looked toward the southern forest. Her brow softened and her features warmed into a gentle, expectant smile, as if something significant were drawing near, something that quickened the hollowed cadence of her heartbeat and promised to fill the quiet space inside her. A perplexed silence fell over the group as they watched Lin Luochu rise abruptly from the stream side and sprint toward the forest. They followed her gaze and footsteps, but saw nothing at first, confusion plain on every face. As Lin Luochu neared the tree line, the others could scarcely believe their eyes. Emerging from the woods was Chu Yi. Lu Xiling, quickest to comprehend, leapt down from the platform and ran southward toward him, exclaiming with unrestrained joy. Zhang Chong paused his work and grinned broadly at Chu Yi. Bai Muyan cradled Nanan, while Cheng Jiejia moved forward as well. Lin Luochu, unable to contain herself, threw herself into Chu Yi's arms, clasping his waist with both hands and burying her cheek against his chest. Chu Yi set aside the wooden staff on his shoulder and enfolded the woman he had longed for over the half-month of absence. Luochu and Muziki stood awkwardly behind, witnessing the intimate reunion with slight embarrassment. Lin Luochu did not weep this time. She rested in Chu Yi's embrace, luxuriating in his scent and the certainty his presence bestowed upon her. The long absence had made their reunion all the sweeter. It rooted her, instilling calm and contentment. Chu Yi stroked her back with one hand and cradled the nape of her neck with the other, his voice low and tender as he murmured, "Did you miss me?" She answered, breathless and eager, "Yes, very much." Muziki observed the scene quietly from behind Luochu, taking in the closeness between Lin Luochu and Chu Yi. She understood now why Chu Yi risked himself for Yang Hong and why he had spoken of people he must protect and watch over. After the warm reunion, the group returned to the platform. Chu Yi inspected the makeshift structure assembled by Zhang Chong and offered a thumbs up. "Well done," he said appreciatively. The praise brought a bashful smile to Zhang Chong's face. Chu Yi then introduced the newcomers. "This is Luochu. He assisted me greatly and will be part of our camp." Faces turned to the young man, whose Sundarkand features flushed crimson beneath the gaze of so many striking women. He managed an awkward, grateful smile. Lu Xiaoling stepped forward and linked Muziki's arm, proclaiming she needed no introduction. Who in the country does not know our national internet celebrity? She then drew Muziki to Bai Muyan, and the two exchanged polite compliments. Bai Muyan admitted she admired Muziki's short videos and dramas, especially period pieces. Everyone chuckled at Lu Xiaoling's exuberance. Muziki, who had recognized Bai Muyan since entering the camp, was quietly pleased to find her among them and comforted by the camp's warm, familial atmosphere, so different from the harsher encampments she had known. Lin Luochu composed herself, smiling warmly as she welcomed Muziki and Luochu to the camp. After introducing each member to one another, Chu Yi suggested they prepare the evening meal, noting how meager their rations had been lately, and urging Cheng Jiejia to make a spicy rabbit stir-fry, instructing her to prepare extra. Concerned, Lin Luochu asked anxiously whether Chu Yi had eaten properly during his travels. He explained that they had lacked salt and had been forced to roast food, which rendered everything nearly flavorless. Reassured, Lin Luochu offered to cook for him, only to hear him lean in and whisper with a mischievous tenderness, "I want you." Her cheeks flushed as she shot him an affectionate glare before rising to help prepare the meal. Equipped with toiletries and fresh garments, Lu Xiaoling ushered Muziki to the women's wash pit and pushed open the bamboo door. Muziki stood incredulous before the separated bathing area, astonished that the camp had arranged gender-segregated facilities. Lu Xiaoling smiled with a hint of pride and explained that the thoughtful arrangement was at Chu Yi's insistence, a testament to his consideration. Before leaving, Lu Xiaoling reminded Muziki to conserve shampoo and body wash. These luxuries were rationed and used sparingly, perhaps only once a week. Muziki understood immediately and nodded in agreement, grateful for the small mercies of this newfound refuge. At the edge of the shallow pool, Zhang Chong glanced down at the carcass of the wild boar, then lifted his eyes to Chu Yi. His voice was steady. "During the days you were absent, nothing extraordinary occurred at the camp," he said, aside from collecting the fish traps and setting snares for rabbits. Only one night had been worrisome. Nanan developed a high fever while sleeping. Chu Yi frowned, his countenance sharpening with concern. Zhang Chong explained that the day had been oppressively hot, and the child had spent long hours playing in the stream. The fever came that evening. It was Lin Luochu who had fetched some herbs and brewed a remedy that finally eased her condition. Chu Yi did not press further. Fever in a child could be ordinary here, but prudence was necessary because medical aid was essentially non-existent. Food was plentiful, Zhang Chang continued, but salt was running low. With so much surplus, fresh meat preservation demanded brine in quantity. Chu Yi instructed Luochu to take him to the shore the next day and manufacture more salt. They finished with the boar and went their separate ways to attend to evening tasks. On the platform, the evening meal was already laid out. Lin Luochu and the others had prepared a banquet that transformed their rugged table into an unexpected feast. Wooden bowls brimming with fish broth and wild chicken soup sat alongside steaming plates of lobster, crab, braised pork ribs, a spicy stir-fried rabbit, and a clear, nourishing fish stew. Potatoes had even been coaxed into the lineup. Ziki and Luochu stood with astonished eyes. The abundance felt to them almost impossible given their island exile. Lu Xiaoling, seeing their astonishment, laughed as she eased Ziki into a chair and declared without ceremony that their fare had always been generous. The group took their places, and Chu Yi, noting the carved wooden basins and the spoons scooped from hollowed timber, smiled inwardly at Zhang Chang's handiwork. He sampled a piece of rabbit. The spice warmed him instantly, and his satisfaction prompted a ripple of chuckles around the table. Lin Luochu searched her memory, traversing the hazy recollections of the company annual meeting. Suddenly recognition lit her features. She turned to Chu Yi and said that Jiang had mentioned the idea had come from Wang Hong, and that Wang Hong had managed to procure internal team-building tickets through his channels. Yet she shook her head in doubt. If the sole motive had been the company's new research, why would Wang Hong need to take the entire staff aboard a cruise? Silence swelled again. Chu Yi outlined the scheme with a clinical calm. Qinghai had established a research facility on an island somewhere in the Pacific and had placed mercenaries on the cruise at Wang Hong's request. Perhaps a dozen or so of these hired guns had come aboard, but beyond them the ship likely harbored many more operatives loyal to Qinghai. Lu Peng was probably among their number. Ziki remained composed, having already been briefed by Chu Yi, and betrayed no outward reaction. The room erupted with questions and fear. Cheng Jijia could not fathom how anyone would dare abduct an entire cruise ship without drawing the attention of the state. Bai Muyan cradled Nanan, who slept quietly in her arms, a small hand adorned with a delicate bracelet drooping in slumber. Chu Yi answered that the conspirators planned to divert the passengers to the island and then stage an accident to sink the ship, claiming there were no survivors and consigning the matter to oblivion. If the investigation yielded nothing, the conspiracy would quietly dissolve beneath jurisdictional fog and the inertia of bureaucracy. Chu Yi's disclosures that evening undermined every preconceived notion among the survivors. Whether they feared savages or suspected Qin Yi's machinations, none had anticipated such realities. Before arriving on the island, they had all lived ordinary lives. Only Bai Muan and Ziki bore slightly exceptional backgrounds, yet even they had never confronted such primal dangers. Chu Yi refused to offer hollow consolation. To indulge in reassurances would be to keep them in the delicate nursery of false security. Sooner or later, each of them would meet the island's original inhabitants, and it was better to prepare than to be naive. Bai Muan was quietly reassuring in her way. Her features were refined, and her smile disarmingly warm. She volunteered to practice with Cheng Jijia each day. Night crept over the camp as moonlight shimmered on the stream. The forest exhaled a cooler breath. Chu Yi called the group to rest, assigning Zhang Chang and Lu Xiaoling, accompanied by Luochu, to brave the shoreline and bring back sea salt. When the others dispersed, Bai Muyan held Nanan close as they made their way toward the cave, while Ziki lingered in contemplation on a rustic chair. A playful exchange dissolved the morning's tension. Chu Yi joked that even a flying fowl could not escape his grasp. He swept Lin Luochu into his arms, and her startled blush melted into coquettish reproach as she reminded him of the other's gazes. Close against his chest, she confessed soft longing, and he returned her sentiment in a voice that mingled tenderness with mischief. Their private warmth stood in gentle contrast to the camp's austere needs. When Lin Luochu offered to prepare a larger meal, Chu Yi suggested a simpler fare, just roasted tubers. Reluctantly, she let go of the idea of burning a prized wild chicken. Outside the cave, Ziki basked in the sunlight by the stream, feeling a peace she had not known since arriving on the island. The encampment had folded around her like a second home. Nanan called to Chu Yi with unrestrained affection, and he gathered the child into his arms, asking if she had missed him. Her eager nod and bright grin melted away any lingering distance. After a modest meal of roasted potatoes, Chu Yi took an axe and, accompanied by Ziki, ventured into the forest both to gather resources and to forge the physical resilience upon which their survival would depend. Within the hour, Chu Yi led Chi to Li Mu's grave. Confronted by the small mound of earth, she could not contain herself. She fell to her knees and sobbed beside it. Sensing that words would be of little comfort, Chu Yi stepped back to afford her solitude, shouldering his axe and moving a short distance away to give her space to grieve. After nearly an hour, he returned carrying a neatly planed plank. Chu had risen and was gathering stones to shore up the little mound. Chu Yi handed her the plank and, as a quiet token, a Bernard dagger. He suggested she carve the inscription herself. Without ceremony, she took the tools, seated herself, and began to etch the wood, while Chu Yi stooped to arrange the stones around the grave. She told him how amid backstabbing, orchestrated ruin, and savage online vilification, she had plummeted into despair until Li Mu pulled her back. He had abandoned a lucrative position he had earned six-figure sums, she said, to help her rebuild. In a gesture she once misread as mercenary, he placed all the company's shares in her name and quietly asked only for a modest share so he might live. Under his counsel, she returned slowly to public favor, learning patience and honing her craft. Their companionship deep in the cruise had been her idea. She never imagined he would stake his life because of her. Chu Yi listened in silence, his presence steady rather than vocal. He reminded her gently that if Li Mu hoped for anything, it would be that she live well, for then his sacrifice would hold meaning. She resumed carving until the letters were smooth, the traces of tears ebbing away. Chu Yi dug a small recess to receive the tombstone. When Chi finished the inscription, she placed the marker in the pit and covered it with soil. He watched, but allowed her to complete the final rites herself, for the work seemed to soothe her. Only after she had tamped down the earth did Chu Yi arrange stones around the headstone to secure it. The grave was complete. Chi lingered with both hands upon the carved name, her features drawn and exhausted. In a thin, determined voice, she vowed to survive and to become strong, thanking him again. She confessed that he had always occupied a solitary place in her heart. She sat vigil for over an hour while Chu Yi fetched firewood, and when he returned carrying the timber, she rose and with quiet resolution said they should go home. They reached the camp by afternoon. Lin Luochu noticed Chi's swollen eyes and the pallor that betrayed recent crying, but asked little. She inquired if they were hungry and prepared food on the stove, though she did not press for details. Chi declined with a dazed look and retreated to the cave. When Lin Luochu turned to Chu Yi and demanded an explanation, he only complained he was hungry and asked for something to eat. She shot him an exasperated look, then set a meal on the fire. As they ate, Chu Yi asked after Nan, and Lin replied that Bai Muyan had taken the child to sleep. Conversation drifted to Muyan's warmth and humility. Unlike many stars, she was unpretentious and easy to befriend. When Lin finally broached the question of the bond between Chu Yi and Chi, he looked puzzled, uncertain what she implied. Chu Yi set the wild pheasant aside and wiped the grease from his mouth, regarding Lin Luochu with an expression of amused bewilderment. "We hardly did anything," he said lightly. Lin Luochu's face flared with indignation. "She was in tears like that, and you call it nothing?" Chu Yi sat back in the chair and let out a small, knowing laugh. "Oh, that? You mean this?" His teasing manner only served to increase her irritation. "If not that, then what else am I supposed to think? Did you bully her?" she demanded. He rapped her lightly on the head, smiling as if the idea were absurd. "What are you imagining? Surely you know what kind of man I am." She shot him a frosty look, the contours of her face carved into an austere calm. "Do I? I think you are a scoundrel." Seeing the chill deepen in her features, Chu Yi's tone turned sincere and unhurried. "It had nothing to do with me. It was because of Li Mu." At Lin Luochu's puzzled look, Chu Yi relayed in meticulous detail the story concerning Chi and Li Mu. As he spoke of Chi's profound sorrow, Lin Luochu felt a corresponding pang of sympathy. The narrative of another's heartbreak had a way of pricking the heart, even when one had not loved and lost in the same way. "I had not expected her plight to be so heartrending," she murmured. Chu Yi explained how Li Mu had done much for her, even risking his life to wound Yang Hong in order to protect Chi. A shadow crossed Lin Luochu's face. She felt a melancholy she could not entirely name. "Do not mention this to Xiao Ling and the others," she instructed quietly. "And within the camp avoid bringing up Li Mu's name." When he questioned whether the others should be kept in the dark, she waved her hand. "Whether they know or not will not change what happened. This is a private sorrow." He promised to look after Chi more attentively henceforth. Then Chu Yi's expression turned conspiratorial. He beckoned Lin Luochu closer, and before she could mount much of a defense, his arms wound around her waist, and he swept her up into his embrace. She cried out in surprise and immediately covered her mouth, minding the presence of the others in the cavern. A flush rose to her cheeks. "Put me down this instant," she ordered, though her voice trembled with a shy undertow. He set her upon his lap, and with a playful admonition tapped her lightly. "For daring to suspect me, you deserve a reprimand." Her surface agitation belied the quickening of her heart as his hand found her hip. She called him a scoundrel again, half in accusation, half in capitulation. He kissed her, then a sudden intimate press of lips that knocked the breath from her. She was startled, then surrendered to the sensation. Her arms found their way around his neck. When resistance felt futile, she chose to receive the moment as if it were a gift. Their kiss deepened, and while his hands explored where clothing lay between them, she felt herself dissolving into a languid surrender. The world narrowed to warmth and the mingled rhythm of their breathing. In that charged silence, she had neither the will nor the strength to resist. A childish voice, bright and insistent, shattered the intimacy. "Big brother, I want a hug too." The sound snapped Lin Luochu to her senses. With a flustered haste, she slipped from Chu Yi's hold and fled to the nearby stream without looking back. The cool rush of water against her palms was a small practical remedy to the heat that had flooded her face. She scooped water and flung it across her cheeks until the pounding in her temples eased. Even so, the afterimage of Chu Yi's kiss lingered, painting her with a guilty warmth she could not wholly extinguish. She chastised herself inwardly for allowing such vulnerability and kept splashing the water as if ritual might wash the sensation away. When the heat would not abate, she settled at the bank and plunged her feet into the stream, letting the current steady her breathing and render her composure less fragile. Back on the platform, Chu Yi cradled Nanan in his arms and spoke softly to the child, explaining that Lin Luochu had become overheated and needed a moment to recover. Nanan, clutching his sleeve, revealed a jade bangle that flashed its modest value in the sun. Chu Yi noted with a private amusement that the child's household must be of some standing. He promised to fashion a toy for her, and brightening at the idea, Nanan begged for a wooden rocking horse. Chu Yi claimed proficiency with craft work acquired in boyhood. Nanan's delighted applause echoed across the clearing as he set about planing a block of wood. Lin Luochu, having regained some of her composed reserve, observed him with a cool expression that barely concealed a reluctant fondness. Bai Mu Yin had taken Nanan outside earlier, and upon catching sight of Lin Luochu seated close to Chu, he had retreated in surprised embarrassment. She returned to the bamboo bed with the image of their intimacy spiraling through her mind, a heat creeping into her own limbs. When Cheng Jiajia asked why she had come back so soon, Bai Mu Yin avoided the question and claimed she would rest. The noon sun lay heavy over the camp. They chose to shelter the hours within the cave. Lin Luochu, after a half-hour by the stream, resumed her composure. She returned to the platform, where Chu Yi smiled at her with unruffled ease. She shot him one cool glance before bending to speak kindly to Nanan. The child's small hand pointed to the piece of wood he was shaping. "Will it run?" she asked. "Of course," he replied, and Nanan's exultant leap and laughter filled the air. Seeing her manner, Chu Yi could not help but smile to himself at their earlier moment of impulsive abandon. An entire afternoon passed while Chu Yi concentrated on crafting a wooden rocking horse, a humble toy he had mastered since childhood. Whenever holidays arrived, his mother would take him to his grandmother's rural home, where his grandfather fashioned all manner of playthings. The image that lingered most vividly in his memory was that same rocking horse. Many years later, it still stood in his grandmother's house, unblemished by time. Shaping the wooden blocks consumed little time, but boring the holes was tedious without specialized tools. With only a small knife, Chu Yi chipped away slowly. As the afternoon sun softened, Lin Luochu emerged from the cave. Seeing him still working beneath the light, she fetched a cup of honeyed water from the stream and offered it to him. He accepted it with a simple smile and drained it in one eager swallow. Chu Yi seized the moment to solicit her opinion about the proposed shelter. Pointing to the cliff wall, he asked whether a larger open canopy might be practical. Muziki examined the stones with a thoughtful hand. The face of the cliff was hard and even, and securing timber there would be difficult without proper tools. Then a plan took shape in her mind. Chu Yi suggested a shelter stretching from the cave mouth to the platform, a place where everyone could gather in sun or rain. Muziki approved, noting that while feasible, the scheme would demand abundant timber. There was no shortage of wood nearby, Chu Yi declared, and Muziki outlined a phased approach. To the left of the cave mouth, she proposed erecting a wooden house to serve as a kitchen, to the right a dining room, and further to the right an extended platform for leisure and play. When Chu Yi worried about the time required, she estimated that with concerted effort perhaps a dozen days would suffice for the main structures, but they could proceed room by room and take their time. The urgency was unnecessary. The cave provided shelter in the interim. Within 10 minutes, the basic frame of the rocking horse emerged. Then Chu Yi took a dagger to its edges, smoothing and refining. Half an hour more, and a little horse ready to rock had been completed. He looked at Lin Luochu with an inviting grin and urged her to sit. She recoiled with mock disdain. A child's toy, but he lifted and set her on the saddle. As he began to rock, the simple motion conjured the ache and warmth of childhood. The unease that had shadowed the day softened, and a spontaneous smile lit her face. Muziki had long since measured and mentally apportioned the dimensions of the kitchen she intended to build. She was about to step forward to discuss the plans with Chu Yi when she chanced upon him cradling Lin Luochu, as the girl perched upon a wooden rocking horse. Observing their easy laughter, she refrained from interrupting and instead strolled toward the brook, allowing the moment to remain undisturbed. Not long after, Bai Muan emerged from the cave carrying Nanan, who blinked awake with the irresistible innocent charm of a child roused from slumber. Rubbing her eyes, the little girl brightened at the sight of Lin Luochu on the toy horse. "Sister Luochu, I want to play too," she cried. Lin Luochu promptly lifted herself off the wooden steed and smiled, beckoning, "Come, Nan and sister will rock you." The child bounded forward, delighted by the small horse whose stature matched her own, and Lin Lu settled her gently into the saddle. As she began to rock, Nanan erupted in gleeful squeals and peals of laughter, each sway coaxing fresh delight. Muziki returned from the stream, and drawn by the contagious merriment on the child's face, found herself smiling after a long time. As dusk approached, the circle around Nanan widened. The camp, beleaguered by the island's hardships, gathered closely around the child's bright laughter. It softened and steadied them, as if a single beam of light had pierced their shared darkness. Zhang Chong and his companions returned to the camp before the sun slipped below the horizon. Lu Xiaoling, having seen the rocking horse, abandoned her burdens to run at once to the child crouching down with the same naive delight. "Where did this horse come from? Is it fun?" she asked. "Big brother made it for me," Nanan answered, her grin unabashed. Lu Xiaoling stroked the child's hair, and Bai Muyan watched them both with a fond, wistful smile. Bai Muyan's thoughts lingered on Chu Yi, the man who had become the camp's fulcrum. He gathered these disparate castaways and guided them not by showmanship, but by the quiet force of duty. Under his leadership, no one worried unduly about food or shelter. External dangers he bore alone, so others might live with greater ease. He accepted responsibility without complaint and refused any special privilege. To those around him, his integrity and resilience made him both a lamp of warmth and a blade of resolve. Observing Lin Luochu nearby, Bai Muyan felt a subtle complex emotion. The girl's genuine smile, untainted by calculation, lent her face a captivating purity that held an almost irresistible allure. As evening settled, Chu Yi announced it was time to prepare the meal. The promise of lobster for Nanan coaxed another round of cheerful voices. After dinner, Chu Yi outlined the camp's renovation plan in concise terms. The assembly met his proposals with unanimous approval. When the tasks concluded and the camp quieted, Chu Yi made his way to the brook to rinse the day's grime. Lin Luochu appeared behind him just as he rose, her expression demure, yet imbued with an intimate warmth. She crouched by the water, cupped it, and splashed, her face droplets traced down her jaw and neck to the hollow of her clavicle, catching the fading light. A stir of recollection and desire passed through Chu Yi. He found himself beside her, fingers brushing to wipe away the remaining beads of water. Their exchange was soft with playful accusation and sheltered longing. "What are you doing, rogue?" Lin Luochu teased, though her eyes were bright with something more tender. Chu Yi professed upright innocence, then with faux solemnity proposed a moonlit outing. He claimed it was merely to revive the acquaintance of two souls who had been apart too long, a pretext to nurture the bond between them. She feigned scorn, calling him a scamp, then yielded when he drew her into his arms and murmured, "I have missed you." Surrendering to the moment, Lin Luochu wound an arm about his neck and kissed him, a deliberate seal upon their intimacy. With the camp now secure within the caves, the pair climbed the familiar path to the hilltop. In under a quarter of an hour, they stood upon the stones, the moon hanging low above the sea, its radiance scattering silver upon the water's surface like a highway of stars. A cool breeze threaded through them, and Lin Luochu shivered, seeking the shelter of Chu Yi's embrace. She nestled against him, eyes half closed, and together they watched the serene expanse where sea and sky met. No words were necessary. The hush of the night and the gentle susurrus of the waves were eloquent enough. There beneath the luminous orb they lingered in the tranquil intimacy of shared solace. Moonlight hung above the sea, shedding a cool argent glow across the tranquil surface. Gentle ripples caught the light and shimmered like scattered gems, composing a tableau of such exquisite beauty that it took the breath away. A soft breeze stirred the grasses behind them, issuing a delicate susurration that mingled with the occasional whisper of shifting leaves, as if the night itself breathed a tender secret. Chu Yi tightened his embrace around the jade-like figure in his arms and reached out to smooth the stray hairs that the breeze had tousled upon her brow. Lin Luochu, holding his forearm, glanced at him with clear, luminous eyes before turning her gaze back toward the distant moonlit panorama and murmured, "If there were no perils, if every night could be like this, how idyllic life would be." Amused by her innocent longing, Chu Yi playfully stroked the tip of her nose. "What are you dreaming of? Such a place cannot exist," he said. Lin Luochu pouted, insistent, "And sweet is it wrong to imagine? If such a refuge existed, you would no longer have to venture into danger." Sensing his arms tighten, she nestled closer and greedily luxuriated in the warmth of his embrace. "How long do you think we will remain here?" she asked softly. He glanced at the delicate woman in his arms and replied in a low voice, "No one can foresee the future, but whether we stay on this island or someday return to our former world, I hope to spend the rest of my life with you." His words touched her deeply. "Yes, to spend our lives together," she echoed. Then she slipped her arms upward to loop around his neck, her eyes misty, and met his bent head in a gentle, unhurried kiss. As his hands roved with tender curiosity, her breath quickened and her limbs grew languid with the intensity of feeling. They made their way to the grass behind them, and lay down. Everything felt naturally ordained, as if the world itself conspired to unite their hearts in a perfect covenant. Long after they lay quietly, Lin Luochu pressed against his chest, feeling the warmth of his body and the steady cadence of his heartbeat. She recalled the earliest days on the island when only they had been here. Each morning, she had woken in the same posture beside him. The memory coaxed an involuntary foolish smile to her lips. Chu Yi, taken aback by the sudden sweetness, tightened his hold around her hand and asked softly, "What has made you so cheerful?" Her head tipped up, and she recounted, "I remember when we first arrived there were only the two of us. Every time I woke, I was like this, lying by your side." He teased her gently back, "Then Goddess Lin was nothing like the generous spirit you are now." She laughed, not offended, but instead reached up to press a playful kiss to his mouth, and replied, "So long as you like it, I will always be the shape you love." She rose, turned her back to him, and dressed in the garments strewn nearby. "We should get up. We must return," she urged. When they returned to the cave, the others had already retired. Chu Yi closed the bamboo door with care and returned to his bed. Lin Luochu slipped into bed beside Ji, moving with such delicacy that she nevertheless roused her friend. Ji blinked sleepily, murmured, "Li, you're back from your date with Chu Yi," and then, satisfied, allowed herself to fall back into slumber. Chu Yi recalled a stand of tree reminiscent of cedar on the far side of the mountain and led the group there. Upon arrival, Muziki's eyes brightened at the sight. "These will do splendidly," she said, running her hand along a trunk as if to assure it of its purpose. "This kind of tree is ideal for rafters." Puzzled, Chu Yi remarked, "I thought the finest timber were Huanghuali and Genus Inamu." Muziki turned to him with a smile and explained, "Those are indeed prized, but the state forbids harvesting such precious woods, and they are exceedingly rare and slow-growing. Moreover, even if they were here, one would hardly come upon them by chance." After their brief lesson, Muziki pointed to 4 cedar trunks of similar girth and declared them suitable. Each man took an axe and set to work. The trunks measured roughly 25 centimeters across. Felling them demanded sweat and perseverance. They felled each tree in turn with care to ensure no one was endangered, then stripped off branches and foliage. Muziki measured and marked lengths upon the logs, instructing them where to sever so that the trunks would yield 2 long beams and 2 shorter ones, the long pieces exceeding the shorter by approximately 30 centimeters. She reserved the uppermost sections of the remaining trunks to fashion 2 ladders that would facilitate construction of the new shelters. When all the cutting and dressing were done, only the labor of transporting the heavy timbers remained. Chu Yi hefted a log onto his shoulder without difficulty, while Zhang Chong and Luo Cheng found it necessary to combine their strength to lift another, each man contributing until the logs were ready to be borne back to the camp. The day moved on with steady communal purpose, the island's quiet punctuated by the rhythmic strikes of axes and the low grunts of exertion. Under the watchful moon and the impartial sun that followed their modest endeavor felt like the deliberate shaping of a shared future. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Muziki completed her first bow. When Chu Yi took it into his hands, he was struck by its lightness and the reassuring fit of the grip. The handle was neither hollow nor uncomfortable. It nestled into his palm with secure intimacy. A thin patch of hide, evidently rabbit skin, had been laid beneath the grip, where Muziki had peeled back a layer and affixed it precisely. The entire stave was polished to a pristine smoothness and sealed with a sheen of oil. Chu Yi found himself wondering at the craftsmanship and the methods she had employed to achieve such a finish. He raised the bow, and with his palm evenly cradling the grip, hooked the string with a finger. The draw was fluid and surprisingly effortless. The instant his finger released, a crystalline vibration filled the air, a clear, lingering hum that lingered in the ear. Setting an arrow on the string, Chu Yi aimed at a distant tree some 50 meters away. The camp fell silent as the others watched expectantly. He inhaled, his back muscles tensing, arms drawing the string until the bow was full. At the release, the arrow streaked through the air and embedded itself straight into the trunk. The quiet shattered into spontaneous cheers. Lu Shaoling voiced the admiration of the group, astonished by the distance and the accuracy. Chu Yi turned a satisfied smile, softening his determined features, and praised the bow as a masterwork. Muziki received his praise with a modest smile, pleased though she deflected excessive flattery. She insisted it was merely an ordinary bow, one that happened to suit him well. When Chu Yi examined the limb more closely, Lin Luochu noticed a neat circular carving at one end within which a neat engraving spelled the character Chu. The inscription stroke was tidy but shallow, evidently made with care to avoid compromising the bow's integrity. Curious about the bow's immaculate surface and symmetry, Chu Yi questioned Muziki. She explained that she had selected very fine sand, and with lime fashioned a rudimentary sandpaper to abrade and refine the wood. For the finishing coat, she had mixed wild boar fat with tree resin, producing a protective, fragrant varnish. Chu Yi lifted the bow and inhaled, recognizing the resinous scent. When Lu Shaoling begged for a turn, Chu Yi handed the bow over without hesitation. Lu Shaoling handled the bow with affection, running her fingers along the stave and exclaiming at its beauty. She set an arrow aimed at a straw target roughly 20 meters away, composed herself, and drew as far as she could. The string's vibration at release was softer than Chu Yi's shot, yet perceptible. The arrow struck the edge of the target, pierced through, and fell several meters beyond. She leapt with delight, shouting at her own success. The camp celebrated with her. Chung Jiejia leapt forward to congratulate her, and Lin Luochu offered an approving gesture. Playful banter passed between Lu Shaoling and Chu Yi. She dared to claim she could manage greater distance, and he teased that she might not. The camp for a while afterward was suffused with a new sense of solidarity. The bow, its craftsmanship, its scent, and its carved mark had become more than a weapon. It had become a symbol of skill, comfort, and the fragile confidence that bound them together in their shared endeavor. Under Mu Ziki's precise direction, Chu Yi and the others excavated clay, added water to make a viscous slurry, and used stones to erect a pagoda-shaped earthen kiln, sealing its seams with the mud. They arranged copious lengths of wood inside the kiln and stacked the limestone within its interior before setting the timber alight and letting it burn steadily. Watching the kilns glow, Mu Ziki cautioned that the process would be protracted and urged them to prepare ample fuel. With preparations made, she dispatched the team to gather the camp stones and consolidate them at the wooden hut. If the lime and sand were ready by morning, they could build a proper hearth. As dusk softened into evening, the camp settled into routine. Lin Luochu and a few others began to prepare supper, while the remainder, under Mu Ziki's supervision, made ready for the morrow's labors. When night fully descended, they sat around a square table, sipping honeyed water, and awaited the meal. Mu Ziki watched by Muyan cradling the little girl and smiled with genuine warmth. The child's features were delicate and gentle. When Bai Muyan ran a hand through her hair, the expression was wholly captivating. After the others dispersed to wash and rest, Mu Ziki and Chu Yi inspected the kiln where Zhang Chong tended the flames. Chu Yi asked how long it would have to burn. Mu Ziki pointed to the remaining kindling and answered that when those logs had fully consumed and the chamber had reached a sustained glow, they would seal the kiln's mouth with stone to trap the heat and allow the interior to remain at high temperature. Zhang Chong, eager to help, insisted he would stay to watch the fire and urged the two to sleep. They accepted his offer, patted his shoulder, and retired to the cave. At dawn, Chu Yi led Zhang Chong, Luocheng, and Lu Shaoling to the shore, each carrying a basket. Chu Yi lined the bottoms and sides of his creel with banana leaves harvested along the path. Zhang Chong and Luocheng did likewise. They filled the baskets with sand until each was 3/4 full, mindful that the woven carriers might not endure an excessive burden. Lu Shaoling's basket held the day's catch, 2 fish traps brimming with small fish. Without lingering, they trudged back to camp and emptied the sand stores. They repeated the trip once more that morning, and by midday their sand reserves were considerably bolstered. Moonlight hung above the sea, shedding a cool argent glow across the tranquil surface. Gentle ripples caught the light and shimmered like scattered gems, composing a tableau of such exquisite beauty that it took the breath away. A soft breeze stirred the grasses behind them, issuing a delicate susurration that mingled with the occasional whisper of shifting leaves, as if the night itself breathed a tender secret. Chu Yi tightened his embrace around the jade-like figure in his arms and reached out to smooth the stray hairs that the breeze had tousled upon her brow. Lin Luochu, holding his forearm, glanced at him with clear, luminous eyes before turning her gaze back toward the distant moonlit panorama and murmured, "If there were no perils, if every night could be like this, how idyllic life would be." Amused by her innocent longing, Chu Yi playfully stroked the tip of her nose. "What are you dreaming of? Such a place cannot exist," he said. Lin Luochu pouted, insistent, "And sweet is it wrong to imagine? If such a refuge existed, you would no longer have to venture into danger." Sensing his arms tighten, she nestled closer and greedily luxuriated in the warmth of his embrace. "How long do you think we will remain here?" she asked softly. He glanced at the delicate woman in his arms and replied in a low voice, "No one can foresee the future, but whether we stay on this island or someday return to our former world, I hope to spend the rest of my life with you." His words touched her deeply. "Yes, to spend our lives together," she echoed. Then she slipped her arms upward to loop around his neck, her eyes misty, and met his bent head in a gentle, unhurried kiss. As his hands roved with tender curiosity, her breath quickened and her limbs grew languid with the intensity of feeling. They made their way to the grass behind them and lay down. Everything felt naturally ordained, as if the world itself conspired to unite their hearts in a perfect covenant. Long after they lay quietly, Lin Luochu pressed against his chest, feeling the warmth of his body and the steady cadence of his heartbeat. She recalled the earliest days on the island when only they had been here. Each morning, she had woken in the same posture beside him. The memory coaxed an involuntary foolish smile to her lips. Chu Yi, taken aback by the sudden sweetness, tightened his hold around her hand and asked softly, "What has made you so cheerful?" Her head tipped up, and she recounted, I remember, when we first arrived there were only the two of us. Every time I woke, I was like this lying by your side. He teased her gently back, then Goddess Lin was shinothing like the generous spirit you are now. She laughed, not offended, but instead reached up to press a playful kiss to his mouth, and replied, so long as you like it, I will always be the shape you love. She rose, turned her back to him, and dressed in the garments strewn nearby. We should get up. We must return, she urged. When they returned to the cave, the others had already retired. Chu Yi closed the bamboo door with care and returned to his bed. Lin Luochu slipped into bed beside Ji, moving with such delicacy that she nevertheless roused her friend. Ji blinked sleepily, murmured, Lu, you're back from your date with Chu Yi, and then satisfied allowed herself to fall back into slumber. Chu Yi recalled a stand of tree reminiscent of cedar on the far side of the mountain and led the group there. Upon arrival, Muziki's eyes brightened at the sight. These will do splendidly, she said, running her hand along a trunk as if to assure it of its purpose. This kind of tree is ideal for rafters. Puzzled, Chu Yi remarked, I thought the finest timber were Huanghuali and Jin Si Nanyu. Muziki turned to him with a smile and explained, those are indeed prized, but the state forbids harvesting such precious woods, and they are exceedingly rare and slow-growing. Moreover, even if they were here, one would hardly come upon them by chance. After their brief lesson, Muziki pointed to 4 cedar trunks of similar girth and declared them suitable. Each man took an axe and set to work. The trunks measured roughly 25 centimeters across. Felling them demanded sweat and perseverance. They felled each tree in turn with care to ensure no one was endangered, then stripped off branches and foliage. Muziki measured and marked lengths upon the logs, instructing them where to sever so that the trunks would yield 2 long beams and 2 shorter ones, the long pieces exceeding the shorter by approximately 30 centimeters. She reserved the uppermost sections of the remaining trunks to fashion 2 ladders that would facilitate construction of the new shelters. When all the cutting and dressing were done, only the labor of transporting the heavy timbers remained. Chu Yi hefted a log onto his shoulder without difficulty, while Zhang Chong and Luo Cheng found it necessary to combine their strength to lift another, each man contributing until the logs were ready to be borne back to the camp. The day moved on with steady communal purpose, the island's quiet punctuated by the rhythmic strikes of axes and the low grunts of exertion. Under the watchful moon and the impartial sun that followed their modest endeavor felt like the deliberate shaping of a shared future. Chu Yi stared at the felled trunks that Muzichi had brought down, perplexed. To his untrained eye, the trees appeared ordinary, lacking any distinguishing features. Muzichi busied herself stripping the branches clean, leaving only shafts of wood roughly as thick as a forearm. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chu Yi asked what species they were. Muzichi paused in her work and pointed to several standing specimens nearby. Those are jashu, an exceptionally fine timber, she explained. Lin Luochu listened with a blank expression at the unfamiliar name, while a pleased light crept across Chu Yi's face. Jashu. The zhe wood used for bows and arrows? He asked. Muzichi regarded him with mild surprise. You know its purpose? Chu Yi nodded. I know a little. Zhe wood is especially suited to making bows. It is tough and elastic. A bow fashioned from it outperforms one made from common timber. Many ancient armies preferred it. Muzichi confirmed what he had said and elaborated that the process of crafting bows from zhe wood was intricate. For now she would fell and collect suitable trunks, then later fashion them into weapons. Chu Yi scanned the slope and found dozens more zhe trees varying in girth. Most of those Muzichi had felled were just thicker than a forearm, but several standing trees were even more substantial. Lu Shaoling tried the ripe fruit, and her face brightened. Oh, this is delicious, with a faint jackfruit-like aroma and a pleasantly sticky sweetness. Lin Luochu and Cheng Jijia also found the ripe fruits enjoyable. They gathered the brightest specimens to carry home as snacks. Soon the group had felled and trimmed more than 10 zhe trunks and stacked the straight shafts together. Chu Yi shouldered 3 of the trunks and announced that they would return to camp for a meal before hauling the remainder. Muzichi and Lin Luochu wrapped the gathered fruits in Cheng Jijia's garment, and each took a trunk on their shoulders. By the time they returned, Zhang Chong and the others had already marked the cedar logs as Muzichi had directed. Nanan played alone atop a wooden hobby horse, while Bai Muyan prepared food at the hearth. After lunch, Bai Muyan tended to Nanan and settled the little girl to an afternoon nap in the cave. She found herself oddly restless in the quiet, remembering how she had pledged to prove her diligence when she first sought Chu Yi's companionship. Now, with so many hands occupied, she felt conspicuously idle and a little rueful. Watching the child asleep against her, a gentle weariness and quiet resignation softened her features. Outside the cave, the others carried bamboo and zhe trunks back to camp. They gathered in the modest kitchen, sipping honeyed water and sampling the zhe fruits as they rested. Chu Yi suggested the women rest from the oppressive midday heat while he inspected a rabbit trap and later explored the forest. Lin Luochu, however, protested that she could not stay idle. Playful and coquettish, she teased that she could never be without him. Chu Yi, amused and warmed by her affection, squeezed her hand and murmured that if she could not be apart, then they would remain together. Lin Luochu met his words with steady eyes and a soft affirmative nod. As the camp settled into the afternoon's work and repose, the trunks stood propped by the stove, promising future beaux, and the small comforts of fruit and shared labor knit the group closer under the benevolent canopy of the forest. After their brief respite, Zhang Chang and Luo Cheng returned to attend to the timbers, while Muziki had already flagged several logs that required immediate work. Chu Yi and Lin Luochu shouldered their bows and made their way toward the rabbit snares. The traps, remnants of the earlier hailstorm episode, bore fresh promise. Chu Yi inspected them with a practiced eye while Zhang Chang drifted over now and then to supervise. One by one, they checked the pit's 3 held trembling rabbits that Lin Luochu retrieved with composed efficiency. She reset the traps with nimble fingers, restoring their quiet geometry in the underbrush. Flushed with modest pride, Lin Luochu smiled at Chu Yi's praise. She admitted that in his absence, she had been diligent with her training. Chu Yi tossed the pheasant into a woven basket and observed with a bright, yet practical tone that pursuing mobile game such as pheasants and rabbits would hone her archery far more effectively than stationary practice. She pledged to bring Lu Shaoling and the others to the fields to share the hunts and lighten the communal burden of provisioning. Her gaiety was tempered by responsibility. The promise to contribute felt like a small, steady victory. Returning to the encampment, they found Zhang Chang and Luo Cheng idly chatting by the kitchen table, a couple of cups of water cooling between them. Zhang Chang rose to offer drinks, and Chu Yi drank deeply, while Lin Luochu sipped with genteel composure. The afternoon's heat warranted rest, and Zhang Chang and Luo Cheng agreed readily to pause their labors. Over the following days, Chu Yi remained mostly at the camp. Zhang Chang alternated trips to the shoreline, with Luo Cheng tending to fish traps, while Lin Luochu intermittently led Lu Shaoling and younger companions to the snares, sharpening their hunting aptitude. Under Muziki's direction, construction of the wooden hut advanced with steady order. She relocated the enclosures for pinned pheasants, rabbits, and the piggery to the kitchen's right flank 10 meters from the hearth. Utilizing surplus materials, she reinforced the fences and enlarged the enclosures, fashioning sturdier, more capacious pens, and even building a modest shelter against the cliff face. The improvements lent the compound a growing sense of permanence. Each measured plank and brace made their fragile settlement feel less ephemeral. One afternoon, the skies opened and rain lashed the island with raw insistence. They took refuge in the cabin, sipping honeyed water as the downpour sounded like a drum upon the stones outside. Only Lin Luochu, Muziki, and Lu Shaoling remained at the table. The others had retired to the cavern for rest. Dawn had already brought a change in weather. No sun, heavy clouds rolling over the island, and Chu Yi, mindful of the previous hailstorm, forbade any excursions. It was prudent to use the tempest as an interval of repair and recuperation. Even in exile on a castaway shore, there was no merit in perpetual strain. Supplies of food and fresh water were adequate, and a nearby potato patch offered reassurance against short-term scarcity. Days drifted by until at last the timber cabins at the mouth of the cave were finished. From a distance, a neat row of wooden houses hugged the cliff base, orderly and serene against the rock face. Emerging from the cave to the right lay a kitchen 4 meters wide and 6 meters long. The stove sat to the right, and a workbench faced its front. To the left, an equally sized cabin held a wooden table, and beyond it a waist-high railing of bamboo 80 centimeters tall adorned the open edge with graceful craftsmanship. Further left stood 2 larger cabins, joined together, each roughly 40 square meters. The second cabin boasted railings on both sides. The first had a railing installed where it adjoined the right-hand cabin. Directly ahead, 3 broad steps 6 meters across formed the sole ingress and egress to the cluster of dwellings. Using the remaining bamboo, Muziki fashioned 2 more bamboo beds, placing them at the lowest recess of the cave. They no longer had to squeeze 2 to a single mattress, yet the cave felt filled to the brim, every space spoken for. With the camp improvements mostly complete, Muziki continued to craft cupboards, tables, and stools, distributing them among the outer cabins to lend an air of domesticity to the open compound. One morning, Zhang Chang and Luo Cheng went to the shore to gather fish traps, while the others, under Chu Yi's leadership, climbed the nearby hills twice to hone their endurance. Upon returning, Lin Luochu and a few others practiced archery. Muziki brought over a length of wood, marked it with guiding lines, and entrusted it to Chu Yi to split along those marks. After he cleaved the wood according to her incisions, Muziki drew 2 more lines and guided him through successive splits until only the core of the jeu remained. She examined the core, trimmed each end, and began to refine it. Finding little to occupy him, Chu Yi took up an axe and walked to the forest edge to dig a latrine. Having lived here for some time, they had previously relieved themselves at random in the trees, but with more people now, a proper arrangement was imperative. He sketched a roughly 2 by 12 meter square on the ground with a stick, removed stones and debris, and used a sharpened flattened stake to pry away the soil. After an hour of trenching, Zhang Chong and the others returned with the day's catch and joined him with their own stakes. While they labored on the pit, Muziki resumed shaping the wood. At noon, seeing her still at the bow core, Chu Yi asked how long the craft would require. She replied that a recurved bow would take 2 or 3 days. The frame would be compact rather than elongated as a longbow. She added that with superior materials, she could replicate a Minggu jiaogong, but that such perfection demanded time and rare supplies. Chu Yi reflected that among their available resources, the most attainable component might be fish bladder glue. Items like ox horn, leather tendons, and birch bark were scarce on the island. They had glimpsed cattle ornaments among a band of primitives before, which suggested bovines existed somewhere on the island, yet locating them across so vast a territory seemed unlikely. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoling and Cheng Jijia processed the fish, removing and setting aside the swim bladders to dry. Muziki instructed them to preserve the bladders each time they returned from the shore so that a supply of glue could accumulate. As everyone busied themselves, the camp hummed with a contented diligence. Muziki completed 2 identical arch blocks to shape the bow limbs and marked additional pieces for further splitting, enabling Chu Yi and the others to prepare more cores for her. Lin Luochu lingered by the new latrine, watching the others' handiwork over the past 2 days. She observed Chu Yi assembling bamboo slats into 2 panels for the sloping channel and felt a swell of gratitude. This man possessed not only a stern resolve, but a delicate attentiveness. His practical sensibilities made life across the camp subtly more comfortable. He safeguarded them, and in doing so elevated their daily existence with small but indispensable conveniences. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Muziki completed her first bow. When Chu Yi took it into his hands, he was struck by its lightness and the reassuring fit of the grip. The handle was neither hollow nor uncomfortable. It nestled into his palm with secure intimacy. A thin patch of hide, evidently rabbit skin, had been laid beneath the grip, where Muziki had peeled back a layer and affixed it precisely. The entire stave was polished to a pristine smoothness and sealed with a sheen of oil. Chu Yi found himself wondering at the craftsmanship and the methods she had employed to achieve such a finish. He raised the bow, and with his palm evenly cradling the grip, hooked the string with a finger. The draw was fluid and surprisingly effortless. The instant his finger released, a crystalline vibration filled the air, a clear, lingering hum that lingered in the ear. Setting an arrow on the string, Chu Yi aimed at a distant tree some 50 meters away. The camp fell silent as the others watched expectantly. He inhaled, his back muscles tensing, arms drawing the string until the bow was full. At the release, the arrow streaked through the air and embedded itself straight into the trunk. The quiet shattered into spontaneous cheers. Lu Xiaoling voiced the admiration of the group, astonished by the distance and the accuracy. Chu Yi turned a satisfied smile, softening his determined features, and praised the bow as a masterwork. Muziki received his praise with a modest smile, pleased though she deflected excessive flattery. She insisted it was merely an ordinary bow, one that happened to suit him well. When Chu Yi examined the limb more closely, Lin Luochu noticed a neat circular carving at one end, within which a neat engraving spelled the character Chu. The inscription stroke was tidy but shallow, evidently made with care to avoid compromising the bow's integrity. Curious about the bow's immaculate surface and symmetry, Chu Yi questioned Muziki. She explained that she had selected very fine sand, and with lime fashioned a rudimentary sandpaper to abrade and refine the wood. For the finishing coat, she had mixed wild boar fat with tree resin, producing a protective, fragrant varnish. Chu Yi lifted the bow and inhaled, recognizing the resinous scent. When Lu Xiaoling begged for a turn, Chu Yi handed the bow over without hesitation. Lu Xiaoling handled the bow with affection, running her fingers along the stave and exclaiming at its beauty. She set an arrow aimed at a straw target roughly 20 meters away, composed herself, and drew as far as she could. The string's vibration at release was softer than Chu Yi's shot, yet perceptible. The arrow struck the edge of the target, pierced through, and fell several meters beyond. She leapt with delight, shouting at her own success. The camp celebrated with her. Cheng Jijia leapt forward to congratulate her, and Lin Luochu offered an approving gesture. Playful banter passed between Lu Xiaoling and Chu Yi. She dared to claim she could manage greater distance, and he teased that she might not. The camp for a while afterward was suffused with a new sense of solidarity. The bow, its craftsmanship, its scent, and its carved mark had become more than a weapon. It had become a symbol of skill, comfort, and the fragile confidence that bound them together in their shared endeavor. Over the ensuing days, Muziki labored at her craft with steadfast devotion, producing a bow each day. By now she had fashioned 5 bows from gemmu, their limbs still subtly fragrant from the fresh timber. Chu Yi, industrious and forward-thinking, felled a dozen more gemmu saplings and stowed them within the wooden hut to air dry naturally, anticipating future need. One bright morning, Chu Yi led Lin Luochu and Lu Shaoling onto a broad expanse of prairie he had scouted alone once before. The tall grasses here formed the favored sanctuary for pheasants and hares extending from the site where they had once gathered honey. The two women, neither novices to the hunt, moved with practiced calm rather than the tension of inexperienced recruits. The meadow indeed teemed with game. A single stone could startle 2 or 3 birds at once. When multiple birds took wing, Lu Shaoling often faltered if only one rose. She struck without hesitation, but the appearance of a second or third induced a flicker of doubt that too frequently let her quarry escape. Lin Luochu, by contrast, displayed decisive poise, quickly selecting a single target and releasing an arrow that usually found its mark. By midday, they had secured 7 or 8 pheasants and agreed to conclude the outing. Traversing the waist-high grasses back toward camp, they came upon a shallow puddle left by recent rains. The pool itself was modest, no larger than a couple of square meters and scarcely 10 centimeters deep, but what arrested Chu Yi's attention were the compact symmetrical tracks impressed into the damp soil beside it. The prints were elliptical, neatly paired, and unusually cohesive, unlike the scattered gaits of ordinary forest creatures. As Chu Yi studied the quartet of impressions, a disquieting recognition stirred within him. Though uncertain of the animal's exact identity, he felt an uneasy familiarity. He paused to survey the surrounding terrain, searching for further clues that might betray what had been watching them. Returning to camp, and after a modest midday meal, Chu Yi set about fashioning weapons from the leftover slender poles, each roughly 2 fingerwidths thick. He trimmed them to under 2 meters and beveled one end to a sharp point, then enlisted musici's help to sand the tips with fine grit, so they would bite true. In a single industrious effort, he produced more than a dozen wooden spears, arranging them in neat order along the hut's railing, and accumulated a generous pile of arrow shafts within the dwelling. Lin Luochu observed his sudden zeal with quiet concern. Since their return that morning, Chu Yi had been consumed by armament, making a departure from his usual comportment. Over the evening meal, she pressed his hand and asked with earnest apprehension whether something troubled him. The others midbite fell silent and regarded the pair with puzzled interest. The group set to immediate preparations. Zhang Chang recalled how in their previous encounter Chu Yi had prioritized multiple signal fires, and so they gathered discarded timber and tinder. Chu Yi arranged more than a dozen hearths in a fan-shaped arc around the hut, with 3 additional fires clustered nearer to the dwelling. Each blaze, when kindled, would illuminate the camp and deny the wolves' concealment. As dusk approached, the flares and preparations cast long shadows across the clearing. Chu Yi stood for a moment watching the arranged fires and the disciplined lines of spears, his expression drawn. He understood that wolves were unlike solitary beasts, organized, adaptable, and merciless when a vulnerability presented itself. A single lapse could invite catastrophe, and so the night would be kept vigilant and watchful. One dawn, Zhang Chang and Luo Cheng set out for the shoreline, with Lu Xiaoling each shouldering a woven basket. Chu Yi had instructed them to linger outdoors as little as possible and to bring back the traps promptly, so they usually departed early. After their departure, Lin Luochu and Mu Ziqi rose as well. Mu Ziqi had been occupied forging bows and arrows, and therefore awoke at an hour most were still sleeping. Lin Luochu also rose early to prepare breakfast for the group. About half an hour after Zhang Chang's party had left, Chu Yi stirred. He was just about to rise when a faint, uncanny cry drifted in from outside. The others in the cavern heard it too, their faces clouded with puzzlement. Chu Yi moved swiftly to the mouth of the cave. Mu Ziqi had retreated into the wooden hut, her expression pale with fear. Seeing Lin Luochu and Mu Ziqi within the shelter calmed Chu Yi slightly. Lin Luochu could not help but question the timing. Wolves seldom attacked by daylight. Chu Yi patted the short saber at his waist and checked the chi shao fastened to his thigh. He surmised that the wolves had observed them for a long time and realized Zhang Chang's party was absent and that they had noticed the campfire, which would make nighttime raids disadvantageous. Hence they struck by day when the camp was poorly manned. No sooner had he spoken than the forest answered with a prolonged, undulating howl. From the treeline came a sudden rush of feet and bristling fur as more than a dozen wolves burst out from various points, closing on the hut. They still had some distance, perhaps 100 meters, but they fanned out with lethal intent. Wait until they close in before firing. Do not panic, Chu Yi ordered. He drew his bow, and as the lead gray wolf neared 50 meters, released the string. The arrow sang through the air and struck true, embedding in the wolf's skull. It collapsed and tumbled a few meters on momentum. Other wolves tightened the circle, now within 40 meters. Chu Yi loosed another shaft that fell the second attacker. At nearly the same instant, by Muyan estimated a 30-meter distance, and let arrow fly, it clipped a wolf's jaw and pierced the thigh, rendering it useless as it crumpled and convulsed on the ground. 3 wolves fell in swift succession, but their brethren pressed on, heedless of losses. At about 20 meters, the defenders fired in concert, dropping 1 or 2 attackers between them as they strained to stem the flood. When the first wave closed to barely 10 meters, another howl rolled from the trees, an ominous signal. Not long after, a second group of 7 or 8 wolves thundered forth from the forest, converging from multiple directions. Up close, Chu Yi's arrow punctured one beast entirely through. Cheng Jijia's hands trembled so badly that she had yet to make a successful shot. Her fear spiked as the predators neared. Lin Luochu, steady and resolute, dispatched a wolf at the hut's threshold with an arrow that struck true and sent it crashing into the steps. While the remnants of the first wave lay incapacitated, the more substantial second wave had already crossed the creek and closed to within 30 meters. Chu Yi and Bai Muyan redoubled their efforts and rained arrows upon the assailants, yet 4 wolves nevertheless breached the outer perimeter. "Grab the wooden spears," Chu Yi barked. At such proximity, bows lost their primacy. Only spears or short blades could contest the wolves' momentum. The 3 women seized the wooden javelins Chu Yi had crafted and heft them like soldiers girding for close combat. Chu Yi drew his saber and moved to the steps, where he kicked a wolf off as it lunged. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw another poised to leap onto the stone platform near the cooking hearth. "Right side, watch the stove," he warned. Lin Luochu swung her bow, but the wolf evaded and used its downward pounce to gain lethal impetus. Chu Yi intercepted one with a swift, decisive strike. Then a fresh, even louder chorus of howls rose. The forest disgorged an even larger pack. Wolves now flanked both sides and more pressed from the rear, an immense force far beyond the usual handful or a dozen. Chu Yi realized with a chill that the initial waves had likely been diversions to the vanguard and that this swelling onslaught was the main thrust. On the right, Lin Luochu had discarded her bow in favor of a heavy wooden staff. Beside her, Cheng Jiajia trembled, her face drawn thin with panic. 2 wolves bounded at them simultaneously. Both women lunged their spears in response. Cheng Jiajia's hand slipped, and her spear skated off a flank. Lin Luochu, composed and direct, drove her spear upward through a wolf's jaw and into its belly, stopping its charge. The creature fell, but bloodied and enraged sprang up again and launched itself into another furious attack. Lin Luochu jabbed again, this time missing as the wolf twisted aside and renewed its assault. Cheng Jiajia, frantic and ineffective, thrust wildly and failed to make contact, her eyes wide with terror as the wolf closed on Lin Luochu. The battle had reached a deadly intimate tempo, and the defenders braced for the inevitable continuation of the tide. Chu Yi sensed something amiss from Cheng Jiajia's cry and turned instinctively toward Lin Lu, only to be assailed by 2 wolves that lunged at him from opposite directions. He kicked one away, but the second was already upon him, jaws gaping. Without hesitation, he thrust his knife across the animal's maw, the blade wedged between its teeth. Using that momentary leverage, he seized its neck with his free hand, looped his arm about it, and with a fluid, merciless motion toppled the beast and finished it with a single decisive stroke. The momentum carried through the wolf he had kicked watched from a short distance, unnerved by the ferocity of his companions and reluctant to press the attack. When Chu Yi turned toward the kitchen, he found Lin Luochu unharmed and a wolf's corpse sprawled on the floor, killed by an arrow embedded in its skull. It had been Bai Muyan who, upon hearing Cheng Jiajia's scream, had turned and seen the wolf about to leap at Lin Luochu. Without a second thought, she had raised her bow and loosed an arrow that skimmed past the wooden beam to avoid hitting Lin Luochu, piercing the wolf's brain with lethal force. Relief washed over Lin Luochu as she looked back at Bai Muyan, who still stood frozen in her shooting posture. Gratitude softened her expression. From where they stood, the wolf pack had closed to within 50 or 60 meters, closing fast upon the stored fuel. Chu Yi and Bai Muyan sent their burning shafts arcing through the air. The projectiles found straw and wood, and in less than 3 seconds the pyres erupted. The nearest wolves halted, unnerved by the sudden inferno. They hesitated, some retreating, others remaining just beyond the conflagration, baring teeth and filling the clearing with anguished howls. The camp quickly became a ring of flame, the blaze a barricade that stalled the oncoming tide. Witnessing the bloodshed and the pack's unrelenting advance, the Lang Wang howled again, a raw, keening note that seemed to inflame the pack's ferocity. Chu Yi felt the gravity of the moment. He seized a wooden pike and strode forward, planting himself between the wolves and the cabin. The Langwang, recognizing the spear's threat, shifted its path to avoid a fatal thrust, yet its eyes locked onto Chu Yi with a savage intelligence. It was not merely predator, it was a sovereign of the woods affronted by this strange challenger. Within the Langwang there surged an ancient urge to rend the interloper who dared oppose its dominion. In the cramped kitchen where the stove lacked protective railings on either side, Lin Luochu and Cheng Jiajia stood their ground against the onslaught of wolves. Each gripped a wooden spear, flanking the hearth. Whenever a wolf attempted to leap onto the platform, they thrust with instant, coordinated precision. For a time the predators could not force a breach. Bai Muyan fared far worse. 3 or 4 wolves pounded the railing near her, trying to vault into the cabin, and she could not afford a moment's distraction. Fortunately, when Mu Ziki had built the house, she had fitted a railing and left the floor partially open, giving a height of roughly 1.5 meters, just enough to slow the animal's assaults. The Wolf King narrowed its gaze on Chu Yi, then launched again. It evaded the wooden spear's arc and lunged for his throat. Seeing it dodge his spear, Chu Yi drew his military blade and struck upward, cleaving a jagged wound across the beast's snout. The wound enraged the Wolf King. It backed off, howled into the sky with a sound that scraped the soul, claws sinking into the earth as fury flared in its eyes. At that instant, a shriek rent the air. Chu Yi. Through the corner of his eye, Chu Yi saw a wolf topple onto the stove, pouncing upon Chu Yi from behind. Two wolves had simultaneously leapt onto the stone platform. She had parried one, while the other circled and bit into her shoulder. Without hesitation, Chu Yi charged the Wolf King to draw its focus, but his first stroke missed. As it sprang toward him, he used its momentum, driving a foot into its belly and sending it careening through the air. Rushing back to the kitchen, Chu Yi found Chu Yi being dragged. A wolf clung to her shoulder and pulled. He cleaved the creature's nape in a single ruthless stroke, severing vertebrae. The beast collapsed motionless. He hauled Chu Yi upright and urged her toward the cave. Mu Ziki opened the door. Ji inside. He shouted, then seized her spear and thrust it into another leaping wolf that aimed for Lin Luochu. Silently, the Wolf King had scaled the cabin, and seeing Chu Yi with his back turned, leapt again. Lin Luochu had the prescience to interpose himself. His wooden staff blocked the wolf's open jaws, and he was knocked to the floor. Gripped by alarm, Chu Yi twisted and brought his sword down upon the beast's back while driving a foot into its flank. The wolf flew backward once more. After pulling Lin Luochu to his feet and asking if she was hurt, Chu Yi's eyes burned with a cold resolve. Blood darkened the Wolf King's white pelt where his blade had bitten deep. A cry rose from the other side of the cabin. Bai Muan had been seized by a wolf that had leapt inside and was tearing at her trouser leg. Chu Yi kicked the animal away and severed its neck. Outside, arrows hissed through the night and pinned another wolf at the foot of the steps. Zhang Chong and his companions had returned. With most of the pack slain, and only the Wolf King and a final wounded predator left inside Lin Luo, Chu plunged his spear into the latter's jaw and drove it clean into its belly, felling it. Grief and fury swelled within the Wolf King as it surveyed the litter of its fallen pups. The sight stoked its rage to the brink. In one last proud surge, the alpha bounded at Chu Yi. He sidestepped with practiced calm, then drove his military blade upward into the creature's throat. As the blade withdrew, the Wolf King's body pitched forward and fell. Desperate, noble fight at an end. Staring at the motionless carcass of the Wolf King strewn upon the ground, Chu Yi approached and touched it. After confirming it was indeed dead, he turned and looked toward Lin Luochu. She sat slumped in an armchair, eyes vacant, staring at the multitude of wolf corpses that littered the camp. He stepped over and, with a tenderness that belied the violence of moments past, cupped her head and murmured that it was over. Lin Luochu looked back at him, pallid and shaken. It was her first encounter with real combat. To claim she was not frightened would be untruthful. Even now she trembled inwardly, unable to steady her breath. Lu Xiaoling, who had raced back to the camp, stood frozen beside them, equally stunned at the carnage. Chu Yi, seeing Lin Luochu's dazed expression, felt a pang of concern. He drew her close, resting her head against his chest, and stroked her hair with measured care. Minutes passed before Lin Luochu regained some composure. She enfolded Chu Yi's arm and whispered haltingly that she now understood the peril he faced when he fought alone. He was surprised that her first words were of concern for him, and smiled faintly, downplaying the danger. Lin Luochu did not believe him. Chu Yi never spoke of his hardships in her presence. He always placed himself between threat and those he cared for, shielding them silently. Mu Ziqi methodically cleaned the wound with the damp cloth. Each stroke elicited a grimace. Chu Yi's forehead beaded with sweat. Bloodstains were gradually wiped away, revealing several puncture channels that continued to weep. Mu Ziqi's expression hardened as she assessed the damage. Staunching the bleeding would not suffice. There was risk of deep infection and likely bone injury. There were no antibiotics to rely upon, and the emergency kit that had been retrieved earlier had already expended its anti-infectives on Zhang Chong's injury. Bai Muan, who had rushed in with others, sank beside the bed, tears streaming as she pleaded for a solution. Mu Ziqi remained resolute. She enumerated the herbs she could use: Internalipogong, Ingmachi, Xianzihua Di Dingjin, In Hui, and instructed Chu Yi to fetch a knife and kindle a new flame. Zhang Chong and Luo Chung volunteered to search the forest for the named plants. Chu Yi nodded and bade them take weapons. Lin Luochu tended the hearth and passed the bow Nada Bisha dagger to Mu Ziqi, who scrubbed it clean before holding it above the fire to heat. Preparations were swift and solemn. Lin Luochu found a t-shirt and folded a corner for Chu Yi to bite down on. Bai Muan, trembling yet resolute, pressed the cloth to Chu Yi's lips. Chu Yi managed a faint, encouraging smile and clenched the cloth between her teeth. Around them the small group braced for the necessary cruelty, each heart heavy with the knowledge that this terrible act might save her life or fail to prevent a worse fate. Muziki reheated the dagger until its blade glowed like molten iron, then rinsed it once more before returning it to the embers. As the steel heated, she continued to cleanse Chungjijia's wounds with a cotton cloth until the metal radiated a brazied hue. Only then did she lift the blade and nod toward Bai Muyan without the slightest hesitation. Chu Yi held her head and shoulders. Lin Luochu and Muyan, one at each side, restrained her hands and legs. The others obeyed at once, crouching around Chungjijia and pressing their hands firmly against her torso. When the trio were ready, Muziki gave another signal and brought the searing dagger down above the shoulder. The instant the heated blade met flesh, Chungjijia convulsed violently, her limbs thrashing and a guttural sound escaping her throat as sweat beaded on her forehead. After a fierce spasm, she fell utterly still and lapsed into unconsciousness. Muziki repeated the cauterization on the opposite wound. The brief tremor that followed was the last sign of life before stillness took over. Bai Muyan gripped Chungjijia's hand and wept as though her heart were being cleft. Witnessing her friend's suffering reduced her to raw, aching grief. When the wounds had been scorched, Muziki immersed the blade in water and wiped her brow, revealing how tense she too had been. "That will have to remain unbandaged. It must breathe," she said. "Her pain induced a temporary unconsciousness. She will awaken, but someone must sit with her around the clock for the next 48 hours and monitor her condition." They changed the bedding while Chungjijia slept, moving her onto a fresh bamboo pallet. Her clothes were soaked through with blood, the new bed stained where she had lain. Chu Yi lifted her upper body with practiced steadiness. As others transferred her limbs, they discarded the sanguine water and fetched a fresh pail. Lin Luochu, who had been tending the fire, ladled out a bowl of chicken broth and some boiled potatoes and set them beside the pallet. Around them the cave filled with a chorus of grief. Lu Shaolin crouched and took Chungjijia's other hand, her own voice breaking as she pleaded for her friend's recovery and bemoaned their ill-fated expedition to the shoreline. The whole camp felt like family, and the violence of the morning attack had carved a collective wound into their spirits. Even Chu Yi, who had seen many dangers, could not hide a trenchant tremor of sorrow. As the midday sun climbed, blood and grime were scrubbed from the cabin, and Chungjijia lay under the watchful eyes of her friends. The camp moved through tasks with a fragile calm, preparing food, arranging herbs, keeping vigil while an undercurrent of apprehension wound through them. The wound would heal with care, but the memory of the attack and the unknown fate of the pursued creature left the group standing in a hush of uneasy expectancy. Muziki had been simmering the herbs for almost an hour. Half a pail of water had been reduced to a small porcelain bowl of concentrated broth. Cradling the bowl and a wooden ladle, she walked into the cave and paused before the slack figure on the bamboo bed. "Let her eat, I will feed her," she offered gently to Bai Muyan. Bai Muyan shook her head, refusing. "I will do it. You should rest." Muziki, knowing she could not dissuade her, handed the steaming medicine to Bai Muyan with a cautionary smile. "Be careful. It is still hot." Bai Muyan accepted the bowl with trembling hands and apologized, eyes wet with contrition. "I was impatient before. My tone was sharp. Please do not take it to heart." Muziki returned the smile with soft understanding. Bai Muyan blew on a spoonful, then guided it with a practiced tenderness to Chungjijia's lips. Muziki watched Bai Muyan's haggard face and felt the memories rise like a slow tide. She knew the hollow left by loss. When Li Mu had departed, she had once believed she could not endure on this island had it not been for Chu Yi and this encampment. She admitted to herself in the quietest hours she might have followed him away. Grief, she had learned, was a weight that both crippled and clarified. Those who are taken from us would, if they could, wish for our survival and strength rather than our ruin. Afterwards, Muziki carried 2 woven baskets from the cave and laid the remaining herbs out upon the planks of the wooden hut. She sorted and arranged them with methodical hands. By her reckoning, the medicine allowed for 1 bowl morning and evening for roughly 4 days. It was insufficient comfort against the wider sickness that might come, but it was all they could muster for the moment. In the makeshift kitchen, Chu Yi and 2 others still lingered at the table. Lu Shaolin emerged from the cave, eyes red and swollen, and her gaze fell upon the stacked carcasses of wolves. Hatred, raw and bright, shone in her expression. Seated at the table, she asked with a hollow edge to her voice whether these were the same wolves that had attacked them by the shore the other day. Chu Yi, his face tightened into a rare severity, nodded slowly. "They have been watching us for some time." Luo Cheng peered at the bodies and swallowed. "I've seen wolves on television. Usually a pack is only a dozen or so. How could there be so many of them?" Chu Yi's reply invoked an old phrase and an older creature. He asked if the others remembered the fable of the bay. The 3 who had been away when it passed had not the mysterious beast had left with their earlier pursuit. Chu Yi explained. "The bay," he said, "is cunning, though crippled, riding upon another wolf's back, unable to hunt by itself, yet sharpening its dominion through intellect. It is like a strategist embedded within an army. A potent counselor can, through guile and strategy, strengthen the whole pack. If such a being had aligned itself with the wolves on the island, it might explain the unusual scale and coordination of the assaults. The notion made the group uneasy. A single animal with shrewdness enough to command others was a threat beyond brute force. They spent the afternoon processing the carcasses with grim efficiency. The hides were flayed, the entrails removed, and set aside salt rubbed into the flesh to preserve it, and then the bodies were hung to dry. The excess organs were bundled to be used later as bait by the fishermen along the shore. The pelts were soaked in the cold stream, scrubbed clean, and hoisted to dry in the open air of the camp. By dusk the work was finished. Chu Yi counted the body as 27 in total, including what they presumed to be the pack's leader, though the 3 waves that had assaulted them earlier must have numbered over 30. Some of the wolves that had escaped were likely the less wounded ones who had followed the bay. Faced with the abundance of meat and hides, Chu Yi fretted. The cave could not accommodate more stores. Leaving the provisions outside felt perilous. It was a beacon for scavengers and predators. Mu Ziki read his concern and suggested a solution. We can build a sturdier wooden storehouse set slightly apart from the kitchen, she proposed. If it is well constructed, other beasts will be unable to enter. Keep the vents small, but provide several of them for airflow. There will be no danger. Chu Yi asked about material, and Mu Ziki replied that Shamu would be best. They agreed to begin construction at dawn, erecting the new structure 2 meters from the kitchen with a narrow passage between. That evening Mu Ziki cooked. She braised the wolf meat with patience, keeping the heat low and the seasoning spare, because Lin Luochu and Bai Muyan could not tolerate much spice. The meal, modest and restorative, was shared, and then each of them tended once more to Chu Yi. They had already arranged watches in pairs. Exhaustion hung over the camp like a quiet fog. Halfway through the night, a cry shattered the fragile peace. Chu Yi stirred and found Bai Muyan collapsed near the bed weeping. Lu Shaoling fumbled with a damp cloth, passing it to Mu Ziki, who folded it into a strip and laid it across Chu Yi's forehead. Lin Luochu rose, sleep-heavy, to the bedside. Mu Ziki rose to prepare another decoction, instructing Lin Luochu to change the cool cloth on Chu Yi's brow every 2 or 3 minutes. Lin Luochu agreed and moved to take Bai Muyan's place at the bedside, pleading gently for her to rest. Bai Muyan shook her head, refusing to leave. She feared that any absence might usher calamity. Chu Yi, watching from the shadow, addressed Lu Shaoling with steady insistence. Go and sleep, the watches would suffice. Lu Shaoling looked at the sleeping figure, torn between duty and exhaustion. At Chu Yi's firmer tone, she relented, standing for a moment to look upon Chu Yi one last time before climbing to the upper bunk to try to snatch what little sleep would come. Mu Ziki prepared a decoction of dandelion with deliberate care among the handful of available herbs. Its febrifugal virtues were the most reliable. After simmering for roughly 20 minutes, she carried a steaming bowl of the dandelion brew to Chu Yi's side. Bai Muyan reached instinctively for the bowl, but Lin Luochu intercepted her. "Let me," he insisted, concern etched in his voice. "You are far too weary." Bai Muyan did not argue. She only needed to remain close to Chu Yi. Lin Luochu, accepting the bowl, blew gently on the liquid and fed Chu Yi a spoonful by hesitant spoonful. The simple act of administering the medicine stretched out for nearly half an hour. Chu Yi wiped the spill from Chu Yi's lip with a cloth, washed it, and then rested it upon her forehead. Dawn found the 3 of them haggard and hollow-eyed. Bai Muyan, in particular, bore the evidence of prolonged weeping, her eyes swollen and drained of celebrity polish. With the sun climbing over the encampment, the fever had subsided. Chu Yi's breathing was even, though her complexion remained pallid. Lin Luochu checked her pulse and her neck, then turned to Bai Muyan with softened relief. "The fever's down. She should recover." Bai Muyan nodded faintly and smoothed the disarray of Chu Yi's hair, her gaze suffused with tenderness. Mu Ziki too palpated Chu Yi and pronounced that, having broken the fever, the risk of infection seemed low. Yet Chu Yi would not wake. Her eyelids fluttered once before she opened them and whispered, hoarse and fragile, that she was in terrible pain. Bai Muyan wept with a joy that trembled into fresh fear. Mu Ziki and Lin Luochu exchanged worried glances as they assessed the wounds. Chu Yi could only manage a weak confession of hunger. Lu Xiaoling, who had been preparing food outside, hurried to offer what she had cooked. Mu Ziki instructed her that Chu Yi must not. Chawani jaw movement tugged at the injured shoulder and intensified the pain. Chicken broth, they agreed, was the safest nourishment, able to restore strength without forcing painful motion. Lin Luochu fed the broth with patient care. The act of swallowing repeatedly elicited sharp flares of pain, so the feeding was slow and intermittent, punctuated by brief pauses while fresh hot bowls were brought. When Chu Yi finally declared she needed to use the chamber, the men and women around her moved with discreet awkwardness. Chu Yi stepped outside, leaving Bai Muyan to help her friend, while Mu Ziki and Lin Luochu fashioned a makeshift basin and assisted with privacy and dignity. Afterward, as Muziki and Lin Luochu urged Bai Muyan to steal a moment's sleep, they watched her relent only when Chu Yi implored her to rest. Bai Muyan accepted a small bowl of chicken broth at Muziki's prompting and allowed a fragile smile to surface, reassured for the first time since the night's terror that Chu Yi had crossed the worst of the fever and might with careful tending recover from the wounds and the shock. For the next 2 days, no one left the camp. They completed a wooden storehouse for provisions, its interior lined with rows of racks from which food could be hung. 3 of its walls were pierced by numerous small ventilation holes, each scarcely larger than a finger. Each face bore dozens. The hut's frame employed traditional mortise and tenon joinery and was built from stout shamu timbers, lending the structure an impression of resolute solidity. Over those days, Chu Yi's condition slowly improved. She could speak coherently, though the burn on her shoulder had begun to suppurate. Muziki prepared poultices for her twice daily and kept a close eye on the wound, while Bai Muyan tended to her, constantly administering medicine, feeding her, and even assisting with the indignities of toileting alone. Before dawn on the 3rd day, Chu Yi set out for the shoreline with Luochu and Lin Luochu. Their objective was to distill sea salt and to fashion fish traps, for which Chu Yi had brought several wolf entrails to bait and construct 2 cages to deploy in deeper water. Because the iron cauldron they intended to use had to be carried, Muziki had the previous evening prepared Chu Yi's medicine and 2 bamboo tubes of chicken soup so they could be reheated on the fire. The others would manage with roasted meat and tubers for the time being. At the beach, they gathered driftwood. Lin Luochu began tending the evaporating pans, while Luochu went off to fell timber for the fish cages. Chu Yi carried a coil of hemp rope and a fist-sized stone, probing the reef in search of a deeper channel. He scoured the shore for some time, without success. Only after walking nearly a kilometer north did he find a handful of protruding rocks that lay outside the reef proper. As he passed them and glanced back, he noticed something bobbing in the water behind a rock, slapped by surf against stone. The object was a pale yellow cardboard box, its outer shell softened and rotted by the sea until white foam padding inside peeked through. The box lay 3 or 4 meters from the beach beyond a stretch of stones he could not easily leap. Curious, Chu Yi set down his rope and stone and waded out, but after the first 2 paces the sand gave way beneath him and he stumbled forward into water. The sudden loss of footing sent him under instinct, made him kick up and seize the floating parcel as he broke the surface. He hauled it to shore, set it aside, then returned to test the depth properly. Delighted, Chu Yi re-wrapped the foam and carried his find back toward Lin Luochu. She saw him running from a distance with a white bundle, and upon his arrival unfastened the wrapping in astonishment. The sight of the cauldron made her mouth drop. She ran her hand over its gleaming rim and declared it likely salvage from a ship's galley and used, and in near new condition. Chu Yi grinned, and in jest christened himself the king of lucky finds. Together they agreed the cauldron would be perfect for evaporating seawater to make salt. Without hesitation, Chu Yi gathered 3 flat stones, arranged them into a crude tripod beside the fire piled kindling beneath, and ferried a kettle of seawater back from the shore. He set the cauldron over the flames and began to boil. Luochu returned laden with felled wood. He set down his bundle, and after drawing breath from a bamboo tube of water crafted by Muziki for easy transport, gaped at the enormous pot. He praised Chu Yi's fortune, though Chu Yi downplayed it, and urged them to focus on work. When he had finished drinking, Chu Yi asked him to cut a length of vine strong enough to serve as rope for the fish traps about 100 meters. Luochu took the request with a nod and, shouldering his axe, went back into the forest to fell supple, resilient vines. After lunch, the work proceeded with swift, practiced hands. In the span of an afternoon, Chu Yi and Luochu fashioned 2 fish traps. They lugged them to the deep water he had found, trimmed 6 lengths of vine to roughly equal measure, and secured each strand to a corner of the cages. They placed the bait within the wickerwork, then eased the contraptions beneath the surface. Where the vines emerged from the sea, Chu Yi fastened them to protruding stones and piled a few more heavy rocks atop the lines to ensure the traps would not be swept away. Noting a sudden drop-off beyond the line of traps, he whittled a stout stake to a sharp point and drove it forward into the seabed with an axe until it held like a nail. When they returned to shore, he warned Luochu with grave calm, "When you retrieve the traps, do not pass this stake." Luochu nodded, respectful and alert. They returned to the small camp where Lin Luochu was tending the fire. She hurriedly stoked the embers and added wood when Chu Yi appeared. "Keep watch here, I need to use the latrine," she said, and vanished toward the south with the urgency of someone long restrained. Chu Yi stirred the water in the iron pot with a stick and kept an eye on the sky and the trees as he waited. Minutes stretched thin until Lin Luochu reappeared, breathless and calling. The sound drove a sudden prick of alarm through him. He seized his bow and sprinted toward the commotion with Luochu at his shoulder. Lin Luochu pointed shakily toward the southern strand where 100 meters away a dark shape lay upon the sand. From that distance it might have been driftwood or a strange shadow, but the 3 of them adopted caution, as if closing on a wounded animal. Chu Yi drew Lin Luochu back and swept his gaze through the foliage, watching for any sign of ambush. Nothing stirred. He motioned quietly. Luochu, keep Lin Luochu at the forest's edge and approach from the dunes. Stop 20 meters from the body. Move without sound. If anything is wrong, do not hesitate. Kill. His voice carried the iron of command and left no room for argument. Chu Yi moved alone along the beach until only 7 or 8 paces separated him from the prostrate figure. He called once softly. The man did not stir. With careful hands, Chu Yi prodded him, no response. He checked the pulse at the throat, felt the thin thread of life. The man was dressed in a black suit and leather shoes, grains of sand crusting his face. When Chu Yi rolled him over, he revealed a square jaw, a man in his 30s. Lin Luochu and Luochu closed in from the trees, having found nothing to suggest a trap. Luochu's expression slackened into something like recognition. They carried him back to the fire and laid him by the embers. Chu Yi noticed his lips were dry and cracked. Luochu produced a bamboo tube, pried the stopper free, and held the stream of water to the stranger's lips. After repeated pours, the man coughed and drew in air, his mouth working as it accepted the water. His eyes opened. They were wary and weak. In a raspy voice, he asked who they were. They told him they had found him unconscious on the beach and brought him to the fire. When they inquired if he was a survivor from the cruise ship, he nodded faintly. He drank with the hunger of a man who had been denied food for days. Lin Luochu offered the leftover roasted potatoes. He accepted them with trembling hands and ate as if reclaiming life. After several potatoes and more water, he sat up on the sand, cheeks hollow but color returning to his face. When Lin Luochu asked how long it had been since he ate, he answered, without ceremony, that it had been nearly 2 days. He explained that he had not come alone. The man's name was Li Lin. He told them he and 6 others had been a group of 7. 5 of his companions were the men he had been traveling with. 2 others were survivors they had met after coming ashore. They had been out hunting when they encountered people they called Yi Ran, wild people from a tribe to the west. During the encounter, their captain was taken. The rest scattered into the forest and became separated. His mouth tightened as he recalled the moment. There was a brittle steadiness in his manner, a soldier's bearing beneath the exhaustion. Li Lin then described the hunt that had cost them their coherence. They had cornered a boar of 200 jin and pursued it as it fled west. They tracked and finally felled the beast after a long chase. While they were preparing to butcher the animal, an arrow came whistling from the west. Had it not been for the captain's warning, Li Lin would have been struck where he stood. Chu Yi listened with quiet patience as Li Lin recounted the events, while Lin Luochu busied himself attending to the iron kettle where the harvested salt was simmering. Luochu, having observed Lin Luochu withdraw the kettle and the bucket of brine, sprang to his feet. He carried the bucket to the sea, filled it with water, poured it into the pot, then returned for another load, which he set upon the fire to reduce. Li Lin watched their coordinated movements with undisguised astonishment. He had not expected them to be proficient in salt-making so soon. The conversation turned to the captain's identity. Luochu's voice low asked whether their leader was Su Peng. Li Lin blinked, surprised. Luochu spoke haltingly, explaining that he had worked on the cruise ship as a porter and that Su Peng had shown him kindness there. Li Lin's expression softened. The bonds between men who had served together resurfaced. He revealed that most of them had come from the same military unit. Their circumstances had been modest, and it was Su Peng who had guided them to the ship and into security work. Li Lin then narrated how he himself had come to be alone on the shore. After agreeing with Liuzi to separate from the group and evade capture, he took solace, at first believing his comrades safe. Eventually, he discerned that the pursuers had not abandoned the chase. He fled toward a small mountain, where he found a cavione he later realized Bai Muyan and her companions had used adjacent to a spring. Signs of habitation greeted him. There, he drank, hid, and held his vigil. When the hunters drew near, he was forced to skirt behind the ridge and spend a day and a night curled along a cliff before he dared emerge. Too weakened to travel further, he staggered along the beach until he collapsed and was found where they now sat. Lin Luochu had been listening quietly at the edge of the conversation. When Chu Yi declared his intention to help, a twinge of resistance tightened within her before a tide of worry swept over her features, molding her expression into something complex and grave. She understood Chu Yi had his reasons and would not interfere. Tonight we rest in our camp. Tomorrow we depart together, Li Lin said, nodding. For now, they could only hope the savages had not already done some atrocious thing to the captain. After securing the ironware, Chu Yi returned to the cave to check on Cheng Jiejia, who was conversing with Bai Muyan. At the sight of him, Bai Muyan inclined her head. Cheng Jiejia turned her eyes up toward the cave ceiling and greeted him with a steadier voice than before. Chu Yi, you came back. Strength had returned to her tone. Are you feeling better? He asked. A faint smile graced her features. Thank you for your concern. I'm much improved. The wound still aches a little, but it is tolerable, and Muyan has kept me company. Bai Muyan's color had recovered in these days of rest. The rigors of their ordeal had left her attractive in a quiet, resilient way. Chu Yi noted the seriousness of Chung Jijia's injuries, burns, and damaged bony, and thought of the tiger bone they had salvaged earlier. He told Bai Moyan he would step out for a moment to fetch it, leaving her puzzled but resolute. Nearby, Muziki was busy preparing to fry rabbit and wild chicken, a pot of stewed pork hocks bubbling in a barrel at her side. When Chu Yi asked whether the tiger bone might help with Chung Jijia's fractures, Muziki paused mid-cut, then affirmed it would. There's a set stored beneath the locker in the cave. Use it as you see fit. Her incredulous expression suggested she had no doubt Chu Yi was capable of obtaining whatever was needed. Lin Luochu's words left Chu Yi momentarily speechless. He knew she was right. He could not shelter them like greenhouse flowers forever. Practical combat was the crucible in which skill and temperament were forged. Only through repeated exposure to danger would they truly mature. Though a father's instinct to protect tugged at him, he nodded at last, the reluctant acquiescence of someone compelled to let go. Lin Luochu's face brightened into a delighted smile. You agree? No backing out, she declared with playful triumph. Chu Yi returned a helpless smile and replied, I will not renege, but you must follow my plan. Naturally, she shot back with a mischievous air, as if gaining both victory and favor. Chu Yi then instructed Zhang Chong to fetch the Jemu bow. Zhang Chong rose promptly, puzzled but obedient, and returned with the weapon. Chu Yi handed it to Li Lin. Li Lin traced his fingers along the polished curve. The recurved limbs felt smooth and supple in his hands, promising both balance and power. At one end, an elegantly carved character key marked the maker's emblem. This bow is excellent, rivaling anything from the old world, Li Lin observed. Did you craft it yourselves? Chu Yi nodded. If everyone carries such bows, these savages will be manageable. Everyone? Li Lin asked in astonishment. He had assumed they possessed only a single prized bow. Chu Yi glanced toward Muziki, who answered modestly, we just finished the first batch of wood today. There are 10. Li Lin drew the string back and felt the fierce resistance flood his arm. It was no wonder they had hunted wolves with efficiency. For an island bereft of firearms, recurved bows like these were among the most formidable armaments imaginable. These bows may be the deadliest weapons on this island, Li Lin murmured, admiration and excitement mingling in his voice. Chu Yi said nothing but smiled faintly, while Muziki's heart warmed at the palpable approval validation of her craft. Chu Yi ordered, leave 3 in camp, take the rest with you. Li Lin blinked, incredulous at Chu Yi's decisive generosity. With these bows, handling the locals should be straightforward. On behalf of our leader, I thank you, Bro Chu. We are allied units, no thanks necessary, Chu Yi replied. Rest well tonight. At dawn we depart. That evening, Li Lin declined to sleep in the cave. He told Chu Yi, the wooden houses here are much better than our camp. I will take the shelter for a night. Chu Yi let him have the comfort without protest. The path they followed was spare and wind-whipped. When they reached the grave, the wildflowers they had placed before had been all but carried away by the elements. Only a few stems remained. The tombstone itself retained its shape, yet the engraving had faded under relentless sun, and rain had left smearings of mud across its pale face. Lin Luochu approached the stone and crouched, fingertips tracing the characters as if to summon a voice from the name. Xin, I have come, she murmured, and with a quiet, tender motion, she wiped away the last of the mud. Chu Yi moved a little apart, gathering a handful of remaining blooms and roots from the slope. He left Lin Luochu the space she needed. She seemed to hold 1,000 unsaid words. He rooted up a dozen wild flowers, binding them with grass into a modest bouquet, then cleared the bracken and unwanted shoots that threatened the grave. When he set the flowers at the headstone and sat beside her, they shared a silence full of shared grief and soft remembrance. Descending, they returned to the cave mouth, where Li Lin and Luo Chung rested by a modest fire. A scatter of opened oysters and a neat pile of shells lay nearby. At the sound of their approach, Li Lin rose and reached for his bow. Recognizing their companions, he relaxed and beckoned them to the warmth. The four shared what they had, salt and sea, and the hollow comfort of bread roots, while the fire stitched them briefly together. Chu Yi drank from his bamboo flask and offered it to Lin Luochu before splitting open an oyster and passing it to her. After the meal, they leaned against the stone face to catch what small rest they could. Concern for Lin Luochu's comfort prompted Li Lin to approach the matter of lodging. He asked Gua how to speak to Su Wei and inquire whether his companion could take shelter in the wooden hut for the night. Guahao hesitated, then slipped to the door and spoke in a low voice. A moment later, a harsh command rang from within, get out. And Guahao returned, sheepish shoulders, slumped, apologetic. Li Lin muttered an epithet under his breath, and Chu Yi, seeing his friend's embarrassment, offered a practical remedy. We will fasten a plank along the wall and fashion a makeshift bed, he proposed. One night is all we need. Gratitude softened Li Lin's face as he accepted the suggestion. Around the fire, the camp settled into its evening routines, the small dramas of shelter and hospitality folding into the ordinary care of survival. As the two prepared to fashion a wooden bed, 3 strangers entered the camp. One of them, a broad-shouldered, middle-aged man with a long, unkempt mane and a thick beard, called out with boisterous familiarity, "Lin's, you're back." Lin turned and greeted them. The newcomers, upon stepping into the clearing, had noticed unfamiliar faces and presumed they had accompanied Lin. Though they addressed him, their eyes remained riveted on Chu Yi and his small party. Curiosity and gratitude mingled on their faces. A brief exchange followed. The bearded man, latter to be known as Zhang Fei, learned that these strangers had rescued Lin. He and his companions offered palpable gratitude. When Lin inquired whether they had secured any game, one of them replied matter-of-factly that they had taken 4 pheasants and 3 rabbits. The man called Lu Zi heft 3 rabbits, another, a compact fellow who carried 4 pheasants, passed the birds along and moved away to kindle a fire. Zhang Fei set to assisting Lin with the bed frame, their murmured conversation a steady undertone as the camp settled into evening tasks. Chu Yi left the camp briefly to inspect the slope. Near the foot of the hill, he found a small crystalline pool where a spring welled up, spilling through a narrow channel and feeding a trickle that continued downhill. The water, bright and undisturbed, lent the place a hushed intimacy. Nearby, Lu Zi crouched, coaxing embers into flame, while another man arranged the rabbits and pheasants. The landscape, touched by cool twilight, seemed to inhale the day's labors and prepare for the quiet of night. The scene escalated when the woman, incensed by the refusal, urged Gua Hao to seize Lin Luochu's rabbit by force. Gua Hao hesitated, awkward and embarrassed, but rose to comply. Chu Yi's expression darkened the moment he saw the affront, and something in his composure snapped. He handed his own pheasant to Luo Cheng and rose with the implacability of a man who would brook no injustice. A single clean blow landed on Gua Hao. The man blocked instinctively, yet was flung backward several strides and collapsed in the dust. The pampered woman, aghast, opened her mouth to protest, invoking her father's influence with a shrill threat. Her words only stirred Chu Yi's ire further. 2 sound slaps followed in quick succession. The woman's composure shattered, unaccustomed to any hand laid upon her. Tears swelled and brimmed in her eyes. The camp fell silent save for the crackling of the fire and the woman's soft, helpless sobs. "Apologize," Chu Yi commanded, his voice low and unwavering. Humbled and trembling, she cast a frightened look at the prone Gua Hao and then up at Chu Yi. With a broken voice, she complied, "I'm sorry." She fled into the hut without a backward glance. The door shut, and muffled weeping rose from within. The men around the fire, Zhang Fei, Lu Zi, and Zhang Seping, exchanged glances, their approval manifest in subdued praise. After the introductions, Lin recounted in precise, grateful detail how he had been rescued and how Chu Yi and the others had tended to him. The 3 comrades listened intently, their faces softening with earnest gratitude. Chu Yi recognized that these expressions of thanks were not mere politeness, but genuine, heartfelt appreciation. The bond among soldiers, he reflected, often remains unsullied and pure. Chu Yi listened with growing astonishment and concern. When Zhang Fei described the captives and the prolonged nature of their imprisonment, Lin felt a surge of relief at the realization that Su Peng still lived. His hope steadied him. He then explained that Chu Yi and his companions had come expressly to aid in the captain's rescue. The 3 men turned to look at Chu Yi with a shared expression of astonishment. The prospect of attempting such a rescue was grave. They knew that the adversaries were numerous, feral, and merciless, and that any miscalculation could be fatal. Lin produced several bows and handed them to Zhang Fei and the others. Their bewilderment at the presence of such weapons on the island quickly transformed into delighted amazement as they cradled the bows in their hands. Lu Yang, realizing the origin of the weapons, inferred that Chu Yi's party must have brought them. Lin observed almost teasingly that the bows had been fashioned by Chu Yi and his men, who, fleeing for their lives, would carry so many such items onto the ship. The 3 men drew the bowstrings experimentally and reveled in the new possibilities the arms afforded. Lin also brandished a military knife borrowed from Chu Yi, and the sharp gleam of steel elicited eager admiration. Zhang Fei reached impulsively for it, but Lin withdrew it with a grin and reminded them that it would be returned after Su Peng was safe. After the others dispersed, Chu Yi escorted Lin Luochu out of the camp to a shallow pool beyond its edge so she might wash her face. Lin Luochu crouched and cupped the cool water, taking a sip before turning to Chu Yi with a bright smile. "It tastes just like the stream near our place," she remarked. Chu Yi crouched beside her, splashed water on his face, and drank a few mouthfuls. "They must be fed by the same subterranean source," he observed, his tone casual but precise. When Lin Luochu finished rinsing, she reproved him gently. "You ought not to have been so impetuous earlier." Chu Yi blinked in mock confusion, then adopted an amused, defiant smile. "It is acceptable for them to bully me, but not you. If they cause you pain, I will make them regret ever setting foot on this island." His words bore a playful arrogance that made Lin Luochu laugh softly. "Enjoy your swagger while you can. It is only this island. In other circumstances I might have taught you a lesson for being so reckless." He returned the grin without diminishing his theatrics. For the sake of my goddess, a few days of confinement would be a small price to pay. Lin Luochu regarded him with exasperated affection and sighed. After all, she is a girl. Chu Yi adopted a mock-stern expression. A girl by birth does not excuse arrogance. If her family failed to instruct her, I shall. She must learn that the world does not revolve solely around her. His gaze sharpened, a steady resolve settling into his features. And above all, she must never touch my line in the sand, my reverse scale. Lin Luochu understood the implication immediately and felt a warmth flood her cheeks. Reverse scale. It sounds dreadful, she teased, amusement and embarrassment mingling in her voice. Chu Yi's face split into an impish grin. Then tell me what you prefer to hear, and I will oblige. She shook her head, feigning exasperation, and rose. In a place full of strangers, she was unwilling to allow their flirtation to veer into impropriety. They headed back into the cavern together. As the camp settled that evening, Gua Hao waited until Chu Yi and Lin Luochu returned, and then approached, a nervous smile twisting his face. Forgive us for earlier, he offered. Chu Yi regarded him with bewilderment. Gua Hao had been among those who had intended hostility, but Gua Hao hurried to explain. Wai Wei has always been indulged. Please do not take it to heart. Chu Yi remained unmoved. He did not feel compelled to graciously accept promises of contrition. Nonetheless, Gua Hao lingered awkward at the entrance to the cavern, then followed them inside. That night, Chu Yi made a modest bed for Lin Luochu and lay nearby. It mattered little if opinions of the other men were less than flattering, they would depart at dawn. Before daybreak, Chu Yi rose and slipped quietly out of the cave. Li Lin and Lu Yang were already awake at the waterhole washing. They greeted him with easy familiarity. Chu Yi washed and tasted the same mineral tang in the stream, then asked about provisions for breakfast. The others admitted they had scant supplies. The fresh game from the previous day had been consumed to accommodate the unexpected guests. Chu Yi suggested they set off early and forage along the way, an idea that brought visible relief to the group. They broke camp and prepared to move. Each carried a bao Chu Yi had provided, and their bamboo flasks were filled. Li Lin told Gua Hao that they were heading to rescue the team leader and urged everyone to take care of themselves in their absence. The party pressed into the forest. Li Lin estimated they had several kilometers to traverse before reaching the primitive village. If they kept pace, they might arrive by evening. Along the trail, Chu Yi distributed strips of jerky, so each might replenish their strength. They gathered the wild fowl and rabbits they encountered, stowing them for a midday respite. With Zhang Fei and his companions leading, the terrain proved relatively flat, and they covered 7 to 8 kilometers by midday. At a small creek they paused. The water tasted the same, another hint that the island's freshwater sources were connected to the same subterranean vein. Li Lin and the others began to prepare the hunted meat, while Chu Yi and Luo Chung gathered kindling and kindled a small fire. Lin Luochu leaned against a broad tree trunk and watched him with a tender smile. She recognized that despite her earlier posturing and fear in the face of danger, she preferred to stand beside him and endure peril together rather than remain behind in anxious safety. Her stoic exterior seldom revealed the fevered warmth she harbored for this man, a truth she kept reserved for him alone. After their modest repast, the party wasted no time. They took only the briefest pause to replenish their water and then resumed their march. The afternoon progressed more slowly. Lu Yang urged caution, convinced they might encounter native inhabitants. Consequently, the vanguard advanced with deliberate care, every step accompanied by vigilant observation of the surrounding forest. Despite the tension, some other unseen factor seemed to favor them. No tribespeople appeared, not even a solitary wild beast. Chu Yi felt inexplicably puzzled. They had penetrated the forest's deeper reaches where predators should have been more plentiful. Perhaps the nearby tribal settlement accounted for the unusual stillness. A short way ahead, a stone pillar rising from a mound caught his eye. Atop it rested a bovine skull identical to the one they had previously encountered. Chu Yi pointed silently to Lin Luochu and said softly that they had clearly crossed into the tribe's domain. The realization tightened Lin Luochu's breath. She gripped Chu Yi's hand, and he felt the faint clamminess of her palm. He squeezed her fingers and offered a gentle smile, murmuring reassurance. She returned his smile with a quivering nod. Beneath their concealment on a southern slope, they found the telltale traces of their earlier passage, flattened trails in the grasses. From this vantage, the entire encampment was visible. The settlement formed a broad U of thatched huts hugging the perimeter of an open central clearing. To the west sat a raised stone platform roughly the size of a dozen square meters, crowned by a smaller dais upon which a solitary pillar stood. Signs of a massive fire scarred the platform's face. Li Lin pointed through the grass and identified which cage contained their captain. The central enclosure held a figure leaning listlessly against the wood. Su Peng's eyes remained closed. The other two showed no movement. Nearby, barefoot children cavorted across the ground, while a cluster of women sat stitching or weaving, absorbed in their tasks. No able-bodied young men were in sight. The absence felt conspicuous to Chu Yi, who noted aloud that they had not seen a single young man emerge from the village. Before they could draw firm conclusions, a procession of men appeared at the western edge. 25 or 26 strong, they carried lengths of timber and bundles of kindling on their shoulders. Their ages spanned from late adolescence into middle age. They hauled the wood to the platform and arranged it into a towering torch. Another smaller pyre was constructed about the pillar on the raised dais. A group dragged one of the captive beasts forward and placed it upon the stone stage. Then a woman emerged from a hut whose garments distinguished her immediately. Unlike the others, she wore a long cloak fashioned from animal hide that enveloped her body. Tattoos marked her brow and cheeks. A crown threaded with feathers and bearing a dangling animal tail sat upon her head. She was taller and more imposing than most others in the camp. In her hand, she carried a wooden rod topped with a carved calf's hiata symbol of authority. She advanced to the small dais and spoke to those who had carried the animal. The assembly unfurled toward her with deference. As the crowd watched, she seized a sharpened stone dagger and drove it into the boar's throat. The animal convulsed, its blood welling and running toward the base of the pillar where it pooled in a dark viscous spread. When the flow subsided, the carcass was hauled aside and set upon a spit over a fire. Villagersmen, women, elders, and children gathered in the space between the enormous torch and the platform, forming a semicircle about the ritual. The smell of smoke and roasting meat rose into the cooling air as the ceremony unfolded. Chu Yi and his comrades lay motionless upon the earthen berm as dusk deepened into a somber twilight. Down below, the tribe's torches had been kindled, casting their flickering light across the clearing. Aside from a handful of burly men, the rest of the villagers stood in the open between the torches and the platform. Chu Yi estimated 50 to 60 souls in the encampment. Fewer than 30 were adults of either sex, and barely 20 were able-bodied young men, true fighting contingent of the tribe. He noted with clinical attention the men who had earlier carried a wild boar. They were now approaching the cages. The latch on Wang Bin's pen was opened, and the captive was hoisted out limp and insensible. Meanwhile, the ritual intensified. A woman mounted the platform with a scepter in hand. Her voice intoned a refrain, an archaic invocation, while the tribe responded in chorus, their voices rising synchronized and fervent. She produced a leafy branch, dipped it into blood at the base of the platform, and sprinkled it over the bound man. The crowd echoed her cadence, their faces alight with devout seriousness. A man bearing a torch and wearing a large horn at his belt ascended, and without ceremony set fire to the pyre. Flames leapt and swallowed Wang Bin in a conflagration. His cries echoed but were rapidly subsumed beneath the bellowing chants of the congregation. At that very moment, Li Lin had finished cutting the vines of Su Peng's cage. Su Peng, now awake, emerged clutching a crude bandage around his wrist and another looped about his neck, supporting his wounded arm. Lu Yang checked the other captive's breath and, seeing signs of life, shook his head to indicate the danger of lingering. They began to retreat. But the woman turned, saw them by the cages in the torchlight, raised her scepter, and yelled. The young men on the platform followed her gesture and sprinted toward the prison pens. They've seen them, cover them. Chu Yi snapped. An arrow hissed through the night toward Chu Yi's head. While he had been scrutinizing the tribe from the shadows ahead, had protruded from a thatched hut, and an archer loosed an arrow straight at him. Zhang Zipeng, who had caught sight of the motion, shouted instantly and shoved Chu Yi aside. The projectile grazed the grass where Chu Yi had stood only moments before. Before they could fully register the danger, a volley of arrows rained from the huts above. Dozens of tribesmen concealed behind the dwellings had raised their bows. Sensing the immediacy of the threat, and believing Li Lin's party had already put distance between them, Chu Yi urged his companions to withdraw. Fall back, he commanded, and the small band retreated cautiously into the forest. He instructed them to catch up with Li Lin and consult further. The pursuers would surely follow. With that, he led the group in the direction where Li Lin's figures had receded, keeping low and brisk. Within the encampment, torches flared wildly, painting frantic faces in orange light. After a few volleys that revealed no immediate targets, some bolder tribesmen emerged and began to utter anxious cries. The man who had earlier set fire to the torches wore fury and ferocity on his face. He shouted at the sky and marshaled a dozen young warriors, each armed with a wooden spear and a bow, and each carrying a torch. They surged toward Chu Yi and the fugitives, while women and elders hovered over the wounded, sprawled on the ground, their lamentations filling the night air. The fugitives ran until they caught up with Li Lin's group. Li Lin, out of breath, demanded to know of injuries. Chu Yi shook his head, though his features were taut with concern. Before Su Peng could speak, Chu Yi advised retreat. The tribe knew the forest better, and chasing them eastward would risk exposing their own camp. The men agreed and altered course, heading southward with Zhang Fei and Zhang Zipeng taking point. They pressed southward through a terrain that seemed to give them more concealment, but also raised other worries. 5 or 6 kilometers passed underfoot. The group kept moving to avoid leaving a trail toward their encampment. Lin Luochu, weaker than the rest, began to falter. She paused against a tree to catch her breath, while Luochu also gasped for air. Chu Yi produced a bamboo flask and pressed it into her hands, then opened his pack and passed around strips of dried meat to restore their strength. The simple acts of care steadied frayed nerves. Despite their efforts, lantern-like lights flickered in the trees behind them. Someone from the rear whispered that the pursuers had closed in. Lin and Lu Yong signaled for the others to keep moving while they prepared to cover the retreat. Concealed in the gloom, Lin and Lu Yong waited until the torches were within 50 meters, then loosed 2 arrows. The shafts found their marks, and 2 torchbearers fell, their flames guttering as they collapsed. The remaining tribesmen dispersed for cover, startled and wary of an unseen enemy who could shoot from the dark. Their leader hesitated, unnerved by the sudden loss of comrades and uncertain of the ambush's origin. After a tense pause, he prompted a companion to hand him a torch and cautiously sent him forward to skirt around the woods. Meanwhile, Lin and Lu Yong rejoined the main column. The party resumed its southern course, the night air taut with the possibility of renewed contact, yet relieved by the brief reprieve. The forest grew deeper, and the absence of wild beasts puzzled the travelers. Ordinarily, such thickets would host boars or smaller game. They pressed on for nearly 2 hours before the front runners halted at the behest of the group. Zhang Ziping and Zhang Fei paused mainly because of Lin Luochu, whose face had gone pale. She insisted she could continue, a firmness in her eyes that belied her exhaustion. Chu Yi quietly wiped the sweat from her brow and eased the bamboo flask from her belt, cautioning her to drink slowly. As they rested, Su Peng accepted the bamboo flask Chu Yi offered and thanked him with an earnestness that conveyed more than mere gratitude for water and rations. He acknowledged their shared past in the same core and expressed candid appreciation for Chu Yi's timely intervention. The brief exchange folded the men back into a sense of kinship. In the hush that followed, they measured the night's events and took comfort that no one had been lost. With the immediate danger abated, the company pressed on toward the beach, opting to avoid routing back toward their own camp and thereby shielding its location from the tribal pursuit. Their footsteps carried them farther from the blaze of torches and deeper into the forest's cool silence. Though wearied, the group moved with renewed purpose, buoyed by the knowledge that their rescue mission had so far concluded without fatality, and that for now they had preserved each other's lives. After a brief quarter-hour respite, the company resumed their southward march. Not long into their progress, a broad river revealed itself. Su Peng and the others halted while Zhang Fei and Zhang Ziping strode into the current and drank deeply from cupped hands. The stream, 3 meters or so across and scarcely half a meter deep, ran from Dongnan to Zibe. Its bed was rocky and free of silt. Chu Yi's eyes brightened with a sudden plan. Lin volunteered without hesitation. "I know how to do this. I will go with Liuzi." The two would leave marks at the riverbank and rendezvous before dawn, they said. Meanwhile, the rest of the party waded into the shallow channel, Zhang Fei and Zhang Ziping taking the lead. Lin and Lu Yong crossed and deliberately lingered at the water's edge, making extra footfalls before veering south to feign their passage. Su Peng judged the place fit for rest. Nestled among the towering stones, many taller than a man, some reaching half his height, there were sheltered hollows where a fire could be kindled without betraying their position. The party spread within a narrow cleft, perhaps 2 meters wide, and settled to wait out the night. Zhang Fei and Zhang Ziping were sent to fetch wood. Chu Yi accepted a bamboo flask of water offered by Lin Luochu and drank gratefully. Su Peng, gratified by Chu Yi's composure, inquired after his origins. Chu Yi replaced the wooden plug and replied evenly that his family had settled in Hushang while their ancestral home was Xiangxiang. Su Peng's assumptions of wealth softened when he learned the young man's parents were ordinary laborers. Chu Yi bore no airs of privilege. When the fire was established, the men warmed their feet and roasted jerky. Chu Yi skewered a strip and offered a portion to Lin Luochu, who smiled and ate quietly. With the others resting, Zhang Fei and Zhang Ziping kept vigil on a nearby rock, trading low words while they scanned the gloom. In the close quarters, Chu Yi lay beside Lin Luochu and offered his arm as a pillow. She accepted with gentle embarrassment, mindful of the company, but yielding to the small comfort. They slept without incident. At dawn, the low murmur of returning scouts roused them. Lin and Liuzi had come back triumphant. They reported having confounded their pursuers who had been led away to the west. Questions followed about distance to the eastern shoreline. Lu Yong estimated 7 to 8 kilometers remained. Lin concurred that they could likely reach the beach by midday if they pressed on. With a mutual resolve, they roused the group. Lin Luochu and Luochu performed a quick wash at the river and set off toward the east. Daylight brightened the trail, and Zhang Fei with Zhang Ziping resumed point. Their eyes picked off game from the undergrowth, wildfowl and rabbits, falling swiftly to their aim to the party's meager provisions. After 3 or 4 kilometers, the pair halted abruptly, and the column closed in, puzzled by the sudden cessation. Seen from the heights, the wetland was a tangle of shallow tarns and reed-choked hummocks, water trembling with small bubbles, clear signs of a morass. The southern edge lay 5 or 6 kilometers away, while the northern margin was much closer. The party understood at once that the terrain ahead was not merely wet ground, but an expanse of swamp that would complicate any attempt to cross in haste. Chu Yi lingered at the ragged edge of the marsh, contemplating the vast expanse of mire that lay before him. From his vantage, he could see partridges and hares stirring within the reeds. Once he had fixed a bearing, he resolved to descend into the low ground. Yet as his gaze swept to the left, a sight arrested him so completely that a cold sweat broke upon his brow. In the near mud, a convulsion of serpents writhed together, an innumerable tangle of pythons coiled into a dense, undulating mass. Some beasts were as thick as a man and stretched 7 or 8 meters in length, while many more were arm-thick and mercilessly numerous. He had been watching only the distant horizon and had failed to perceive the lethal congregation below. Panic moved him to clamber down toward the sheltering trees. This place was no longer safe. They must leave at once. He glanced back at Lin, who still sat some 5 or 6 meters away in a tree, craning his neck toward the distance and utterly unaware of the nest of serpents. As Chu Yi descended, he spotted a colossal python the girth of a thigh slithering languidly in their direction. Heart quickening, he called to Lin, "Get down now." Lin looked puzzled, frozen for a moment in the limbs of the tree. When Chu Yi repeated the warning more urgently and pointed around 11 o'clock some 100 meters away, Lin turned his head toward the wetland and felt his scalp prickle with terror. Without hesitation, he dropped down and hurried to the trunk. Chu Yi, having reached the ground, barked to the assembled party, "Move north. Run." Su Peng's face hardened with concern. Chu Yi explained in clipped sentences, "There is a nest of giant pythons not far off. Many of them. One is already coming this way." The others were stricken dumb with alarm. They all knew how formidable a single python could be. An entire nest meant certain peril. Su Peng ordered Zhang Fei and his companion to take point and watch the path. Without argument, they surged ahead, and the small group followed in hastily, Lin now bringing up the rear. After running some 700 or 800 meters, Zhang Fei and his companion halted abruptly, faces blanched. 8 meters or so ahead, a python as thick as a thigh was coiled upon a low branch, its head focused upon them, its forked tongue tasting the air. Lin Luochu froze, utterly struck by a nausea of helplessness. Lin Yu and Su Peng take Luochu and Luocheng round to the west. "We will hold it off," Chu Yi commanded. The python was already descending toward them. As Lin Luochu stumbled into motion, Chu Yi clapped a hand to her shoulder and urged, "Go with Lin." She whispered a quiet caution, "Be careful," then fled with the others toward the west. Zhang Fei and his companion loosed 2 arrows at the descending beast. Both found flesh, but did not fell it. Enraged, the wounded serpent lunged toward them with terrifying speed. The beast reared, top half rising like a living column, and charged. Zhang Fei and his allies slung their bows and took up wooden spears, bracing for the strike. Just as the python prepared to launch its assault, Chu Yi's bow was already strung. He loosed an arrow that struck the creature squarely in the eye. At the same moment, Lu Yang shot an arrow that pierced the serpent's maw. The combined blows elicited a keening roar. "Finish it," Chu Yi urged. "Do not let its commotion draw the nest." As the python twisted to flee, Zhang Fei drove his spear in, and the beast attempted a desperate escape. Chu Yi sprinted after it with his dao drawn. 3 arrows remained embedded in the serpent's flank, hampering its motion. On either side, he and Zhang Fei hacked in concert, raining blows, until the python, turning to entangle Zhang Fei, exposed its crown to a single decisive downward thrust. Chu Yi plunged his dao with such force that its blade pierced the skull. The great reptile collapsed. Its struggle ended. They retrieved one another from the mire, Zhang Fei shaken and wide-eyed with the knowledge of how near a fatal coil had come. The party did not linger over the corpse. Chu Yi urged Lu Yang and the others, "Move quickly. Leave this bank." The swamp's margin was treacherous and crowded with predators. The sensible course was to skirt it as far as possible. The encounter had not lasted long, perhaps 3 to 5 minute tests, but it taught a stark lesson. Their crude makeshift bows had inflicted only limited harm. Chu Yi tightened his grip on his bow and resolved to collect better materials when they returned to commission stronger weapons from Muziki, for they could not predict what other beasts they might yet face. When Chu Yi and his companions arrived, they were stunned by the scene before them. A serpent slightly slimmer than the one they had encountered earlier was wound mercilessly around Luocheng. Lin crouched at his side, gripping just beneath the snake's jaw to prevent its gaping maw from closing on Luocheng. Su Peng swung his military saber at the serpent's coils, but the creature seemed indifferent. It only tightened its embrace. Lin Luochu stood motionless, tremors running through her frame, too frightened to speak. Without hesitation, Chu Yi charged forward with his blade. He plunged the knife into the section of the python that Lin held, then drew it downward, slicing a wide gash across its belly. Lin released the head at Chu Yi's command, and the serpent sagged lifeless. Chu Yi raised his saber and hacked repeatedly until the head was severed. Together they stripped the dead body from Luocheng. Luocheng collapsed onto the sand, gasping for breath, and soon vomited and coughed violently. Chu Yi pressed his hand to Luo Cheng's arm and chest to check for injuries, then asked if he felt unwell. After a long retching pause, Luo Cheng managed to compose himself. Apart from the suffocating pressure that had almost crushed him, there was no immediate pain. Chu Yi lowered his head in relief. The constriction of a python can be extraordinarily dangerous. Bones may be crushed or at least fractured when such force is applied. Seeing Luo Cheng recover, Chu Yi nevertheless urged the group to move on at once, insisting they put distance between themselves and the marsh. Chu Yi noticed Lin Luochu's pallor and reached out, placing a reassuring hand on her back and then gently taking her hand. In that instant, she found a fragile sense of security and met his gaze with newfound resolve. The party pressed northwest, their unanimous aim to put as much ground as possible between themselves and the fetid swamp. They ran 4 or 5 kilometers without pausing, the terror of the serpents imprinted on every mind. Only after a brief respite to drink and recover did they alter course toward the beach. By mid-afternoon, they reached the shore. Their shirts were sodden with sweat, and every member of the group collapsed on the warm sand, utterly spent. After 10 minutes of motionless rest, Chu Yi rose slowly. Zhang Fei and Zhang Ziping went to gather driftwood, while Li Lin and Lu Yang took the game. They had hunted wildfowl and rabbito the water's edge to prepare it. Chu Yi offered Luochu the bamboo flask of water. She drank gratefully beneath the shade of a tree and attempted a faint, reassuring smile. After their meal, Chu Yi rose and strolled toward the shoreline, glancing northward. The ridge where they had briefly rested earlier was no longer distant. Its contours were now plainly visible against the waning light. He considered returning to the fire, but allowed himself a moment to breathe the briny air. Zhang Fei remained by the embers, gnawing at a wild fowl. He wiped his hands and urged the others to tarry, but Su Peng, speaking with a commanding edge, insisted they finish quickly and move on. The group reluctantly rose. They could not afford to linger any longer. Lin Luochu, walking close to Chu Yi, asked in a low voice whether they would press on to the encampment. Chu Yi patted her hand and replied that the hour was too late to make the journey. They would make do for the night. By the time they reached the cave, the sky had dimmed. Guahao was tending a spit over the fire. Upon their arrival, he stood to greet them. Su Peng, having been away, nodded in acknowledgement and exchanged a few words about the roasted bird. When the band settled around the hearth, Su Peng unwrapped the cloth from his injured arm. An arrow had pierced him. The wound had begun to blacken and fester. Lu Yang cautioned that it required proper treatment to prevent grave infection. Su Peng waved off the concern with a half-smile, promising to forage herbs the next day and dress it himself, though he admitted the shot had grazed bone, but luck had spared him worse. A sudden interruption occurred when Chu Yi rose to wash in a shallow pool outside the cave. A voice called after him. Beneath a gnarled tree stood Su Wei, the woman he had struck days before. She offered a terse apology for the previous encounter. Chu Yi, unmoved, replied that their account was even. He had struck as well. He intended to keep distance from her, unwilling to entangle himself with someone who had behaved with disdain toward those who sheltered her. Su Wei stamped her foot and attempted to regain his attention with an indignant promise that their paths would cross again, that he would come to know her differently. He merely returned to the cave. Su Peng's abrupt gesture drew every eye toward him, and a ripple of surprise passed through the small assembly. Chu Yi wore an expression of bafflement. Su Peng's theatricality seemed unnecessary and puzzling. Blushing slightly at the scrutiny, Su Peng offered an embarrassed smile and confessed that a thought had just occurred to him that might relate to what Chu Yi had mentioned earlier. Su Peng explained that upon capture, the man had claimed he and several survivors had come from the western shore. There had been many of them, perhaps 20 or 30, but 2 figures stood at the head of the group, soldiers dressed in camouflage. Their attire and comportment suggested professionalism, and the man had been bitter at how the leaders reaped the rewards while others labored. Tension had escalated into open conflict. Those who once fought beside him abandoned him in the fight, leaving him alone to face the chiefs. In desperation, he fled. Chu Yi listened without judgment. He had anticipated such concerns and knew their character well enough to believe they posed no mortal threat to the harmony of his settlement. Nevertheless, Su Peng asked to weigh the decision. By morning, the travelers prepared to depart. Before they went, Chu Yi bestowed additional weapons upon them, a gesture that made Li Lin break into open gratitude and exuberant thanks, his delight nearly indecorous but sincere. Su Peng clasped Chu Yi's shoulder and promised that the offer remained open. They parted as uneasy allies, united by a common enemy, each mindful of debts owed and dangers looming. As the 3 made their way from the cave toward the beach, Chu Yi favored the shore route. It was easier than the tangled forest. Unknown to them, the cabin door had cracked open, and a pair of watchful eyes followed their figures until they were swallowed by the distance. Once they were gone, the wooden door closed by degrees. Back among his men, Su Peng explained to Li Lin in a tone both firm and rueful why he could not immediately accept Chu Yi's hospitality despite Chu Yi's noble gesture. He feared the shame of seeming to take advantage of kindness while they were already so indebted. He feared, too, the disorder his rough companions might bring to a camp where everyday civility and the presence of women required some finesse. The men muttered dissent, insisting he worried needlessly, but Su Peng's resolve to consider their options soberly remained. Their easy camaraderie erupted into youthful jests as they prepared to depart. Li Lin bantered about trying the knife and Zhang Fei, and he clambered in mock combat as they emerged from the cave. Su Peng shook his head at their antics, but remained resolute. He called for Gua how to fetch a woman who had been in the wooden hut, for there were matters he needed to explain to the whole group. He instructed the others to gather the day's provisions and return with the food they had procured. As they spilled out into the daylight, the mood shifted between levity and the sober gravity of impending change. Meanwhile, Chu Yi and his companions moved steadily toward their camp. After replenishing their water at the mountain near the beach, they considered ascending for a better vantage, but chose instead to press on. With only brief pauses for rest and the occasional stop to refill their canteens, they made continuous progress. The day waned as they walked, and before dusk fell, the trio finally arrived at the camp. Their arrival closed the day's march and opened a new chapter in which fragile alliances and nascent communities would be tested and perhaps endure. Chu Yi surveyed her with amused tenderness and asked whether they had eaten. Not yet, Lu Shaoling replied. Without you here, no one had much appetite. We'll just nibble at leftovers from lunch. Chu Yi confessed he had not eaten either and proposed to prepare a meal. Lin Luochu gently pushed him and insisted she would cook, urging Lu Shaoling to go wash. Lu Shaoling clung to Lin Luochu's arm. Luochu Jiao, stay with you. We can bathe later. She glanced at Chu Yi with an exaggeratedly offended expression and added in a plaintive voice that she was not spoiled like him. Some people returned and immediately began directing others as if they had earned that right. Chu Yi feigned shock and told her to stop pretending. The two teased each other like siblings, and Lin Luochu could not help but smile at their banter. The camp brightened as soon as Chu Yi arrived. Bai Muyan sat beside Cheng Jiajia, cradling Nanan while telling a fairy tale version of Cinderella. The little girl's face lit up with two dimples when she saw the newcomers. Big brother's, you're back, she chirped, and Chu Yi bent to ruffle her hair with unmistakable gentleness. He turned his attention to Cheng Jiajia, whose head could now turn slowly. The wound on her shoulder, once blackened and severe, had begun to drain and showed less of the earlier menace, though redness and swelling remained. She assured him she was improving and would rest more as everyone awaited her recovery. The kitchen was alive with the clatter of pans. Muziki wielded a spatula over a sizzling wok, sending fragrant steam into the air. A heap of chilies and rabbit meat tumbled and hissed beneath her hands. Chu Yi inspected the pot and remarked that a chef's tools were rarely ordinary in Muziki's hands. The pan seemed made for her alone. She laughed, refusing undue adulation, insisting that such skills had once been merely a means of survival, inconsequential outside this island. Lu Shaoling and Lin Luochu chimed in, lavishing praise upon Muziki's craft as if it were a treasure indispensable to the camp. The gentle teasing warmed the kitchen and for a moment washed away darker recollections. During the meal, the camaraderie deepened into playful rivalry. Chu Yi savored the food with a relish that provoked Lu Shaoling into jealous mischief. She snatched at pieces before his chopsticks could reach them, claiming ribs and rabbit as if to spite him. Their light-hearted squabbling drew laughter from everyone, restoring the camp's long-lost ease. Muziki teased Lin Luochu, chided affectionately, and even the injured Cheng Jiajia smiled. The scene felt like an ordinary evening plucked from another life, free from the island's trials and the threats beyond the trees. Later, beneath a pale moon, Chu Yi settled into a rocking chair on the wooden veranda. The chair swayed gently, and a cool breeze carried the scent of the island across his shoulders. For a fleeting moment, he allowed himself to imagine a life unburdened by the island's dangers, one of simple comfort, where neither hostile tribes, nor mercenaries, nor wild beasts disturbed their peace. The notion of perpetual tranquility tempted him, but it was a dangerous luxury. He clenched his fist and dismissed the thought. To survive here required resolve and action. He would not permit himself the indulgence of passivity. He resolved instead to confront the obstacles head-on and to cut away whatever stood between the camp and its safety. Morning found Zhang Chang and Luo Chang preparing to go to the shore to retrieve the fish cages. Chu Yi suddenly remembered the traps set in the deeper water had not yet been hauled, and 4 or 5 days had already passed. He expressly admonished them to make certain those 2 cages were brought back. Once they departed, Chu Yi allowed himself the rare luxury of idleness, strolling about the camp with leisurely steps. Most of the others busied themselves with their own tasks and paid him little heed. At the stream, Lin Luochu guided Lu Shaoling and Mu Ziki in archery practice. Lu Shaoling exhibited notable diligence under Lin Luochu's lead. She had already ascended and descended the nearby ridges twice since dawn without complaint. Chu Yi elected not to disturb them, settling instead into the bamboo-crafted rocking chair beside the cabin, a cup of honeyed water within reach, content to watch. The rocking chair, fashioned by Mu Ziki from bamboo, conformed luxuriously to the contours of the back. Its sleek lines invited repose. Hands rested gently on the armrests as the chair swayed, lulling one into an imminent languor. Only as midday approached did the archery practice conclude, and the trio make their way back toward the cavern. After their return, they turned to the kitchen. Before long, Zhang Chong and Luo Chung arrived, perspiring from exertion. Each bore woven baskets. A wooden pole slung between them was hung with an abundance of blackfish base, and several robust groupers, while lobsters and crabs clung to the baskets. Their day's toil had yielded a generous haul. At the noon repast, the steamed grouper sat at the center of the table, simple and fragrant, seasoned only with a few slices of ginger to preserve the fish's pristine savor. Bai Muyan, like Lin Luochu, hailed from the Suhu region and regarded the dish with a momentary stare of stunned pleasure. She tasted a piece, and the satisfaction on her face was immediate. The fish was consumed quickly, the table emptied of flesh almost as soon as it was set down. Lu Shaoling lamented, half-jesting, that there was not enough, while Chu Yi dryly noted she had eaten the most. Boredom tugged at Chu Yi, and he wandered about the camp. He found Mu Ziki sanding the shaft of a bow. When he asked whether she was still making bows, she glanced up briefly and resumed her work, replying that it was prudent to have several spares. He toyed with a scrap of wood and wondered whether it could be carved into a chess set. Mu Ziki paused and smiled sweetly, promising to fashion a set when she found the time. He agreed to wait. Dusk drew a honeyed veil across the camp, lending everything a faint, mysterious glow. With tasks completed, the group congregated in the cabin, sipping honeyed water and exchanging idle chatter. Chu Yi reclined in the rocking chair, bemused by their leisure, while Lin Lu pushed Nanan on a wooden horse. The child's laughter rang pure and bright. Mu Ziki and Lu Shaoling conversed about Sichuan cuisine toward the eastern woods when Lu Shaoling suddenly widened her eyes and pointed sharply into the trees. Alarm pierced the gentle evening. "Chu Dave, someone's coming in," she cried. Chu Yi turned from the child's antics upon making out the newcomer. He could not suppress a pleased smile. To the others he announced with brisk relish, "Tonight, we shall have an extra course." The newcomers were none other than Su Peng and his companions. Lu Yang and Su Peng walked ahead, while Li Lin and Zhang Fei shouldered a heavy burden behind them. Chu Yi rose and stepped out of the wooden cabin, calling to them, "Su Gid, you have arrived." As they drew nearer, Chu Yi realized that Li Lin and Zhang Fei were carrying a wild boar, its flank pierced by 3 or 4 arrows. It was unmistakably dead. "If you insist on coming, you might as well bring a gift," Su Peng remarked with a bemused expression. He had assumed, oddly enough, that the boar had been intended as a welcome offering for his camp. Chu Yi waved it aside, casually looping an arm around Su Peng's shoulder. "We happened upon it on the way. It would have been a pity to leave it behind. Come, let us rest first." Su Peng, a little embarrassed by the effusive greeting, hesitated for a moment before offering, "There is something I must discuss with you." Chu Yi, unconcerned, suggested they drink water before speaking, then disclosed that Gua Hao and Su Wei had accompanied them, and that the matter required consultation. He paused briefly, then smiled, and said, "Let us rest first, we will discuss it properly afterwards." With that, he glanced coolly at the 2 men trailing the group, turned, and led Su Peng and his companions toward the cabin. Inside the camp, Lu Shaoling was entrusted to fetch water and some wild fruits. The newcomers were immediately captivated by the surroundings. Li Lin's earlier descriptions had not been exaggerated. Their attention sharpened even further when Bai Muyan and the others appeared. After setting down the boar, Li Lin took a seat at the table in the cabin, as if he were at home, while the others stood awkwardly, particularly Gua Hao and Su Wei, who felt distinctly out of place. Chu Yi remained silent at their side, deepening their discomfort. "Sit, don't stand," Chu Yi invited, and the group took seats. Su Wei, less inhibited than the rest, perched on the table itself. Lu Shaoling returned with fruits and cups of tea. Li Lin led the way, tucking into the offerings with the casual entitlement of one among kin. Others followed his example. Su Wei tasted a sip, and his face lit with incredulous delight at the cool, honeyed sweetness that greeted his palate. "Honey water?" he asked, bewildered. Meanwhile, Lin Luochu, accompanied by Lu Shaoling and Mu Ziki, retreated to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Zhang Chong and Luo Chung joined them to assist, and Bai Muyan withdrew to the cave. Only Chu Yi and Su Peng remained near the cabin. Su Peng glanced around appreciatively and said to Chu Yi, "Brother Chu, this camp is impeccable." Chu Yi deflected the praise modestly. "It is the result of everyone's efforts." Su Wei's eyes kept darting about. He had been startled earlier by Mu Ziki, but upon seeing Bai Muyan, he felt entirely unsettled. Lin Luochu's beauty had been extraordinary. Now another woman of fame and allure stood before them, and the other women were no less striking. A flush of humiliation crept over Su Wei. Zhang Fei too roved the camp with questioning eyes and asked Chu, "Where do you all sleep?" Chu Yi pointed toward the cavern by the kitchen. "We sleep in the cave. This wooden cabin was constructed recently, and we used to live in the cave. Zhang Fei immediately pressed, and where would we sleep? Su Peng shot him an admonishing glare for making demands so soon after arriving. Chu Yi felt a twinge of unease himself. He had invited them, but had overlooked the fact that the camp might be scarcely large enough to host additional residents. Chu Yi smiled and replied, "It is not as extravagant as you imagine. This is how we often dine here." Su Peng found the idea hard to credit. How could they feast daily while others struggled for scraps? Chu Yi explained lightly that earlier that day they had wondered what to do with the lobster, crab, and grouper they could not possibly finish. It was fortunate that they had arrived when they did. Zhang Fei heard this and blurted, astonished, "You could not finish it." "Enough talk, let us eat before the food cools," Chu Yi urged, and the group gathered around the laden table, as if waking from a spell. Zhang Fei, whose appetite had been growing all evening, abandoned all pretense of propriety and set to work on a lobster with eager hands. The others followed suit, punctuating the meal with exclamations of surprise and pleasure. "This rabbit tastes like something from a fine restaurant," one marveled. "The steamed stonefish is exquisite. Ginger slice and even Hua Jiaoao," thoughtful another noted. The braised ribs earned approval, yet it was the enormous lobster that drew the loudest admiration. In any city establishment, such a specimen would command a princely sum. Su Peng watched their relish with equal parts amusement and mild reproach. "You cannot seem to stop talking with your mouths full," he chided, prompting embarrassed, guilty grins and a ripple of laughter among the women. Su Wei sampled the fare with frequent looks of astonishment. Accustomed to a life of modest comforts, she had rarely encountered such simple excellence since arriving on the island. With the arrival of Su Peng and his companions, the meal vanished swiftly beneath eager hands. Even Zhang Fei and his friends, still longing for more, fell silent upon seeing the immaculate empty platters. A question about the wild boar followed. "Did you hunt that boar on purpose?" Su Peng asked. He shook his head and explained they had encountered two on the road, but one had escaped. Chu Yi examined the animal casually and suggested postponing its butchery until the next day. Su Peng protested that leaving the carcass might attract predators. Chu Yi smiled with quiet assurance and revealed the camp's food repository. "We have a proper storage room. We will carry it there for now," he said, and the suggestion met little surprise. At dawn, Chu Yi was already moving. Some of the men had risen to wash by the stream, while others lingered in the house. Su Wei sat upright on a chair separated from Gua Hao, and Su Peng remarked on her early rising, half teasing about the change of environment. Chu Yi noted aloud that they had been remiss in neglecting the newcomer's condition the previous evening. He gestured downstream to two small wooden structures by the water. "Those are the washhouses," he explained. "The left one is for women, the right is for men. The other hut serves as the latrine. If you wish to bathe, there is no need to request permission. This camp allows freedom, but true integration demands more than mere appearances." Su Wei, her apprehension melting into quiet hope, ignored the final admonition and made her way toward the women's washhouse. After breakfast, the group gathered to deliberate on the construction of wooden dwellings. Mu Ziki stood beside Chu Yi for the final decisions, and directions would fall to her. Su Peng suggested erecting only 2 cabins, one for the men and one for the women, but Chu Yi, casting a measured glance at him, dismissed the notion. If these were to be permanent residences, they must be built with greater care and above all with comfort as the foremost aim. She proposed they first raise the frames of the large houses, then complete the small cabins, and finally finish the large houses. When Chu Yi voiced concern about added complexity, Mu Ziki demurred it required only one additional step and would not be onerous. She estimated that with concerted labor the work could be completed within a week. Satisfied, Chu Yi declared they would commence immediately. Tension surfaced amid the labor. Lu Xiling, impatient, rebuked Su Wei for her imperfect cleaning technique. Su Wei insisted there was no difference, but Lu Xiling knelt to demonstrate, pointing to the sharp protruding stubs left on Su Wei's bamboo. The remnants, mere centimeters long and barbed at their tips, would later injure someone if left unattended. Embarrassed, yet proud, Su Wei bristled at the criticism, but the thought of being expelled for incompetence restrained her temper. She promised to do better. Lin Luochu intervened, urging calm and patience, while Lu Xiling warned that continued ineptitude would render one more hindrance than help. Once they had moved on, Su Wei silently reworked the culms, redoubling her efforts despite the sting of humiliation. No one returned to camp for a proper midday meal. They ate hastily from potatoes and dried meat carried with them, so they might press on. In 2 days they felled over 100 bamboo stalks and gathered 70 or 80 fir logs. With supplies marked and distributed by Mu Ziki, the team worked with the momentum gleaned from their previous build, and progress accelerated. Freed from constant oversight, Mu Ziki turned her attention to domestic comforts. She and Lin Luochu began to weave bamboo beds and chairs so the new houses would not be barren. Under Mu Ziki's patient instruction, the apprentices learned to craft beds and chairs elsewhere. Luo Cheng and Zhang Fei went to the shore to attend to fish traps, while others completed pending tasks. During one lesson, Su Wei cried out when a slender splinter embedded itself in her hand. Mu Ziki corrected her technique, pull with the grain not against a tan, then took over the delicate work herself. Guahao watched from a short distance, his concern obvious, and when Mu Ziki stepped in to tend to the wound, Su Wei cast him a grateful glance. After 4 days of relentless labor, 3 large houses stood completed with their roofs sealed. Only the small cabins remained to be built. That evening after supper, Su Wei sat by the little stream to wash and rest. Guahao joined her, and with a resolve that was both tender and uncertain, offered to take her away from the island if life there proved unbearable. Su Wei considered him with a mixture of gratitude and reservation. Where would they go, she asked, and could they truly build a secure life elsewhere? She reflected on her former life of indulgence, a past that had left her unaccustomed to hardship. Now cast adrift on this island, she understood it might be a crucible for change. Under the bright moon, she admitted that she could not depend on Guahao indefinitely. She must discover her own worth. The men in the camp, she observed, were kind and easy to get along with. If she approached them sincerely, she believed they would accept her. Guahao, surprised and moved by her newfound humility and determination, watched her with admiration as she resolved to earn her place and no longer be defined by her former privileges. In the ensuing days, guided by Muziki, the construction of the timber cabins reached its conclusion. Each modest dwelling contained 2 or 3 bamboo cots, yet the 10-square-meter rooms still felt curiously cavernous. The facade of every cabin featured a wooden door and a low window about a meter high that could be opened and closed. Lilac ceiling stood in the first cabin, her face alight with delight. She praised the surroundings, but lamented the sense of emptiness, suggesting they add more furnishings. Muziki, amused by her innocence, teased her about what she would put in the furniture if given it. Lilac ceiling, blushing and coquettish, clung to Muziki's arm and confessed she liked to imagine her pretty clothes stored inside. Chu Yi, with a roguish grin, joked that he might hang wolf skins and tiger pelts as garments, provoking a mock-indignant retort from Lilac ceiling, who declared she would never wear beast skins. The others laughed. Lilac ceiling's antics made her the camp's living treasure. Su Wei watched the banter between Chu Yi and Lilac ceiling with a hint of envy, while Lin Luochu interceded, lightly chiding Chu Yi for his teasing. Lilac ceiling hurried to Lin Luochu, clasping her arm and proclaiming gratitude for her ally. The camaraderie felt warm as the group filed out to the platform in front of the cabins. As they conversed, Chu Yi glanced toward the kitchen where Bang Wean and the others were laughing together. Lin Luochu was slicing a rabbit, while Lilac ceiling made occasional comic faces that made Lin Luochu smile. The sight of Lin Luochu with a soft smile, her hair tousled by the breeze, captured Chu Yi's attention. The image seemed especially graceful against her delicate features. He turned back to Su Peng, resolve hardening in his eyes, and revealed his plan to scout westward the following day to survey the situation there. Su Peng found some solace in that compromise. He accepted the pragmatism of forging alliances where possible, recognizing that while uniting every survivor might be impossible, establishing cooperative bonds with nearby groups could provide reciprocal support in future crises. The 2 men lapsed into a brief silence before Chu Yi picked up his water cup and toyed with it without drinking. Outside, the kitchen bustle continued. Lilac ceiling called for dinner, announcing the meal. Chu Yi took one last glance at the laden table and then turned to Su Peng. He entrusted the camp to Su Peng's care during his absence. Su Peng, with resolute assurance, promised that as long as he lived, he would not allow harm to come to the encampment. At dawn, Chu Yi and his 2 companions finished checking their gear and prepared to set out. Aside from bows and wooden spears, each carried a bamboo canister filled with water and a pouch of jerky fashioned by Muziki. Chu Yi paused to scan the camp. Everyone had gathered together, yet Lin Luochu's figure was nowhere to be seen, which caused him a brief flutter of puzzlement. Ordinarily, she would have lingered beside him with obvious reluctance. His bewilderment dissolved when Lu Xiaoling and Muziki made room, and a lithe, athletic figure stepped forward. Dressed in sporty attire, hair pulled back into a neat ponytail, she bore a wooden spear and slung a bow across one shoulder, her pouch and bamboo canister mirroring his. The sight of Lin Luochu smiling with an easy warmth stunned him into silence. Before he could protest further, Lu Xiaoling interjected with teasing bravado. She urged Chu Yi to accept Lin Luochu, ribbing him with playful insinuations about companionship on lonely roads. Chu Yi scolded her with an exasperated glance, and Lin Luochu, receiving Lu Xiaoling's well-intentioned meddling, cast her a coquettish, rueful look that softened the moment. Despite the flirtatious banter, restraint prevailed. Chu Yi agreed that the journey would afford useful experience and would not hinder the party. Their farewells were brief and earnest. Chu Yi shared a look of trust with Su Peng, then led the small party into the forest. Lu Xiaoling watched them go with wistful longing, while Mu Ziki smiled and shook her head before returning to the wooden cabin. The departure left a quiet melancholy in some. Bai Muan, watching the group vanish among the trees, felt an inexplicable tug at her heart and chose solitude, walking toward the cave to keep Cheng Jijia company. With the others dispersed, Su Peng turned to Lu Xiaoling and, sensing her earlier eagerness, asked directly whether she truly wished to join them. She brushed off the question with feigned playfulness, prompting Su Peng to retreat into bemused silence at the inscrutability of women's moods. Chu Yi's party pushed southwest as dusk gathered. According to Su Peng's intelligence, the mercenaries were likely along the western beach nearer the southern edge. The plan was to reach the shore and then proceed southward in search of traces. They did not hasten. This was a reconnaissance, not a dash to battle in the forest with its primitive tribes, and the rumored giant serpents demanded caution. They made slow progress, and as night fell, sheltered beneath an outcrop of rock, rigging a makeshift awning to ward off rain. Zhang Fei and another companion gathered wood and kindled a fire, roasting the wild fowl and rabbits taken along the way. Seated around the embers, the men ate and discussed the mercenaries' capabilities. Li Lin asked about the enemy's skill, and Chu Yi conceded they were competent. His own victories against Yang Heng and the stealthy strike that felled Lu Peng had depended on cunning and preparedness rather than brute force. As the men argued and planned, Lin Luochu rummaged through her pack and produced a small parcel. Inside lay a tiny sachet of white powder. Salt. Someone guessed. They realized at once that Mu Ziki had thoughtfully included a ration of seasoning. The discovery brightened their spirits, and Lin Luochu's pleased smile reflected their shared gratitude for such small practical attentions. Lin Luochu retrieved a pinch of salt and showered it evenly over the meat suspended on the spit, turning the rack with a practiced motion so the seasoning would seep into the flesh under the heat. Before long, the partridge and rabbit were roasted to a savory finish. Each of the four took a bird, and they began to eat with grateful haste. Chu Yi, having almost finished his own fowl, swallowed the last morsel and suggested they divide the night's watch. He offered to stand guard first, so Lin Luochu and the others might rest. Li Lin demurred for a moment, but soon accepted. Chu Yi cleared a patch of ground for Lin Luochu to lie upon. She glanced at him and settled beside him without complaint. Not long after, the sentries shifted positions and quiet descended. The night passed without incident. At dawn, they rose, tidied their encampment, and resumed their march. Chu Yi estimated they would reach the western shoreline by midday. After traversing a few kilometers, they came upon a narrow river, its water crystalline and threaded with a chill. Chu Yi urged them to refill their bamboo flasks. Lin Luochu crouched at the bank to splash her face. Chu Yi took her bamboo tube and filled it for her with gentle care. Zhang Fei and Li Lin likewise replenished their supplies and washed the grime from their arms. Just as Chu Yi reached to fill his own container, a movement in the trees across the river caught his eye. He froze, gaze fixed on the opposite bank. A spotted, powerfully built feline, roughly 2 meters long and tiger-like in aspect, had appeared only 7 or 8 meters away, staring intently. Jaguar. Lin Luochu breathed, alarmed. Chu Yi hushed her with a terse command to remain still. The jaguar, having come to drink, now regarded them not as a threat, but as prey. Its predatory intent hardened the muscles in its haunches, gathered as it prepared to spring. A low, resonant growl rolled from its throat, and it launched across the water with astonishing velocity. In the instant of its plunge, the 3 archers loosed their arrows, but the cat twisted with uncanny agility, evading the shafts as it vaulted the stream and hurtled toward them. Zhang Fei seized a wooden spear and struck as the jaguar arced through the air. The point plunged into its abdomen with such force that the great cat was driven into the river water, erupting in a tumultuous spray. The impact scattered the current and splashed the others. Seizing that moment, Li Lin and Zhang Fei fell into a protective ring around Lin Luochu. The jaguar hauled itself ashore, abdomen wounded and slick with blood, its gaze blazing with fury.